In this era where everyone can ascend to immortality, I became the so-called useless one because I was too powerful. Even my once devoted girlfriend was about to leave me. All because this is a world where cultivation depends on the degree of genetic awakening. Once you successfully unlock the immortal techniques within your genetic code, you gain the power to destroy heaven and earth. Becoming a successor isn't actually difficult. Even a 0.001% awakening level allows one to use abilities locked in their genes. But my case was different. My genetic awakening was so high that the detector mistakenly showed my 99.999% awakening level as 0. Lu Ruyan, the campus belle, could summon a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket with her 11% awakening. The strongest thunder user in Dragon Country, with 86% awakening, could obliterate an entire city. And the world's most powerful successor currently has only a 95.9% awakening level. Last time, I used the simplest sleep-inducing spell, and the entire city's living beings fell asleep for 3 days and nights. Now, I can't even prove I'm a successor because any immortal technique I perform might cause catastrophic consequences. To prevent my mother from having to work as a maid and endure humiliation, I need to find a way to certify my successor status so I can receive the monthly subsidy. Just then, footsteps approached from a distance. A somewhat handsome male classmate walked over, arm in arm with a pretty girl. Jiang Xiaoming stopped in front of me and said, "Oh mighty one, my dad happens to have a dinner with the higher-ups of the Successor Guild this weekend. If you go and perform something, maybe they'll be pleased and grant you a successor registration title." His words immediately upset Chen Xian, who had been silent until now. "Mingji, what do you mean by this? Weren't you supposed to stand up for me? Why are you helping him?" Jiang Xiaoming smirked mysteriously, then pulled out a book and said, "Here's an extremely low-level immortal technique called the flower hand Tai Chi. Just perform this, just make sure you shake those hands well." Instantly, laughter erupted around us, because this so-called flower hand Tai Chi was nothing more than an abstract dance trend online. But faced with such humiliation, no one expected my reaction. Instead of looking troubled, I grinned and said, "Don't worry, young Master Zhang, I'll rehearse well and dazzle everyone at the gathering." Upon hearing this, their laughter abruptly ceased as if someone had choked their throats. Jiang Xiaoming was especially dumbfounded. Why isn't this guy following the script? Shouldn't he be furious by now? Yet, I was thinking that this was like encountering a benefactor. And since this immortal technique had no offensive capabilities, it suited me even better. Perhaps I could also use this to prove that I wasn't just a 0% awakened individual. Truth be told, up to this point, I had only mastered 2 immortal techniques. The first was the level 1 sleep aid technique, randomly granted upon awakening, and the second was the flower hand Tai Chi technique gifted by Jiang Xiaoming. After leaving school, I planned to test the flower hand Tai Chi technique at the city's outskirts. Although this immortal technique seemed harmless, I wanted to experiment cautiously, just in case. After all, my awakening level was as high as 99.999%, so I had to ensure it wouldn't cause catastrophic damage. Otherwise, a single technique could lead to everyone's demise, and not only would I fail to register as an inheritor, but I might truly become the last man on Earth. At 7:01 p.m., Moonview Mountain, one of the many small hills bordering the city, was a scenic spot that barely attracted visitors and was the farthest peak from the urban area. As I stood at the foot of the mountain preparing to ascend, a black sedan suddenly pulled up in front of me. A playful-looking girl stepped out and scolded me with disdain. "Hey, what are you staring at? Back off. If you damage this, you can't afford to pay for it." "Jiaoer, don't be rude." An elderly man followed closely behind. Though he lightly reprimanded the girl, he never once glanced at me. Finally, out of courtesy, he gave me a perfunctory once-over and asked dismissively, "Ah, a student? Coming to the outskirts so late, are you here to test an immortal technique? What's your current awakening level?" Hesitantly, I replied, 99.999%. The girl immediately jumped out. "How much?" "Ha, 99.999%? If you're too embarrassed to say it, there's no need to brag like that. If you really had 99.999%, then I might as well be 100%. The old man also frowned, patted the girl's shoulder, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Jiaoer, let's go. Don't waste time on things unrelated to cultivation." They all seemed to treat me as a joke. Before leaving, the girl glanced at me with a smug smile. "I'm here to try immortal techniques too, but mine is a 9th level technique. Jealous? But don't be too envious. Not every girl has a grandfather as amazing as mine." Hearing this, I felt somewhat speechless. I was a 99.999% awakened individual. Why bother competing with these ordinary people? Still, recalling the earlier conversation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. I didn't even have a 2nd level immortal technique, yet this little girl was already attempting a 9th level one. The wealthy truly had their advantages. After they left, I didn't immediately attempt the immortal technique. Instead, I waited until almost midnight before finding an extremely secluded spot. After repeatedly confirming that no one was around, I finally closed my eyes slightly and let out a long sigh. On another hilltop not far away, two figures stood silently, watching. Grandfather, look, it's that poor boy from earlier. Sun Jiaoer's body left behind 8 near-solid afterimages as she stopped and gazed down at me, her face full of curiosity. Seeing this, the old man frowned slightly. What's so interesting about him? You're a genius with an 89% awakening rate, why should ordinary people pique your curiosity? The more he spoke, the more displeased he became, his expression one of exasperation. Sun Jiaoer snorted lightly. Grandpa, it's so late and he still hasn't left. Could it be that he knows we're extraordinary and wants to secretly learn immortal techniques? Sun Changhai paused, his face full of confidence. Nonsense! How can immortal techniques be stolen? Besides, there's a level 20 isolation array here. Unless the other person's skill surpasses even mine, there's absolutely no way they could steal anything. However, Sun Jiaoer's words piqued his curiosity. What exactly is this kid doing here in the middle of the night? He looks like a poor student from a second-rate city school. How could he possibly be from some elite family? At this moment, unaware that someone was secretly watching, I was retrieving the initial usage memory of the flower hand Tai Chi technique from my gene lock. The so-called gene lock is a chip implanted at birth, which alters electrical currents to create a visual interface resembling a golden finger panel, displaying the contents of the gene lock in real time. Upon acquiring the intellectual property rights of an immortal technique for the first time, it provides the ability to recall the initial usage memory. I slowly raised my hands, assuming the Tai Chi opening stance, and began to sway my body and arms with deliberate, unhurried movements, each subtle motion exuding an indescribable steadiness. On the other side, Sun Jiaoer clutched her stomach in laughter, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Ha ha, what is this guy doing? Isn't this just the internet's flower hand dance? All this time, he's been here doing some abstract livestream? Sun Changhai shook his head speechlessly, his curiosity instantly replaced by disdain and exasperation. Seems I've grown senile, expecting to witness some earth-shattering immortal technique or the descendant of a hidden master in the city. Just as they turned to resume their immortal technique training, an abrupt change occurred. A deafening explosion reverberated across a 10-kilometer radius, audible to all. The starry night sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, lightning crisscrossed the heavens, and rolling thunderbolts descended like furious dragons, as if the entire sky was trembling with rage. Sun Changhai's ears buzzed as his face filled with shock. With a single thunderous roar, this turned out to be an immortal technique above level 90. As one of the top inheritors in the city, the highest level technique he could perform was only level 60, and a level 90 immortal technique had never appeared in the entire city before. What kind of supreme expert was here? Suddenly, Sun Changhai seemed to realize something, his expression stiffening. He turned to look at me, his pupils contracting sharply. His heart nearly stopped as he saw my hand movements shift from slow to fast, so fast they became a blur. The seemingly comical motions faintly began to stir wind pressure and scatter debris. A pattern of glass shattering suddenly appeared in front of Sun Changhai, as if a transparent mirror had broken, instantly shattering a piece along his line of sight. Broken? My top barrier arch shatters. Not waiting for him to recover from his shock, the sound of seeping wind rattling came from all directions. Hoo 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 hoo. Stormy winds blew throughout the mountains, and sheets of debris and rubble flew into the sky for a split second, followed by click. Branches broke and flew. The gust of wind carried Sun Changhai a few steps forward, and he flung his wrist in panic as a layer of golden light appeared on his entire body. Immortal technique, unmovable as a mountain. He pulled Sun Jiaoer, who was blown away by the gusts of wind, and his voice trembled. What level of immortal law is this? This? Everything in front of him was beyond his cognizance. It was obviously just shaking a flower hand. Why was there such a big sound? Was this a level 90 immortal technique? Why had he never heard of it before? Boom! The thunder grew, the mountaintops were illuminated by purple lightning, and the storms grew so violent it was like there was no upper limit. Pust! Sun Changhai sprayed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Gao Ren as if he had seen a ghost, as if he had seen something horrible. Only to see a trace of an imaginary image gradually surfacing behind the teenager, a faint light haze flowing to form a huge figure, and then slowly made a starting movement under Sun Changhai's extreme horror. This immortal law. Just getting started? Chapter 04, Black clouds fill the city, shocking downtown. Rumble. A deafening thunderclap woke up all the citizens in their midnight slumber. Inside the Downtown Inheritors Regulatory Bureau, which was situated on the edge of the city, the director, Kaiming, was shocked out of a cold sweat and jumped up from his chair with a shiver. What's the situation? What happened? He stirred from his sleep and wiped the sweat from his head, looking from side to side. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the door of the office room was pushed open, and the black silk buttock-wrapped female secretary blossomed. "Bureau chief, look out the window." "The direction of Mount Lookout." Li Kaiming froze and rushed to the window to pull open the blinds. By the time he got a good look at the distant view out the window, his body shuddered. What kind of immortal law is this? I could just see the dark clouds in the distance outside the window, and the wind was rolling and thundering. From several thousand meters away one could see the bull-thick twisting of lightning, like a thunder dragon ready to rain down heavenly punishment. And in the midst of that thunder dragon, where the black clouds converged, a faint, huge silhouette filled with divinity stood there. It seems to stand on top of the sky, rolling black clouds and manipulating thunder dragons between arm swings, just like a god descending to the world. "The downtown restrictor is broken?" Li Kaiming's voice trembled. The so-called downtown limiter is to limit the level of casting immortal spells within a certain range, in order to prevent some unforeseen circumstances from causing great damage to the city. He remembered that his restricted level was a level 70 immortal technique, but this immortal technique in front of him was at least level 90 or above. "No, it's not broken, I've already ordered someone to check it." The secretary's voice was all a bit shaky as well. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying immortal technique in her entire life. Her first reaction was also that the limiter was broken, but after checking it she was shocked to find that the limiter wasn't broken, so the first time she came to report it to Li Kaiming in person. "Not broken? You're telling me this immortal law out there is less than level 70? Li Kaiming was confused. "Hurry! Come on! Notify all the leaders of the Inheritors organization to go to the Moonwatch Mountain now. The Legacy Society. The Second Legacy Society. Prepare the Legion of Honor. Call all you can. Yes." Li Kaiming looked at the vision outside the window and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Along with him opening the gene lock, the immortal technique of Sentinel Air was performed on him, and he instantly flew out of the window. As the supreme leader of the city's legacy organization, he knew something big was about to happen. At the same time, inside the downtown area of Tsongshan, the villa area, the nobleman's area, all had a ray of light rushing up to the sky, heading towards the direction of the Moonwatch Mountain. It was like a meteor streaking through the darkness of the night, extremely spectacular and shocking. A meteor streaks by, illuminating a room and a tall building along the way. Zhang Xiaoming subconsciously glanced over with an envious face. "Don't stay up all night. Tomorrow is the leader of the Inheritors Guild, so go to bed early for me." The angry shout from the door made him shiver and fall back onto the bed with a quick response. When he thought that he would be able to meet so many big names tomorrow and be able to see Gao Ren make a fool of himself, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Gao Ren. See if I can't fix you." Gao Ren didn't realize at this moment that it had triggered such a big commotion in the city. His entire body and mind were casting this immortal technique. Because the degree of awakening was 99,999%, after performing the flower hand Tai Chi technique, he directly entered the realm of oblivion. Now he was completely oblivious to the loudness he had triggered, just feeling the pain. It's like a talented genius who one day finally comes across a stage where he can show off his abilities, and he obliviously throws himself into it, oblivious to what's going on around him. With the wind swirling around it, Mount Lookout was almost bald. Sun Changhai stood in the middle of the gale, his clothes were broken, his hair was messy like a beggar, and he was spraying blood crazily. "Grandpa! Don't die, Grandpa!" Sun Jiaoer's eyes were red and her clothes were covered in golden light. Sun Changhai looked at Gao Ren, who was completely in the middle of his state, and smiled bitterly. "Jiaoer, don't cry, Grandpa has no regrets in his life to be able to see such an immortal technique. There's a limit to how much Grandpa can bring out of the undying saint body in you, so if you manage to survive, remember to never take revenge. Not only don't take revenge, but go and worship this man as a teacher, got it?" Sun Jiaoer was already in tears. "Grandpa, it was Jiaoer's fault. Jiaoer shouldn't have offended a high-ranking person, I'll never be mischievous again." Sun Changhai's smile became even more bitter. "I don't blame you, it's all because Grandpa has eyes. But who could have thought that such a young lad would be a reclusive master? I'm afraid that with a level like his, he's one of the top existences there in Kyoto, right?" "Pust," Sun Changhai said as another mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining his lapel. He just couldn't hold on much longer. This other party's immortal laws hadn't been finished, much less targeted, or else he might have died here in an instant, and his own granddaughter would definitely not be able to be protected. He slowly closed his eyes at the thought. "No! Grandpa, don't. I'll apologize to the higher power and admit my mistake to him. Beg him to leave you alone. I'll marry him and do his laundry and cooking for the rest of my life as long as he agrees. No names will do. Sun Jiao'er was overwhelmed with grief and directly knelt down in Gao Ren's direction. Bang, bang, bang is 3 headbutts. Gao Ren, it's my dog's eyes, as long as you let Grandpa go, I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. Please, please, please let Grandpa go. She wasn't shouting at the top of her voice, but rather using the level 1 immortal technique, voice transmission. The voice was extremely penetrating and echoed around. Gao Ren was in a state of oblivion at the moment when he suddenly heard a familiar sound, causing him to exit his state of enjoyment. Returning to his senses, Gao Ren winced, screamed out in the dark, and hastily withdrew his hand. His movements came to a smooth stop, and the visions around him began to slowly recede, returning to their original form. Seeing the wreckage around him, and Mount Wanyu which had already been plucked clean by him, Gao Ren's heart thumped. So oblivious. Trouble. In an instant countless thoughts surged through his mind. Gao Ren's face was as ugly as it could be, completely not noticing the 2 people in the distance. In the end, he was still in a daze and simply didn't hear the other party's transmission clearly at that time. He didn't care about the 2 people in the distance, but the 2 people in the distance were watching him all the time. Seeing that he had really stopped the immortal technique, Sun Jiao'er cried tears of joy. Sun Changhai also didn't expect that the other party would really stop the immortal technique, but just as he looked at Gao Ren with palpitations in his heart, he saw his ugly face. The heart was instantly in his throat. Without even thinking, he lifted Sun Jiao'er and flew over. Bang! Gao Ren was still in the middle of his tension when he heard the sound of landing. When he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but mentally spit. Lean! Here comes the troublemaker. Just as Gao Ren was thinking about how to get rid of the trouble in front of him, he saw 2 people bending their legs. Accompanied by a bang sound, kneeling in front of him in unison. Chapter 05, Bureauly, I'd like to introduce you to a high-ranking person. Ah! Gao Ren's brain went down as he looked at the grandparents and grandchildren kneeling in front of him. What's the situation? Little punk? No, this. Tall man. It was us who had eyes but no eyes before, please be generous and don't be general with us. As long as you are willing to let us off the hook, the old man is willing to serve you tea and water, just ask for anything. Sun Changhai minimized his attitude, afraid of causing Gao Ren's dissatisfaction. He had always thought that he wasn't naturally afraid of death, but when he actually walked through the gates of hell, he realized how much he was afraid of death. The youngster in front of them was clearly not an ordinary person, but an existence that wielded terrifying immortal laws, capable of taking the lives of their grandparents and grandchildren at any time. Thinking of this, he rebuked Sun Jiao'er to the side. Why don't you hurry to apologize to the Highlander? Sun Jiao'er hurriedly nodded her head, nervous and fearful. I'm sorry, I was wrong before, please forgive me. Takahito. Gao Ren was still a bit confused. How did this come to be the way it is now? However, he immediately realized that it was because the display of the immortal technique might have shocked the 2 people. It's just that. He was almost fully engaged during the casting process, and he himself didn't notice how loud the sound was at all. But a level 1 immortal method, even if it was powerful, it wouldn't be much of an exaggeration, right? The equivalent of a 60th level spell? Or is it level 70? At most, it's level 80. Gao Ren looked at the scared 2 and sighed helplessly. Such a small spell scared you guys like this, it seems like you haven't seen the world either. Sun Changhai had been waiting for him to speak, and his eyes directly widened when he heard these words. It's close to a level 100 spell, and it's still just a minor spell? He was shocked to the point of speechlessness. He had thought that the spell just now was someone's exclusive mastery, but now so it seemed that it was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Gao Ren was even more speechless when he saw the grandparents and grandchildren fuming once again. Sure enough, these 2 just haven't seen much of the world. Right. The commotion here isn't too small, so if someone does come to you later to investigate the situation, don't give me up. I can't afford to pay. He really can't afford to pay for it, now that he's penniless. Don't worry, just leave it to me here. This little matter, I'm definitely able to take care of it for you. Sun Changhai revealed a look of I know what I'm talking about and nodded his head in a hurry. Gao Ren was immediately a bit curious. He just wanted the other party not to give himself up. He didn't think that the other party said that he would deal with this matter. It was hard to believe that he still had a few skills. But he immediately thought of the car at the bottom of the hill. Right. The old man has money. Money makes the world go round. Gao Ren was excited. Originally, he was worried that with so much damage here, someone would find him and pay for it at the price. Now that this has this master and grandson, then there is nothing to worry about. However, Gao Ren's heart had only just been put down when he heard the sound of a royal flight in the distance. Not only that, but the roar of the helicopters and a light bright enough to light up the sky. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, Lookout Mountain was like a fleeing wanted criminal, surrounded so tightly that sirens could even be heard. Some of the joy that Gao Ren had just had was swept away. This is the frame. Is it really something that money can fix? He was seeing a dozen or so haze lights. That's definitely a big shot within the Tsongshan city limits. Is this some kind of important location? Or is there some important equipment inside the mountain that doesn't involve some classified documents? The more Gao Ren thought about it, the uglier his expression became. If these are really the cases, it's not a problem that money can solve. Can this old man solve it? Don't worry, I'll take care of it here. You don't have to care about anything when you come in a little while, just rest here, I'll drive you myself later. Gao Ren had already seen a few figures flying from the distance, and at this moment, he could only beat a dead horse and hurriedly hid to the side to wait. He peeked aside and saw a few people whose faces looked like they were in high positions, and these people landed at Sun Changhai's side with serious faces. This time the fuss is definitely not small. It seems that in the future, one must be more careful before casting it, at least not inside the city. Alas! It seems like trying to use this flower hand taiji to authenticate the identity of the inheritor is unlikely. I've only cast one opening and I'm in so much trouble, really, if I come to this part at a weekend dinner party. Gao Ren scratched his head in agony, sulking. Far away. Kaiming looked at Sun Changhai with a serious face at this moment. Old son, what's going on here? Sun Changhai's current appearance is very wretched and comical. The whole person is like a beggar. As long as it wasn't a cutie, one would be able to tell at a glance that he had something to do with the commotion. Standing behind Kaiming were many other leaders of the organization, all of whom had been the first to hear of the news, and all of them had a nervous look on their faces. The people present all know Sun Changhai, that is one of the 3 masters in Tsongshan City, but also has a significant prestige. Everyone in the room believes what he says, so it's definitely time to listen to what this one has to say. Sun Changhai sighed with complicated eyes, deliberated in his mind, and said hesitantly, I recently got hold of an immortal technique, and this one is a bit special, so I tried it out and didn't expect it to get out of control. Hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough. The first time they saw Sun Changhai, they had such a guess. After all, there are only so many 3 people in this city who can create such a noise. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll leave now. There are still a lot of things I need to take care of. Congratulations to Elder Son for obtaining the new immortal technique. We haven't gathered for a long time as well. We'll definitely go find you for a drink some other day. A man behind Sun Changhai slowly opened his mouth and walked away with a fiery politeness. Congratulations, Elder Son. Elder Son, the last time you wanted to buy away that jade in me, I was actually thinking of giving it to you, so I never agreed to it. No, I brought it to you. 7 mouths of congratulations constantly. Sun Changhai got the usual coveted treasures for a long time. A lot of difficult things are also dissolved at this moment. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to make sure to hold on to Gao Ren's thigh. He's older, he's a president, but he still wants to get ahead. An old steed in the stable still aspires for 1,000 miles. Everyone present was a man of the people, all of them had their own busy schedules, and they all left in a hurry after confirming what was going on. Only Kaiming didn't leave and directly lowered his voice. What's going on with you? How in the world did you get out of such a big battle? Kaiming's friendship with Sun Changhai was not shallow, so he knew Sun Changhai's bottom line, and it was impossible for such a shocking thing to come out of nowhere. Sun Changhai also knew that he couldn't hide it, thought about it and lowered his voice. He used to look at Kaiming to make him look at Gao Ren, an imperceptible smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Director Li, in fact. This immortal spell was cast by him. This youngster is a supreme expert. Chapter 06, Gao Ren is worthy of being a high person. A tall person? Kaiming looked over with a curious face. However, when he saw Gao Ren in his student uniform, his face sank. Old son, are you kidding me? If you don't have anything important to do, I'm going to get back to writing my report. I have to go back and take care of your mess after the mess you've made here. Sun Changhai pulled him back and whispered with a mysterious face, I'm not joking with you, in fact, the commotion just now was made by this senior, not me. It wasn't very convenient to talk in a crowd just now, that's why I didn't tell you. Li Kaiming froze and re-examined Gao Ren, who was not far away. How to look at it is not like the appearance of a high person, and perceived his gaze, will also occasionally dodge, looks a little timid and afraid of things. Old son, it's true that today's commotion has made a bit of a fuss, but it's not enough to affect your inheritors' guild. But you can't run away if you should compensate. I still have things to do, I really don't have time to waste with you here. Li Kaiming didn't give him a chance to continue explaining, and directly twisted his body to ascend and leave. Sun Changhai sighed and returned to Gao Ren's side. Finished? Did you give me up? Gao Ren was a little nervous when he saw the people leave. His current situation was that he couldn't use his power. 99,999% of his awakened power seemed to give him an invincible path, but in such a society it was limited everywhere, and he couldn't utilize 1% of his own power at all. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. From now on, you have nothing to do with what just happened. Don't be old you, call me Xiao Gao. Gao Ren frowned. Well, you, oh no, little. Hi. Sun Changhai held his tongue for half a day, always feeling that these words were a bit hot. Is there anything the old man can do for me? He piled on a smile that was as welcoming as it could be. An expert like Gao Ren was something he reckoned he could only come across once in his life, so he had to make the most of the opportunity. Help! Gao Ren frowned slightly, then his eyes lit up. You guys have that limo at the bottom of the hill, right? Of course, I'll have someone send you one later? Sun Changhai cautiously tried. At a realm level like his, he basically already had no desire for money anymore. But who knows what the higher power's thoughts were, he naturally flattered as much as he could. What are you thinking about? Gao Ren rolled his eyes and looked serious. My mom said that you can't take other people's ill-gotten gains, and that you have to have a moral grounding as a human being. You're taking me home, it's dozens of dollars for a cab this late. Of course, he also wanted to ride in a luxury car and feel what a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars felt like. But he had heard that limousines were not like buses, with hard seats that hurt his butt. Sun Changhai's smile froze. He realized that he was somewhat unable to catch Gao Ren's thoughts in front of him, and could only agree with a stiff upper lip first. Soon they were down the hill. Instead of using the driver to drive, Sun Changhai took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat and drive himself, which shocked the driver. Knowing that he had driven for Sun Changhai for more than 10 years, it was the first time he had seen Sun Changhai driving for someone else, secretly noting Gao Ren's looks. In the car, Gao Ren excitedly surveyed the luxury car, turning on the seat ventilation at one point, turning on the massage function at another, and looking out the window at another point. All in all, his attention was completely off the grandparents and grandchildren in the car, which left them both on pins and needles. Sun Jiaoer, in particular, was also offended for the first time because she was too young. At this moment, he was cowering inside the corner of the back row, not daring to say a word. In the end, it was Sun Changhai who broke the deadlock and said, Little Xiao Gao. Tomorrow we have a dinner party, are some do small business bosses, everyone has a good relationship, do you want to go over to get to know each other? He observed the whole way and realized that Gao Ren seemed to be very short of money, but thinking about the fact that he was rejected for giving away the car at the beginning, he changed his approach. Boss. Being able to make money? Gao Ren's eyes lit up. Of course I can, I say bosses, but they're really all distant neighbors of our own family, and everyone is very kind. If you go, Xiao Gao, consider it as making a friend, everyone will treat you as family. Sun Changhai was delighted in his heart and quickly answered. Gao Ren's heart had flown when he heard that he could make money. His mom usually doesn't even ride in cabs much, if she can really make money to take her in this kind of luxury car. The corners of Gao Ren's mouth picked up a smile, but immediately thought of something and had a tangled face, but I also have a very important meal tomorrow. What time is your dinner tomorrow? Anytime, I'm the proprietor over here, as long as you call me, Xiao Gao, I'll make arrangements anytime. Sun Changhai immediately spoke. Are you kidding? It was so hard for him to find such an expert, not to mention that he had time, even if he didn't, he had to make time. He had even resolved in his heart that even if Li Kaiming's superiors came to him, he would still prioritize inviting Gao Ren to dinner. That's great. The day after tomorrow then. Gao Ren nodded his head prettily and refocused his attention on the scenery around him. Soon the car drove into the old town, where the buildings were all 34 years old and the streets were all dilapidated. It's more of a poor neighborhood than an old town. Passing by the shabbiest little 8-story multi-story building, yes, 8 stories, and past 2 broken streetlights, the limousine, which was completely out of place here, pulled up in front of a patch of bungalows. After seeing Gao Ren enter the creaking small building, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other. "Grandpa, does he live in a place like this?" Sun Jiaoer was incredulous. She couldn't even imagine such a pick-me-up, let alone live in it. After all, she was born in the villa area. "You don't understand, high rollers do. Remember to use honorifics when you see Ko again. Your grandfather and I have to flatter people. It's not possible to say that he will save our Sun family's life in the future." Sun Jiaoer stared with wide eyes. "This is so exaggerated? I know Mr. Gao is very powerful, but can he still compare to Uncle Li Kaiming and the others?" Sun Changhai didn't speak, but stared at the small courtyard with flickering eyes. Go home first." Inside the 30-something square foot cabin. As soon as Gao Ren entered the house, he saw the braised pork on the table and $300 bills. He opened his cell phone to find his mom and found that he had left a message. "Mom, son, why didn't you come home today? Today the boss's son is happy for his birthday and wants to cook an extra meal, so mom can't come home and sleep today. I made you red meat, his son eats well, so does my son. Mom will make you other goodies tomorrow on vacation, what do you want to eat?" Gao Ren picked up a piece of braised pork with lingering flavor and edited a short message. "Love you mom, see you tomorrow." Chapter 07 Going to the appointment to meet the leader of the Inheritors Guild. The next morning, Gao Ren simply washed up and headed to the agreed-upon Huimen restaurant. This restaurant is considered to be one of the top restaurants in the city, located in the street opposite the Inheritors Guild, and is built to be high-grade and luxurious. He had just reached the door when a black car pulled up. Gao Ren knows that this car is named Benqi brand, and this one in front of him is big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang Xiaoming followed a middle-aged man who looked similar to him out of the car. That was Zhang's father. "Goran, how's the flower hand I asked you to practice? Don't play tricks on me, or else you'll have to pay me back for the martial arts." Zhang Xiaoming came to him, frowning and barking. He then said that, but what he actually said was that he still wanted the money back after today's incident. "Don't worry, young Zhang, there is absolutely no problem." Gao Ren nodded slightly. He's already thought about it. Immortal spells could never be cast, so just casually wave your hand twice and forget about it. Originally, he didn't have much hope. Agreeing to come was completely just to take a chance, and there were free immortal laws to be taken. He wanted to be a true legacy anyway, but he just wanted to make money. Now with Sun Changhai's money-making channel, he has no worries. If there really wasn't a way to become an inheritor through Zhang Xiaoming's relationship today, then he wouldn't accompany Zhang Xiaoming, this little cutie. Continuing to act amused. Aha! Today is very crucial. As long as you can listen well, I will definitely give you the opportunity to be introduced to the leader. Zhang Xiaoming had no idea what he was thinking at this point, still looking so smug. The two just walked into the restaurant one after the other. The front of the restaurant. The youthful, pretty teenage girl was sprawled out on the lazy boy's couch behind the counter nibbling on a lobster. The young girl feasted on the food, completely lacking any image, her soulful eyes constantly scanning the hall. The male manager next to him stood respectfully with a smile on his face. "What else would you like to eat, miss? 20 pounds of the finest abalone beast? Or imported foreign domestic sashimi? Actually, yesterday I rushed a red fruit that can boost genetic tissue. I just heard that the taste is sour." Sun Jiaoer waved her palm impatiently. Eat, 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 eat. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Every day I just know how to eat. The manager's features twisted at the reprimand, obviously breaking his defenses a bit. But he could only swallow his anger inside his stomach. After all, this was the Sun family's property, and the Sun Jiaoer in front of him was the future successor. Just as he was holding his breath with nowhere to release it, an extremely ill-timed voice came. "Hello, how do I get to the restroom?" A cold smile instantly appeared on the manager's shadowy face, thinking that he had finally found a chance to vent. Only his voice iced up and he shouted angrily, "This is the front desk, the place to pay. Isn't there a waiter outside? Don't you have eyes?" With an angry shout, the front desk was instantly silent. The inquiring voice seemed startled and didn't say a word. The manager's heart was so happy, secretly happy while smiling with his eyebrows. However, in the next second, Sun Jiaoer kicked him in the ass with a flying leg, directly causing him to sprawl on the ground. "Dog-eyed. Dare to talk to my gal like that, do you not want to work anymore?" Gao. Gao. The manager picked up his own fallen bloody teeth on the floor with a look of confusion and awe. He looked up and saw a young man dressed as a student standing there, who was also in a daze at the moment. Gao Ren was also a bit confused. Since when do you have to be greeted when you go to the bathroom? And why is Sun Jiao here at this time? What are you doing here? Didn't you say the dinner was tomorrow? He asked his question. Brother Gao, this is my family's restaurant. The bill is free for you, and in the future, the bill will be free for all the friends you bring. Sun Jiao had a warm and cordial face. Takahito froze. This is one of the top restaurants in the city, and it's surprising that it's the Sun family's restaurant. But when you think about it, this is normal. After all, it is someone who can ride in the class of millions of luxury cars. Free? No, my mom said that eating people's mouths is short and taking people's hands is soft. Gao Ren immediately shook his head. He was well aware that the other party valued himself so much because he had seen the flower hand immortal technique, including doing business to bring himself along. Whether it was helping with the follow-up of the Moonwatch Mountain or promising to take him into business, it was already a favor owed, and could not be owed forever. Otherwise one day people will use these favors to beg him to do something he doesn't like, to do or not to do. Gao Ren just wants to make a lot of money and bring his mom to enjoy her life peacefully. I actually wanted to apologize for last time. I'm young, don't take it personally. I'll just send 2 dishes, even if it's a token of my appreciation. Sun Jiao's momentary dark eyes darted around and smiled playfully. She clearly remembered Sun Changhai's admonition that Gao Ren was different from ordinary powerful and noble masters, and seemed to be living the most ordinary life, so there was not too heavy a flavor of interest on him. The food is not necessary, my thoughts are appreciated. Gao Ren laughingly refused, then asked about the restroom before running away in a hurry. Seeing his fading figure, Sun Jiao kicked the still confused manager. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made Gao angry, I wouldn't have been unable to deliver this favor. I don't care, in a minute you find a way to deliver my groceries. To deliver the best dish, it has to be something you've never seen on a menu before, it has to be something that makes you feel amazing at first sight. Also, you must give my Gao enough face. The manager looked at Sun Jiao, who was about to get angry, and hurriedly shivered, rolling and crawling towards the back kitchen. He now has only one thought inside his head, and that is the person who even the Sun family has to be treated so. What level does that have to be? What kind of god is it? Chapter 08 Misunderstanding caused by delivering food. 10 minutes later. Gao Ren came to the private room after using the restroom. What have you been doing? Going to the restroom is a grind, and if you upset the leader you'll never be a legacy in your life. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the returning Gao Ren with a displeased face. In a moment, I'll let you perform a program you perform well. You have to be clear that without me you won't be able to see the leaders in this life, much less eat in such a high-class restaurant. Gao Ren got a little curious when he heard him repeat his advice. It was because he didn't have much hope in this matter from the beginning, he just thought that perhaps it was an opportunity to reach out to the Inheritors Guild. It just seems like today's party is really quite serious now. Such a serious meal has really brought me to mix in. It's hard to believe that I've misunderstood this Zhang family father and son. Gao Ren surveyed the several people who had already entered the meal, and after surveying them for a while his expression became odd. He was dismayed to find that in addition to the chapter's father, all the teenagers present here were actually 17 or 18. Most importantly, these teenagers were all good-looking, the kind that shouldn't be lacking for girls to like when placed inside a school class. He also saw a guy who was putting on lipstick color and winced in disgust. It's not right. This thing is very much 12 degrees of wrong. Just as he was rambling, the sound of Father Zhang's attentive laughter suddenly came from outside the door. Sisterly, you're right on time. I have all the men ready for you, let us eat first, and afterward I will let them go with you. Accompanying the fall of the chapter father's voice came an unpleasant woman's voice. Hey, I didn't realize you knew what you were doing. If I have fun today, what you said before is not a problem. Crunch. The woman's voice was cut off abruptly by the sound of the door opening, followed by. Immediately afterward, Gao Ren saw a bloated woman in her late 40s walk in. If she wasn't mistaken, Gao Ren eyed her at 165 in height and 165 in weight. Li's face already had obvious wrinkles, and her skin was dark and dry. The person couldn't be described as ugly, but only unpleasant to look at, and even able to see burnt teeth from inside her big grinning mouth. The only thing that could be made to look good was the crest that represented the symbol of the legacy in front of the chest. It was a captain's rank badge. Captain level. That was an existence that could only be achieved by mastering an immortal technique of level 30 or above, and there were only 20 or so in the entire city of Tsangshan, so it was no wonder that the chapter's father was smiling so brightly. Just as Gao Ren sighed, this Sister Li's gaze also scanned the private room. Her gaze was filled with aggression, surveying and roaming over all the teens, from head to toe. When his eyes finally fell on Gao Ren, he revealed a slightly obscene and greedy smile. Gao Ren's body was agitated with goosebumps. Lean. This Sister Li wouldn't be the kind of pervert he thought she was, would she? Just as Gao Ren was considering whether or not to leave immediately, Sister Li withdrew her gaze and walked to her position. Gao Ren hesitated and didn't leave right away. He felt that he was perhaps overthinking things. After all, he was a captain-level figure of the Inheritors Guild, so how could he have some cards, right? Since Sister Li is here, I'll have someone serve the food. The chapter's father said and clapped his hands, then rang the call bell. Soon a grizzled manager walked in. That's right, it's the manager that Gao Ren ran into. This manager's surname is Fan, and Manager Fan's head is full of the task that Sun Jiao gave him at this time. Of course, there was the fear and nervousness of offending Gao Ren. After he realized that Gao Ren was a big shot, he no longer had the heart to go to work normally. There was only one question inside his head right now, and that was how he could make Gao Ren not hold a grudge against him. Hello Manager Fan, I've already ordered the dishes at the front desk before, so please help us serve them. Father Zhang still had a warm smile piled up on his face, and his voice carried a few hints of ingratiation. That's right, it's pleasing. This Huiman restaurant was so famous that as long as one was in contact with the Inheritors Guild circle, there was no one who didn't know about his backstage. That was the Sun family's property, and behind it was the president of the Inheritors Guild. Rumor has it that all the staff inside this Huiman restaurant are non-relatives or relatives of the Sun family, so they must not be offended. You rang the bell for such a small thing, wouldn't you ask yourself? Manager Fan was already in a bad mood, and when he heard this he was immediately ready to lash out. But the moment this was said, he saw Gao Ren inside the booth and immediately shivered. It'll be served right away, absolutely fast. The food will be served in 5 minutes and it's all yours. Do you think this will work? He even rubbed his palms together as he spoke, looking at Gao Ren behind Father Zhang with an attentive face. Gao Ren slightly frowned when he heard his words because he could hear what this Manager Fan meant, clearly wanting to continue selling him favors for the Sun family. He didn't want to owe a favor just because of a meal, so he was ready to open his mouth to refuse, but Zhang's father beat him to it. Manager Fan's angle could easily be misunderstood if he didn't double-check it, and Father Zhang misunderstood that the other party thought he was talking to himself. At first he was a bit confused. After all, he never knew Manager Fan, he had only inquired about his identity before coming here, so the other party certainly wouldn't be because of affection. This would mean that Manager Van was actively befriending him. The only explanation he could think of was Ray, who was the captain behind him. When he thought about it, he felt more and more that he had done the right thing by inviting Sister Li to this meal and the arrangement afterward. Under the excitement, he foxed. Then I'll trouble Manager Fan. After all, as you know, I have a very distinguished guest today. The food must be kept fresh, and you can't have problems with it just because it's short, you must be careful. Manager Fan was slightly stunned by his interruption. Looking at the completely unfamiliar face, he was ready to get angry at the first moment. After all, what kind of a thing was Father Zhang, and he dared to treat him like this? However, he immediately realized something and immediately suppressed the anger in his heart, and his smile in turn became more attentive. In his opinion, the honorable guest that this guy was talking about in his mouth was Gao Ren. Yes, I'll go and supervise it myself now. Manager Fan nodded and hurried away. It all happened so fast that Gao Ren didn't react until Manager Fan left. Something's not right. Isn't this a favor he owes to the Zhang family and their son? No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Gao Ren instantly got up. Wait. The food doesn't need to be rushed, just serve it normally. Never serve food. Chapter 09 Mr. Gao tells you to get lost, can't you hear me? Silence. Everyone stared at him in dismay and shock. Gao Ren also reacted at this time with an embarrassed smile. Gao Ren, are you crazy? Is there a place for you to talk here? What does it have to do with you if someone else, Manager Fan, gives it away? Zhang Xiaoming was the first to open his mouth, a look of anger on his face. He could already feel his father's anger. Father Zhang's face was cloudy, and his voice was a few degrees colder. Gao Ren, right? You don't get to talk here. If you weren't Xiaoming's classmate, you wouldn't even have a chance to get in here, and you dare to stand up for everyone here? Who do you think you are? Sister Li is the star of this meal. Don't apologize to Sister Li. Otherwise, if you anger Sister Li, be careful that you won't be able to become an inheritor for the rest of your life. His 5 features were twisting, looking very angry. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't be catty with this little handsome boy. Sister Li finally spoke at this time, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Only a trace of a disgusting smile appeared on her unpleasant face, and her voice said excitedly, Junior brother Gao Ren, you can only perform a satisfactory program for me, dance whatever you want, or come over to accompany me to drink a couple of cups, then this matter will be settled. She said and squeezed her eyes at Gao Ren in a you-know-what kind of way. With that expression, Gao Ren felt that it was better not to eat this meal. Gao Ren, don't thank Sister Li yet. Sister Li is giving you a chance. Chapter Father quickly opened his mouth. This is after all, he is the proprietor, cannot want to continue to make unpleasant things, naturally want to stand out at the end. Seeing that his old man had opened his mouth, Zhang Xiaoming also hurriedly said, hurry up and go and perform a program for Sister Li, didn't you prepare it long ago? Oh? Then I'm really waiting to see. Sister Li's eyes lit up, extremely excited. Hurry up and get started. The room was quiet for a moment, and all eyes converged on Gao Ren's body, waiting for his reaction. Takahito. Gao Ren didn't move a muscle, but instead looked at the little cutie. The same look at her and the Li family's father and son. Yes, it's the same look that is given to. Takahito, what's that look on your face? Are you looking for death? Reacting, Zhang Xiaoming angrily slapped the table and was ready to make a move, but was immediately stopped by Sister Li. Shut up. Her voice was very cold and carried a bone-chilling chill, causing cold sweat to break out on the foreheads of everyone present. Her aura was too strong, that appalling aura was definitely not something that could be possessed on an ordinary person, and I'm afraid that the average inheritance master would be intimidated. Li coldly stared at Gao Ren, I now order you to satisfy me or else. How else? Takahito interrupted the other again. How about otherwise, what can you do to me? Gao Ren similarly smiled coldly, completely losing his previous foolishness. Things had come to this, so there was no need for him to continue acting with them. That path was dead, and he had almost all but decided to do business with the Sun family. Sister Li never dreamed that Gao Ren would dare to have this attitude with her. After all, not many people inside the entire city would dare to be like this. After all, she was the captain. Her face instantly darkened as she slowly said, how dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll pinch you to death as simple as pinching an ant. I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out the door of this restaurant at my command. So, do as I said before and be good. This is your last chance. Humph, looking for death. Zhang Xiaoming snorted coldly with a gloating expression. Father Zhang had the same expression, looking at Gao Ren as if he was looking at a little cutie. Gao Ren got straight up and left his seat. He would really like to see how these people kept him from leaving this restaurant. He coldly walked directly to Manager Fan and patted the highly nervous Manager Fan. I don't want to see them eating here today, and I don't want to see them in the future. Pust. The Li family father and son in the room laughed out loud, and a number of other people laughed along with them. Who do you think you are, the owner of Huimen Restaurant? Still not letting us eat, you really want to laugh me to death? Zhang Xiaoming laughed out loud as if he had heard some funny joke. Gao Ren also revealed a mysterious smile. It's true that I'm not the boss here, but the boss here needs to listen to me. Manager Van, are you right? Manager Van shivered and nodded as several people looked on in dismay. Yeah, deal with it. Mr. Gao Ren is right. Since you've given your word, let's ask the few people present to leave this place. Manager Fan nodded his head in a hurry. Just now a few people quarreled. He had been listening quietly and did not intervene easily. After all, he only knew Gao Ren and was afraid of getting the situation wrong and in turn upsetting people. But now that Gao Ren had taken the initiative to tell him what to do, he naturally went to do it immediately. His words brought silence to the booth. What? The Li family's father and son were shocked. They couldn't believe their ears and thought they had heard wrong. How is that possible? How could Manager Fan listen to a loser? Manager Fan ignored the shocked crowd and continued, Gentlemen, you all heard what Mr. Gao said just now. So will you leave on your own, or will I ask you all to leave? This time, the Li family's father and son heard clearly. There was absolutely no mistake, but they still doubted their ears. After all, how could they not think of a reason for the Huimin Hotel to help Gao Ren? Manager Fan, are you mistaken? We are here to pay for our meals, isn't it this brat who should leave? Sister Lee also finally couldn't help but open her mouth and slowly got up. She also knew Manager Fan's backstage, and knew that this backstage was her top boss, but since Manager Fan was willing to deliver the food so enthusiastically just now, he should have given him face. Only it was not to be. Who are you to let Mr. Gao go? Just a district captain, I've seen more than enough subjects, who are you? I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here, or else it won't be such a simple matter if things get out of hand and alarm my lady. Sister Lee's face was unsightly. She had never dreamed that a titular captain would one day be chastised like this. Her pride was thwarted and she was a bit hungover, grabbing the bowls and chopsticks on the side and slamming them in the face of Zhang's father. This is the meal you put together. Surname Lee, I think you're just being sincere, this matter is not over. The father of the chapter was smashed in the head, but Frozen did not dare to say anything. One can only be dumbfounded. One could only slap Zhang Xiaoming's face, and there was a crisp put of applause in the booth. Can't even get this done. I really raised you for nothing. Chapter 10. What did you say about my mom? Zhang Xiaoming covered his red and swollen face and was about to cry. He also didn't understand how Gao Ren was related to the people from the Huimin restaurant. It was clearly just a 0% awakened waste. How is it that in a meal suddenly shifted into this, not only screwed up their family, but also even the object of their friendship cannot afford to mess with? Gao Ren, I'll remember your name, I'll go out and ask around, what kind of a character you are. Sister Lee walked to Gao Ren's front and stopped for a moment, sneering as she walked out of the restaurant. Her meaning is obvious, if Gao Ren's background is really hard, this loss she will eat, but if Gao Ren does not have any background, that's add up. Gao Ren spread his hands with a disinterested face. Not to mention a captain-level Sister Lee, if it really came to blows, the inheritors inside the entire city would be no match. When Manager Fan saw her leave, he placed his gaze on the Lee family's father and son and the other teenagers. Several of you, do you want me to ask you out one by one? Zhang father's already ugly face was even uglier at this moment, but he was a small person in front of the Huimin restaurant and could only leave in disgrace. Zhang Xiaoming also saw that his old man had already left, so naturally he would not continue to linger, and fled in a puff of smoke. The rest of the teens. They all got up and fled in a hurry as well, fearing that this one would spread to them. Only when the inside of the private room was empty did Manager Fan reappear with a fawning smile and said with great respect, Mr. Gao, the meal in the back kitchen is ready. Do you see? Dining here or dining in? The corners of Gao Ren's mouth twitched. It seemed that he had to receive this favor today. Pack it if you can, I'm going home to give my mom a taste. He waved his hand and sighed helplessly. Okay, so that's the last one packed one, please wait. Gao Ren knew that the favor he owed to the Sun family was unavoidable, so he just let go of his mind and sat directly in his seat ready to feast. He had never eaten at such an expensive restaurant before, and most of the food that came up there was cuisine he hadn't seen before. Precious blood and meat of foreign beasts, expensive medicinal herbs, in short, only he could not think of, there was no dish that Huimin restaurant could not serve. After a feast, Goran was ready to leave the whimsical restaurant in preparation for going home. It's just that he packed so much stuff that he couldn't hold it on public transportation, so he had no choice but to get on Sun's bus and go home. The person who sent him was no other than Sun Jiaoer. Once again entering the old town, the color of curiosity inside Sun Jiaoer's eyes became even more intense. She thought to herself that even if she came back as many times as she could, there would still be something here that intrigued her. She'd never seen so many old, dilapidated houses or spotted dogs everywhere. The limousine pulled up once more in front of the old bungalow and came to a steady stop. Before Gao Ren could get out of the car, he saw two people standing in the yard. It was two middle-aged women, one with looks and eyebrows that resembled Gao Ren's, and at first glance, they were related by blood. The other should be about the same age, but was obviously well-maintained and brand new with multiple brands worn with it. Seeing the woman's face, Gao Ren froze. This woman was called Chao Yu, a neighbor of the original old city, and then his son became a true legacy, and I heard that he was even rewarded by a captain level, and his family moved out of the old city after starting a business. What's she doing back here all of a sudden? Hoshi. If you ask me, it's really not easy for you to be alone, and what's the point of holding on to this old house? Even if this old town is demolished, it won't be able to demolish your family, or else sell it to me and leave the rest of the money for your son to make a living. The woman had a bitter look on her face, as if she was really doing it for the good of Gao's mother. Lu Jiawei, Gao Ren's mother, her eyes darkened for a moment, then smiled helplessly and bitterly and said, Sister Chow, this house is not for sale for me. As for Gao Ren, I'm sure he'll become an inheritor sooner or later, no need for me to worry. Xiao Yu's smile suddenly slowly disappeared, replaced by ice coldness and contempt. Don't you dream, don't think that I don't know that Gao Ren is just a 0% awakening level waste. You think he's my son? My son is a true inheritor, and he says that a case like Gao Ren's is a waste now, and will remain a waste for the rest of his life. You! How can you talk like that? Lu Jiawei froze, a little annoyed. What's wrong with me talking like this? Today I'll be honest with you, I'm here to buy your house, the back of this piece is going to be demolished, you hurry up and vacate it too. Xiao Yu's face became even colder. I'll give you $100,000 for this house while I'm patient and you're sensible. That's $100,000 enough to keep you babysitting for a long time, don't be insensitive. Lu Jiawei was already furious and her face was red, shaking her head. No way, this house is a thought left to me by my husband, I absolutely can't sell it, no amount of money can sell it. You're not welcome here, you leave. Who knows that Xiao Yu heard her say so, not only did not leave, on the contrary, coldly laughed. I advise you not to be ungrateful, now give you $100,000 to buy your house is to give you face, with this $100,000 you can still buy your waste of a son some relationship to find a pension job. If you don't know any better, then don't blame me for not giving you a penny. My son is a legacy, we can get this house any way we want. Not for sale. We're not for sale. You hurry up and leave. Don't blame me if you say one more bad word about my son. You're welcome? How's that for nonchalant? My son is a legacy. All you have is a 0% awakened loser son. What are you? You're a piece of nannies who are only worthy of serving other people's sons. The more she said, the more smug she became, and the harsher she became. Lu Jiawei's face was reddened by what was said, and annoyed, she directly pushed her with her hands. Xiao Yu stumbled a bit when she pushed him, and his entire body took a few steps back, bursting into a rage. Don't you dare push me. You're screwed. I'll let my son get your son when the time comes. And then all of your house. You toasted me and pushed me? See if I don't beat you to death. She said and swiped at Lu Jiawei, there was no restraining of that force. If it really smacked her in the face, it would definitely be a bloody handprint. Only in the next second, her palm was grabbed by a person and clutched in a death grip. She subconsciously turned around and saw Gao Ren's icy gaze. You said. What happened to my mom? Chapter 11, Gao Ren, I want you to pay the price. Little punk, you dare to make a move against me. When Xiao Yu saw Gao Ren, he recoiled and became even more arrogant. Snap. Crisp slaps appeared as Gao Ren slapped his opponent mercilessly. Xiao Yu froze for a split second, then rushed up as if he was crazy, but the next second he was shocked by Gao Ren's icy cold eyes. She didn't know why, but Gao Ren's eyes gave off an extremely frightening feeling. She subconsciously took a few steps back, but immediately thought of something. Yeah. Little bastard. How dare you hit me in the mouth, today I will make you pair of trash pay. You hit me in the mouth and I'll have my son smash your mom's mouth so hard you'll be on your knees watching. I'm calling my son right now. Kick you out of this house, make you street rats, and let you all die. Xiao Yu said with her teeth and claws open, taking out her cell phone to make a call. Sister Chow, my son was just confused for a moment, you must not be so gentle with him. Lu Jiawei rushed out at this moment with an ugly face. She pulled Gao Ren and said with a trembling voice, Son, why don't you apologize to your Aunt Chow and admit your mistake? Recognize the mistake? Xiao Yu's voice was sharp. Yeah. Cut off whichever hand is beating, or wait for my son to come and cut you. You and your son are going to pay, and your mouths must be smashed. Snap. The crisp slap sounded once more. Gao Ren's eyes were filled with anger and meaning at this moment. He only had one thought right now, and that was that even if he destroyed the city, he would make this woman pay. If the first slap was a surprise to both women present, this one was a shock. You. Xiao Yu's face was furious, annoyed that she couldn't say anything else even after saying 3 U words. All she could do was pick up her cell phone and make a hasty call. She yelled into the inside of the phone, Your mom and I are getting beat up, so hurry up and get over here. Where? Where else could it be? It's that punk's house. Right. Get over here now. The phone hung up, arrogance written across her entire face. Son. You are in big trouble. Lu Jiawei's face was pale and her voice trembled as she grabbed Gao Ren. Xiao Yu, her family, we can't afford to offend, she said, thinking of something, and pushed Gao Ren. Son, hurry up and go, Mom will transfer the money to you later. You go out and hide for a while, and you come back when they've cooled off. Mom, you believe in your son, even if the God of heaven comes today, no one will touch you again. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll let her be buried with her, everyone connected to her, and the whole city. What a mouthful. A 0% awakening waste dares to speak out of turn. In a moment when my son arrives, I'd like to see if you can be so wild. Gao Ren didn't say anything, but instead pulled over a small stool from inside the courtyard, then let Lu Jiawei sit on it. Mom, don't worry. My son is growing up, just let me handle things today. Lu Jiawei had a worried look on her face at this time, and when she heard Gao Ren's words, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only sigh on. Her eyes were red and tears trailed down her cheeks. It's Mom's incompetence, it's Mom's impulsiveness, you're a good boy. No matter what happens today, I won't let anyone hurt you. Gao Ren didn't speak, but rather his expression grew colder and colder. At this very moment, from the limousine outside the courtyard, Sun Jiaoer took it all in. She dialed somewhat nervously, then lowered her voice. Grandpa, something's wrong. Mr. Gao seems to have a conflict with someone. Sun Changhai, who was dealing with guild affairs at the moment, froze and shivered. What did you say? Who messed with him? Sun Jiaoer's voice was a bit tense. I don't know, it looks like it's a woman. I've never seen Mr. Gao's face look so scary. I'd like to go down there and see what's going on, but I don't really dare. Sun Jiaoer really didn't dare. She couldn't stop trembling just by thinking about the last flower hand immortal technique thing. With just a single starting move, he almost sent his grandfather to Hades, so how could she dare to go over and watch? If it hadn't been for her grandfather's instructions to report anything first, she would have had someone drive off by now. Send me the address, I'll be there now. Sun Changhai hung up the phone and was ready to leave at the first time, but the next second he rang something and dialed Li Kaiming's phone. Li Kaiming was eating instant noodles at the moment and was taken aback. Old Li. Listen to me, you must hear me out. Now mobilize all your manpower towards the old city. The high-ranking person I introduced you to last time is there. Promise me that no matter what happens you will go and help solve the problem. Never let him get angry and do something. Sun Changhai finished in one breath before realizing that sweat had already dampened his clothes. He's afraid. Can he not be afraid? Gao Ren, just a simple starting hand, let the whole lookout mountain almost shattered, if you are really pissed off. He no longer dared to continue thinking about it. When that time really came, not only would the entire city find itself devastatingly paralyzed, but they, the Inheritors Guild, would also have to harden their hearts to deal with the problem. Just dealing with Gao Ren? No kidding. So the only way to prevent this from happening now is to never let it happen. Are you kidding me? Li Kaiming's voice came out slowly from inside the phone. I see that you've been a bit mentally unbalanced lately, and I'm a director who still makes a fuss over such a high school student? Don't you dare make fun of me. Old Li, trust me for once, or you'll definitely regret it if something really goes wrong. Toodle-o-o. The phone was hung up and Sun Changhai's face was ugly. He dialed the past number again, only to find it hung up. His face turned blue, and at the first moment, he flew to cast his immortal technique to fly into the middle of the mid-air and disappeared. In the meantime, it was downstairs from him, the first floor of the Legacy Guild. A kid with dyed yellow hair hung up the phone and cocked a few curt smiles at the palms of the women on the sidelines. Captain, I have a few things I need to take care of, so why don't you come with me on your way? Li was in a bad mood because of today's events, and it was entirely because of yellow hair that made her feel better. She revealed a doting smile. No problem, I'll see which ungrateful thing has upset our little baby. Let me help you teach him a good lesson. Chapter 12. Then let the city of Songshan recognize my Gao Ren's existence. Old Town. The yard of Gao Ren's house. Xiao Yu's cheeks were already red and swollen, and she stared viciously at Gao Ren, who was not far away, itching to eat him immediately. However, she didn't dare to act rashly now. After all, the 2 slaps she had just received were still fresh in her mind. Gao Ren, if you kneel down now and smash your own mouth, I may still let you go, otherwise today neither of you mother and daughter will be able to walk out of this courtyard unharmed. She spoke triumphantly, as if she had already secured her victory. Lu Jiawei wanted to say something, but was stopped by Gao Ren. He said icily, I told you, there's no use calling anyone today. Almost as soon as his words fell, an arrogant shout came from outside the door. Let's see which one of these ungrateful things dares to touch my Guolei's mother. Only to see a Chao Chong walk in from outside, still wearing the clothes of an inheritor. Behind Chao Chong was another person that Gao Ren thought looked somewhat familiar. Before he could take a closer look, he was caught by Chao Yu's shout. Son! That's him! It's this punk Goren who dared to slap your mom. You go rip this bastard's mouth off and cut off his hands for your mom and me. When Chao Yu saw Chao Chong appear, he immediately found a backer. She pointed at the two Gao Ren with an aggrieved face, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that Gao Ren had just seen this arrogant woman with his own eyes, he would have really thought that this guy had been wronged by something. Chao Chong stared at Gao Ren viciously and arrogantly when he heard her words. Waste of the Gao family, don't say I won't give you a chance. Call whatever backer you can find, and don't cry foul when the time comes. I'd like to see what means you have to dare to make a move against my family. He said with a lull in his voice and a look of pride and complacency, pointing his finger at the person behind him and said, See this one? This is Sister Lee of the Inheritors Guild. You can try and see if anyone will help you or not. No sooner had he finished his words than he heard a footstep. Only to see Sister Lee take a step towards the door at this moment. Surprisingly, she was about to leave. That's right, to leave. What are you going to do, Ray? Don't look for me when you're looking for death. From today onwards, we don't have any relationship. Sister Lee's voice was more than a little trembling, with a little bit of fear amongst the trembling. After her clash with Goren, she went inside the Wyoming restaurant to inquire about the relationship. She had thought that Gao Ren merely had some relationship with manager Fan, but when she inquired about it, it almost didn't scare her to death. Goren is related to Sun Jiao Air. That's the president's precious granddaughter. She remembered the last time one of the captains had said a bad word about Sun Jiao Air in public, only to be swept away the next day. I heard that until now, the man has not found an organization to take him in. I've heard that the whole lot of them are now living less affluent lives than an ordinary person, even though they are still legacies. She didn't want to live like that, so she couldn't offend Gao Ren no matter what. Ha! Everyone in the room froze slightly. Chao Chong even revealed an incredulous look. In all the time he had known Lee, it was the first time he had seen her show fear. Did Takahito? He immediately shook his head. No way, absolutely no way. He was well aware of the current state of the Gao family, and that Gao Ren, who was simply a waste. How could a mere punk be made to fear Sister Lee? Sister Lee, are you mistaken? He squeezed out a hint of a pleasing smile on his face, who knows that the other party completely ignored him and directly walked out of the small courtyard. Seeing that Sister Lee left without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Chang's heart was a bit beaten back. Truth be told, Ray's every move took him by surprise. Now he was a little skeptical that Gao Ren knew some of the higher-ups. Just as he was hesitating, Chao Yu, who was on the side, hit him. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go rip his mouth off. Your mom and I are getting slapped around and you're still here watching for what? Chao Chang's hesitant expression disappeared and was replaced by a scowl. A low, muffled sound began to surge through his body, accompanied by a faint lightning of thunder. Immortal technique, Thunder Light. The accompanying lightning grew brighter and brighter, leaving those present with varying expressions. Chao Yu's face was smug with excitement and anticipation written all over it. Terror was written all over Lu Jiaowei's face as she grabbed Gao Ren and tried to pull him behind her. Takahito. The expression was calm, only underneath that calmness there was anger written all over it. In the next second, he slowly took a step and did a simple starting stance. Wait. A haze of light descended from the sky and finally landed firmly on the ground. Sun Changhai stood between the two with a sweaty face. President. Why are you here? Chao Chong looked at Sun Changhai with a stunned expression of disbelief. Their president had never been a god, but today he would even appear in this old city. The first thought that came to his mind when he saw the president was bah humbug, which was the only word inside his mind. He was subconsciously about to stop, but he realized that the president was directly turning his head to look at Gao Ren. Xiao Gao, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. I'll take care of anything for you, don't ever do anything. Gao Ren frowned slightly when he saw that it was Sun Changhai. If it had been anyone else, he might have gone straight for it. But it wouldn't be the same if it was Sun Changhai, because he owed the Sun family a favor. But it was precisely at this time that Chao Yu, who hadn't said anything for a long time, stepped forward. President, you are the famous Inheritors Guild president, right? It's true that hearing 100 things is not as good as seeing them. Surely it's wise and wise. You come and judge us. This loser called Gao Ren is relying on our status as relatives to take over our house here. No, and slapped me, and it's still red and swollen. She said with a more discreet smile on her face, pointing her finger aside to Chao Chong and said, "This is my son, also in your guild. You'll do it for us, won't you?" Son Changhai didn't know what happened, but just based on the fact that this woman knew her identity and had to say so much inexplicable nonsense, he was able to guess some of it. He was about to coldly lower his face when Gao Ren's sneer made his heart thump. Yes. Great. Not only did you insult my mother, but you tried to take over my house. If someone hadn't gotten here today, would you have had to make a move to get us killed? Originally I didn't want to do anything, but if a punk like you can bully me like that today, then anyone will be able to bully me in the future. In that case, there's no point in my continuing to think about the rest. Let Sangshan City see my Gao Ren's existence. Under Sun Changhai's terrified gaze, Gao Ren's body gradually lit up. Chapter 13 Restrictor. Burst. Gao Ren's body lit up with light, flickering on his face. The reflected light illuminated his face, and the light illuminated the world for a moment. The golden light on Sun Changhai's body flashed, and his first reaction was to fly towards the distance. His use of the Imperial Air, immortal technique could not be said to be perfect, it could only be said to be the pinnacle of excellence. There were probably only 1 or 2 people in the entire city who could catch up with him. So in the blink of an eye, he flew a few dozen meters. Just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, an extremely sleepy feeling suddenly hit him. He tried to keep his eyes wide open to stay awake, but realized he couldn't control his eyelids at all. Suddenly, Sun Changhai seemed to think of something and was shocked. He didn't remember exactly when, but it was this month, the day he suddenly felt very sleepy and then passed out. He looked like he'd been asleep for a while, but he couldn't be sure, nor could he when he asked the others, and then checked the surveillance. On the monitor, he realized that he had slept for a full 3 days. This matter even caused quite a bit of clamor inside the circle at the time, but because everyone in the downtown area had fallen asleep, many people didn't notice. The feeling of lethargy that day was exactly the same as it was now. That's Xiao Gao's immortal technique? He was incomparably shocked, but immediately came back to his senses and wanted to flee. But the feeling of those eyelids pulling down was just a little hard to control, and he could only let his body keep falling. Boo! A heavy fall to the ground was his last thought. Dead silence. The whole world went quiet. The light from Gao Ren's body covered the entire city. Meanwhile, at the edge of the city, a visible crack suddenly appeared in the invisible air. It was like the appearance of broken fragments on top of extremely transparent glass, except that the fragments were extremely terrifying, extending at least a few thousand meters in distance. If one were to look down from the sky at this moment, one would be able to see that the entire Sangshan city was densely cracked, like spider cracks. Snap! The light flourished even more, and the spider cracks instantly shattered. Meanwhile, in the command center downtown, a red alert appeared on the device machine that oversees the limiter. Damage! Damage! Unrepairable! Fix it as soon as possible. Buzzing voices of caution rang throughout the command room, but none could respond. They were all slumped over the table, lying on the ground, huffing and puffing. On the topmost screen of the instrument, it suddenly displayed a centralized request for a connection, and the warning alert sounded louder and louder. But even then, no one was able to get to this communication link. Dragon Capital Central. Inside the National Control Command Room, one of the top executives had a hard, ironic look on his face. Can't reach anyone in Sangshan City, what's going on? I've only seen something like a limiter shattering once 10 years ago, and that time was when someone cast a level 96 immortal technique. But there's absolutely no way that person is in Sangshan City right now, what the hell is going on? Satellite, request satellite location. Luo Zhong, as the National Commander-in-Chief of Prevention and Control, was seriously mobilizing the satellite situation at the moment. But when he saw the satellite situation in Sangshan City, the whole person was dumbfounded. On the street, in the room, in front of them all. All creatures are asleep. They slept like they were on sleeping pills, and they slept like they were on sleeping pills. Luo Zhong frowned with a grave expression, utilizing the testing equipment to constantly scan over it. Commander Luo. Something's going on here. A voice drew him in and the picture began to switch on the big screen. Soon they saw a speeding luxury car. That's right, the speeding limousine. The limousine had traveled from what appeared to be an old town location and had been headed to speed towards the outskirts of the city. Zoom in on the satellite. I'm going to see what's going on. Yes. The image was constantly zoomed in on as the following people replied. Only because it was so fast, it was impossible to see who was inside. Just like that, they could only watch as the limousine kept speeding out of the city. That's right. Sped out of the city and straight into the wilderness. What direction are they going? Fierce Beast Mountain. Where? The Feral Beast District. Luo Zhong's face was a bit odd. There were very, very few ferocious beasts left in this era. It could be said that there were almost none. However, the foreign beasts that still survived were all extremely terrifying fellows. The fact that they had the power to survive the Age of Gods was proof of their toughness. They unite together to inhabit an area which is known as the Feral Beast Zone. In this era, almost no one was willing to enter into the Fierce Beast area. After all, even those who had mastered more than level 80 immortal techniques had the probability of dying inside. What the hell is this drive-by traveling to Feral Beast Mountain for? No. Whatever he was up to, he had to figure it out himself. The destruction of the restrictor in Sangshan City, as well as the slumber of everyone in the downtown area, must all be hugely connected to this person. With that, he saw the car gradually disappear into the dense forest and enter the ferocious beast area. Hurry! Get in touch with the people around downtown. I want to know what the hell is going on in there. Yes. 3 days later. A black silhouette stopped above the fierce beast area. It was an old man in a Zhongshan suit, with a dozen flying swords floating behind him and a folding screen cell phone grasped in his hand. Reporting to Commander Luo, I've been here for 2 days and 2 nights now, and I haven't found anything out of the ordinary. But the thing I can confirm is that the alien beasts in the Fierce Beast District seem to be asleep. Falling asleep again? Luo Zhong's voice carried a bit of gravity. That's right, I've never seen such a quiet ferocious beast area before. The old man looked at the dense forest at his feet, his eyes twinkling. You know that usually when he passes by here, the roar inside never stops. From time to time, he could still see a dozen-meter-long two-headed python squirming, or a winged bird of prey rushing to attack him. Such a quiet ferocious beast area was, in turn, a bit more menacing. Keep checking until the results appear. Yes. Another 3 days flashed by. Finally, the foreign beasts in the middle of the dense forest began to gradually awaken. And at this moment, Xiaoyu and Yellow Hair, who were in the center of the fierce beast area, both slowly opened their eyes. When they saw their unfamiliar surroundings, they first froze, and then their faces changed drastically. Where is this? Why are we here? The two men anxiously got up to check their surroundings when an icy voice came from behind them. This is the Fierce Beast Mountain. All around are ferocious beasts that eat people. Chapter 14 Gao Ren. Can't really be a tall person, right? Fierce Beast Mountain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Chong froze at the same time, revealing horror. However, they immediately returned to normal, and even more so with a sneering sneer. Little punk, who are you scaring here? And the mountain of ferocious beasts. I'm afraid this is one of those downtown parks, isn't it? Although I don't know what tactics you use to make us unconscious, but you want to scare people with such a little tactic. Do you really think that we have never seen the world like you? Xiao Yu had a sneer on his face. Xiao Chong laughed beside him. Mom, don't talk nonsense with him, watch me cut off his hand now to take it out on you. He said, feeling around his body, only to realize that the knife he had on him had long since disappeared. Oof. Think I can't get you if you put your weapon away? I can break your hands with my bare hands. Xiao Chong was ready to make his move, only to take a step before the ground shook tremendously. The ground shook as if a mega earthquake had occurred, directly toppling him to the ground. Roar! The deafening roar made their ears buzz, and the brutality and authenticity of it was absolutely unquestionable. Not only that, Xiao Chong even saw a dozen meters of giant python gazing up in the mid-air in the distance, and there were even huge birds of prey skimming over his head. He looked at the behemoth in horror, his voice trembling. Fei. Fei, it's Fei. Although this era was the Age of Gods, there were very few people who had actually seen a foreign beast, let alone dealt with one. The foreign beasts that survived could all be terrifying existences capable of fighting against immortal laws of around level 50, and at the level of Xiao Chong, the lowest level of the legacy, not to mention getting his hands dirty, giving the other party a toothpick was not enough to qualify. Goren, you're crazy. It really brought us to the ferocious beast area? The two men were scared out of their wits, not thinking that Gao Ren would actually dare to bring them to such a horrible place. Doesn't he want to die? Gao Ren didn't speak, but looked at them icily. Damn you all. I blame you all for coming to mess with me with the things I hold most dear. Don't you guys like to tease? Now I'm going to give you guys a taste of that too. You can try to get out of this area on your own and I won't stop you, but in half an hour I'll make this whole area disappear completely, including you who didn't get out. The two men were stunned at the moment. Only after hearing his words did he finally react. Xiao Yu grabbed Xiao Chang's body with a pale face. Son, come on. Aren't you a legacy? Can't you fly? Hurry up and take mom away. Yes, I'm an inheritor. Xiao Chong nodded his head shiveringly at this moment as if waking up from a dream. Mikado. Along with the golden light, he literally slowly rose into the air. To the side, Xiao Yu grabbed him, obviously relieved. Just like that, they slowly rose under Gao Ren's gaze and flew into the middle of the sky. Ha ha. Do you really think everyone is a 0% awakened loser like you? I'll be able to leave this place at will just by casting the spell, Sentinel Air, so you'll just wait here to be eaten by the Fey beasts without any bones left. He laughed maniacally, but the smile didn't last long. Because he realized that Gao Ren was expressionless, as if he wasn't afraid of them flying away at all. A bad feeling rose from within, but it lasted only a split second before disappearing without a trace. What can a 0% awakened loser do? I'm afraid that he can't even use the simplest of immortal laws, so what's there to worry about? As he thought this, he realized that Takahito had made a starting motion. In the next second, the entire earth shook. Without a limiter, Gao Ren was going to fully unleash 99,999% of his awakened power to perform a Tai Chi flower surgery. The earth shook and instantly began to extend, spreading infinitely with Gao Ren at the center. The heavens and the earth changed color, a horizontal vision was born, and 5 thunderbolts struck the top of the sky. Boom! The old man in a Chinese mountain suit who was searching in midair came to a violent stop as he looked at a heavenly thunderbolt in front of him with a diameter of dozens of meters, and his few hairs began to fall out. His face was pale, as white as a sheet of paper. Almost he was drowned by this heavenly thunder. Gobble. His throat rolled and he instantly disappeared over this ferocious beast area, throwing the task given to him by the center directly behind his head. Meanwhile, violent shaking appeared in Sanshan City. Inside the office, Li Kaiming's eyes were bloodshot at this time, and his face was tense and haggard. He had never dreamed that it was just a dinner that something so big had happened. First, he was inexplicably unconscious, then upon awakening, he found that the limiter had been destroyed, and then there was a reprimand from the center. A huge mess now waited for him to clean up, and he was already busy, but suddenly he felt a strong tremor. What's happening? He yelled anxiously. Immediately outside the office a black silk secretary barged in and said with a hard look on her face, "The instruments have detected a tremor, the entire city is quaking, but that's still because we're at the furthest distance the quake can ripple from its source." Longest range? And where is the source? In the feral beast zone. Li Kaiming's head briefly short-circuited as he said in shock, "Are you saying that this is all due to the Fey beasts? To be able to make the tremors reach here, what kind of terrifying foreign beast would be able to do that? If a foreign beast of such a level really appeared, then Sangshan City was definitely in danger. Gather all the top brass and prepare to head to the Fey beast area to take a look." Before he could finish his words, huge shadows loomed over his office, followed by huge objects crashing into his office. With the sound of breaking glass, he saw in the midst of his shock what flew in. That is a more than 10 meters of python beast, at this moment has completely broken up, the body has completely twisted and fractured, softly just lying in the office. Dead silence. The office was dead silent. Li Kaiming looked at the corpses on the ground in shock, and his brain short-circuited a bit for a while. Why is there a Fey? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a large number of exclamations from outside the window. It was like something more horrible than an earthquake had happened, with screams and honking horns. Once again there was a knock on the office door, this time extremely sharply used. A young man crashed through the front door, screaming in terror amidst the shaking of the house. "Chief, it's not good, Chief. Something's wrong." A tornado of unbridled terror swept over the very edge of the city, and countless huge carcasses of alien beasts crashed into the downtown area. Along with the non-stop earthquakes and the falling of the alien beasts, the entire downtown area has been in chaos. The city's leaders have given an ultimatum to stop this havoc by any means necessary. Li Kaiming felt his body go limp and almost sat on the ground. He had only one thought right now, and that was why was everything fine and dandy when this would suddenly happen? Why? Why is it suddenly like this? Suddenly, his entire being froze, remembering Sun Changhai's last call. His entire body and palms began to tremble as he slowly picked up his cell phone. No. Wouldn't it? Chapter 15 bombarded Songshan City and drew the attention of the central government. Li Kaiming couldn't stop his hand from shaking as he dialed the phone. Several times I pressed the wrong button and delayed dialing down, but finally took several deep breaths before dialing. His head was confused as the dialed in music appeared. But even so, he was still unwilling to believe the young man that Sun Changhai had spoken of. No, it's not that I don't want to believe it, it's that there's no way to believe it at all. What can a high school student do? Being able to cast a level 10 immortal technique was already not easy, so how could one make such a big commotion? He consoled himself with the thought that he was overthinking it and just taking Sun Changhai's two jokes seriously. Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely not because he had neglected to drop such a character, thus causing such a catastrophe for the city. He was facing such a big dilemma, and he definitely didn't ask for it by not listening to his own advice. Just as he had just consoled himself, the other side of the phone picked up, and Sun Changhai's helpless and sighing voice caused his newly calmed mood to ripple once again. Ugh. Old Li. We've been friends all our lives, why don't you trust me? Now that something's happened you're thinking of me. That family has completely pissed off Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao doesn't know if he wants to continue to make trouble. I'm afraid that you, the director, will suffer. Sun Changhai sighed with an alas, causing the defense in Li Kaiming's heart to collapse. That last minute of fluke also went up in smoke in this instant. He knew that Sun Changhai did not like to joke. If the first time he said it was a joke, the second time was also considered a joke, then 3 times in a row on such a big thing repeatedly determined, it was true. Just. How could a high school student that young do that? How many levels of immortal technique is that? 80% or more awakening? What kind of family lineage is it to possess such a never-before-seen immortal technique? Li Kaiming in this moment brought with a crying voice, Old son, you can help me, I have only been mixed up with such a director in my life, this is going to retire, I do not want to be dismissed. Sun Changhai sighed, you are really unclear. Xiao Gao is not an ordinary person, his every word and action is elusive. I'm not really sure, I'll try my best. What you say next you must memorize and arrange properly, and then I'll put you in touch with Ko. Li Kaiming was immediately incomparably excited, Old son, you said, I'll be sure to remember it well. I'd be willing to be an ox or a horse if I could get through this one unscathed. Very well, listen to me, this first point is that we need to go and find Ko first thing now. The only way things won't get more serious is if Ko is satisfied and no longer angry. As for this second point, Songshan City. Along with the gradual decrease of the Fei rain, the terrified citizens all stepped out of their homes to check it out. There was a cacophony of people on the street discussing the matter over and over. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky, that was the immortal technique, Imperial Sword, which was considered a more advanced immortal technique within the flying immortal technique. Those who were able to cast such immortal techniques were the top inheritors in the urban area, the bigwigs of the common people. After all that happened, someone finally came out. Yes, this kind of immortal law can't be seen once in half a year during the weekdays, it seems that a big shot is going to come out. Murmuring voices appeared in the streets. Just before their voices fell, another golden light appeared. It's a crossing. That's an even more advanced immortal technique than the sword defense. Exclamations of surprise once again appeared among the crowd, with curious and shocked faces. Just before their cries of alarm could fall, another golden light appeared. It's still Imperial Sword. Followed by a second, third, and fourth pass. Mikado. Crossing. Mikado. The sky seemed to present a brilliant fireworks show and everyone's jaws dropped. There was speculation as to what had happened that had caused so many experts to come out. Could there be a greater evil in this reign of foreign beasts? Others saw this as a spectacle altogether. After all, you can only see such a spectacular scene once in your life. They have taken out their cell phones to take pictures with a look of longing and desire. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Make sure to have all the incumbents arrive for me. Li Kaiju, who was leading the flight, began to transmit voice. Old son said that we must meet Mr. Gao with the highest of manners. Prepare all the private work you've had in your hands for so many years, and remember that you must take a gift. Yes. The ones who flew with him were public office bearers, and they were all going to be deposed once the city damage was raised another notch. For the sake of their rice bowls, they didn't hesitate to go with Kaiming to greet Gao Ren. In any case, they had to put Goren's emotions at ease. For this reason, Kaiming led the people can be said to be all hands on deck, but even so also in her apprehension. According to Sun Changhai, Gao Ren is a very special person. No one knew what he was thinking. If he really angered the other party, then such a terrifying immortal technique might not be cast in the suburbs, but within the city. Thinking of this, he looked at the black clouds of the fierce beast region and sped up his flight. In the meantime, feral beast zone. With the ferocious beast area as the center, it rained foreign beasts in a circle of 5 to 6 kilometers. Along with a purple thunderbolt that fell, the rain poured down, and the rainwater was dyed red. The old man in the middle mountain costume stood inside a cave, his body trembling uncontrollably. His throat continued to roll, and he almost couldn't hold the cell phone in his hand, his eyes gazing out at the giant in the distance with a shocked look on his face. It was a giant formed of illusory white, unable to see the face, only the general attire, the simplest and most common casual suit. A faint glow enveloped his body, the wind and thunder raging around him, and the portrait slowly made Tai Chi movements, like a god. Arms sliding, wind swept. Both palms pushed out, and thunder surged. If the old man had to guess the level of this immortal law, it would have to be level 100. Because he hadn't seen a level 100, nor had he seen an immortal law of such power, the only explanation he could make, then, was this one. Again, it wasn't just him who was silent and shocked at this point. And the people on the other end of his cell phone video. At this time, in the National Defense and Control General Command Hall, Commander Luo and all the staff were all stupefied. As officers of the National Defense Chief, they are arguably exposed to horrific Shenfa events on a daily basis. Level 90 immortal laws were practically routine for them, but even so, they had never seen an immortal law of this level. The range of this wave should be above level 96, or more accurately it should be between level 97 and 98. The staff member at the site who specialized in detecting immortal technique levels spoke. It was a young man in his early 20s, wearing black sunglasses and a serious face. Of course, if the degree of awakening is very high, a level 94 immortal technique is also possible. I've searched the country for about a dozen inheritors who can perform this level of skill. Not within the cities and provinces near Tsongshan City. The expression on Luo's commanding officer's face was ugly. When something of this magnitude occurs, not only does the city of Tsongshan have a responsibility, but so does their National Defense and Control Commander-in-Chief. After all, as the National Defense and Control Commander-in-Chief, which was itself the body that came to control such a rank of immortal Dharma personnel, this was considered to be a major dereliction of duty on their part. Keep watching, and once you find a caster who hasn't recorded yet, recruit them to the center at all costs, got it? Yes. The video continues to tune in to the distant view. Everyone was waiting for this mysterious immortal law to disappear into thin air while frantically searching for information. Seeing that the immortal technique's stance was gradually going to disappear and the silhouettes were beginning to turn illusory, everyone's faces revealed unsightly expressions. Within the dense forest of the ferocious beast region, Gao Ren slowly stopped and then opened his eyes. His surroundings had long been in shambles, completely reduced to rubble. Chao Yu's mother and son, without a trace, completely disappeared from the earth. Gao Ren was in an unbelievably relaxed mood, patting the dust on his body and striding in the direction of the city. Ugh! The car must have been reduced to pieces as well, if only Mikado or someone had picked it up. Gao Ren sighed. His words had only just fallen when countless golden lights appeared in the distance. Chapter 16. How is this person? Bald? Countless golden lights appeared in the distance, and they were clearly a single strong inheritor. They were led by Kaiming, and they all landed in front of Gao Ren. Mr. Gao, we're here to pick you up. Zhang Yang looked at the group of people in front of him somewhat confused for a moment. Pick me up? That's right, you have a great deal of credit for successfully helping our Tsongshan city eliminate the fierce beast region. It's the heroes within the city, so I'm here to greet you on behalf of all the legacy leaders within all the downtown areas. How do you know I did it? Goren was a bit puzzled. It was Sun Changhai who told us that it was likely that you were here, so we rushed over here first thing. Oh, and by the way, your mother has been taken to safety and is resting now, waiting for Mr. Gao to return for a reunion. When Gao Ren heard him say that, he realized that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. It seemed that they did meet once when they were at the Moonwatch Mountain last time, and this person and son Changhai did know each other. But he didn't relax, instead his expression went guarded. Sure. Is here to pick me up? Is there no banner reward for picking me up? The Chow family's mother and son were all wiped out by him, which is a felony inside the city. The men made a big show of not looking like they had come to greet him, but rather like they had come to arrest him. If that was the case, he certainly couldn't tie his hands. Yes, of course. Li Kaiming felt Gao Ren's wariness and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had heard Sun Changhai say that this Gao Ren was eccentric and temperamental, and should never be messed with. Moreover, from the situation here, everything before was caused by this person, proving that this Gao Ren did indeed have that kind of ability. He waved his hand at the people behind him at the first opportunity, and then an inheritor wearing glasses walked up to him, and along with the casting of the immortal technique, storage, dozens of piles of cash appeared. Looking at the piles of cash, Gao Ren's eyes instantly glowed. Mr. Gao's bravery in helping the people eliminate the hidden dangers of the phase zone is rewarded with a cash prize of $500,000. In addition to this, a complimentary downtown first ring 3-room luxury furnished current house worth $10,000 million. Li Kaiming rubbed his palms together and signaled the people on the side to hurry up and do the handover ceremony. At the same time, he was extremely apprehensive. He had heard that Sun Changhai had said that this one would not easily accept gifts from others. So it had to be reasonable, and this Mr. Gao would only accept the favor if he gave something away reasonably and helped reasonably. Otherwise, not to mention this money, he would have as much as Gao Ren wanted. How much? Gao Ren froze and raised his voice a few notches. $500,000 in cash. How many immortal laws can he purchase with this? $1 million house. His mom never had to go out and babysit for anyone again. The only pity was that this time, it seemed that Sun Changhai had helped to notify them again, as if the favor owed to the Sun family was getting harder and harder to repay. He frowned tightly, looking at Li Kaiming as moody. Is this less? He tried carefully. Less? That's $500,000. How many pounds of red meat can I sell? You're telling me it's less? Gao Ren looked at him with an incredulous face. Li Kaiming was in a foul mood. He now understood Sun Changhai's remark. This Mr. Gao was indeed inscrutable. That, Mr. Gao, is there anything else you need? Due to the relatively large contribution you've given, we'll use our discretion on our end to reward you according to your needs. When, of course, it must be within a reasonable range. Li Kaiming added weakly, without any bottom line. What he was going to say was take your pick, as long as I can do it. But according to Sun Changhai, he would have to change it to discretion and within reason. He was afraid that Gao Ren would be upset and was constantly watching the other party's expression. It was a good thing that Gao Ren didn't show any displeasure, but instead really thought hard about it. Do you guys have any low-level flying techniques? It has to be an exceptionally low-level flight technique, preferably even lower than Sentry Air. Although Li Kaiming heard it clearly, his subconscious mind was that Gao Ren was a great god, so he simply automatically ignored the word lowly. Even when he heard the spell, Sentinel Air, he subconsciously thought that it was going to be an even more advanced flying spell than Sentinel Air. So he directly laughed. There is no problem, the level 30, Imperial Sword, and the level 49, Crossing, both are flying techniques I currently master. I don't know what Mr. Gao needs. Gao Ren froze when he heard his words, level 49? Are you mistaken? Isn't Imperial Air a level 9 immortal technique? I want a low-level flight technique. That's right, he wants a low-level flight technique. He made such a mess by casting a level 1 immortal spell, if he used a level 9. The sky must be torn apart? Gao Ren wasn't sure, but he didn't want to take any chances. It's only a dozen kilometers from the city, and his mother is still there, so what if she gets caught in the wave? Only then did Gao Kaiming realize that he had heard wrongly and turned pale with fear. He cannot dare to provoke Gao Ren unhappy. If a fury in the city to come once before the immortal law, this director directly can be down. Although he didn't know why Gao Ren wanted a low-level immortal law, he still helped in the search. He searched through his immortal technique intellectual property for a long time until cold sweat oozed from his forehead before he found a level 2 immortal technique, levitation technique. Still with a hard head, he smiled and spoke this immortal law with Gao Ren. Mr. Gao, we don't have enough reserves on our side for flying immortal techniques, we only have a level 2, floating technique, do you think it's okay? Level 2 huh? Gao Ren frowned, scaring Li Kaiming out of his wits. Level 2 is indeed too low. We really don't have any suitable immortal laws here, Why don't you wait for us to go and find them for you, Mr. Gao? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gao Ren. Level 2 is too high. I haven't really used such a high-level immortal technique before. But since this is the only way, I'll reluctantly try using it. He was a bit disgusted, but he still signaled Li Kaiming to transfer it into his gene lock. Li Kaiming was already on the verge of tears from Gao Ren. Apprehensively, the intellectual property is transmitted with trepidation. Can someone please save his little heart? Don't tell me, it's really there. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, a figure flew from the distant sky. This black shadow stepped on the void with its feet, clearly just lifting a step, but it approached them in the blink of an eye, finally appearing a dozen meters away from them. It was an old man in a Chinese mountain suit, and the moment he appeared Li Kaiming's already ugly face became even more ugly. Others don't know the old man, but he does. This is the strongest inheritance master within their Tsangshan city's superior province, the only one to break through 80% of the awakening degree of the old antique plus the province's inheritance of the highest talker, at the same time concurrently serves as one of the centralized defense and control command and control staff of the Qin old man. Elder Qin appeared either on behalf of the province or the Central Defense and Control Command Center. Either way, it proves that today is extraordinarily serious. Just in his impression, Qin Lao has always been old and strong, and now Qin Lao. How bald? He looked at the bald Qin Lao on his head and was dumbfounded. Chapter 17, you told me that the immortal technique was cast by him? How did Qin Lao go bald? The last time I saw Elder Qin was a few months ago, and at that time, Elder Qin was in high spirits. Although he was close to 70 years of age, he utilized the technique, alchemy, to easily concoct life-extending pills. That doesn't rejuvenate, but it energizes you and makes you look like an old general fighting on the front lines. But now, there were only a few strands of hair, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was on the verge of a great death. Qin Lao, what brings you here? Qin Lao didn't answer him immediately, but instead, he was trembling as he surveyed his surroundings, scanning from side to side as if looking for something, his eyes filled with fear and scorn in the depths of his eyes. Where are the people? People? Qin Lao's voice trembled. People? What people? Li Kaiming was at a loss. I asked you where people are. Where are the people? Where are the people who caused this? Elder Qin suddenly became agitated and grabbed his collar and growled, looking as if he was about to go crazy. He is indeed going crazy. He's going crazy with fear. He had lived his whole life, and when he was young and spirited, he always liked to find strong people and foreign beasts to kill. Even at this age, he remains ambitious and feels that he is an old steed seeking to go to the next level. But just now, that terrifying immortal law directly scared him to the point where his Tao was shattered, creating a deep fear. His desire for immortal Dharma had unexpectedly transformed into fear, and he even developed a resisting heart demon. The only way to have a chance to break this heart demon is to meet that high person who casts immortal spells. Being treated roughly by him, Li Kaiming then reacted, "Don't get excited, Elder Qin, I know who that is." When Elder Qin heard him say that, he calmed down a bit and put him on the ground. Li Kaiming introduced Gao Ren with a respectful and incomparable face, saying seriously, "Elder Qin, this is Mr. Gao Ren, the user of the immortal law just now." Elder Qin followed his gaze and froze slightly. Gao Ren, who now looked like a high school student who had just graduated, was staring into nothingness at the moment, and if he wasn't wrong he should have been mesmerized by the knowledge inside the genlock. People like this. Will you use a fairy spell like the one you just used? The first thing he did was to take out a pair of dark sunglasses from among his space watch. With the dark sunglasses on, the screen of the sunglasses kept flashing numbers and tips. Awakening level detection in progress. Detection successful. Current level of awakening, 0%. Test reference level, 99.99999%. Elder Qin's expression froze, and his eyes narrowed slightly with a bit more chill. Li Kaiming, you dare to trick me? You're saying that the immortal technique just now was cast by a student with 0% awakening level? Li Kaiming was confused. No, he is indeed the person who cast the immortal spell just now. No? Are you saying that my machine for testing the level of awakening is wrong? It's the best technology in the center. His awakening level is only 0%. What? Li Kaiming almost thought he had heard wrong. Who's 0%? Takahito 0%? How is this possible? Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was the first one to rush over and was very sure of the immortal technique that Gao Ren had used. According to him, Gao Ren's degree of awakening was at least 90% or more, otherwise it was absolutely impossible. Is there a mistake somewhere? I know Mr. Gao's level, please believe me. Elder Qin, you are a superior, I would never cheat you. When Elder Qin saw that he didn't look like he was lying, he frowned with more than a little confusion and refocused his gaze on Gao Ren. Although the two of them were arguing, Gao Ren acted as if he didn't hear them and kept looking at his genlock. Why would the person be looking at genlock if indeed the person's awakening level is 0%? Or loading? He narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at the performance of Li Kaiming and the others, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. He let go of Li Kaiming and sneered, Li Kaiming, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. As the director of Songshan City, if this matter can't be found out is responsible. You're afraid to face this responsibility, so you just casually find someone with 0% human awakening level to play mysterious here, trying to muddle through, aren't you? See, I'll let your schemes be pierced through right now. I'd like to see what kind of god this tall man who was only 17 or 18 years old is. He let out a cold snort and walked directly towards the tall man. Li Kaiming's face changed drastically and he directly stopped him in front of him. No. Elder Qin must not. You mustn't offend this Mr. Gao, if he's not happy, I'm really screwed. He was afraid of Elder Qin, but he was also afraid of Gao Ren. After all, the reason why he had ended up in such a situation now was because Gao Ren had caused it. Humph. The more you are like this, the more vain you are, and the more right my guess is. Elder Qin coldly snorted and laughed. Looks like my guess was right, you guys are just here to muddle through. How dare you do such a thing, do you really think I'm old and blind? I'm going to dismantle you right now and have all of you dismissed, and this imposter is going to pay the price. He directly slapped Li Kaiming to the side and took large strides to the tall man's face. Kid, did you perform the immortal spell just now? Although Qin Lao was old, his body was very healthy, not only was he not stooped, but he was very tall. The height of 1 meter 9 has a great sense of oppression, and because of his high status, it will give people an invisible pressure. Such a sense of oppression would have softened long ago for an ordinary person, but Gao Ren is different because he's invincible. The 99,999% awakening gave him an incomparably confident backbone. So when he realized that there was suddenly such a person in front of him, he was more than curious. Indeed, it was an immortal spell I cast. Is there something you want, old man? I didn't expect you, a liar, to have a good mindset, and to be able to keep your face intact while facing me. I forgot to tell you that I'm an officer sent by the central government to investigate. As long as you can answer truthfully, I cannot pursue your responsibility. Elder Qin slowly opened his mouth, and looked behind him at Li Kaiming as he spoke. Sure enough, just as he thought, Li Kaiming was now in a state of trepidation, the most typical of being a thief. It's me, it's really me. Master, although I don't know what you're up to, I'm going back to see my mother now and don't have much time to spend here with you. Gao Ren grinned, looking very happy. Now that he had money and a house, and a new immortal law to use, he couldn't wait to go back, and really didn't have the heart to chat with the oldest man here. Elder Qin froze. He hadn't thought that Gao Ren would be so bold as to dare to blatantly provoke himself and try to escape in front of him. He let out a cold smile, and the gene pool of immortal laws he possessed already appeared before his eyes. He wanted to see what this con man was capable of. Have the balls to try running away? Chapter 18, Levitation? No, that's heaven's wrath. Elder Qin had a disdainful look on his face. Who is he? He is the #1 legacy in the province. It was the level 90 immortal technique that he would use. Not to mention a tiny student, even Li Kaiming would not be as good as him for a second. Within the entire province, he only lost to the guy who used the terrifying immortal technique before. Gao Ren didn't know what he was thinking. His only thought right now was to go back and see his mother. He was going to tell her about getting the reward, tell her that she no longer had to serve others, no longer had to be insulted by people like Xiao Yu, and that she could enjoy her happiness. Master, I'm going to use my immortal technique to get out of here, so you'd better stay away. I'm worried that something might happen to your old man if you're not careful, and that would be too bad. His voice lurched as he said this, and he said with some distress, No, I'd rather wait until your old man is farther away. But I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll trouble your old man to get it done in a minute. Elder Qin froze slightly, his eyes widening. What did he hear? What kind of provocation is that? Let him escape for a minute. Hubris. He grimaced, forcing himself to resist the desire to strike out directly. No, the old man still has some confidence in myself. Just try casting an immortal technique and let me see just how capable you are. Gao Ren was also a bit troubled when he heard him being so stubborn. But when I think about the fact that I'm just casting a floating technique to make myself float and fly, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Although this floating technique was a level 2 immortal technique, in the end, it was only a flying attribute, and compared to the previous flower hand Tai Chi technique, it could be said that it truly had no attack power at all. Coupled with the fact that he was returning at this moment, he really didn't continue to dissuade Elder Qin. In that case, I won't say any more to you. Gao Ren looked up at Li Kaiming and the others and also urged, everyone, I'm going to cast an immortal spell, so I hope that everyone can leave in a hurry. I'll wait here for everyone for a minute, and after that minute, I'll cast a fairy spell. Li Kaiming was slightly stunned, and after a brief reaction of 2 seconds, he instantly cast transverse towards the distance. When the others saw Li Kaiming leave, they also followed at the first opportunity, as if they were afraid that something would go wrong in the evening for a second. Elder Qin watched these people's actions in his eyes, and the sneer on his face grew more and more teasing. That's it? You want to scare him with such a cheap trick? He's an old Qin. Elder Qin just stood there with an expression of watching you guys direct yourselves. A minute passes quickly, and Takahito hasn't made a move yet. Elder Qin revealed a look like I knew it and laughed. Why, aren't you going to perform an immortal spell? Why are you casting when this minute is up? Gao Ren sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Master, I see that you are also old, and I really don't want to scare you. Just to be final, are you sure you don't want to leave? Okay. I say, little liar, don't you rub it in with the old man here. If you don't use the immortal technique again, then I will use the immortal technique. Elder Qin laughed coldly. Okay. As you wish. Gao Ren took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He would unlock the gene lock in his body and go through the flotation technique, immortal law inside his head. In the next second, a faint glow began to float out from inside his body. With him as the center, a gale blast instantly spread out, as if a drop of violent ripples on the point of still water. Phew! The wind came fast and furious, and even directly Blue Qin Lao stumbled plop and sat on the ground. He looked at Gao Ren with a dumbfounded face, his pupils trembling as he gradually recovered from the dismay of the gale. Just now. What is that evil wind? That's right, it's the evil wind. This evil wind whistled past, and wherever it passed, all the grasses and trees submitted and tilted, and the ground was shattered into fragments by flying sand, spreading out 5 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Li Kaiming and the others who hadn't flown far were blown around, mastering their balance in mid-air for several seconds before returning to normal. They looked at each other, and both saw the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Unlike Elder Qin, they were very clear about the source of this evil wind. Is he going to cast an immortal spell again? Li Kaiming felt that his lapel was already drenched in sweat, and his entire mouth was dry. At this moment, there was only one thought inside his mind, and that was to run. Run as far as you can. Run as fast as you can. Elder Qin sat on the ground and realized that the world had been silenced by this gale. Silence. No, dead quiet. An extremely terrifying and horrifying sense of oppression surged inside Gao Ren's body, as if something was trying to drill out of his body. In this instant, Elder Qin felt the sensation of his last immortal technique and stared wide-eyed, his face full of incredulity. Is it really? Really the young man in front of you? How is this possible? Illusion. It must be a hallucination. The acquisition of immortal laws requires an extremely deep background, and the play of high-level immortal laws requires an extremely high degree of awakening. No matter which point, Gao Ren obviously did not occupy, and it was absolutely impossible to cast such a means. A hallucination. It must be his hallucination. Yes, it must be a hallucination. His words ended abruptly before he could finish them. Because. Takahito opened his eyes. Only the teenager slowly opened his eyes, and the inside of his eyes were already filled with golden light. It was like golden blonde light shooting out from inside his eyes, giving him infinite divinity. The voice he murmured was obviously very light and small, but it seemed to be able to reach hundreds of kilometers away and be heard clearly. Immortal technique, levitation technique. He lapped up every word, his voice seeming to be able to penetrate the mind, buzzing inside Elder Qin's mind. Not only him, but Li Kaiming and the others who were flying, as well as all the citizens within Sangshan City, all heard the sound. They had stopped what they were doing and looked puzzled. Inside the luxurious villa, the restrained Lu Jiawei suddenly raised her head and looked around. Sun Changhai, who was sitting across from him, shivered, his eyes filled with awe. More than that, though, panic. He knew what it meant, and that was that the one had struck again. Sun Jiaoer, who was sitting beside him, was even gripping the fur on the sofa, her small face pale. Next. A loud boom was heard throughout the city, louder and more terrifying than any boom heard before. Not only that, but it was accompanied by strong earthquakes and persistent noise. That voice. It sounded as if some huge plant root had taken root in the earth and had been forcibly uprooted by strong means. That's the sound of the dirt being torn up in the earth. The sound of being torn apart. Yes. The sound of heaven's wrath. Chapter 19, shocking the whole scene. Heavenly condemnation. It's absolutely heavenly. Xin Lao was sitting paralyzed on the ground at this moment, with only this one thought in his mind. Countless cracks and huge gullies appeared on the ground, as if it was being torn apart like flesh and blood. In the midst of the trembling, a vast expanse of earth is slowly rising. In mid-air, Li Kaiming looked down at the earth. Watching the 3,000 to 5,000 meters of earth spreading with Gao Ren as the center slowly floating up into the air, the whole person went numb. Is this me dreaming? Li Kaiming muttered, and for a moment he couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Director, if I heard correctly, was it just now that Mr. Gao said that this is a levitation technique? The officer beside him had a trembling voice, obviously a little short of breath. Levitation? Is that a ING level 2 levitation spell? Isn't the introduction of the levitation technique to float itself into mid-air and allow for brief flight? This whole earth is floating. You're telling me this is levitation? Li Kaiming didn't answer his question because he really didn't have the heart to answer. In all the years he had been a legacy, he had never seen. Was never heard of such an immortal law. Looking at the entire northern 3 provinces, he had never heard of such an immortal law. This time, he was completely shocked by Gao Ren. He also finally believed Sun Changhai's words from the bottom of his heart. Gao Ren. It has to be well provided for. How is this going to get home? Gao Ren, who was on the earth, found out the cockiness of this immortal method. After all, he just wanted to float himself, not the earth. Now that the earth was floating, he couldn't just let the piece of earth slam right into the city and go home, could he? Takahito felt a bit distressed, but immediately realized something was wrong. He revealed a look of surprise and slowly took a step. With this step, he didn't step on the ground, but on the air. Immediately afterward, as if he was ascending a staircase into the void, he took one step towards the sky. That's right. His floating technique didn't float the earth, it floated itself and happened to take the earth with it at the same time. He was like a duckweed in the wind at this moment, free to float and sway without the direction of the wind or the obstruction of heaven and earth. He can soar at will whenever he wants to. Not flying, better than flying. Step in the air. This is the 55 level, treading the air. Elder Qin, who had been completely shocked, muttered, his entire body numb. Just before he could finish his words, Gao Ren instantly accelerated into a residual shadow and disappeared in front of him. Level 60, shrinking ground. The corners of Qin Lao's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. It was a common technique he used to catch up on the road, but the speed and silky smoothness with which he performed it was simply not on the same level. He was able to 2 immortal methods to catch up, a few hundred meters a second, and Gao Ren disappeared in his sight in a flash. At least 10,000 meters. What kind of gap is this? He stared blankly in the direction that Gao Ren had disappeared in, and for a moment he was in a bit of a trance. Suddenly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his person stood up directly from the ground. He stared blankly at the image in front of him, his heart racing in shock. At some point, the earth had returned to its normal level. It was as if nothing had happened just now, and if it weren't for the fact that the ground around him was still a mess because of the uprooting, he really thought it was an illusion. At the first opportunity, he came to the edge of the draw to look for damage to the earth. Soon he found the tear caused by pulling up. If it looks like this, was it in the moment of my distraction that the earth was packed back by him? He muttered, his voice murderous. Words can no longer describe this shock. The only analogy that can describe it is that in the face of this shock, all the shocks he had ever seen could no longer be called shocks. He didn't know how long it took before he came back to his senses and shakily took out his own cell phone and dialed a number. Commander Law. I met a guy who was not to be missed. The other side. The moment Gao Ren disappeared in front of Qinlao, he found Li Kaiming. After inquiring where his mother was, he was told to exchange the cash for an online transfer, and then just a moment later, appeared in front of the Sun family's villa. He had seen Sun Changhai and his own mother through the glass and pushed open the door to the room after taking a deep breath. Inside the villa's living room. Sun Changhai's soul was restless at this moment. After all, he had just heard Gao Ren's voice and it was clear that he had cast some kind of immortal technique, so he couldn't control his nervousness. Thinking back to the first 2 times he had seen the immortal technique that Gao Ren had performed, it was simply more terrifying than ever. If he were to cast an even more terrifying immortal technique this time, there was no way to say that it would directly affect the downtown area of Tsangshan. Just as he was getting restless, the door to his room was pushed open with a creak. The 3 people inside the room froze at the same time, and before they could react, Gao Ren had already appeared in front of them. "Mom, are you alright?" Gao Ren looked at Lu Jiawei, who was obviously a bit rattled, and immediately asked with concern. Although Lu Jiawei was a bit bewildered in the face of his sudden appearance, she came to check on Gao Ren's condition at the first opportunity. "What have you been doing, son?" "Scared Mom to death. I just felt like you disappeared in a trance before my eyes, and it made Mom so anxious. It's a good thing your old Mr. Sun had a good heart and arranged for someone to find you." She kept checking Gao Ren's body, her eyes filled with worry within them, fearing that she might have left something behind. "Mrs. Lu is joking, I have a good relationship with Xiao Gao, these are things I should do." Sun Changhai got up and spoke with a smile. He surveyed Gao Ren as he spoke, and was very shocked inwardly. He was also one of the top few inheritance masters, and surprisingly, he didn't realize how Gao Ren entered the middle of the room. Sure enough, a tall man is tall. But at the same time, he was also relieved. This proved that Gao Ren didn't cast any more terrifying immortal laws. The safety of this city was finally protected. "Thank you, elder son, I will definitely remember this favor." Gao Ren sighed and spoke sincerely. Counting this time, he owed the Sun family far too many favors. One must remember to be thankful. Lu Jiawei on the side also nodded. "Son, you must thank old Mr. Sun in the future. I heard him say that he'll take you into business with him, and you'll be able to buy a house and get a wife in the future if you do a good job. By that time, Mom will be retired." When Gao Ren heard Lu Jiawei's words, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "Mom, you probably don't know. I disappeared these past few days because I helped capture an escaped alien beast inside the city, and the city gave me a full $500,000. With this $500,000 bonus, you can retire early." Lu Jiawei was still thinking about doing business at this time, and when she heard Gao Ren's words she didn't react for a while, and continued to exhort. "How many dollars can that reward be? You still have to do business with Mr. Sun, it's not easy for people to be willing to take you." "Wait, son, how much did you say?" Chapter 20 Talking about business leads to a sister? "Mom, $500,000. I get $500,000 reward." Gao Ren grinned. Lu Jiawei first stayed for a few seconds, then sighed. "Come on son, don't you joke with Mom. It's not like I haven't seen the news, those job rewards for helping to find the Fae are tens of thousands of dollars at most. What's the time for jokes with Mom?" Gao Ren wanted to defend himself, but for a moment he couldn't find any suitable reason and froze without uttering a word. At this time Sun Changhai stepped forward. Ko was just trying to lighten the mood, only being a kid, it didn't work. "But you don't have to worry, little sister Lu, Xiao Gao is a child I hold in high regard, and I will bring him to earn this money right away." Seeing Sun Changhai unwind, Gao Ren was relieved. Otherwise, this $500,000 is really not good, but according to Sun Changhai, he can completely take out this money in a month or two, and the 3-room house in the back is also good to explain. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely make a name for myself by following Master Sun." Only then did Lu Jiawei nod her head in satisfaction, but she seemed to immediately remember something and looked at Gao Ren somewhat nervously. "Xiao Yu and the others disappeared with you, you wouldn't have been with them for the past few days, would you?" Gao Ren didn't remain silent this time, but nodded his head at the first time and said, "Actually, I was just going to go deal with this matter for the past few days, but it's been dealt with now, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. It's all thanks to Elder Sun, who helped me successfully solve this problem, that Xiao Yu and his son promised to never come back to disturb our lives again." Hearing him say that, Lu Jiawei revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. "Son, you've grown up. It really impresses Mom that you can handle something like this." Gao Ren smiled faintly. "This is just where it's at, then I'll discuss about doing business with Elder Sun. You take a break first? When we're done talking, we'll go home as a mom, okay?" Lu Jiawei didn't refuse this time, but immediately nodded her head in agreement. She was still sitting nervously on the brand new sofa, looking so restrained. Sun Changhai got up and used a look to Sun Jiaoer, and then led Gao Ren to walk towards a room. Sun Jiaoer came to Lu Jiahui's side at the first time smilingly and hugged her arm. Auntie Lu, I felt especially kind the first time I saw you. Why don't you take me as your goddaughter? Inside the room. You've put in a lot of effort this time, elder son. I, Gao Ren, have seen it all and am very grateful. Gao Ren sat on the chair with a sincere face. Sun Changhai quickly waved his hand. Xiao Gao is polite, this is all something I should do. By the way, I've always been serious about business, but lately there have been some changes in this business, some changes in the nature of my industry. If you're willing to help, not only will you make a lot of money, you'll likely gain a certain amount of fame and social status. Goren's eyes lit up. He's been exposed to things a lot lately, and it's made him realize that money can't fix everything, and sometimes you have to have power. Although he had 99,999% awakening as a table lifting bottom card, but being a human lifted the table every day, right? His goal is to live the simplest of happy lives with his mother, never to be disturbed. If you were to raise the table every day as an ordinary person to get a break, the days would not end in turn. Just like this time Xiaoyu's matter, the troublesome things caused were far beyond his imagination. If I can really gain a certain amount of fame and social status, then won't I be able to live a fulfilling life? Gao Ren was excited beyond measure. He calmed himself to look less elated and acted steady. Tell me about it. It doesn't matter what the nature is, as long as it's the right way and makes money, it's good business. Sun Changhai nodded. The business I'm doing now is public welfare investment, investing in the top talents of our 3 northern provinces. It's just that this charity is a charity with some competitive aspects, and to win competitively is to be able to bring more fame to my charity. That's why I want you, to go for this competitive slot to bring more fame and revenue to my charity. For the proceeds, we'll split it 91%, after all, you're the one who put in the effort, you'll take 90%, I'll only need 10%. I'm mostly going to reap some fame to get me better in the province later on. Do you think it's okay? Sun Changhai was a little nervous. He knew very well that Gao Ren's character didn't like to scramble, and he would most likely refuse this competitive public service. That's why he spoke carefully, afraid of angering the bogeyman in front of him. No problem. But what specific things do I have to do? Goren nodded. Actually, just defeat all the geniuses within the 3 northern provinces and become the representative of the 3 provinces. So simple? Gao Ren was incredulous. The corners of Sun Changhai's mouth twitched. Indeed, at Goren's level, this kind of thing was too easy. It's somewhat simple, but the process is more complicated, so just wait for me to schedule a time. No problem. I'll take my mom to rest then, just call me directly if you need anything. Aha! When Gao Ren returned to his room, Lu Jiawei and Sun Jiaoer were talking and laughing. The two didn't know what they were talking about, and Lu Jiawei looked very happy, holding her belly and laughing. Son, are you done talking about things? Come on, call out to your sister. Lu Jiawei signaled Gao Ren to go over. Sister? Goren was confused. What sister? I chatted with this child, Jiaoer, and decided to take her as my goddaughter, and from today onwards she will be your sister. Brother, I'll call you brother from today onwards. Sun Jiaoer heatedly smiled, her voice was a little coy and a little. Ah. Yes, she did fear the bogeyman. But the thought of such a bogeyman becoming her brother, her family, made her a little happier. Brother, Mom said Grandpa wants to see you, so I'll drive you there now. Grandpa? Goren's face darkened. People say that they are close to each other from generation to generation, but he never felt that way. Quite the contrary, he disliked this grandfather, even hated him a little. For no other reason than the fact that my father's death and my grandfather couldn't get away with it. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that my father was forced by my grandfather to help his other 2 brothers start a family, he wouldn't have been seriously injured under overwork and ended up having to die at home. One by one, these brothers turned away their mother, who had gone to ask for help, at a time when their father needed a loved one the most. Grandpa even said this. Everything is self-inflicted. But he remembered clearly that what his father had called before he died was clearly Dad. His face grew ugly and he finally couldn't resist questioning. Why are you still going? Chapter 21. His name is Goren, and he doesn't have the ability to protect Xianfa. Yes. Why even go? He really couldn't understand it. Even if he had already awakened 99,999%, he still couldn't understand it. His face was ugly and his voice was icy cold, which directly scared Sun Jiaoer. She immediately shut her mouth and grabbed Lu Jiawei in a death grip. She hadn't been in contact with Gao Ren for a short period of time, so she knew very well that there was one person in this world who could definitely protect her, and that was Lu Jiawei. Lu Jiawei patted Sun Jiaoer and chided, "Don't yell, look at how scared your sister is, have you forgotten how I taught you? Men should do things calmly and not impulsively." Gao Ren held 99,999% of the awakened power, and if any other person reprimanded him, he would be able to retort. Only his own mother, the one who gave birth to him and raised him, could not. After all, he was still a teenager, and when he saw that he couldn't talk to Lu Jiawei, he could only sit on the sofa and sulk. Lu Jiawei sighed when she saw him like this. "That's your grandfather after all, even for your father's sake, you have to go back and visit, right?" Hearing his father, Gao Ren's expression eased a bit. "What's he calling us back for?" "Not sure, just said I wanted to see you, haven't seen you in 3 years. Poof." Gao Ren sneered and slowly got up. "Mom, since you've agreed, let's go over there together. Little sister, give us a ride." Sun Jiaoer was listening in fascination, and when she heard Gao Ren call her little sister, she immediately reacted and nodded her head excitedly. "Don't worry, brother, I'll make the arrangements. Do you need any gifts or anything else?" Sun Jiaoer immediately got up, excited beyond measure. Although she was a little bit bossy on weekdays, her mind was tuned by Sun Changhai to be very smart, and she knew that this was an opportunity to draw close to the relationship, and she knew how to divide it. "No need, just leave directly." Without saying much, Gao Ren pulled Lu Jiawei and left the Sun family. Sun Changhai had a satisfied smile on his face as he saw a few people disappear in the limousine. An hour later. Prevention and Control Command Center. Luo Commander Luo Zhong was sitting in the middle of the emergency conference room and was watching the video repeatedly with a group of other senior personnel. The video features the very same shocking footage of performing the flotation technique and the flower hand Tai Chi technique. Law commanded to watch it over and over again, then paused the screen. "Guys, speak your minds. According to our current understanding and observations, this person has a total of 3 immortal techniques at his disposal. The first one is a wide-range, faint sleep, and immortal method with a visual estimate of around level 90. The second is to invoke a vision, similar to the flower hands, epiphany, immortal technique, which is visually estimated to be around level 97. The third, which is similar to the floating technique, immortal technique at the end of the video, is visually estimated to be around level 98. Commander Luo said with a serious expression and a serious voice, "These are all immortal laws that we've never recorded before. It's very likely that they're all true immortal laws and not immortal laws that have been passed down within the genlock." His voice lurched as he zoomed in on the figure inside the video. Gao Ren's face appeared clearly within their line of sight, causing everyone to freeze. "Because? So young? Are you sure there's no mistake?" The burly man with the full beard was incredibly dismayed, with unthinkable written all over his face. Everyone else had about the same expression as him, all in all very exciting. As the senior figures of the Prevention and Control Center, among the wind control immortal laws they had dealt with so far, there had never been such a young user, which was really a bit breathtaking. Even though Luo Zhong had known it, he still felt surprised to see Gao Ren's face again. His finger tapped the method on the screen, and data appeared beside Goren's body. Awakening level 0%. This time the crowd that was able to remain calm just a moment ago was completely unable to sit still. Awakening level 0%? How is this possible? Everyone knows that the more advanced the immortal technique, the more it requires a higher level of awakening to bring it into play. 0% doesn't even necessarily use a level 1 immortal technique. How could he use such a terrifying immortal technique? The crowd was in a state of disbelief, and it was evident that their perceptions had been shattered. Commander Luo signaled the crowd not to make any noise, then said, "There's nothing wrong with what everyone said. If it's really 0%, it's not possible to use the immortal laws, so I've already gotten in touch with the people in Sangshan City. According to the results of the investigation, this person's awakening level was 0% in many of the school's tests, and the lower limit of the testing apparatus among the school is 0.1%, so I suspect that this person is not awakening at 0%, but below 0.1%. The bearded burly man immediately started interjecting from the side, "What's the difference then? Aren't they all garbage? How is it possible for such trash to use this level of immortal technique? Chief Commander, can you just get to the point?" Commander Luo sighed, That's why I think that the immortal technique he's using isn't an immortal technique recorded within our gene log, but rather an inherited immortal technique that has never been released. This kind of immortal technique is already beyond our foreknowledge, and it's even possible to do it in a way that really doesn't require an awakening degree to be able to use it. That's right. As long as the degree of awakening was not 0%, one would be able to use all of the immortal techniques within the genlock, which was the ideal state that this era had been trying to achieve. But really and practically, the state of the art is not even close to being able to do that. A person whose awakening level was too low just couldn't use high-level immortal techniques. A woman wearing glasses pushed them up and said disapprovingly, "How can there be this kind of immortal technique? If there really is this kind of immortal technique, how many levels does it take?" Level 100 plus. Commander Law's voice silenced everyone in the room. Each one of them had a complicated look in their eyes, questioning and excited. "That's at Songshan City, does Luo commanders have?" "No. But there's no wild speculation, it's all a reasonable deduction." Commander Luo shook his head. "The most important point is that we all saw the terror of this immortal law with our own eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this student must have received some sort of chance, or it must have been passed down from one of the great clans of the once immortal law era. So, I've decided that I'm going to find someone to poke around this guy's bottom and find a way to get his immortal laws. Any one of these immortal laws taken out would be enough to change the situation in the country right now. We definitely can't waste this opportunity. If there are no objections, then I will now arrange for talking heads to come to the house and look for them. The information over here has been investigated. This person is called Gao Ren, and his family is in a bad situation. I believe that as long as certain benefits are given, he is definitely willing to sell these immortal laws. After all, even if a spell of this level was left to him, he wouldn't be able to protect it." Everyone nodded slightly in favor of this one. "Very good. I'll contact the leaders inside the city now and have them pay a visit." Chapter 22, I'll give you the house, do you dare to take it? The other side. In the most rural town on the fringes of the city of Songshan. Stone Town. A limousine drove slowly in and finally stopped in front of a compound. Gao Ren and Lu Jiawei walked down from above. Gao Ren looked at the somewhat expansive small courtyard and sneered. There was nothing but disgust in his heart for this familiar and unfamiliar place. 3 years ago, Lu Jiawei brought him to kneel inside this courtyard for a full day and night. But even then, his own grandfather, his father's own father, didn't take out a penny for his father's treatment. The phrase "he had it all coming" was still fresh in his mind. After that time, his heart was completely cold towards everyone inside this courtyard. He also tried to convince himself that maybe there was something unspeakable between his father and grandfather. But as time went on, he realized more and more that the truth was surprisingly cruel and ridiculous. Eventually he got the answer that it is true that parents love their children without reason, but not all parents necessarily love their children. Lu Jiawei took him before the house, and before he pushed the door in, he heard voices of discussion coming from inside the offender's room. "Do you think Lu Jiawei will come back?" A woman's voice came out. With a cold snort, an old man's voice replied, "Humph. How can I say that she is the boss's woman, my daughter-in-law? Even if she really doesn't come, I will find a way to come. I know the temper of the old family's daughter-in-law, and the name on that house must be Gao Ren's. So even if she doesn't bring Goren with her today, just by pinning her down here, we can threaten that kid into giving us the house. I've asked around, and that house is worth $500,000 or $600,000 moving. With this money, I'll be able to send the second and third to a better school, and I'll also be able to buy a book or two of immortal laws." Lu Jiawei's hand that went to open the door visibly froze, her face a bit ugly. Gao Ren, however, had expected this without much of a ripple. His own mother was too kind in his eyes. She didn't care no matter how out of line people were, always so stupidly deluded. So he's going to make money so that his mother can use it to change things when she's dealing with these things. Money makes the world go round, that's what he learned in the Gao family. However, he never stopped his mother either, because he knew very well the real purpose of her coming to the Gao family 3 times. She's upset over her dead father, and all she wants is to see a little favor in the Hai family. Seeing the Gao family miss their father a little bit proves that everything his father did for the Gao family was worth it. So, he's followed this one, every one of them. But times are different now, and no one is going to bully his mom. Gao Ren slowly raised his own leg and kicked hard on the door before Lu Jiawei could react. Bang! With a violent bang, the door to the room was kicked straight open. With a cold face, Gao Ren walked in first. There were 2 people sitting in the room, a middle-aged man and a thin old man. They all bore a slight resemblance to Gao Ren between their eyebrows, and outsiders could tell that there was a blood relationship at a glance. It was Gao Ren's third uncle, Gao Xiangfeng, and his grandfather, Xing Xinlin. The two men were startled by the kicking of the door, but were visibly relieved when they saw that it was Takahito who kicked the door in. I thought it was someone. So it's big sister who brought her nephew back. Hurry up and enter the house, the old master is waiting impatiently. Gao Xiang favored immediately squeezed out a fake smile and got up to pull Gao Ren. Snap. Gao Ren directly opened his hand with an icy expression. Don't touch me, gross. Gao Xiang favored froze and became furious. Little brat, have you grown up? Still dare to make a move with me, believe it or not I will teach you a good lesson for your father right now. His words came to an abrupt end as he felt a bone-chilling chill on Gao Ren's body. This is not the usual hit and miss chill, more like the chill of having killed someone. This unnerving feeling made him subconsciously shut his mouth and froze. Boss daughter-in-law, is this how you raise your children? What a disappointment. Butting in on your own elders and moving your hands, how can you let the boss feel at ease down there? Gao Xinglin suddenly opened his mouth at this time, pointing his spear at Lu Jiawei. Lu Jiawei couldn't say anything as long as she mentioned Gao Ren's father. Her face was suffocated red and she stammered for half a day without saying anything. Fortunately, there was Gao Ren, who was the first to stand in front of Lu Jiawei. I'm not sure if my mom is right about my dad, but you don't deserve to mention my dad. Gao Xinglin froze, his face grim. The little brat is still as worthless as before, just like your father. If it weren't for your father's face, I'd let your third uncle take you in right now. Gao Ren sneered, you can really pretend, that's not for my dad's sake, it's for the sake of the house. At these words, the two people in the room's faces changed slightly. Looks like you heard it, but what can you do if you heard it? In the end you're all part of our Gao family's bloodline, the grandson of my happy forest. Since he's my grandson, he naturally has to listen to my decisions. You transfer the house to my name now. Gao Xinglin spoke in a commanding tone. On the side, Gao Xiang favored also finally reacted, a smug smile on his face as golden light began to flash on his palms. A halo of light enveloped his entire body, obviously using immortal techniques. As the youngest son of the Gao family, Gao Xiang favored could be said to have emptied the Gao family's family fortune, and even though it was said that the degree of awakening was only 5%, he had also mastered quite a few low-level immortal techniques. He thought to himself that in front of him, Gao Ren, who had awakened to a 0% degree, was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. As for Lu Jiawei, just 2 immortal laws after all these years, or no offensive immortal laws, much less a threat. So no matter what, he would take Gao Ren's house today. My good nephew, I know that you feel sorry for your sister-in-law, so in order to avoid our family turning over, it's better to obediently hand over the house. Or else. He didn't continue, but the scowl on his expression said it all. No way. This is the house his father left for him, even if the two of us die here today, there's no way we'll give you the house. Lu Jiawei finally came back to her senses and shouted in excitement. Her expression remained resolute and firm. Seeing her attitude like this, the faces of the two Gao family fathers and sons turned ugly. But no one expected that just at that moment, a voice that had never been dreamed of appeared. Yeah. Since you want the house so badly, I'll give it to you. The few people present looked at Gao Ren with stunned faces, unable to react for a moment. Only to see Gao Ren with a few intriguing smiles hanging at the corners of his mouth, he looked at the father and son of the Gao family and slowly said, since you want it so much, I'll give it to you, but I'll give it to you, are you sure you dare to take it? Chapter 23 Captain Level Help with Moving. I can give you this house, are you sure you dare to take it? The Gao family paused for a few seconds, then laughed. What is my son's is mine, and what he left behind was meant to be distributed by me as the eldest. You, a grandchildren's generation, ask me if I dare to take it? Gao Xinglin laughed out loud. Since you're so sensible, you'll transfer the house with your third uncle in a moment. Good. This is what you said, if something happens in the future, don't come begging to give the house back to us mothers. Gao Ren also had an intriguing smile on his face. Goran, what are you talking about? That's the house your father left you. Lu Jiawei pulled him, a little agitated. That's the only thing your father left us as a mother, how could you give it to them? You trust Mom, he wouldn't dare do anything to us. Lu Jiawei was agitated, her face was filled with anxiety and incomprehension. Seeing her like this, Gao Ren quickly pacified her, Mom, trust me, your son has grown up, you don't need to deal with these things. They want the house, and if they don't succeed today, they'll come after us again tomorrow, too. They're never going to stop until they get their hands on this house. That's right, it's still my nephew who understands me and the old master, otherwise how can we say there is a bloodline? Gao Xiang favored laughed out loud and cast an approving gaze at Gao Ren. Lu Jiawei's face was pale, and her hands were trembling as she grabbed onto Gao Ren. She knew very well that everything Gao Ren said was true, but she still couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, she also counted the real sense, completely dead to this family. After a few seconds, it was as if she had lost all her strength, and her whole body deflated to the point of not being able to say a word. Mom, you trust me. I have my plans. This house, even if they take it away now, when the time comes they won't get the demolition money, instead they'll cry and give it back to us. Lu Jiawei wanted to say something, but seeing Gao Ren's serious expression, she finally nodded her head as if resigned. Gao Ren saw Lu Jiawei's lost expression in his heart is also not a taste, but he knows that what he says now his mother will not believe, promised him only resign to fate. But the day this Gao father and son come begging for them, everything will be revealed. He looked at the smiling happy forest and Gao Xiang favored and sneered inwardly. Those who do evil will pay their fair share, and this treatment of one's own hands and feet and flesh and blood who do evil selfishly is even more so. They must be made to pay an extremely steep price. Good nephew, take my car. No, we have a car, you guys just follow us. Gao Ren interrupted them, signaling them to follow him out. The two didn't think much about it and followed Gao Ren out the door at the first opportunity. But when they walked out of the small courtyard and saw the luxury car parked in front of the entrance, they were a bit bewildered. This is your car? Gao Xiang favored had a shocked look on his face. Although he didn't recognize this car, he knew it was a luxury car by looking at its appearance, most likely a luxury car that he could never afford in his life. Lu Jiawei and Gao Ren. I can't believe there's a car like this? Instead of answering him, Gao Ren got into the car as the driver opened the door for service. Seeing the two people get into the car, Gao Xiang favored and happiness Lin exchanged a glance, and both were able to see the shock in the bottom of the other's eyes. No wonder you don't want the house anymore, it seems like you've climbed onto a high branch somewhere. Gao Xiang favored thievishly surveyed the luxury car, his eyes dribbling. Dad, I think we have to have this house, and we have to have this luxury car, you should know what I mean. The corners of Gao Lin's mouth grinned up to his ears, and he could tell that he was really happy. I didn't think there would be a windfall, but you can't chew on greed, let's get the house first. Their things were originally the Gao family's, and sooner or later these things were filial piety to me, and your father my things. It's what you have. The two stood in front of the limousine and giggled, and Sun Jiaoer, who was sitting inside, didn't look too good. She didn't like these two people from the first moment she saw them, but the faces of the two people were related to Gao Ren by blood at first glance, so she didn't dare to say more. Out of curiosity, she still asked stiffly, Godmother, is this Grandpa? No, he's not. Takahito broke in and answered of his own accord. Drive away and go home. Sun Jiaoer could see that Gao Ren wasn't too happy and didn't dare to continue asking more questions, signaling the driver to drive. Soon they were back in the old town. Lu Jiawei looked at the house in front of her a little lost in thought, subconsciously walked into the house inside for a long time. Gao Ren pulled Sun Jiaoer aside and whispered something unknown, only to see Sun Jiaoer nod repeatedly. Brother, don't worry, I'm sure I'll do a good job with such a small thing. Just watch. There was no telling what Gao Ren had said, and all that could be seen was Sun Jiaoer bouncing to the side and starting to make a phone call. Soon, the Gao family's father and son who followed them had also arrived. Well, did you find the real estate license? When are we going to close the house? Gao Xiang favored rubbed his palms together excitedly, his tone impatient. Gao Ren lightly glanced at him and didn't immediately speak, instead pulling over a chair inside the courtyard and slowly sitting on it. Wait. Wait for what? Gao Xiang favored showed a few moments of doubt. Soon you'll know, or is that too little time for you to wait? Hearing Gao Ren say that, Gao Xiang favored nodded after a brief hesitation. Okay. Just wait. I don't have anything to do today anyway, so I'll just keep your dad company. He twisted around and spoke briefly to gleeful Lin about it, and then both of them sat in the courtyard, waiting quietly. For about half an hour, a few people were just sitting inside the courtyard, and just when the two fathers and sons of the Gao family were about to be unable to sit still, suddenly a golden light appeared from the sky. Only a woman dressed in the official attire of the Legacy Guild was seen falling from the sky, landing firmly in place. A special mark was drawn on the chest of her dress that represented the price tag of a captain within the guild. Captain of the Legacy Guild. The moment they saw the woman, the Gao family's father and son's faces flinched a little. This is a big shot that you usually only see on TV, and I'm surprised to see it today. Nope. Why did the captain come to Gao Ren's yard? The two men, father and son, stared slightly, realizing something was wrong. Just before they could react, they saw that this captain-level figure was actually slowly bending and groveling to Gao Ren. Mr. Gao, Guild Captain Lu Lily, this time is here to help move. Sisterly looked at Gao Ren with complex eyes and a look of horror. Aha! Very well. Gao Ren responded nonchalantly, directly shattering the three views of the Gao family's father and son. Captain level. Groveling to Gao Ren? They didn't blink, did they? Chapter 24. The leaders of the city and the central government were all here. Although they had a low level of awakening, they were all inheritors on the good side and had naturally seen the world. So they all understand the gold content of the captain level of sisterly. There's only a dozen captains in the whole city. The captain level actually groveled to Gao Ren, and it looked like he was afraid of Gao Ren. The Gao family's father and son looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Takahito. What kind of a family is this? Just as the two were shocked, they heard a sound of breaking air appear in mid-air. They subconsciously looked up, momentarily frozen. One could only see countless streaks of brilliance crossing the sky, falling like brilliant meteors. A single silhouette landed in the courtyard, each one at the captain level. Each of them groveled at Gao Ren, their voices neat. Mr. Gao. All captains of the Legacy Society salute you. Just say whatever you want, and we'll go to the fire for you. What's the captain's rank? The aura and momentum on that body, even if he didn't use immortal techniques, his voice shook people's hearts. Not to mention a dozen captains shouting at the same time. The shocked father and son of the Gao family had their hearts thumping, and their faces were even white with fear. They looked at all the captains, their frazzled lips trembling with fear. Takahito. It's amazing that you can command so many captains. Their fearful expressions were clearly seen by Gao Ren, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. He also didn't think that the original son Changhai was the president of the Inheritors Guild, and if it wasn't for communicating with son Jiao just now, he would still be buried in the drum. But it was also good that son Changhai was the president of the Inheritors Guild, otherwise he wouldn't be able to have such a poker face. He said slowly, I didn't ask you guys to come over here today for anything else, someone wants me to close on this house and there's a bit of a rush, so I just had to call you guys in to help. Every word he said, every word, was like cutting the flesh and blood of the Gao family's father and son with a knife. The two men's hearts were beating frantically, fearing that these captains would rise up against them in the next second. Sweat their foreheads formed the size of pea grains, and drops trailed down their cheeks. Looking at the many captains who had already begun to do so, the two men sat back. Dad. What does he mean by that? Gao Xiang favored now no longer have the heart to want the house, full of brain thought as these captains will not suddenly attack, if really towards them to raise the blame, he should find what kind of excuse. I don't know. Gao Lin was also too frightened to say more. This feeling is too torturous. It wouldn't be so hard to say that these captains were directly raising hell with them and giving them a pain in the ass. But on the contrary, these captains directly treated them as if they were air, and no one paid any attention to them at all. The more they did, the more they were kept on their toes, like sleeping at night with a rickety knife blade hanging over their heads. Finally, the inside is about to be emptied. The two people's lifted hearts also relaxed a lot. If they were not wrong, their matter with Gao Ren would soon come to fruition. Whatever outcome is fine, just don't torture them so much. But at that moment, another golden light suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky. These golden lights are obviously higher-level flying magic, and they are constantly flowing with color. Another silhouette landed and stood respectfully in the courtyard. They were wearing very different clothes from those captains, but when the father and son waited to see what these people's clothes looked like, they were directly scared out of their wits. The men were dressed in suits, professional-looking work uniforms, some of them looking like leaders within the city. No, it's not like that, it is. The two men, father and son, saw with their own eyes that the man in the lead still had a name tag on his chest that read, Kaiming Li, Director of the Superintendent's Office. Director of the Board of Regents of the Heritage Society. Waves of shock rippled through the hearts of the two men. If anything, the appearance of the captain made them feel fearful and sit up and take notice. Then when they saw the director of the Inheritors Association Regulatory Board, they just wanted to run. This is the supreme leader who controls all the inheritors in the entire city, and the real power in his hands is the first person in the city. If he wanted to clean up the Gao family, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger, as simple as crushing an ant. The two men tried to wriggle away, but realized that their entire legs were so numb and weak that they couldn't move at all. They didn't even dare to take a big breath, so they sat quietly, their faces pale. Dad! Do something! What on earth did Gao Ren do to come to so many urban leaders? Things seem to be in trouble. Gao Lin didn't say anything. What can he say? His mind was also blank now, and he wasn't paying attention at all. All his life in the Gao family he had been a bully and said what he wanted, and now that he had met the real big brother outside, he sort of didn't even dare to put a fart easily. I don't know what to do, or I'll see. I can't say I'm here to talk about evictions. Right. It's the relocation thing, otherwise just how would this kid Gao Ren have access to such a leader? The more he spoke, the more confident and certain he became. On the side, Gao Xiang favored was also relieved to hear him explaining so, consoling himself for thinking too much. Indeed, with Gao Ren and Lu Jiaowei's current standard of living, there was only one such possibility, otherwise they wouldn't even be worthy of lifting Gao Ren's shoes. As he thought this, he suddenly stared as if he had seen something incredible. Dad! I'm not blinking, am I? The director of the Legacy Society Regulatory Authority is tying his shoes? That's right. At this moment, Li Kaiming was actually bending over to tie Gao Ren's shoes. The two men stared, fearing that they had misread something due to their hyperventilation. But how can two people be wrong at the same time? At this moment, the two of them felt their eyes darken and their vision blur a little, and they were almost directly stunned into unconsciousness. Just as they were about to be unable to bear this fearfulness within their hearts, they suddenly heard Li Kaiming speak. Mr. Gao, you have solved so many alien beasts for our city, this matter of tying your shoelaces is really insignificant, don't take it to heart. By the way, this time I'm not only congratulating the housewarming on behalf of all the employees of the Legacy Society Regulatory Authority, but also on behalf of all the leaders of the city. He said here with a beat in his voice, excitedly saying, the most important thing is that the leaders of the central government also want to see you, saying that they want to come to the door to personally thank you and make friends with such a young and promising figure as you. On behalf of all the leaders? Representing the downtown leadership? The central government also came to the leader and said he wanted to make friends with Gao Ren? The father and son of the Gao family's faces were turning whiter by the second. The next second, Gladlin, because of the year body is too big, really cannot withstand this pressure, eyes a black mouth foaming. He fainted with fear. Chapter 25. Not even worthy as a villain. Gao Lin slid off the top of the chair and started foaming at the mouth. He was too old to withstand the pressure and fainted directly. Although Gao Xiang favored did not pass out, he had obviously been completely stunned. At this moment, there was only one thought inside his head, and that was to pray for Gao Ren's forgiveness. Within the people present, the captain with the lowest status was able to pinch him to death at any time. If he were to ask for a house with Gao Ren again, it would simply be looking for death. Available at. Going to talk now? He looked at the circle of bigwigs and leaders surrounding Gao Ren, was not daring to utter a single breath. Either. Or wait until the leader leaves? No sooner had this thought appeared to him than he was interrupted by a loud round of applause. He subconsciously looked over, only to see Li Kaiming with all the leaders and captains present applauding enthusiastically, obviously welcoming someone. Only to see that at an unknown time, a balding, and wearing a Zhongshan suit old man walked in from outside the courtyard. The moment he saw the old man, his brain instantly pumped. This is the first of the provincial inheritors, Elder Qin. The man was always on TV in the news, and he had swiped through the short video software countless times, so naturally he recognized him at first glance. How could such a character be in their city? Still in the old city. He suddenly froze, his face, which was already as white as paper, completely faded from red and was bruised with shock. Wouldn't be here for Gao Ren too? As he thought this, he saw Qin Lao take 3 steps and 2, flying to Gao Ren's side and grabbing his palm. Mr. Gao, I finally see you again. I apologize for what happened last time, it was my old eyes and leaning on the old man and not communicating in a good manner. I hope that you, Mr. Gao, will never take it personally with my old bones. He said with a lurch in his voice, it's not, I've come to apologize to you. This previous reward given to you is given to you by the city, and on behalf of the center, I will compensate you again with some rewards. He said as the light of his palm flickered. This was the immortal technique, storage space, and then immediately took out an exquisite runebook. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-bathhouse in the first ring of Kyoto, and the subsequent decoration in the style you like is a small apology on my part. He said and once again took out a contract from within his storage space and said respectfully, this is a work contract from Kyoto regarding the inheritors supervisory organization, with an annual salary of 5 million, for breaks, 6 insurance and 2 pensions, and a contract time of 100 years, which you can subsequently keep for your children and grandchildren. Shocker. Shocking. Shocking. Gao Xiang favored was completely dumbfounded. After hearing these words from Elder Qin, he didn't even dare to speculate on what exactly Gao Ren's reason for obtaining these was. He just knew one thing, and that was that he couldn't afford to mess with Gao Ren now. The entire Gao family couldn't afford to mess with Gao Ren. The current Gao Ren would be able to break his family with just the move of a finger. He opened his mouth a few times and eventually didn't say anything, before because he was afraid that if he said something about the house, he would anger the other leaders to move against him. He couldn't say it now because he didn't even have the courage to continue contacting Gao Ren. He felt like a street rat compared to Gao Ren, and the best way was to have no contact. He forced himself to hold back the vertigo he felt from the shock, trembling as he picked up Gao Xinglin on his back and sneaked towards the outside. He walked carefully, as if he were a thief, even his breathing was deliberately controlled. Finally, he was almost outside the yard when he heard a cough. That Gao Ren's voice directly scared him, trembling. His crotches even more gloomy and wet, a bad smell came. But even so, no one looked at him from start to finish, not even Gao Ren. His entire body left the courtyard numbly, and I'm afraid that in this life, the Gao family would not dare to come back to Gao Ren in Lu Jiaowei. When Gao Ren saw the father and son of the Gao family leave, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Only then did he place his own gaze on the old Qin in front of him, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the housebook and work contract that the other party had taken out. I really appreciate it, but I don't plan on leaving the city, so these things are of no value to me. And my mom said that you can't show too much greed, and since the leaders of the city have already given me so many accolades, that's enough. Xin Lao was slightly stunned and just wanted to say something but saw Li Kaiming squeezing his eyes non-stop. It was then that he remembered Li Kaiming's previous advice that the young man in front of him had an odd personality and absolutely could not be forced. A smile piled back up on his face. Mr. Gao, since what happened before has been said and done, I won't say any more. I don't think you young people are people who hold grudges. Actually, there's one more thing I want to talk to Mr. Gao about here. You say. Gao Ren immediately nodded. Although this old Qin's appearance was an accident, the finale made the Gao family's father and son ugly, making him very happy. Finally, he was in a good mood for his mother and father. Elder Qin also sensed Gao Ren's joyful mood and rubbed his palms together excitedly as well. It's like this, Mr. Gao's personal use of immortal law this time was heard by some of my leaders as well. They are very interested in the immortal laws you are using and want to purchase the rights to the immortal laws to come and use them for the country. Just ask, whatever you want, what do you think? No problem. Gao Ren nodded. I'll give you guys a free ride. Elder Qin froze. What did you? You say? He thought he'd heard wrong. Free delivery? So advanced, so terrifying immortal laws, and Gao Ren is giving them away for free? There's nothing wrong with his ears, is there? You said free delivery? Elder Qin was certain that he hadn't heard wrong, but he had to reconfirm something so unthinkable. That's right, free for you. But there's no way you guys don't have such a low-level immortal technique, right? Gao Ren looked at Elder Qin with some skepticism. These low-level immortal laws should be able to be found at random. This matter was clear to him, only that he wasn't sure if Qin Lao was using this matter as a front to flatter himself or not. He couldn't feel it, and it wasn't good to tear people down. Low-level? You call a heavenly plague like fairy spell low-level? You call a fairy spell that scares my hairball low? Elder Qin really wanted to spit, but he had no way to do so and could only compensate for the smile. There are many immortal laws in the world. Besides the immortal laws of our dragon kingdom, there are also alternative immortal laws from other countries, so it really can't be wrapped up in a comprehensive manner. Gao Ren nodded thoughtfully when he saw him like this. It's okay, it's all understandable. Want my immortal technique, right? Then I'll pass it on to you now, but it's really not righteous enough to only give it to the two of you, give you all 3 immortal techniques that I have mastered. Good, great. Elder Qin's face was agitated. Only in the next second, when he saw the immortal laws transmitted by Gao Ren, his entire body was confused. Level 1, sleep aid? Level 1, Tai Chi flower surgery? Level 2, levitation? Chapter 26 Gao Ren is truly elusive. Elder Qin looked at the 3 low-level immortal laws in front of him, and his entire body was confused. This 3 immortal spells of no more than level 2? What the hell? If this were anyone else, he would be furious right now. But the person in front of him was no one else, it was Gao Ren. It was Goren who scared him bald. Mr. Gao. Are you sure it's these 3 spells? He asked weakly. Yes. My mom said to be proper, no matter what. So what I promised you, I definitely won't fool you, all 3 spells are given to you, am I good enough? Gao Ren laughed. Xinlao's smile stiffened a bit when he saw that he didn't look like he was joking. He now finally understood what Li Kaiming had urged him to do. Goren is a temperamental man with elusive behavior. Obviously, they had been chatting very well just now, and suddenly they used this low-level immortal method to fool themselves. Could it be that is still not demoralized because of what happened before? When he thought that this was the trouble he had caused, Elder Qin could only smile bitterly. What can he say? How dare he say anything? You can only break your teeth and swallow it in your own stomach. That's right, it's these immortal spells, I wasn't paying attention just now. He smiled without changing his face, as if he was really looking for these immortal laws. Elder Qin, since you finished talking about your business, why don't we call it a day? I see that Mr. Gao is also very busy here, so it's not too late for us to get together another day. Li Kaiming had been keeping an eye on the situation here, and when he saw that Elder Qin's face did not look right, he immediately came to abort the conversation between the two. Good, it just so happens that I have something I need your help with, Director Li. Gao Ren suddenly thought of something and immediately agreed. Li Kaiming's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that Gao Ren needed his help. This was a figure that even Xinlao had to flatter, so wasn't asking him to help now just giving him a chance to perform? He hurriedly rubbed his hands together excitedly and came to Gao Ren's side, listening carefully to his arrangement and nodding his head constantly. An hour later. Lu Jiawei, who was sitting in the special car, was in a daze and seemed to be somewhat slowed down. She had just been tidying up the house inside the old house and ended up falling into memories by remembering old memories. Thinking of the happy days she once had with Goren's father, she couldn't help but cry even more inside the house. I don't know how long it took, but Li Kaiming walked in with Gao Ren to take him away and told her a whole lot of happy news. Director Gao. Is what you just said true? It's true, the neighborhood of your old house is going to be the focus of construction. Because of the fear of causing disputes, it is not allowed for you to buy and sell, so this house can only be Mr. Gao's name, and it will always be Mr. Gao's house. I have already negotiated for you on your father-in-law's side of things, and they will not give you any more trouble about the house. Lu Jiawei was so excited that her eyes turned red and she kept nodding her head. Great! That's wonderful! Li Kaiming was busy glancing at Gao Ren at this moment, and seeing his very satisfied appearance also made him even happier. He paused for a moment and continued, also, what Mr. Gao told you last time about the $500,000 and the 3-room house is all true. I this time is on behalf of the urban area to do a return visit, by the way directly to these things directly to your hands, maybe a moment there will be a reporter will be interviewed you, Ms. Lu does not care, right? Hearing that there was really $500,000 in cash in the 3-room house, Lu Jiawei was very happy. Faced with something as trivial as an interview, she agreed without any hesitation. Soon they came to the center of the city and saw the 3-room house. Lu Jiawei walked around the house, saying the house is so big, it's so bright, it's the same size as the house where he works as a nanny. Looking at his mother, who was spinning in a circle inside the house, Gao Ren's eyes moistened. He remembered his father saying when he was very ill that his mother had always wished for a big 3-room house, but sadly it hadn't worked out for her. He was there listening that day, and he remembers that it wasn't his mother who cried bitterly, but his father. In a voice no one else could hear, he muttered, Dad. I got Mom into a 3-bedroom house. The house is handed over, written in Gao Ren's name, and interviewed by Lu Jiawei. She was a little nervous standing in front of the reporter, and it was the first time Goren felt like his mother was a little girl instead of an adult. After the interview, Goren forced his mother to quit her job. $500,000 was enough to last my mother a long time, and she was a careful, finicky spender, the most finicky person in the world. Of course, he would earn more later on, as he registered with Sun Changhai as the captain of a martial artists guild. $1.5 million a year. He's worth it. The only pity is that the number of favors owed to the Sun family is growing. Looking at the sky, which was not yet completely dark, Gao Ren, for the first time, took his mother towards the mall. Night. Elder Qin was sitting in the office that Li Kaiming had temporarily prepared for him and was talking to Commander Luo. He didn't accept any of my rewards and gave me 3 low-grade martial arts. If I'm not mistaken, this is showing his anger, and probably the next contact is going to fail as well. Elder Qin was filled with helplessness. When the matter was first said to be given to him, he just didn't want it. After all, he thought he had offended Gao Ren when he was in the ferocious beast area, but unfortunately, there was no one who could replace him within the northern 3 provinces. Casually pulling over a person, not to mention that the position is not enough and the mental quality is not high, in the face of such a horrible existence like Gao Ren, in turn, it is easy to screw things up. So he had no choice but to head up. Hearing him say that, Commander Luo's expression was also a bit ugly. If that's the case, it's a tough one. An existence like Gao Ren absolutely cannot go through the process and come tough, it can only be ground little by little. In that case, does he have any well-connected people within the city? Go ahead and infiltrate those around him and then gradually negotiate with him. Elder Qin frowned tightly at his words and his eyes lit up after thinking for a while. There really is. Son Changhai of the city's Inheritors Guild, their Sun family has a good relationship with Gao Ren. I heard from Li Kaiming that Son Changhai was the first being to contact Gao Ren, and I heard that Son Changhai's granddaughter is now Lu Jiawei, the goddaughter of Gao Ren's mother. Then let's do it from here. Starting today, you'll be in charge of infiltrating Son Changhai with all your might. Yes. Elder Qin hung up the phone and rubbed his face with his parched palms. He took a deep breath, and his eyes grew heavy. He rested for a few seconds before picking up the phone again and dialing. Soon, Li Kaiming's voice came from over there. Elder Qin, what are your orders? I need to know all about Son Changhai right now, and on your end, give Son Changhai all the benefits that you can within the city. Oh, find a time in the next few days and arrange for me to make contact with Son Changhai. Understood. Chapter 27, Discovering Gao Ren's Strength? Inside the office. Commander Luo's face was a bit ugly. Because he had looked at the immortal law in his hand many times, and he didn't see anything. It's just 3 of the most trashy fairy spells. He muttered the names of the 3 immortal laws. Sleeping Aid. Flower Hand's Tai Chi Art. Levitation. This is the most common, and the most trashy, of all the immortal laws. In the place where he bought immortal laws, he needed to pick the trashy stuff that no one wanted to find. Yes, it is possible to find. The existence of this thing is like swiping rare treasures inside a game map. It took him a day of walking up and down the lower market before he was able to find such an immortal law. It might not even be possible to look it up on some software that looked up immortal laws. It was necessary to find software that included immortal laws that were extremely comprehensive and authoritative. Such immortal law, according to reason, is absolutely impossible to be the immortal law they saw from inside the satellite, but there is one strange thing. He opened the computer in front of him, and inside was a video of Gao Ren having performed an immortal spell. He opened the videos and watched them over and over again, his expression growing odd. It was because he realized that although these immortal laws used by Gao Ren were extremely powerful, they seemed to be really related to these 3 immortal laws in his hand. The first is a fairy spell that puts all the people of the city to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, which sounds more or less like a sleep aid. It's nothing more than the difference between a deep sleep and a sleep aid. Of course, it does seem a bit of a stretch to judge it on that basis. But combined with the 2 immortal laws that follow, that's not far-fetched at all. The second immortal law was the immortal law that caused the entire Fierce Beast region to be completely destroyed. This immortal technique then floated a huge shadow between heaven and earth, and the movements performed by that shadow were almost exactly the same as those on the Flower Hand Taiji technique. And then there's levitation. According to the information he had received, all the citizens of Sangshan City had heard the phrase levitation technique that day. All 3 immortal laws are more or less related. Is it a coincidence? He sat in his office chair, head down in thought. A few seconds later he shook his head slightly. 1 immortal technique might be a coincidence, and 2 might be a coincidence, but where in the world are there so many coincidences? Again and again and again. It must be relevant. He kept watching the video, squinting slightly. Is it really these 3 immortal techniques that he cast? The moment the thought surfaced, he shook his head to dismiss it. I forgot, this guy's bloodline awakening is 0%. How is it possible for 0% to exert such a level? He laughed helplessly at his own stupidity. Not to mention 0%, even 99% won't have this effect unless it's 100%. But Gao Ren's bloodline awakening had been tested too many times, and after his investigation how he tested it was 0%. So the likelihood of Goren being tough is also 0%. He kept scratching his hair with that thought and looked in pain. No, or test it. After all, the school's instruments are not professional instruments, the test is not precise enough, it's better to let the professionals test it, right? Well, that's it. Commander Luo took a deep breath and dialed Elder Qin at the first opportunity. Elder Qin started to look worried when he received the call. Because he didn't know how to test Gao Ren. After all, Gao Ren was temperamental and his behavior was unpredictable, so he couldn't say that such a move would provoke the other party. So if you want to give Gao Ren a test, you must also find a suitable opportunity. Thinking hard, he came up with a seamless opportunity to dial Goren's school at the first opportunity. Senior 3rd class. Classroom teachers at all. Everyone, tomorrow we test the level of awakening, the school cooperates with the latest testing machines, the principal takes it very seriously, everyone must come. Not a single one is allowed to be missed, and you have to make it up even if you don't have time, or you won't get your diploma. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished sending out the message, the entire group of the 3rd senior class exploded. Holy! And testing! It must be our class flower number 1 again. I've heard that her awakening level has actually floated recently, reaching an astonishing 35%. Holy, real doo-doo. By the way, I haven't seen Goren in a few days, isn't he going to drop out of school, is he? It's possible, ask young Zhang. Forget it, what's the point of mentioning him, a guy with 0% awakening level? Gao Ren looked at the message inside the group and was slightly stunned, then stroked his chin. State-of-the-art instruments. Is it possible to gauge his level of awakening? He came to in a flash. For no other reason than he felt so invincible. 999,999% may not be his limit. After all, it was 99,999% of the data given by his own genlock. Can't say. He's 999,999,999%? For him, though they were all invincible and none of them made much of a difference, he was still curious. After all, he was still just a teenager without a single change. With that, he ran to school early the next morning with an excited heart. When he returned to school again, he was very much in awe. These last few days were only a few days, but they made him feel like a lot had happened. As he walked back to his class, he heard many voices talking. There was talk about the person who slept for 3 days the other day when he cast sleep aid. There was also talk about the horrifying sight caused by the Yi Flower Hand Taijutsu of Mount Wanhua. Some people even talked about the destruction of the fierce beast region and the rain of beasts falling from the sky. There was also talk about the tearing of the earth and shaking of the ground caused by his casting of the levitation technique. Many of these things were experiences told from a different person's point of view, and even Goren himself found them very interesting. He was so enthralled listening on the road that he forgot to walk without realizing it. It wasn't until the bell rang that he shivered and rushed to class. When he reached the class, everyone sat already in their seats. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium and pushed up her glasses, her voice hateful. Goren, the whole class is at a higher level of awakening than you, and the whole class is not late. You're obviously so far behind everyone else in awakening, and you're still late. Get in your seat and get punished. The class roared with laughter. Only this laugh was also a watchful gloating, but a sneering contemptuous laugh. However, everyone did not realize that Zhang Xiaoming, who would usually lead the laughter because of Gao Ren's matter, did not laugh today. Not only did he not laugh, quite the contrary, he sat in his seat with an extremely ugly face. Because only he knew that Gao Ren was just pretending to be a pig. How ridiculous that someone who was defeated even by Inheritor Li was ridiculed by a group of students who had just come into contact with the Inheritors. Gao Ren's position was right in front of him, and sensing his approach, Zhang Xiaoming's gaze subconsciously averted. Just when he was thinking about how to avoid Gao Ren, there was always someone who made a mistake. That's the follower sitting at his side. This follower was called Li Si, and he was laughing at this moment. Seemingly realizing that he wasn't laughing, he immediately pulled him and said, "Why aren't you laughing, Brother Zhang? Is it not funny?" "It's okay, I'll find you a program, old man." Li Si laughed, and without waiting for Zhang Xiaoming to respond, he yelled at Gao Ren, who had just walked in front of him. "Hey, punk! Why don't you say hello when you see young Jiang? Do you want to die? Chapter 28, Pride from an Ex-Girlfriend. Gao Ren, are you looking for death? Why didn't you say anything when you saw Chapter? Believe it or not, I'll beat the out of you tonight. He had a fierce expression and looked extremely vicious, so close to grabbing Gao Ren's neck and making a move. He had a smug look on his face, grinning at Zhang Xiaoming on the side as if he was inviting credit, but he completely failed to realize that Zhang Xiaoming was looking at him with a horrified look on his face. That's right, a look of horror. That's like the look some of the people they bullied, some punk-ass goons show when they're about to get beat up. At first, he thought that he had misread the other party's expression, but in the end, after careful observation, he found that Zhang Xiaoming did indeed have a face of panic, and it was still extreme panic. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Gao Si beside him in shock, thinking that there was a high possibility that he had already provoked Gao Ren, the bogeyman, and the look of horror on his face grew more and more serious. In the next second, he directly extended his own palm and slapped Gao Si's face fiercely. Snap! Clear slaps appeared inside the class and everyone subconsciously turned around. Only to see Gao Si, who was Zhang Xiaoming's best follower inside his usual life, covering his high, red, swollen face with a face of shock and dismay. After a brief silence, he let out a pig-killing scream. Brother Zhang, you've got the wrong number. You hit him. Hit me for what? Chapter 4 was about to burst into tears. He never dreamed that such a thing would happen. Obviously he was the one who helped Brother Zhang. How come he was still beaten? He covered his face, which had begun to redden and swell. Knowing that he and Zhang Xiaoming played the best, there wasn't a single person in the class who didn't know about this. In these 3 years, he had used Zhang Xiaoming's identity to act as a bully, but he had never been bullied. Today was kind of the first time I got beaten up, and it was still because of this punk Goran. As soon as he thought of this, he became more and more angry and directly reached out his hand to grab Gao Ren. This move was clearly seen by Zhang Xiaoming, and the mood that had already calmed down somewhat was once again stirred up. In the heat of the moment, he reached out his palm and struck Gao Si's face once more. Snap! That's a slap in the face. The entire class was brought to silence by the slap. Everyone stared at Zhang Xiaoming with wide eyes in dismay, a head full of question marks on their heads. Why did it come to this? Everyone was looking at each other, their eyes revealing doubt within them. The first time maybe it was a typo, the second time it wasn't. Don't these two brothers usually deal with Gao Ren together? Why are they suddenly fighting now? Is it because of the bullying Goran got into a conflict? It's so not human. How can you bully together and still have a conflict? Everyone was speculating in their minds and couldn't help but spit. Chap! Are you crazy? It's me. Lao Si. Gao Si's entire body had been confused now, he didn't know why Zhang Xiaoming had hit him. Just like everyone else is thinking, if it's possible to miss a hit the first time, but what about the second time? The second time could definitely not be a mistake, which meant that Zhang Xiaoming was intentionally hitting him. But why? You don't bull. No bullying Gao Ren in the future. Gao Ren is my big brother. Zhang Xiaoming finally held back 2 words. However, these 2 words were even more shocking than the 2 slaps just now, and the heads of the students watching the show were short-circuited. What the hell? When did Goran become Zhang Xiaoming's big brother? Didn't Zhang Xiaoming steal someone's girlfriend? Why are things so messed up now? Everyone was confused, naturally including Senior himself. Big brother, do you have a fever? He's a Goran. That trash Gao Ren who even abandoned his girlfriend, how can such a trash be your big brother? He opened his mouth with incomparable sincerity, speaking what he thought were the truest words in this world. However, he saw that instead of showing gratitude, Zhang Xiaoming swung his arm. Boo! Snap! Clunk! Zhang Xiaoming was punching and kicking, using all the body organs that could be utilized. He frantically greeted High 4, with the innermost part of him screaming and cursing. I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk about it wherever you can. I'll let you insult my big brother. Insulting my big brother is insulting me. See if I don't beat you to death. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly went crazy and punched and kicked him. Senior wailed as he was beaten, and the entire inside of the classroom was filled with his screams. All brain dead. Immediately, though, someone reacted and immediately yelled. Stop. Stop it all. You guys need to stop fighting. The homeroom teacher ran over aggressively and pulled the two people apart directly. Zhang Xiaoming was still yelling after being pulled away, looking very much like he wanted to show himself. Quiet. All be quiet. This matter ends here, all prepare for the test in a moment. The homeroom teacher called a halt to the class, glancing back at Gao Ren as he spoke. He also felt curious as to why today was so unusual. Gao Ren stood still with an innocent look on his face, an expression of I don't know. But after this one incident, everyone's expression when looking at him took on an odd and scornful look. They didn't know what had happened, but seeing Zhang Xiaoming's loyal protection of his master, they all no longer dared to casually mess with this bogeyman. After all, no one wanted to be like Gao Si and be brutally beaten by Zhang Xiaoming. Gao Si was beaten all over his body, and although he didn't have any too serious injuries, he was completely beaten and scared. What could he do? After all, the one who beat him was his previous big brother, Zhang Xiaoming. He subconsciously looked up at Gao Ren and broke out in a cold sweat, hastily averting his gaze. The incident was nothing more than a one-time hiccup in the end, and in probably less than half an hour, the classroom teacher entered the classroom with a staff member. This time the test machine was different from the previous one, which was a simple transparent crystal table. It has a palm imprint on it, which is able to show the level of awakening by pressing on it. This one was significantly more complex and had a number of digital panels on it that looked extremely advanced. If the previous school's testing apparatus was at the silver level, then this time it was the strongest king. Everyone jumped at the chance to see such a great machine. Chen Xian, you first. The class teacher suddenly opened her mouth and called on Chen Xian. At this moment, Chen Xian's face was looking a bit ugly. It was because of what just happened with Zhang Xiaoming and Gao Ren. After all, one was her two ex-boyfriends. That's right, it was two ex-boyfriends, and when Zhang Xiaoming called Gao Ren big brother, she had already sentenced this man to death in her heart as well. But even though that was already the case, she still felt a little embarrassed about her face. After all, it was really humiliating for her to call her ex-boyfriend her big brother after finding a boyfriend afterward. But her eyes suddenly firm, she slowly got up and walked towards the testing table. It was her only hope of getting her face back. It was important to realize that her level of awakening was also one of the highest in Class 3. She was going to use her potential to prove that neither of these boys were good enough for her. She was the prettiest girl in the crowd. In the next second, her palm pressed on it, and the data on top of that transparent crystal frantically shifted, like some kind of anime high-tech change. The light shines brightly. Pale light converged into words. Level of awakening, 14.74%. Future growth potential, estimated 5%. She flinched slightly. There's even a prediction? I've never seen data like this before, teacher this is. The classroom teacher also looked aside to the staff member. This is our most advanced technological test that not only tests for precise levels of awakening, but also predicts future growth and awakening. This teacher and student should also know that the level of awakening is not set in stone, and that every inheritor's level of awakening fluctuates around 1% 10% throughout their lives. This student can float 5%, which is already considered an excellent presence. Combined with her original 14.75% awakening level, she should also belong to the 1 in 100 existence in this city. I knew it, I'm not an ordinary person. When Chen Xian heard the staff's words, the corner of her mouth lifted up in a confident arc. She twisted around to look at Gao Ren with a haughty look on her face. As if to say, you don't deserve me. Chapter 29 Famous out to the class. Chen Xian was very proud. Very smug. Incredibly smug. She did. She really did. She proved herself. She was satisfied with this statistic because there were only 3 people within this class whose level of awakening exceeded hers. And those 3 were also 3 of the top students who were very well recognized in their class school. Each of them was liked by their teachers and respected by their classmates. The class was beginning to get intent on chaos, and it was true that it was following the plot she had in mind. Oh my god. Chen Xian was actually able to get close to 20%? Looking at it like that, she might have a bright future too. I always thought she was a bit worse compared to those 3 before. That's right, no wonder she can't look at Gao Ren. I now think Zhang Xiaoming doesn't even deserve her either. The corners of her mouth got better and better, and her whole body looked like a high and mighty swan. Chen Xian, what are you posing for there? Hurry up and change after the test. The class teacher's scolding voice brought her to her senses, and she wriggled her way back to her seat triumphantly. Next. The next student walked to the podium as the homeroom teacher called out. Again, still radiant. Level of awakening, 10.74%. Future growth potential, estimated 3%. This boy was not as good as Chun Xian just now, and was obviously a bit downcast. He walked off the stage, and Shen Xian's smile was even better, even more triumphant. The homeroom teacher continued to open her mouth to call the next person. The data is constant on the test bench. Level of awakening, 7.4%. Future growth potential, estimated 2%. Level of awakening, 10%. Future growth potential, estimated 3%. Level of awakening, 4.4%. Future growth potential, estimated at 4.3%. Their class is one of the poorer ones, so most of the people are not at a high level. Chen Xian looked at one data after another that was not as good as hers, and she became even more like a proud little swan. The world paled before her. Finally, there weren't many left in the class. Gao Ren. Gao Ren, come up here. When the homeroom teacher called the name, everyone went quiet. Countless gazes converged on Gao Ren's body, filled with curiosity. Of course, most of the stares were still just teasing. This. Gentlemen, why are your hands shaking? The classroom teacher suddenly realized that the staff member's palms were shaking and looked as if he was nervous. No. Nothing, it's just that I didn't eat well in the morning and I have some low blood sugar. Kaiming hurriedly opened his mouth. Can he not be nervous? They spent so much manpower and material resources, and the target was this Gao Ren. For the sake of this matter, he was directly transferred to this expert group of professionals, for fear of some mess. He had heard that this Gao Ren was very difficult to deal with, and if he was found to be specially targeted, he would be in big trouble. I can't say I'll never get a chance to test it again. But this was something he definitely couldn't talk about and could only put it off. It wasn't until Gao Ren walked to his side that he took a closer look at this terrifying existence among the legends. There really isn't much difference from the average senior. How can just one person be so scary? With skepticism, he began to guide Gao Ren to the test data. Only Gao Ren placed his palm on it, and instantly the light shone brightly. Kaiming had professional tools with him, so he didn't have to be afraid of the light at all, he was perfectly able to see it. He squinted slightly at the changing data on it. First is the first line. Awakening level, 0%. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disappointment revealed among his eyes. He had communicated with Commander Luo before he came, and he knew what Commander Luo was thinking. It was thought that the reason why Gao Ren tested 0% was most likely because the school's instruments were not accurate enough. But this time it definitely won't be, because it's the most accurate instrument they've ever called in at the center. That is to say, if this instrument is not accurate enough, then there is no such thing as an accurate instrument. Just as he was lamenting that perhaps this time it was still a lost cause, the second line of data came out on the instrument. Future growth potential, estimated. Estimate. Unpredictable. 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 The consecutive data appeared, causing Kaiming to stare blankly. Unpredictable? Is there a setting for this in the program for this system? The results of Gao Ren's test were visible to everyone, and they stared with wide eyes in dismay. What's going on here? The homeroom teacher was also confused. Everyone else is a number. Gao Ren's is literal? Gao Ren withdrew his hand, the corner of his mouth picking up a middle-aged smile. Surely I am the strongest? The crowd gathered their gazes on over Kaiming's body, full of doubts and curiosity. What this can't predict means is that this Gao Ren student's growth is somewhat special. The upper limit of the parameter prediction increase set by the instrument is 15%, once it exceeds this value then it will be unpredictable. Kaiming explained stiffly. Only just after he finished explaining, Chen Xian stood up. No way. There is absolutely no way that his predicted growth is higher than mine. The instrument must be broken. Her little face was red and she looked very excited. The class teacher immediately scolded, Chen Xian, don't fool around, they are the most advanced instruments. If it's broken, none of the data you guys tested before is right. Chen Xian's face went white and froze, unable to say anything, but her heart just couldn't accept such a fact. On what grounds? What makes Punk Gao Ren better than him? Not fair. That's not fair. No. It must just be a broken machine. Just as she was in the midst of her own internal conflict, Kaiming suddenly looked as if she had discovered some new continent. Eh? You're Gao Ren? Isn't that the same Gao Ren who helped the city with the Fae problem? I heard that you were very brave, helping the city to find the escaped alien beasts and protecting the city. Kaiming pretended to be excited and pulled Gao Ren's hand, looking very excited. This is a tough guy that the central government is paying attention to. He definitely couldn't let go of such a good opportunity to get to know each other, so he came to brush up on his goodwill first. You've heard my story too? Takahito flashed a slight smile. Of course, I'm an insider, I naturally know about this teenage hero stuff. It's better to hear than to see, and it's a real show of talent. The conversation between the two men left the class confused, as they were somewhat unintelligible. Of course, not everyone can understand, after all, there are still some students who like to surf the internet and keep up with current events. There was a boy within the class who had brushed up on the reports about this matter before, but unfortunately, the last interview he had seen was only about a woman named Lu Jiawei. But now once he heard Kaiming say this, he immediately understood what was going on. He excitedly tapped the table and stood up, looking at Gao Ren with a face of adoration. Holy! You're the tough guy who rewarded $500,000 and a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. In a flash. The class was dead silent. Everyone revealed envious eyes. Chapter 30 $20 million of advertising fees. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Gao Ren. Envy, shock, dismay, a mix of emotions. As seniors sprinting to college, they spend most of their time working hard, and even when they have free time, they rarely pay attention to current events. For the reward of $500,000 to obtain a 3-roomed, ruthless man, although they had heard of it, they did not go looking for the news to deliberately look at it. Except they never dreamed. It's Gao Ren. It's him. How could it be him? Chen Xian, who was immersed in the test data, looked increasingly ugly. She had never dreamed that the teenager she had abandoned at the beginning had not only measured an uncommon potential, but also a change in his family. Within a small, remote city like theirs, $1 million building and $500,000 in cash rewards could be considered a successful entry into a small wealthy class of family. Not only that, Gao Ren gained fame after this time while assisting in winning awards within the city. There's no telling if you'll have a chance to use this layer of connections to get into an official position within the city later on. In a nutshell. In contrast, she looked like a clown. She pursed her lips in death, her eyes full of nothing but resignation and defiance as she stared at Gao Ren on the podium. Nowadays, Gao Ren didn't even bother to keep his eyes on her. Gao Ren was a little embarrassed by Kaiming. He didn't want to pretend to be a cup, didn't think that he still got it. I'm flattered, and I was merely lucky. So, if there aren't any tests to continue, I'll go down first? He had long since gotten used to other people's strange looks and discussions, and now that he was suddenly being complimented so much by other people, he was still really a bit uncomfortable. Oh right. Kaiming woke up like a dream. We have other classes to test, in that case, we won't bother the 3rd class. He left in a hurry with his staff, but the class began to buzz. Many people began to greet Gao Ren and started to climb up the ladder by taking advantage of the downtown rewards. Even the homeroom teacher, who normally never took the initiative to greet Gao Ren, came to his side and climbed into a conversation with him at this time. Gao Ren didn't say anything either, he just smiled and simply spoke to these people to cope with the situation. When it was almost time for class to start, he directly left the classroom and took a taxi towards Sun's house. With the experience of the last few days, he didn't have much heart left to play house with those kids at school. He's going into business. To make a lot of money. That's why he wanted to talk to Sun Changhai specifically about the specifics of the dividends from the previous Northern 3 provinces competition. Just as he was on his way to the Sun family, Commander Luo Zhongluo in Longdu had received a call from Kaiming. What? You said the test result is still 0%? Commander Luo sounded a bit dismayed. That's right, I've tested it many times, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the instrument. Kaiming sat on the stairs of the school with a helpless face. Let alone your speculation of ultra-high levels of awakening, not even your conservative extrapolation of 0.001% decimal value is a true 0%. But I'm just wondering why a 0% awakened person can use the immortal laws inside the genlock. After all, by all accounts this is something that can never happen unless... Unless what? Commander Law inquired. Kaiming didn't answer directly because he felt that the answer was a bit absurd, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he still said it with some uncertainty. Unless this Gao Ren. Is not using a genlock. Luo Commander's voice obviously appeared to be dismayed. You said that you don't need to use a genlock, do you mean that he is an old-time immortal? Yes. There are indeed some people in the world who don't accept the genlock. In the eyes of these people, those are not pure immortal cultivation. According to them, it's the immortal method stolen from inside the genlock. How can it compare to 1,000 years of diligent cultivation? Commander Law interrupted. That's bull, no way. The immortal technique has long since broken its inheritance, and according to our latest intelligence now, the highest modern realm cultivator is only at the level of immortal technique level 30. The power of those 3 immortal techniques, like the ones that Gao Ren performed, it's absolutely impossible to cultivate them at the level of the olden times, because I think even if the olden times great Luo golden immortals came, they wouldn't necessarily have that kind of level. Kaiming suddenly thought of something at this moment, but I tested Gao Ren's estimated potential above and wrote that it was immeasurable, which I still need to go back and study with the expert group. Maybe there's something new to discover. Commander Luo said somewhat helplessly, that data is an estimated indicator. Even if you guys really go into it, I don't think there's any progress. Kaiming let out a bitter smile. He also knew about this kind of thing, but in the end, it was an expectation, so he still had to try. The presumption wasn't right, and both men fell silent. Goren's level is so elusive. The bottom line is that not only is the man's level of sophistication elusive, but so is his life and personality. According to their investigation, they found that Gao Ren is an ordinary high school student. There was nothing special about it until he first cast an immortal method similar to sleep aid. It's like he came out of nowhere. Forget it. Since this method won't work, then let Elder Qin's side step up their efforts and see if they can dig up a little bit of this person's secret from the Sun family. Perhaps a random bit of resources from him will be able to advance our country's immortal law for 100 years. The Sun family. The huge dining room was filled with a wide array of food and fruit. Sun Jiaoer sat beside him, holding the juicy grapes and forcefully throwing them into Gao Ren's mouth. Brother, try this, it's delicious. Trust me, you trust me. It's really not sour. We'll talk about it after we eat. So much good food just for you. By the way, look at the pretty girl in this picture. That's my cousin. You two are a perfect match. White skin and long legs, you really look at it, pure and lustful. Gao Ren was really a bit unable to resist Sun Jiaoer's stalking, so he instantly cold-faced. Seeing his face go cold, Sun Jiaoer's smile froze and she hastily took 2 steps back. Sun Changhai, who was sitting on the other side of the table, immediately coughed and piled up a smile. Ren, lately, because of what you did in the Fierce Beast region, I've followed your lead. Now the Legacy Guild got a lot of grants within the city, and even gave us quite a bit of sponsorship to go to the Northern 3 Provinces competition thing. It says that if you participate with an advertisement, 50% of the advertisement fee will be given to us, and if you do get a ranking, you will be promoted to be the deputy director of the Downtown Supervisory Bureau, that is, Li Kaiming's place. He said with a lowered voice, by the way, the advertisement fee is at least $20 million. How much? Gao Ren was already a bit moved, and his eyes directly glowed when he heard the advertising fee. $20 million? Wouldn't that be wealth freedom? My mom could never have to worry about work things. Gao Ren was excited beyond belief. He said as he looked up and surveyed the villa, inquiring, how much did you pay for this villa, elder son? $12 million. Bang! Gao Ren slapped a hand on the table. Gao Ren will take the first place in this Northern 3 Provinces. I said, the King of Heaven can only come second. Chapter 31, definitely a high-level person. Hearing Gao Ren say that, Sun Changhai's face piled up with smiles. He had taken the Inheritors Association with him for what could be described as many years without progress, and both development and income had long been fixed, even vaguely on the decline. But just a few days ago, downtown, because of this relationship with Gao Ren, it gave him a second spring in his career. If this trip to the 3 northern provinces can get good results, then his position and development within the city will be even more so. He had a handful of bones, it didn't matter what happened, but he still wanted those of his bloodline to enter the upper echelons of the downtown area and continue the glory of the family. And the opportunity to get this chance is Gao Ren. Ren, just say what level of immortal technique you need for this competition. As long as I can get it, I will definitely get it for you. All the other participants from the 3 northern provinces are also like this, with big families backing them up, and we definitely can't let you lose out on this point. Gao Ren immediately frowned. I really don't have any too good immortal techniques, and I do need your help on this point. How about this? You find me all the immortal laws below level 3 that you can. Oh yeah, don't those common immortal techniques on the market, it must be some immortal techniques that you don't usually see. Gao Ren had a serious face. He had calculated that the most he could do right now was to cast a level 3 immortal technique, and if he cast an immortal technique of level 3 or higher, he would definitely be able to get all the participants killed. As for the reason why he didn't want to use the immortal laws on the market, it was because the immortal laws on the market, which he had basically read in his spare time, were not suitable for use in that kind of occasion. Like what, Avalanche Fist, he could probably destroy half the city with one punch. He was going to get the first place, but if he lost people's organizers with one punch, then naturally there was no point. Level 3? Sun Changhai's eyes glazed over. Ren. You're really kidding. I'm not kidding, this is easy for the Sun family. Does that mean you don't want to help with such a small thing? Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Sun Changhai shook his head in some confusion. How is this possible? It's just that. Isn't there some? Not quite enough level of immortal laws? Level 3 isn't enough? Are you asking me to go up and cast a level 100 immortal spell? Gao Ren couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sun Changhai didn't say anymore, but by now he was sweating. He really couldn't figure out Gao Ren's every move and really couldn't catch this person. You don't think it's enough? Or maybe it's a cover-up? After all, Gao Ren's immortal laws were so terrifying every time he cast them, it seemed like he really didn't need him to provide immortal laws. Sun Changhai thought carefully about both possibilities, so he had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Getting along with Gao Ren was less talk and more action, and this was the reasoning and law that he had sensed. After all, in a relationship, the one who belongs to the lower level can never know what the higher level is thinking, and talking too much will be resented by the other party. He nodded once more. I'll transmit the immortal laws to you later. If there are any specific requests you can just contact me directly. Gao Ren nodded. No problem, you have to be quick, we'll go early to get the advertisement money. I was hoping to get my mom a villa sooner. Sun Changhai smiled and nodded, then signaled Sun Jiaoer to hurriedly pack a few dishes and personally send him home. When Gao Ren left, Sun Changhai sat down on a chair and wiped the sweat off his head. Immortal laws up to level 3. What the hell does that mean? Forget it, such an elusive problem can't just bother me, report it directly to Elder Qin and the others. Inside the office. Elder Qin's face changed drastically after hearing Sun Changhai's words. Hanging up the phone, he contacted Commander Luo at the first opportunity. Commander Luo had been waiting for Elder Qin's call ever since he spoke to Kai Yang during the day. Until now, the only chance they had left to learn about Gao Ren was through the channel of Elder Qin contacting the Sun family. Gao Ren, this horrible existence, it's not possible to use strength, it's not possible to use softness, it's not possible to look at him, it's not possible to not look at him. This was really hard to sleep and eat, so he was a bit excited after seeing old Qin contact him. What's the good news? He regretted the words as soon as they were out of his mouth. Because Qin Lao's unsightly expression already said it all, making the question superfluous. Commander Luo, Gao Ren is definitely doing this on purpose, he's been preventing us from prying into his immortal laws. Today, Sun Changhai discussed the Northern Third Region competition with him about helping to select immortal laws, and Gao Ren actually asked him to collect immortal laws below level 3. Level 3? Doesn't that mean we don't need Sun Changhai's help to find immortal laws? Wait, Commander Luo's brows tightened. You mean he already knows that Sun Changhai is in contact with you? Yes. Is it possible that Sun Changhai is on the same page as him, so he responded to you that way? Qin Lao shook his head. I've considered this matter you mentioned, Commander Luo, but based on my contact with Gao Ren, it's unlikely that Gao Ren is on the same page as Sun Changhai. After all, this man is temperamental, a loner, and elusive. It just didn't occur to me that he knew all about it and was playing the little darling on the surface. Commander Luo's heart was overwhelmed. He had thought that based on the current investigation, they had already figured out everything about Gao Ren to a T. But now it seems that they still don't understand Gao Ren, and it turns out that it's Gao Ren who has been treating them like little cuties. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of what Kai Yang had said about immeasurable. In that case, then there definitely won't be any news progress from Kai Yang's side either. It's almost like speaking of the devil. He had just mumbled something when Kai Yang requested a video connection. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. On the other side of the phone was Kai Yang's stony face. Seeing him with such an expression, Commander Luo felt completely numb. Commander Luo, about that immeasurable thing, I've already talked about it with the expert group, and there's already a definite result. We've tried to repeat this many times and found that all the data from after testing Gao Ren is immeasurable, so if there's no mistake, either Gao Ren's potential is just endless, or the instrument is broken. Except that in conjunction with subsequent testing of the instrument, the odds are that it's probably broken. He smiled helplessly and bitterly as he said this, but realized that Commander Luo didn't seem surprised at all. You are. Just now, Xin Lao has come to the phone, the specific content. Luo commanders simply communicate with Kai Yang. In that case, there is a high probability that I will be found out even if I go to test it? Doing all this just to amuse me? Kai Yang's face was ugly. Goran's mind is too hard to guess. This man. Definitely a high-level person. Chapter 32 Techniques and Object Methods. Since none of the tactics are successful, my suggestion is to not try it for now. Our test has already been discovered. If we continue, I'm afraid it will draw his wrath. Kai Yang took a deep breath and offered a new suggestion. Commander Luo also sighed. I thought that he would be able to improve our immortal technique, that's why I was a bit anxious, but now it seems that we can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You're right, let's briefly give up on claiming the immortal technique on Gao Ren's body and strike up a good friendship with him first. On the issue of the 3 northern provinces' participation, I've already asked Elder Qin to give Gao Ren and the Sun family the maximum benefit on behalf of the urban area. In the end, even if we can't obtain Gao Ren's immortal laws and the forces that may exist behind them, it's good to be able to utilize his power to pay some contribution to the border. Now that the situation at the border is getting worse, we do need a young generation expert like Gao Ren. That's all for now then, and your technical expert group shouldn't bother Goran lately, especially you. Yes. 3 days later. Godmother, we're in first class. Sun Jiaoer helped Lu Jiahui walk at the front to board the airplane, with Sun Changhai and Gao Ren following behind. Elder son, this is the first time I've ever taken an airplane. Gao Ren looked at the tall airplane, his eyes filled with curiosity. He couldn't even go to a nice restaurant for a meal before, and traveling out of the house was even more impossible, so this was his first time out of the province, or the city was paying for it, so naturally he had to take his mother with him. No offense, not everyone has been on an airplane and there's no need. Just let Zhao Er accompany Maisie Lu, and the 2 of us will go talk about the itinerary of the competition. Sun Changhai waved his hand, and after pulling him to sit down at the location, he handed him a form. He hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "These are all geniuses from the 3 northern provinces, each with an awakening level above 60%. The immortal laws mastered are even close to level 70, so it can be said to be extremely well played. I've heard that this competition is not a mere duel like in the past, so it's better to bring it over to show you their information first. Knowing one's enemy is the only way to win 100 battles." Goran took the form and curiously inquired, "What else can we compete in if not a duel?" Sun Changhai said with deliberation, "Perhaps it's a comparison of certain summoning immortal techniques, comparing who summoned the tougher product. It could also be more than techniques such as alchemy and chi practice. It may also simply come to be compared to the object method, comparing the degree of mastery of the summoned immortal soldiers. In short, it's not just a fight, that's why I'm worried about you," he said with a little more concern in his expression, and said tentatively, "Aren, I've known you for so long, and I've never seen you use technique or physical technique. How well do you grasp the understanding of the power in these 2 gene locks?" "This one? Never touched it." Goran shook his head. It is true that he has not been exposed to it, partly because he is not interested and partly because he cannot afford it. One aspect of his understanding of techniques and object laws was that they were not direct means of combat and were less practical. The other side of the coin was that they were more expensive than immortal laws of the same grade, and I heard that some good quality techniques and object laws were dozens of times more expensive than immortal laws of the same grade. That's why he thinks that only people who are well fed will buy these things. Never? Sun Changhai froze. Never, not a single one has been used or understood. Sun Changhai's expression stiffened on his face, and there were more than a few moments of worry between his brows. He knew that Gao Ren's immortal technique was very powerful, so from the very beginning he had never questioned Gao Ren, thinking that he was an invincible existence. But if you've never touched the techniques and objects, it's the same as being unfamiliar with everything in there, and then you're likely to lose to someone else. This is not that he is worried, because the immortal law is equivalent to martial arts, while the technique and material law is equivalent to literature. In the various rules of the literature fight cannot say who wins and who loses. Noticing his ugly face at this time, Gao Ren immediately laughed, "But you need not worry, whether it's immortal technique or technique, I definitely won't lose to anyone. After all, even for those advertising dollars, there's no way I'm going to let it go." Seeing that he was so confident, Sun Chang was still able to relax for a few moments, but his heart was still worried. I'll have someone organize all the resources for the immortal laws and the object laws, and I'll send all of these to you as soon as I get off the plane. Ren, this is about whether we make money or not, we absolutely cannot be negligent. Don't worry, I'm invincible. Gao Ren was incredibly confident. How can he not be confident? There was no chance of him losing with a degree of awakening of 99,999%. In the face of absolute power, all moves and rules were just fancy. That advertising money and the deputy commissioner's position were well and truly in his pocket. The plane took off and he was so mesmerized by the scenery outside the window that he stopped paying attention to Old Sun. The province they were in was called Twilight Snow Province. Although this place belonged to a relatively backward province in the Dragon Kingdom, it was still a relatively easy existence to find a few top geniuses in the province. Inside a certain office in Kurenai City, which was the capital of the province, men and women sat together, all of them representatives of the various municipalities in the province. I say, leader, why is there suddenly an extra quota added to this northern 3 provinces competition? What powerful characters can come out from within that small city of Tsongshan City? Wasting so many resources to add a quota for them, isn't that paying for nothing? A burly man had an unhappy expression. As the head of Twilight City proper, it was clear that the person he picked was already internalized to represent the 3 northern provinces. Now suddenly insert a person, or the city of Tsongshan, which has never been to the grades. You should know that the northern 3 provinces competition is based on a points-based system, and unreliable people who debut and lose will only reduce their points. So after learning about this, everyone caused dissatisfaction because they didn't want to bring along the dragger. Sitting in the main seat was a man with white hair, who said with a serious face, Tsongshan City has already guaranteed that their representative will be undefeated in all the games, and if they fail to achieve that, all the grant programs for the next 3 years will be abandoned. The room instantly fell silent at these words. Everyone was wide-eyed and shocked to the core. Waive all grant programs for 3 years. It is important to realize that each city within a province allocates resources for contributions. This resource is reflected in various aspects, such as finance, immortal law resources, and educational resources. And what's the concept of not having 3 years of subsidy? Understand it this way. All the other cities are improving every year, while no subsidized city is regressing. It looks like 3 years, but in reality it's 10 or more years behind. What kind of person is this representative of Tsongshan City to make them this confident? Chapter 33 Testing Techniques and Object Laws. The people in the hall were briefly silent for a few seconds before the dismay and surprise on their faces transformed into lost laughter. Because they came back to their senses. This is not where the city of Tsongshan is confident about the representatives who are competing, it is clear that they have to fight hard. Within the entire Twilight Province, the worst development was Tsongshan City. In fact, Tsongshan City has been programmatically delisted as a delegate since the beginning of this year, so even if they don't turn their backs on it, the odds are that it will be a chronic death. The subsidy policy will not continue to be changed until it is completely immobilized, but even then it will merely be maintained. Anyway, Tsongshan City still has some vigor, it's just a pity that it doesn't have any top talents. If this one really fails, I'm afraid that in the future, Tsongshan City will have to disappear completely, and will end up being reduced to certain old districts of neighboring cities. The crowd chimed in with a few words, each with a look of disdain in their eyes. At this time, the people of Tsongshan City who had already landed in the airplane were not aware of the discussion here, and after landing, Gao Ren and the others came to the hotel where they were resting at the first time. Inside the hotel, Sun Changhai had already transmitted all the prepared techniques and materialistic information to Gao Ren. Gao Ren was observing the information with excitement. That's right, it's exciting. He wasn't interested in techniques or object laws per se, but in his eyes, they were money. Dozens of techniques and objects are worth a little over $10 million anyways, right? He was so intoxicated that he didn't react until Sun Changhai inquired about this. I only saw Sun Changhai cautiously inquired, Ren, can these techniques and object laws work? These things aren't like immortal laws, they're even harder to find in good quality than immortal laws, and this is as far as my side has gone to get our hands on them. Sun Changhai is now worried, very worried. This is because their techniques and material law resources are far inferior to the other 2 provinces. If it really came down to a competition of these, they would lose people by a large margin right off the bat. No problem, don't worry. Right, it's still early, I'm going to find my little sister and my mom to have a hot pot, you come along too, old Sunday. I'm happy today, my treat. Sun Changhai's smile stiffened, but he still immediately revealed a smile and nodded, only the worry in this smile was getting heavier. Night. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The inside of his head was filled with Gao Ren's state in the past few days. Gao Ren didn't seem to care about the competition at all, and the feeling of belittling others like this made him feel a bit dangerous. When he thought of Kaiming telling him that downtown had gambled everything for this one, he couldn't sleep even more. No, the art is specialization. Although Ren has terrifying strength and immortal techniques and object techniques are after all dependent on resources, I must make him understand this matter so that he can prepare earlier. Tomorrow we'll take him to see a few other provincial geniuses, after all, have not been out of Sangshan City, have not seen the world, after seeing the world will definitely change. Sun Changhai was thinking in this way, and only then did he sleep peacefully. The last train in the suburbs of Twilight. Ding dong! The chemical plant station on the outskirts of the city has arrived. Please ask arriving passengers to get off the bus as soon as possible. The bus driver moved his muscles a bit, twisted his head to look at the teenager sitting in the last row huffing and puffing, and couldn't help but yelp. Little brother, the end of the line is here. Ha! Takahito wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, still a little dazed. Are we there yet? Is it a suburban chemical plant? Yes. Do you work at the crematorium? The driver's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. No, I just came to sneak around. Is there usually no one here? Gao Ren straightened his clothes. Yes. There is only a bare crematorium here, little brother, are you sure? You came here to sneak around? It's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The bus driver looked at him a little nervously, his voice was a little fuzzy. You don't understand, some things can only be done in this place. Gao Ren also ignored him and directly got out of the car and walked towards the distance. He walked to a place where there was no village in front of him before slowing down and stopping. For techniques and object methods, he really hadn't tried them yet, and although his mouth was full of confidence, he still had to try them, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. It's a $20 million business after all. Illusory panels appeared in front of him, and the techniques and object laws that he had read during the day appeared before him. After a little thought, he was ready to try the object method first. After all, it was a type of maneuver such as greeting things, and would not poke holes in it. Thinking about it, he set his sights on a level 3 object spell. The name is the Sword of Refinement and Sacrifice. Refined Sacrificial Sword, a spiritual sword forged with a large amount of essence blood, possessing aura and endowed with strong vitality. It's just summoning a long sword, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Gao Ren muttered, then took a deep breath and started loading the genlock. In the meantime, inside the backyard of the crematorium, a man about Goren's age was standing straight up with his eyes slightly closed. He opened his eyes slightly, excitement and anticipation filling his eyes. It's true, there's only enough yin qi at the crematorium, in which case one would be able to summon the extreme yin sword perfectly. It's a level 49 object law. The difficulty of this object method is 1,000 times more difficult than the immortal method. If I can successfully summon the extreme yin sword, then I will definitely be able to win the top prize amongst the competition of object methods in the 3 northern provinces this time. Lu Mao was excited beyond belief. As one of the 7 representatives of Twilight City, he was obsessed with object law. It could be said that it was hard to find a rival in the entire northern 3 provinces above the object law, and today, in order to summon the extreme yin sword, which he had not succeeded in doing on weekdays, he had deliberately come here. Now everything is ready, except the east wind. Object method, extreme yin sword. Give me out. Accompanying his cry, a darkness surfaced before him, and a shadowy sort of light appeared a little from within. It appeared extremely strained, extremely slow, a little bit out of it. Along with its appearance, the winds around it were so fierce that the flames within the entire crematorium were instantly extinguished. A lighter to light a fire. A fireplace of bodies that happened to be burning. And so on, all went out in a flash. The sweeping gusts of wind turned into a cloudy wind, and there seemed to be ghosts crying and howling in between the whistles. The staff in the crematorium stared pale as paper, of the first time to open the flashlight to hold the group. Ha ha ha. It's done. I've made it, little master. Once the extreme yin comes out, evil ghosts will run rampant. This is the Immortal Soldier Extreme Yin Sword. Use it with a level 30 immortal technique to fight against phenomenal immortal techniques of level 80 or above. Lu Shu laughed loudly, his entire person incomparably maniacal. Countless gloomy clouds appeared above his head, like countless black dragons about to rain down heavenly punishment from the sky. However, just at that moment, a heart-shattering voice rumbled in his ears. Sword come. Chapter 34 Frightening the Extreme Sword. The extremely bright and righteous voice was deafening in the gloomy clouds. Shocked Lu Wu, almost deaf in both ears. After his brief moment of disorientation, his eyes revealed confusion. This. Was it created by the extreme sword? He gazed at the extreme sword in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. At this time the extreme sword is rapidly trembling, the entire body of the sword issued buzzing sound, the frequency of vibration has appeared residual shadow, looks very eager to break free from the space inside. Seeing the violently trembling extreme sword, the confusion on Lu Wu's face disappeared and turned to surprise. I really am a genius of the new age. Surprisingly, utilizing yin qi at the crematorium to raise the power level of the extreme sword summoned by the martial law is simply divine. Oh. Ha 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 ha. He let out a low chuckle, which then turned into a loud laugh, and finally a laugh on his back. Just then, a golden, blinding light shone on his face, causing his laughter to come to an abrupt halt. Where is that golden light coming from? He squinted his eyes and realized that a blinding golden light was revealed in the sky amongst the gloomy clouds brought about by the extreme sword. The clouds were extricated from the darkness, dispersing a piece of darkness, and the area gradually became as white as day. How could the extreme sword summon a golden light? Lu Mao was flabbergasted. Right at this moment, the extreme sword beside him once again emitted a piercing buzz, and in the midst of the trembling of the sword moving outward a little bit, it suddenly came to an abrupt end before instantly retreating back into the space. Space blockade. Object spell casting failed. Ha! Lu Wu was dumbfounded. It was the first time in all these years that he had cast unable to fail. What the hell is this damn golden light? He wanted to raise his head to get a closer look, but the golden light was just too dazzling to gaze at. At the same time, along with the golden light, those gloomy winds disappeared. Gusts of metallic buzzing began to spread, and the visions changed suddenly. At the same time, all of the machinery in the Twilight City Defense and Control Center suddenly began to disorganize. All the detection machines had reached the red warning threshold, a scenario that was almost exactly the same as Changhai City at the time. A middle-aged man with a mustache stood up violently from his chair with a shocked expression. What's happening? Why did the limiter suddenly reach the edge of criticality? Could it be that there are large alien beasts attacking the city? I knew those had to be swept away, there would be no seeds left for them. Lu Guoliang slammed the table in anger. As the person in charge here, he knew exactly how much of a liability it would be if the limiter suddenly shattered. No. No. Brother Lu, it's a problem on the suburban side. It's dawn over there. Lu Guoliang froze. Dawn? What dawn? It's 12 midnight and you're telling me it's dawn. You'll see if you come over and take a look. Lu Guoliang frowned tightly and came to the screen. It was the closest surveillance they could pull up in the neighborhood, some distance from the crematorium on the edge of town. He saw in the distance at the crematorium a light like that of the sun, illuminating the earth a little. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring dead into the depths of the video-processed glow. Gradually, he stared in disbelief as he saw a glimpse of a giant sword slowly emerge from the midst of nothingness. He sucked in a breath of cold air and rubbed his eyes desperately, thinking he was seeing things. Is this object law? Level 90 object law? Wasn't this level of object method lost a long time ago? His voice shook as he stared blankly at the giant sword that kept moving. That's right. Level 90 object laws have long been lost and haven't appeared in centuries. It is rumored that the appearance of this level of object law is able to change the climate of heaven and earth, turn yin and yang, and determine chi fortune. Hurry! Quickly notify everyone and give me the first opportunity to head to the suburbs. Lu Guoliang was so excited that he was trembling. If one was able to master this object law, then not only would they be able to win this competition in the 3 northern provinces, but it would be more likely to change the development of the object law in the entire Twilight Snow province. Stab! His voice had only just dropped when all the instruments went straight to death. The cell phone is not working. The instruments are out of order too. All the appliances are out of order. I don't know who called out, and the room went dark instantly. The entire city was completely dark at this moment as well, and all the metallic material in the room was shaking at the same time. The cell phone trembled, the metal chair trembled, everything trembled. That giant sword. Affects all metals. Level 90. Definitely level 90. Lu Guoliang trembled and exclaimed as his person instantly disappeared in place. Same time. Suburban crematorium. Luwu was kneeling on the ground with a shocked face at this moment. His entire expression was frozen, and he couldn't help but mutter something in his mouth. This is definitely a long-lost object method. No, I want to worship, I want to worship. He suddenly came back to his senses and opened his cell phone as if he was possessed. Instead, he realized that there was no signal on top of the first cell phone, and after a second of dismay got even more excited. He inflicted an immortal technique on himself, and it was directly a detection. An invisible gale spread from with him at the center, spreading instantly. The gusty wind blew Gao Ren shivering. Looking at the huge sword that had only emerged a little bit of the blade, he finally came back to his senses. Collect! He simply snuffed out the object law and scratched his head in some distress. No level 3 object method has this kind of power. Just out of a sword tip is enough to rival me using a level 1 immortal method. If this is directly summoned, won't it directly destroy Twilight City? It seems fortunate that I came to try it out, or else then I'd pull out a level 5 immortal technique. Wouldn't I just GA everyone? Gao Ren felt very grateful, but felt somewhat unfulfilled. But since the object method had already been tried, it was time to try the technique. He had his eye on a first-grade alchemy technique, and he decided that he would use it to try it out. Just as he was about to try to use it, he suddenly felt what? He craned his head to see a man in the distance as if he were walking on water, practically floating over the ground. That person was covered in golden light, obviously using some kind of immortal technique. Soon, he could see the other party's appearance. It was a youth of a similar age to him. The youth could be described as dusty, his entire clothes and hair a bit disheveled, his eyes as excited as if he had won a few $1 million in the lottery. Brother, have you seen anyone else here casting object spells here? Lu Mao spots Gao Ren at the first opportunity and excitedly pokes around with him about what just happened. Gao Ren was delighted. You said casting an object spell. Yes, just now, I cast an object spell. Lu Mao froze and re-examined Gao Ren, then excited to the point of trembling, he slowly pulled out a pair of glasses from his arms. That's an eyeglass instrument for checking the level of awakening. Chapter 35, he must be related to someone high. Lu Wu had only just put on the awakening detector when his smile froze. 0%? His eyes widened for a moment before he took his glasses off. The smile on his face had disappeared, and he grabbed Gao Ren's collar with a fierce look in his eyes. How dare you trick me? Do you know who I am? A guy with an awakening level of only 0% has a lot of guts. I'm the representative of Twilight Snow City, the strongest use of object law inheritor in the province. He looked very angry, his eyes were bloodshot. I didn't lie to you, although I don't know how you speculated on my awakening level, but you're just as vulgar as everyone else. My awakening level is 99,999%. Gao Ren helplessly spread his hands. Lu Mao froze when he heard his words, and the anger he originally possessed actually began to subside. Only the eyes that looked at Gao Ren again had turned into eyes that looked at an idiot. Yes, Goren was an idiot in his eyes. I'm too lazy to get into it with you, so just tell me whether or not you saw anyone in the neighborhood just now. As long as you tell me truthfully, what you just asked me for will be written off. That's right, he's going to that high man, and a little cutie. What's the point of competing? Gao Ren was just about to say something when a golden light appeared in the sky behind them, followed by a middle-aged man appearing in front of them. Father, what brings you here? Lu Mao saw the visitor and immediately greeted him. Lu Guoliang's gaze scanned over the two men and his brows furrowed. With the detection spell he used while flying over, other than some staff inside the crematorium, the two of them were the only ones left in the entire area. Lu Wu is his son, surely can't be the one who used out that kind of object law, that is. The teenager in front of you? Son, you didn't use that advanced object method just now, did you? Is it related to this kid? He inquired tentatively. He didn't know Gao Ren's true identity and didn't dare to open his mouth freely, so he could only be polite. Him? He's just an idiot, claiming to be 99,999% awakened and saying that the object method just now was cast by him. It's really funny. Lu Mao disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Lu Guoliang couldn't help but lose his smile as well. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, but anyone with a normal modern educational perception would think it was bull. Just say it. There are no 100% awakened people in the world, let alone the exaggerated 99,999%. So when he heard Gao Ren say that his awakening level was 99,999%, he defaulted to the fact that this guy was a rebellious delinquent. Since he isn't, let's not waste time here and go look somewhere else. Yes. The two nodded their heads and simultaneously used the Imperial Air Immortal technique, preparing to leave in mid-air. Just as he was about to prepare to leave, he suddenly stopped again and looked into the distance with a grave expression. Someone's coming. Before his words fell, a golden light flew in the distance. Sun Changhai was sweating profusely at this time as he used his immortal technique to the extreme. He had all but fallen asleep, only to be awakened by the shaking, and after realizing that Gao Ren was not in the room the first time he realized what had happened, and came here the first time after inquiring about the news. Isn't this Chairman's son? Do you happen to be in the neighborhood? Lu Guoliang revealed a few smiles when he saw Sun Changhai and greeted him warmly. Apparently, the two men knew each other. Sun Changhai's face didn't look too good when he saw him on the other hand, as he subconsciously thought that the other party had already contacted Gao Ren. Just Gao Ren that temper cannot be said to be provoked, if really angry. His mind was all about what had happened that day in the old town and he immediately winced. Elder brother Lu, have you seen a young man who is similar to your son? He's about this tall, a little on the thin side, not bad looking, a little bookish. Sun Changhai described anxiously, sweat already crossing his cheeks. Hearing his description, Lu Guoliang didn't wait to open his mouth, but Lu Wu grabbed the first words, you said that idiot right there. He winced before he could finish his words. Only to see Sun Changhai staring at him with cannibalistic eyes, looking very scary, as if he was about to make a move in the next second. Lu Guoliang reacted at the first moment and directly took a step forward, his brow furrowed. That person is over there, President's son has something to say, don't hurt the peace. The level of the two people is almost the same, really fight. Perhaps Lu Guoliang think they still have the upper hand, but because of such a small thing on the big fight is really unnecessary. Mind your son, other things my old man won't see eye to eye with you youngsters, but if it's about this person, don't blame the old man for me putting up a fight. Sun Changhai snorted coldly, then he also stopped taking care of the two people and utilized his immortal magic to fly towards Gao Ren's side. He knew that this kind of thing had to be taken seriously, otherwise if someone found Gao Ren in trouble again in the future, it would not be as simple as him suffering. I'm afraid that the entire Twilight Snow City wouldn't be able to run away, and once Twilight Snow City was destroyed by Gao Ren, they wouldn't be any better off. That being the case, it's better to be offended in this way to be able to avoid the root cause. As for why it's not explained. How can I explain it? Gao Ren's situation is really too special, even if he really breaks it up and rubs it in pieces and explains it to other people, it's useless. Those who get it get it. Those who don't get it won't get it even if they say so. Lu Guoliang looked at the departing Sun Changhai, his face clouded and ugly. Obviously, both in terms of position and level, he was a bit higher, but he didn't want to tear his face off and could only eat this dumb loss. It's hard to understand how this old man can pay so much attention to an idiot. Could it be that the old man has a son, or is it an illegitimate child? He frowned and looked at Sun Changhai, who was carefully checking and observing the nodding head in the distance with an odd expression. The more you look at it that way, the more it looks like it. Father, this Sun Changhai is also too arrogant, obviously a remote small place in Sangshan City, but he is so arrogant. Lu Mao had a displeased face and clenched his fists. Lu Guoliang snorted coldly, your attention shouldn't be on this, you are the representative of the downtown area, this time is your chance. Remember, don't let these trifles interfere with your own path of progress. He was very stern, with a touch of unquestioning. Yes, father. But I think that this idiot should probably know where that high person is going even if he's not that high person. That object spell was cast here, I saw it with my own eyes, so that person who cast the object spell is definitely in this neighborhood. Or should I try asking him again sometime? Lu Guoliang's eyes lit up when he heard his words. So speculate. Seems like a good real possibility. Chapter 36, Using Gao Ren as Bait. Sun Changhai stood by Gao Ren's side with a worried and anxious face. Ren, why did you run here in the middle of the night? The golden light before. Oh, you mean that golden light? I'll try the object method. Gao Ren waved his hand full of concern. Well, the object law you gave is powerful, I'm confident now. Sun Changhai was slightly stunned when he heard that Gao Ren had come to try the object method. He knew very well that the level of the object laws he had found were not very high, and it was absolutely impossible to create that kind of sound, so Gao Ren's words were obviously perfunctory. That means Gao Ren has the material law in his hand? But didn't he say before that he didn't know much about? The more he thought about it, the more he shivered afterwards. Gao Ren is on the defensive? Did. Because he contacted Qin Lao? The more he thought about Gao Ren's eccentric temper, the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Gao Ren must have known that he had contacted Qin Lao, and Qin Lao had also sinned against Gao Ren before, so Gao Ren saw that they had contacted his heart. But because of this period of time the Sun family's friendship and did not immediately poke his nose in it, but used this means to remind himself. For a while, Sun Changhai sweated like a pig, standing by Gao Ren's side trembling like a child, not daring to say a word. This scene was clearly seen by Lu Guoliang, who was observing from afar, and his face immediately changed. Originally, he had been ready to leave with Lu Mao, but he didn't expect to see such an amazing scene. Who is Sun Changhai? How can you say that you're also the president of a city's inheritors association? That's an absolute number one. Just from the fact that he had just dared to stiffen his own senior management in the provincial capital city alone, he was able to see how much weight this old man carried. But it was a bit shocking that such a person was so frightened by an idiot. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he laughed slowly. Son, maybe you're right. If it's this old man's illegitimate son, this old man would never be like this, and there's a real possibility that it's an existence that's related to that high person. That's right. Gao Ren is an idiot with 0% awakening. In that case, he was definitely not the expert they were looking for. But for such a person to make Sun Changhai nod his head and bow, then there was only one possibility they speculated. This kid is related, perhaps even a relative, to the high-ranking person who cast the object spell. Dad, that. Go back first, as I said. What happens next has nothing to do with you. The two men disappeared into thin air. Takahito looked up at the two men who had left inside. Elder son, how come none of you believe I'm strong? Or else the next time I encounter other people questioning me, cast an immortal spell to show them? Elder son, who had been waiting for Gao Ren to speak from the side, shivered and hurriedly opened his mouth. I don't think there's any need for people to show off too much. Those who understand you do. And those who don't understand you are just talking too much to them. Gao Ren pondered a little and nodded slightly. Well, you're right. If someone insisted that I just cast an immortal spell, wouldn't that be exhausting? Ginger learned. Sun Changhai wiped away the sweat floating on his head and let out a long breath. And prove it to someone else? As far as these immortal laws in Gao Ren's hands were concerned, it didn't need to be said that at most 2 immortal laws would cause a city to be destroyed. Where's the proof of your strength? It's clearly a case of killing people to get rid of them. Ren, let's go. It's getting late, are you hungry? I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Free nightcap? I want fondue. The fondue is closed at this hour. River Bottom is open until 2:30 a.m. The second half of the night. Conference hall. Lu Guoliang recounted what happened to Gao Ren. The provincial executives present frowned. The person in charge of the last speech, Zhang Dongdong, who was in a muscular state, said, in that case, this kid called Gao Ren is the key to finding that mysterious person who casts the heavenly object technique? Yes, but it's because this kid may have a relationship with the mysterious person, we can't act rashly yet, or else once we anger the other party. Lu Guoliang had a difficult face. Everyone in the hall fell silent. This is indeed a problem. That one called Gao Ren is from Sangshan City District, right? If I remember correctly, this kid is also a representative of Sangshan City. Someone inside the high level spoke. If that's the case, then there's a real possibility that it would fit Lu Guoliang's speculation. After all, he, a person with an awakening degree of only 0%, is definitely not qualified to participate. Lu Guoliang nodded. That's it, I've urgently investigated the situation in Sangshan City. According to the intelligence, this one called Gao Ren has been involved in some way in several recent major immortal law incidents in Sangshan City. Then just ask him. A man spoke up. Since this kid is related to that mysterious person, it's better to question him directly. Sangshan City is also a member of our province anyway, so it's only right to contribute to the province. Everyone was nodding, when a slow voice suddenly spoke. No. At the sound, everyone turned their heads to look. It was an old man close to 60 with gray hair. Mayor of Kurenai City, Kikaku. Mushwa slowly shook his head. If it really could be according to you guys that much, then Sangshan City would have reported this situation a long time ago. The reason they don't report on the situation is that they feel the province doesn't take them seriously and this mystery man is their last hope, which is why they proposed a 3-year jump this year to throw their weight around. If we really look for Tsangshan City to talk, the probability is that it won't be successful, and there's even a possibility that it won't end happily, and it's definitely not a good thing for our province to implode at this juncture of the northern 3 provinces competition. At this time Lu Guoliang also nodded his head and said, what the leaders said is not wrong. The 3 northern provinces have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, and they absolutely cannot allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. And Gao Ren is a tough one. He's a graduating high school student with an immature mind, a temperamental nature, and a family with major issues that cloud his judgment. So trying to go and pull out that mystery man thing on him, he's probably going to be so resistant that I don't think it's going to work. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, what the hell do we do? The person in charge, Jiang Long, had a displeased look on his face. Lu Guoliang's face revealed a hint of a smile. As I said, this Gao Ren is temperamental, unable to communicate properly. But at the end of the day he's just a high school student who hasn't seen the world, so I suggest we observe him and go straight around him to find the mystery man. Using Gao Ren as bait, we'll lure the people in the back out. Chapter 37, he's holding back a big one. Baiting? Tell me how it's induced. Mu Shui spoke slowly, a hint of interest revealed within his eyes. Lu Guoliang nodded. It's simple, since this Gao Ren is here to represent Tsangshan City in the northern 3 provinces competition, it proves that the mysterious person behind him values this competition. As long as we utilize this to make a move, we'll be able to easily draw out the mysterious person behind us. Kikaku narrowed his eyes slightly in thought and was silent. You mean? I mean, extraordinary times with extraordinary means. This is about the development of our province. As long as we make things difficult for Gao Ren on this quota when we're about to leave, so that he won't be able to get a quota for the northern 3 provinces, then he'll definitely be anxious to go to the mysterious man to solve the problem. At that time, there's no way this mysterious person won't come to us. Hearing his words, many in the room nodded. Apparently, they think this approach is great. Of course, that was the only way that could be thought of so far, and while it sounded a bit cruel to Tsangshan City, it was certainly a way to go. What if it angers that mysterious person? I saw the unusual movement yesterday. I'm afraid the lost restrictor almost burst? A trace of scorn appeared on Jiang Dong's face. His home was in the suburbs, not on the suburban chemical plant side, but not too far away. Yesterday, he was clearly feeling that terrifying power. It was definitely an immortal technique that was over level 90. As the person in charge he only knew one level 90 immortal technique, but he knew very well that it was absolutely no match for the one from yesterday. That's a good one. If the fear of overreaching makes the other person impulsive, then we'll disqualify them with reason. For example, we need to cut down on the number of spots, we need to streamline the field and let our own people compete. If that's not possible, we'll cut the other side some slack on the 3-year treaty. Lu Guoliang's words caused the senior leaders present to nod their heads. They felt that Lu Guoliang was thoughtful, and very thoughtful. Mu Shui also revealed a satisfied expression and nodded slightly. Guoliang, you've done a good job. With a talent like you in Twilight City, we'll definitely be able to surpass the development of the other 2 provinces. Then do it according to the plan you said. If there's anything you need support to help, don't worry and speak boldly. Absolutely support you. Yes. Lu Guoliang walked out of the conference hall, the corner of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. Tsangshan City is really sorry. After all, your city's development is too poor. Such a good resource shouldn't be wasted on you. He said. Inside his mind flashed back to the same way Sun Changhai was angry at him and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph. What kind of young man do you want to learn after a handful of bones? You'll have something to cry about when the time comes. Early the next morning. Gao Ren had only just gotten up when there was a knock on his room door. The urgent knocking on the door made Gao Ren very speechless. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Can't someone get a good night's sleep? He helplessly pushed open the door of the room and saw an anxious Sun Changhai. Elder son, what's wrong? It's bad, things are bad. Sun Changhai walked into the house with an ugly face. The province has just issued an order saying that the quota for the northern 3 provinces competition is to be reduced to 3. That means we're going to come out on top inside a 10-person elimination. We're going to the competition this afternoon, and this is going to be a problem. Gao Ren smiled helplessly when he saw how eager he was. Elder son, what do you have to worry about? Don't you know my level? Not to mention 10 people, even if it's 100, 1,000, I'm not afraid to come. It's all brother, it's all garbage. Sun Changhai sighed helplessly when he heard his words. Of course I know your level, for your level is I am very assured, but sometimes being able to participate in this quota isn't just about strength, it's also about having a background. Sun Changhai's voice gave a beat and continued, there are 3 people inside the urban area who became famous at a young age, and they have always been focused on cultivation by the province, so it can be said that they are the province's heart and soul. For the cost and effort they put in, they're no longer allowed to be silent, they have to contribute something to the province. The place where this contribution is most manifested is this northern 3 provinces competition. Hearing him say that, Gao Ren was also a bit anxious. That's so true. What's the use of knowing how to fight? You have to rely on your strength and background to come out. He also scratched his head in some fuming annoyance. That's not good. Absolutely not. That $20 million in advertising money can never go down the drain. Either way, he had to take the spot. Is it just going to be those 3 guys? How about I go beat them up and intimidate them? Gao Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. He was more than familiar with this scene, he used to see bullies all the time when he was in school. He didn't want to do it, but he really needed the $20 million, and these people were going through the back door, so he was kind of correcting the evil, right? The corners of Sun Changhai's mouth twitched. But on second thought it seemed like a way to go, but immediately shook his head. No, how can I be imagining things? Anyway, let's just go over there and improvise. I've already informed our city about this matter, and I guess they will communicate with the province, so now we can only take one step at a time. Gao Ren didn't answer him, like he was acquiescing, but in his heart he was muttering. No way. Absolutely not. Something has to be done. There it is. His eyes lit up, and a wicked smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Anyway, when the time comes to test it, won't he just find the right opportunity to accidentally injure a few people? No. A few wouldn't do, he had to mishandle everyone so that he alone could be the representative and it would be foolproof. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. It even went from an initial arc to a smile and finally a laugh. Originally anxious plus worried Sun Changhai look, see crazy inexplicable Gao Ren, even more anxious. He looked at the giggling Goren in shock and sneaked out of the room with a bitter smile on his face. Life. It's all life. No wonder the last time the fortune teller said I wouldn't live to be 100, it's so accurate. Soon. It's time for the afternoon. Gao Ren followed Sun Changhai to the site of the test. All this way Sun Changhai was filled with nervousness, at first wiping the sweat from his forehead, by the end he was already sweating. He lifted his head to steal a glance at Goren, who was sitting on the sidelines. For some reason, from the moment he got into the car, Gao Ren had been sitting there without saying a word, clenching his fists every now and then, with the feeling that he wanted to immediately strike out and exterminate everything. He had a hunch. Takahito. To do something extraordinary. Chapter 38, Them? They count for nothing. Ren. That one, are you having trouble with something? After holding it all the way, Sun Changhai finally couldn't help himself. His old heart couldn't take much more of this if it went on like this. Trouble? What's the trouble? I'm not bothered, I'm excited and jumping for joy right now. Gao Ren laughed. Yes, he jumped at the chance. He couldn't wait to send everyone away one immortal law at a time now, so that he would be able to take the spot all to himself. He felt like a genius when he thought about this plan where only he himself could go to war in the 3 northern provinces. No. No is good. Sun Changhai's smile stiffened a bit, and he subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. For some reason, even though Gao Ren said that he didn't have any ideas, he was still very flustered in his heart. What it boils down to is that with what he knows about Goren, this guy is definitely not holding back any good farts. But letting him know what Gao Ren was really thinking was something that wasn't going to happen. So the only thing he could do now was to pray that Gao Ren would never mess up. Even if you want to make things happen, don't make a shocking big thing, his little heart, old bones, can't stand it. He got out of the car with trepidation and led Gao Ren to the venue where the internal practical training was competing for places. It's a downtown stadium, it's huge, and all the entrances and exits have been blocked off. This is an important matter concerning the future development of the province, and naturally, it should be given high priority. At this moment, Sun Changhai was handing over various formalities to the security personnel, and Gao Ren stood behind him, snorting, when a teasing voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Egu, if it isn't our great god of material law. Are we going to use that giant sword from last night for today's match? Lu Mao came from behind him with a teasing face. He intended to provoke Gao Ren to the point of making him more emotionally angry about this competition. Their plan was to make Gao Ren fail in this competition for the quota, and the easiest way to do so was naturally to provoke the other party and make him lose his mind. However, no need for that giant sword object law from last night. That thing is so powerful, I'm afraid a great sword will get you all killed here. Lu Mao's smile faltered. If someone else said that, he'd think the other person was an idiot, a brainiac, and wouldn't be half as angry. But the person who said it was an idiot, a brainiac, and said it with the same tone as if it were true. No, maybe in this idiot's eyes, what he said was a true statement. This serious look, in turn, made him a little angry, it's like everything is real. That giant sword was really the same as what Gao Ren had cast. It's a real treat for a cow not to talk to an idiot like you. If you really have the ability, use it and try. He had a contemptuous face and an angry voice. No, you'll really die, you're too weak. Gao Ren's head shook like a rattle. You. Lu Mao gritted his teeth but froze, unable to utter a single word. Not with idiots in general, he's real angry. Generalizing with idiots, he's an idiot too. For a while he was so angry by Gao Ren that his face was green and white. Lu Mao, who is this? Suddenly, a voice interjected. It was a man in a white shirt and squinting glasses. He was also clutching a book and looked like one of those highly educated, big handsome guys. At this moment, this one was looking at Gao Ren with a curious face, his eyes seemed to be filled with countless curiosities. This is a new face, right? Lu Mao, do you want to introduce me to? Is he an acquaintance of yours? He and I are not acquaintances, we are enemies, and soon I will eliminate you. Gao Ren shook his head in a hurry. But he immediately realized what was going on and smiled awkwardly. Sorry for speaking my mind, but it's okay, it's all true anyway. I'm determined to win this time's Northern 3 Provinces competition slot, so this brother will be really sorry and will have to eliminate you. Lu Mao directly rolled his eyes on the side and directly stepped over his side to enter the venue. Gao Ren, I will make you regret coming today. So your name is Gao Ren, what a great name, very powerful. The man with the glasses pushed his own gold-rimmed glasses, a bit of arrogance showing on his face. Introduce yourself, Jin Chaoyang. It's the top genius in the province, with an awakening level of 90%. Heaven does not give birth to my golden sunrise, and the 3 northern provinces are like a long night for ages. He held out his own palm with a haughty look on his face, apparently to shake his hand. Gao Ren was stunned. Because the man was so pushy, he wanted to come too. So after a brief moment of deliberation, he extended his palm to shake the other man's hand. Gao Ren, awakening level 99,999%. Absolutely unique, one of a kind. The world is invincible and unique. He spoke forcefully, giving Jin Chaoyang a run for his money. Gao Ren said every word that made Jin Chaoyang staggered and shocked. Very good, although you're far ahead mentally, I like that you have this arrogance about you. I hope there's a chance we can still talk together in the future. I had a great time talking to you. Jin Chaoyang was a little excited. He could see that Gao Ren had a problem with his mental state. This person was simply a big stupid statue, a statement that could be seen from the 99,999% awakening level. It didn't matter though, he loved being able to have a lot of fun talking to people who were so completely innocent and self-righteous. He didn't continue to tangle with Gao Ren, but walked directly inside the venue. The tussle between Gao Ren and the 2 geniuses was seen by many people passing by, and they all whispered and pointed at Gao Ren. That playful laughter all described Gao Ren as a strange man, an idiot. Gao Ren's eyes revealed a hint of pity as he listened to the murmurs. Hey! These poor inheritors of the lower levels never know what form a master takes to roam among the grassroots of life. Elder son, what do you say? Son Changhai cried and laughed. But he had to agree with Gao Ren, even if the world didn't. Gao Ren was his nobleman, the nobleman of his Sun family. Soon, they entered the middle of the venue. The seat closest to them had a special row of chair seats. Each position had a sign of each city's representative person, and at the same time Gao Ren also saw the 9 representative youths who had removed him. They were all high and mighty and confident. The aura they possessed invisibly made ordinary people must feel very pressurized when they saw them. But Gao Ren won't. Ah Ren, those guys are your competitors, what do you think of them? Son Changhai, who was following him, inquired with some curiosity. These were all top-notch talents, any one of them would be enough to make Sangshan City covetous, but it was different now. They had Gao Ren. Gao Ren froze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. They count for nothing. Chapter 39. What opinion can I have? Gao Ren didn't deliberately lower his voice, as his 99,999% awakening level made him completely unconcerned about the reactions and gazes of the people around him. So his voice was not at all small in this relatively quiet venue, even if it could be said. Very clear. In an instant, the 9 people present all twisted their heads and stared at Gao Ren dead in the face. With the oppressive eyes from the 9 geniuses, even Sun Changhai, who was on the side, frowned slightly, feeling a great deal of pressure. I told you that Sangshan City is remote and is full of frogs at the bottom of the well. It seems to be true. A woman sitting next to Gao Ren at the closest distance puffed and laughed. It's not your turn to dictate how Sangshan City is doing. Sun Changhai snorted coldly. He stared at the woman with hostility within his eyes, looking like the two definitely weren't accumulating this much emotion just because of this one mix-up. Old man Sun, I thought you guys were holding back something big this year, but I didn't think it was pulling a big one. But I have investigated, this little friend beside you, oh no, this trash beside you, is a trash with 0% awakening level. The corners of the woman's mouth hooked up into a smile, and a touch of shock was added to her red lips. Lu Hong, don't be so smug here. This year our Sangshan City will definitely not lose to your Earthsea City. What we have lost, we will get back. The woman called Lu Hong did not speak, but instead revealed an extremely disdainful expression. It was the truest, most heartfelt look of recognition that someone else was trash. A look like that can do more than a lot of words. Sun Changhai's face was red with anger, and his palms were squeezing and creaking. By the look of him, he's about to explode. Just then, Mokaku spoke up. Kikaku, who was sitting in the very center, coughed, silencing everyone. Sun Changhai, today is not an ordinary day. As the representative of Sangshan City, you should still focus on the big picture. Sun Changhai's face became even more ugly. This is the status of Sangshan City today. Even if they really go to conflict with other urban areas in the provinces will not be on their side. They have poor resources and little talent and will always be the ones sacrificed. Just as he was trembling with anger, a voice suddenly interjected. Leaders, shall we begin? What's the point of babbling here? I'm going to go get my $20 million on behalf of the 3 northern provinces. Gao Ren opened his mouth with a serious face, looking really a bit anxious. The leaders in their seats had narrowed their eyes and stared at the bold youth with a strange scrutinizing gaze. They were some of the most powerful people within the Twilight Snow Province, and could be said to have single-handedly organized the initiators of the Northern 3 Provinces competition. A downtown representative who traded a 3-year program for just one spot, or one so young, is so nonchalant. Good thing too. Since the representative of Sangshan City is already so eager, let him behave himself. He said with a cough, his eyes locking with a few of the other executives. In particular, he saw Lu Guolian and nodded slightly. At the end of the meeting yesterday, Lu Guolian came to him to discuss a detailed plan on how to draw the mysterious man out. They all thought that after yesterday's incident with the object method, that mysterious high person was very good at the object method. When he was in Sangshan City, there were several terrifying immortal laws, which proved that this mysterious person also had terrifying immortal laws. In that case, it seems likely that there is a flaw in the technique. So, today's competition will consist of only one thing, and that is technique. Using the same technique and being able to give the best results is first place. In the same order, second place, third place are elected in this way. Hearing his words, those 9 youths all revealed confident smiles. Technique? Sun Changhai's face changed. Why isn't it a fairy law? He knew yesterday that Gao Ren also had an object law, so he was more at ease. It's just that he never expected to suddenly test the techniques today. You should know that in the past, the selection of the province was almost entirely an immortal law test, and occasionally there were a few times when it might be an object law. As for the techniques, that's never been a contest. Is Gao Ren good at technique? He craned his head to look away, his face hard. Only this time, Gao Ren frowned slightly, with a face of nervousness and lack of confidence. His heart thumped inwardly and he smiled bitterly. Did he still run into a Ren's shortcomings? Yes, he had long ago thought that no one was perfect, and that Gao Ren was bound to be less adept at a particular spell. Only he hadn't thought to favor this time of year, with a deadpan look on his face. A few people who knew Gao Ren from afar, seeing him as this expression, the corners of their mouths also hooked up a smirk. Looks like The leaders of the province all guessed correctly. In such a situation, they would definitely fail to let Gao Ren advance. Couple that with some words and over-the-top behavior, and that so-called mystery man is bound to show up. Lu Guoliang had already asked the people below to prepare heavy gifts. Once the mysterious man was found to have appeared, he and all the leaders would greet him with a smile on their faces to resolve this misunderstanding, no matter what the cost. Yes, they can be costly and full of attentiveness. But their attentiveness could only be given to the strong, not to a foxy, idiotic puppet high schooler like Takahito. Aaron. It seems like we're not very lucky. Sun Changhai sighed with a helpless expression. Bad luck? Gao Ren froze and immediately shook his head seriously. You're wrong, aren't you? It's not our bad luck, it's theirs. Huh? Sun Changhai froze. Their luck was so bad that they had to choose a technique. Obviously I was able to control both the object and immortal techniques, but it was this technique. What if I'm not careful and just kill them all? Takahito was distressed. Because he hadn't tried the technique, he didn't know its power. If he really performed a shocker and got all those leaders killed, would he still have a chance to become the representative of the 3 northern provinces? Humph, what an idiot! Lu Hong heard his words clearly and really couldn't help but spit them out. I say, leaders, can we make this well a success? He's so anxious to find death, so let him die quickly. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, Mu Shui didn't continue with the nonsense, but nodded slightly. Since that's the case, then there's no need for nonsense in this competition, so let's start right away. All participants in the competition have no questions or comments, do they? No. 9 people spoke up, only Gao Ren didn't. He looked over at Goren and cast a puzzled look. Do you have a problem with that? Goren spread his hands. What opinion can I have? They're the ones who are going to get beaten, not me. Chapter 40 Combination of Technique and Object Law. Gao Ren spread his hands laughingly, seemingly truly helpless. This made the corners of the mouths of those present twitch even more when they saw it. This guy. It's too loaded. They usually see high-quality and high-quality geniuses, or the first time to see Gao Ren so shameless. Humph. Arrogant, today I'll show you the gap between us. Lu Mao snorted coldly and took a step out. He first bowed slightly to the group of leaders, then said, since today's test is about technique, I propose forging got. Although I, Lu Wu, am the strongest person in this city's object law, I am willing to play this headlining role and come to such a skillful performance. Good. Lu Guoliang shouted loudly. Not bad for a fine young man with style. In that case, let's start with you performing the techniques. How do the leaders feel about that? Mu Shui nodded. Very well, in that case, let Xiao Lu show us. Seeing that the biggest leader had already given his word, the rest of the people naturally responded with a happy face. Everyone was nodding, signaling that they could get ready to start. Seeing that everyone agreed, he glanced at Gao Ren in triumph, and then walked proudly towards the middle field in the distance. As he walked towards the center, the others began to move away from the field in droves, ready to observe him perform. Seeing the incomparably confident Lu Wu, Sun Chang's expression worriedly looked at Gao Ren beside him and nervously said, Aran, is this forging subject matter okay, are you sure? Goren didn't say anything, but instead had a worried expression. It's true that what you fear comes to you. The fact that he didn't understand the power of the techniques he was performing was enough to make him a little worried. And now a forged title has been drawn. He had seen it inside his gene pool, one of the most suitable forging techniques, and it was also a level 4 forging technique. Level 4. This rank was too high, he had never performed such an advanced technique before. Unsurprisingly, he's likely to completely destroy the entire venue. He frowned and frowned bitterly, and completely failed to notice that Sun Changhai was talking to him, so he automatically ignored it. Such a performance caused Sun Changhai's heart to rise and fall, and he felt like his heart was about to go into sudden arrest. He kept taking deep breaths and adjusting his heartbeat. Lu Hong's sneer from the side came vaguely, causing his face to become more and more ugly. However, the scene quickly quieted down, because not far away, Lu Wu's body had begun to emit a golden light. It was the signature glow of a genlock being turned on, proving that he was about to start performing his technique. Only to see him breathe deeply, his voice resounding, technique, 100 refined steel, level 60. His voice then lurched, and a golden light flashed once again in one hand, while immediately speaking again. Object spell, Thunder Hammer, level 49. Lightning flashed in his hand, and a hammer with flashing lightning appeared in his hand, looking exceptionally powerful and beautiful. Any forging has to be accompanied by a forging artifact, and although this Lu Wu isn't top-notch enough in terms of technique, he was able to take advantage of it in terms of the material artifact. If nothing goes wrong, paired with the object spells summoned by Lu Mao, the ornamental and power of his techniques will be elevated by several steps. Jiang Long, who was the head of the city, was filled with exclamations in his words. The rest of them nodded their heads slightly. Once such a level was exerted, it was already one of the top 3. And in fact, this Lu Wu was originally one of the 3 people they had internalized. Immortal Law Number 1. Technique first. And the first of the material law. Young people who are at the top of their game in 3 areas are their insiders. At this moment, the hammer in Lu Wu's hand flung, in mid-air even with the hammer rotated 360 degrees out of thin air. This strike brought up gusts of wind throughout the entire venue, and a cloudy cloud unexpectedly appeared vaguely several hundred meters above his head, wrapped in lightning. However, this hammer of his did not land on the ground, but when it was about to touch the ground, it strangely shifted its direction under the power of Lu Wu, and was then swung into the air by him once again. Another 360-degree rotation. The medium black clouds in the sky turned black once more, and the thunder and lightning began to coalesce once more, their power clearly stacking up. He's actually condensing the power of his technique this time. He's already starting to turn the 3rd time. How many times is he going to turn? Sun Changhai exclaimed in shock at the sight. He had thought things were bad enough, he hadn't expected worse. Means like this that kept stacking up would most likely reach a level 90 effect, and if that was really the case, even Gao Ren might not be able to come up with a rival immortal technique. He had thought that the most level of geniuses from other cities would be level 70 or 80, or at least wouldn't reach such horrifying heights as level 90, but it didn't occur to him that he was still short-sighted. Crap! A layer of sweat oozed from his forehead at the thought of the cost of failure inside the city. Sun Changhai had to admit that a feeling that Gao Ren would lose had actually arisen within him. He looked at Gao Ren once again and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that he was still looking sad. Is there a weakness after all? Boom! The loud roar shook everyone present deafeningly. At this moment, Lu Wu had already spun around a few times without knowing it. The cloudy sky has been spread, at least has spread nearly 100 meters area. That cloudy has completely become solid black, lightning also from the beginning of the silver white into a black purple, give a person a kind of with also have the feeling of destructive atmosphere. This is at least level 80 already. The executives present revealed looks of joy and surprise. For them, talent from either city is something to be proud of in the province. Because none of their cities were worried about future development, even if this Lu Wu was not a genius of their city. They didn't have the same troubles as the city of Tsangshan. Just when all of them thought that Lu Wu would continue, Lu Wu didn't continue. His hammer slammed directly into the ground, the terrifying power carrying the wind of a wild wave. Only a surprising scene happened. That hammer smashed on the ground although the thunder exploded, but did not bring any damage to the ground. On the contrary, when it touched the ground, a halo emerged from the ground, seemingly cancelling out all the power. This is Level 90 Immortal Technique, Return to Emptiness. Lu Hong exclaimed, her eyes revealing gravity within them. This immortal technique is capable of defending against almost all attacks, and is a very iconic immortal technique within the level 90 immortal techniques. With this immortal method of isolation, there is no problem on this site. Just as they were all immersed in this, return to emptiness, immortal technique, there was an alarming cry from whoever it was. Oh my god! Look! Lu Wu's hammer. Chapter 41 Genius over Genius. An alarming cry from an unknown person attracted the attention of everyone present. Only to see that the hammer in Lu Wu's hand had changed drastically. It went from having lightning wrapped all around it to flickering vaguely intermittently. That thunderbolt was precisely the destructive black thunderbolt inherited from the sky, and the shape of an augur dragon vaguely appeared around the hammer. Lu Mao's ghastly white face flashed with frenzied excitement as he slowly raised the hammer above his head. His voice contained self-exaltation and complacency as he said fervently, "Please, leaders, come and see, this is a brand new object law that I have created by utilizing the perfect fusion of technique and object law. Level 67 Object Law, Black Thunder Hammer. Using the Black Thunder Hammer has an extremely high bonus that can increase immortal technique up to level 89. His voice drew applause from the leaders. Not bad, not bad. The fusion of technique and object law. Created object law. Reach up to the powered bonus of level 89 immortal laws. Lu Wu, your performance has long surpassed all of our expectations. The top 3 spots this time around are yours. Mu Shui clapped his hands, his face revealing a few moments of excitement. Lu Mao was faced with such praise, but he shook his head slightly. The leaders are flattered. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that my current level of mastery isn't enough and my body can't withstand it, I would be able to directly stack a level 95 immortal technique increase forge. Unfortunately, it can only be worked on by the kid later. He stepped down from the stage in the middle of a cheering and applauding crowd and walked directly in front of Gao Ren. Gao Ren, it's not too late to admit defeat. Ha! Gao Ren finally came back to his senses. What did you say? I didn't hear you? Seeing his somewhat dazed reaction, Lu Mao seemed to understand what was going on. His face was instantly gloomy. Didn't you just see me perform? What show? You're done boarding? Takahito looked confused. He was literally not paying attention, all his attention was on the technique he was about to use. He'll think of another way to do both, one that eliminates everyone but keeps the power in check. Obviously, he just couldn't think of anything. Perhaps this interruption by Lu Wu was God's way of reminding him. You. Seeing that he really didn't see what he had just performed, Lu Mao's face was unsightly. I don't know why, he is simply puzzled about Gao Ren's every move. This guy is simply not only a moron, but also. At this moment, Gao Ren's eyes circled around him seeming to see something, suddenly turning excited. It's the glasses. It's the glasses guy. Take a quick look, you won't be able to see his performance in a while. Gao Ren also disregarded his unpleasantness with Lu Mao and immediately shouted. Lu Mao subconsciously looked over, only to see that Jin Chaoyang had already pushed his glasses to the center. His eyes happened to be looking at both men as well, and then cleanly both hands took on a golden glow. At this moment, he was like an ancient god of war, and his entire body slowly floated up, shining with golden light. A trident then appeared in one hand, obviously summoned by the object method. Although this trident looked rather special, it was obviously not high enough leveled, it should be around level 30. Just when everyone thought that this time the level was not as high as just now, Jin Chaoyang suddenly had a golden eye grow out of his brow. That eye swiveled restlessly before locking onto the top of the weapon, a flash of golden light like a laser shooting onto it. Hot flames, terrifying light, that trident was vibrating non-stop, its color gradually turning red. The glow was clearly getting more and more terrifying, the heat emanating from it was clearly getting higher and higher, and the trident was already so red that it was impossible to gaze at it with one's eyes, yet it still hadn't dissolved. Finally, Jin Chaoyang stopped this. Everything returned to its original form, as if nothing had happened, except for the reddish trident, which seemed to float in midair wrapped in the temperature of the sun. Rolling heat waves spread out from this trident, and all of the lawn within the grounds instantly turned into nothingness. The surrounding metal also begins to gradually dissolve until the return to the void came along. Only this situation was obviously a bit different from earlier. The ripples of return to empty didn't last once, but rather the ripples kept happening. It was obviously because of the constant heat power from that trident that caused return to the sky to be constantly and consistently cast. To be able to make a level 90 immortal technique last against it, is this also level 90? Head Zhangdong was shocked. The object law forged by Jin Chaoyang utilizing the technique, golden eye forging, could actually counter grade 90 immortal laws, and it was obviously quite a bit stronger than the one cast by Lu Wu just now. At least it breaks the limit of 90 levels. No. Kikaku shook his head slightly. It keeps the level 90, return to emptiness, triggered, but the power is far from counteracting it. In fact, even if the level 1 immortal technique is persistent, it can still do that. However, Jin Chaoyang's level is indeed much higher than Lu Wu's, utilizing not only physical and technical techniques, but also immortal techniques. Not bad, not bad. Go on, next. Almost as soon as Kikaku's words fell, a plain-faced teenager walked up. He was already holding a brand new iron sword in his hand, which looked like an ordinary iron sword. Before anyone else could react, he slammed his fist on the iron sword. The golden light of this punch exploded, and the sword shook desperately, then changed rapidly under the shocked expressions of the crowd. Whoosh! The iron sword was wrapped in golden light and stabbed directly into the ground. A crack appeared on the ripples of that, return to air, and the golden iron sword plunged into it. Unarmed. Strike 1. Break, return to the sky. Technique doesn't need a lot of embellishment, that's what it really is. The teenager slowly opened his mouth and looked up at the two people who had already competed, faintly saying, the number one person in the province in terms of technique, Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian's appearance wasn't exactly stunning, but he completely slapped everyone in the face with his actions. The big man's toughness never needs flashy rhetoric, It's often just a 1-2 punch. Jin Chaoyang's face was ugly. Lu Mao's face was even uglier. It was supposed to be scenic, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. His face shifted, and just when he felt that he was losing face, his eyes caught sight of Gao Ren on the side. Immediately, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Only to see him look at Zhong Xin on the stage and laugh, "You're number one?" That's not necessarily true. This brother Gao Ren is a genius that is rare to find in 100 years, and his awakening level is even a staggering 99,999%. With him around, you're just a younger brother. Goring, you say? One moment. The focus of the room converged on Gao Ren. It was expected that Gao Ren would angrily dislike Lu Mao or hasten to clarify. But I never expected. He's right. I am invincible. It's my turn to perform on stage, right? Chapter 42 Level 4 Technique. No one answered Gao Ren's question. All that responded to him were sneers and looks like he was an idiot. At this time, Lu Guoliang and Mu Shui and the others looked at each other, then nodded slightly. Then Gao Ren, since you were so active, go up. Lu Guoliang slowly spoke, signaling that Gao Ren could go up to the stage. So with everyone's eyes converging, Gao Ren walked to the very center of the venue. Seeing Gao Ren standing in the very center, the people below had different demeanors and started discussing as well. Is this the talent that your Tsongshan City has been betting on for 3 years? I don't think he's too smart. It seems like Tsongshan City does have no one. Lu Hong was the first to speak. She shook her head slightly with a sneer on her face. Sun Changhai didn't respond to her, but clenched his fist slightly. The few geniuses just now were completely beyond his expectations and even gave him a feeling of being out of reach. Takahito. Will it be the same as usual this time? Sun Shanghai thought so because Gao Ren was a special being in his eyes. And in the eyes of Mokohaku and others, his weight was light. The ascended person who went through all the trouble found out that he was merely one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who fended off the monkeys, not to mention that this Gao Ren is not even as good as the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Today's plan will definitely succeed. We can prepare to implement the next step. Lu Guoliang had a confident look on his face, his eyes glittering with anticipation inside. The other leaders were of the same mind as him, and had their eyes on the stage. And those young people who were unaware of the participation in the competition were also curious about Gao Ren. They do wonder. Curious as to what kind of person would dare to say such arrogant words after those 3 top geniuses. What made them most dismayed was that they had never known that such a person as Gao Ren existed before this. At this moment, Gao Ren, who was under the watchful eyes of the crowd, had already prepared his technique. Level 4 Technique. Fine Forge. The introduction to the mechanics of this forge is simple. A very intentional forging technique that breaks down the details and utilizes a variety of forging methods to craft it into a fine product. He slowly sat down on the ground in full view of everyone, his expression somewhat apprehensive. After 3 seconds of thought, his body began to shimmer with a golden light. At this time everyone's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity, anticipating the object method he was going to perform. What kind of weapon will he pull out? And what kind of forging methods will be used? The next second, they realized something was wrong. How is this golden light getting more and more blinding? It was unknown who among the crowd said a sentence that instantly attracted the crowd. That's right. This golden light is so blinding. It stung more than anything before it. Not only that, but this golden light seems to be spreading? The golden light was spreading rapidly and soon wrapped the entire stadium. The blinding golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Immortal technique, clarity. I don't know who performed the immortal magic. Then the crowd was able to see what was in front of them, and although they could still see the golden light, they were able to open their eyes. It was just that they were shocked to realize that the golden light seemed to have no boundaries and was spreading non-stop towards the outside of the stadium. Everyone looked at the golden light numbly, their scalps tingling. As we all know, whether it's an immortal technique or any other method of use, the genlock releases a golden light when it's used. The greater the range of the golden light, the higher the grade of the means this was going to be cast out. A golden light of this range would cover at least half of Twilight City. What is going on here? Zhang Dong looked at the golden light with a stunned expression. Mu Shui also looked at Lu Guoliang on the side with a confused expression. What about the promised very low or even 0% awakening? How do you cast to such a terrifying level? This is still just the beginning of the golden light, it's not even time to formally cast it yet. Lu Guoliang was also confused at this point. He had confirmed several times about Gao Ren, so why was it like this? However, he immediately returned to normal and calmly said, "Leaders, have you forgotten the mysterious person behind him? This is definitely some kind of blindfold immortal method, just creating enough noise. The power is definitely not. Please don't worry, leaders, I have confirmed this matter many times, there is absolutely no problem." He said here with a beat, and instead said with some excitement, "This in turn shows that that mysterious person must have a relationship with him, or else with such an awakened person, how could he get such a special means?" His words made everyone in the room nod slightly, finding them very reasonable. But even so, Kikaku sighed, but it's an ability to be able to create such a sound. Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, a horrible buzz came out from the center of the field. Under the gazes of the crowd's extreme shock, the level 90 immortal technique, returned to the sky, unexpectedly surged out a wild wave. You know it was all a ripple before, and now, surprisingly, it's wild wave. Kikaku jerked up, his face hard. Where is this making a statement? It is clearly a true level of terror. It's not fake. Is your information accurate or not? Makogaku was obviously a bit fuming. Lu Guoliang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Gao Ren was able to execute this kind of power. Could it be that the technique of the gene lock that was to be executed in front of him was really level 90? No. That's absolutely impossible. This must be made by that mysterious person. Please don't worry, leaders, don't give up until the end. He opened his mouth with a hard head, inside his head thinking about where exactly there was a problem. The next moment, the sky changed. The crowd felt like something invisible and terrifying had coalesced in the middle of mid-air, vaguely taking shape. Yes. Forging hammers. It's a forged chisel. That's right, invisible energies coalesced in the middle of the sky to forge an attack that was instead manifestly obvious under the golden light. The next second the two clashed with each other, and a sound that went straight to the soul was muffled throughout the city. Bam! The senior leaders present, including Lu Hong's son Changhai and other people's faces, in just a second in the middle of the white, then immediately red, and then pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths, people staggered, and some even sat directly on the ground. And Lu Wu and the others directly fell to the ground with their heads in a twist. They fainted. Haven't even figured out what's going on yet. Meanwhile, it's not just at the stadium. Throughout the city, many people were falling straight to the ground, fainting. The sound was spreading invisibly, and the entire city of Twilight City began to twist and distort. Commander Luo sitting in the defense and control center was squinting slightly to sleep, his tightly furrowed brow was indicating that he was not asleep. The next second, there was a sharp knock on the door of the room. Commander Luo, it's bad, something happened in Twilight City. That Gorin is there too. Chapter 43. It's getting dark. Commander Luo snapped his eyes open and got up from his desk. Is something finally happening? Don't panic, tell me exactly what's going on. Commander Law was very excited. He knew his plan worked, and as long as he kept an eye on the Gao Ren, he would be able to discover the situation sooner or later. This is not easy to say, come and see for yourself. Commander Luo frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart, rushing to the monitoring hall. At this moment, inside the monitoring hall, the huge screen was hazy. It was like a transparent colored but opaque gel that blurred the picture by one layer. What is this situation? Commander Luo pointed at the image on the screen and frowned slightly. Commander Luo, this is an overhead view of Twilight City, it's hazy for some reason. As that commanding officer spoke, he realized that the layer of haziness was still writhing. I can't say it was writhing, but the hazy layer was moving anyway. What the hell is going on? Tell me everything you just monitored. Commander Luo spoke gruffly. That technician immediately told Commander Luo about the footage that was monitored just now, talking about the footage from the competition, all the way up to Gao Ren's body flashing with golden light. Hearing this, Commander Luo immediately commanded the technicians. Could be something on the screen, give me a view boost, isn't it city-level surveillance now? Bring me up to national-level view surveillance. The commanders didn't have any nonsense and adjusted the shots at the first opportunity. But when he finished adjusting the lens, the command room was instantly silent. The glass of water someone was clutching shook and fell to the ground with a crisp clatter, but no one paid any attention to that either. They were all wide-eyed, staring at the image on the screen as if they were shocked. Commander Luo was equally shocked and dismayed, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but just couldn't. Just see the screen, showing state-level surveillance. The entire screen was the land of the Dragon Kingdom, and in the northern part of the land, the area representing the city of Twilight Snow, there was a light golden and illusory huge figure floating there at that moment. It occupied the entire city like a heavenly god, and the blurred shadow seemed to resemble the creator, who was slowly polishing something with its hands. It was during those few seconds of their dead silence that the polished thing finally became clear. It was a giant sword large enough to cover the entire range of Twilight Snow City. At this moment, they all understood why it was blurry on that surveillance view. The massive figure was so tall that it directly blocked a relatively small view. Wrapping a municipal city's boundaries, what kind of immortal magic is this? Even Commander Luo was not calm this time. If Gao Ren's immortal technique was still over level 90 before, then this time, it was definitely qualified to reach level 100. Level 100 Immortal Law. What a horrible immortal law. Commander Luo, no good, the sky is cracking. The technician suddenly shouted, his voice trembling. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes, their scalps tingling. Only to see that huge figure slowly raise the giant sword, and dark and incomparable cracks appeared in the direction that the tip of that giant sword was pointing. The huge black fissure twisted wildly in their surveillance view and seemed to. Spatial disorganization occurs. Sky. Cracked. Commander Law's eyes widened as he reacted after several seconds. Hurry. Notify the military and defense ministries now. There's a lot at stake, tell them to hurry up. Commander Luo's forehead was already oozing layers of sweat, and he felt his hands and feet go cold. He had always thought things were under control, but when he saw this scene he finally realized something that the power that Gao Ren held had completely exceeded his expectations. It was an existence that was completely sufficient to threaten a battlefield. This was no longer a level he could supervise and had to go up towards the top at the first opportunity. Yes. The eyes of the others also revealed shock and horror, and they went to contact the relevant departments at the first opportunity. If something does happen here, then none of the people in their department are going to be okay. At this time at the same time. In the city of Twilight. Within the first-tier city that is the capital of the Twilight province. It's almost a dead city at the moment. Almost 90% of the population had fainted, and those who hadn't fainted yet were staggering. These people no longer cared to think about what was happening, their only thought was, is Twilight City going to be destroyed? All of them looked at the sky in horror, where there was an extremely large crack. The whole sky, torn apart. Poof! Lu Guolian's legs went limp and he knelt down, his mind going blank. How does this look? Is this level 100? He stared blankly at the sky, his pupils carrying panic inside. Mu Shui's pale face turned a few shades of white again when he heard this, and he even coughed violently due to his excitement. No. No. Even if it's a level 100 immortal technique, it's absolutely impossible to do something like this at close to 0% awakening. He's not 0%, it must be because of the inaccuracy of the downtown instrument for detecting awakenings. The one you saw is definitely not the mystic, it's this kid. The more Makugaku spoke, the more agitated he became, and finally voiced his suspicions. He pointed at Lu Guoliang with a grimace, itching to eat him. It's all your fault. Now that this is such a big deal, you handle the follow-up for me. Anyone you dare to speculate about, anyone you dare to offend. He's the mystery man? Lu Guoliang's face was pale, and for a while his brain buzzed. Come to think of it, it seemed that from the very beginning, Gao Ren had been saying that he was the one who was using the object method that day. It was just such an unbelievable thing that Lu Guoliang didn't believe it from beginning to end. Who would have thought it? His entire body went limp on the ground, his mood instantly lowered to the bottom, and endless remorse surged to his heart. Under the fire, he spat out blood with a wow sound, and even fainted. The executives who had previously mocked Gao Ren also had ugly faces at this moment. They looked at the still tearing sky with desperate eyes. A city, and a capital city of a province at that, with a slip-up of this magnitude would definitely attract the attention of the highest leaders. If not handled well. All leaders are subject to change. Can handle. How can I handle it? Kikaku looked up at the still tearing sky, his lips quirking. His voice was on the verge of tears as he twisted his head to look at the teenager with his eyes tightly closed. Mr. Gao, stop. His words hadn't quite fallen when a deafening roar came from the sky. Ka-ching! The sky over Twilight City is completely covered with cracks in the sky. Black. Chapter 44. All kowtow to me. It's dark. More accurately, the sky was completely torn open. The sky was like a dark black cloth covering the entire city. Mushwa's face was more ugly than crying, and his first reaction was to try to stop Gao Ren. But his legs had only just stepped away from him when he immediately stopped in his tracks. Because he suddenly realized a problem, that is, could he stop Gao Ren? Would it be able to stop Gao Ren who had executed such a terrifying technique? If he couldn't, and even angered the other party, the consequences would be unimaginable. He stared blankly at Gao Ren in the middle of the golden light, his face pale and ugly. For a moment, overwhelmed. Suddenly, he saw Sun Changhai in the distance. At this moment, Sun Changhai's face didn't seem to be surprised at all by the current scene, and it seemed that he would have anticipated this matter. Makogako's eyes lit up and he came to his side at the first opportunity. President's son, long time no see. Sun Changhai's attention was on the sky at this time. The sky that was torn apart made him extremely shocked inwardly, but perhaps it was because in his heart he had already known about Gao Ren's tactics, which was why he didn't show too much shock. When he saw Kikaku come to him, he immediately put on a friendly smile. Mayor Wood, long time no see. Although he greeted, his attention was on Sky and Gao Ren. After all, he knew Gao Ren's level very well in his heart, and perhaps such a terrifying power was just the beginning. President's son, Mr. Gao is your Sanshan City's representative for the 3 provinces, right? If we don't stop him yet, not to mention the representative, our Twilight Snow province will be lost. Mu Shui revealed a smile that was even worse than crying, and a prayer was brought into his voice. That's right. He was the mayor of Murex City, and because of this matter he was no longer bowing down to a city president of the lowest status like Sun Changhai. There's no way around it, any further and it's a total bust. Sun Changhai, however, sighed, Mayor Mu, it's not that I won't help in this matter, it's that I can't do it. Run. Can't change anything as long as it's decided, no one can change it unless. Unless what? Makogaku inquired in a hurry. It was only at this time that Sun Changhai's face was odd, as his mind recalled the image of the first time he met Gao Ren, a time when he and his son Jiaoer had suffered so much that they ended up kneeling down to calm this one's anger. He took a deep breath and said slowly, unless, of course, you can beg him. It's best to be as sincere and as low an attitude as possible until you get him off his back. Kikaku's smile faltered. Begging? As the mayor of Twilight Snow City, he could be said to be a one-of-a-kind existence in the province. He's never been the only one who's had to beg, and today he's having to beg? And on top of that asking for a junior so young, how humiliating. His face shifted and he was hesitant to make up his mind. However, at this time, the sky buzzed and the roar continued to surprisingly raise a level again. Sun Changhai shivered and was on the verge of crying out as well. Looking at this situation, Gao Ren is going to destroy the entire city. Makogaku was also completely terrified, but his eyes seemed to think of something with a twinkle in his eye. Lu Guoliang. Look what you've done, get your ass over here and apologize. Apologize to Gorin. Lu Guoliang was startled by the angry shout and his entire body shivered. If someone else had said that about him, he would have given the other person a good look in the first place. But what kind of person is Makogaku? It's his top man. Not only that, but he was also genuinely frightened by the view in front of him. Now even if he is stupid again, he also understands that Gao Ren is definitely not the idiot in his imagination, people really have strength in their hands. So he didn't hesitate and hurriedly ran to Gao Ren's face, revealing a stiff and ugly smile. Hi, Mr. Hai. It was me who had the eyes to not recognize him in Tai before, I'm now giving you a formal apology, please accept this technique aptitude. However. Boom. Within the black cloth of the sky, there was a surprisingly loud boom. It definitely wasn't thunder, it was something inside the depths of darkness trying to burrow out. Mu Shui panicked as he twisted his head to look at Sun Changhai. Sun Changhai understood his meaning at the first moment, so he smiled bitterly. I'll be honest, when my granddaughter and I were kneeling on the ground and kowtowed several times, saying that we wanted to be a horse back then. Kikaku froze. Lu Guoliang, didn't you hear me? Kneel down and pray for me. Don't forget it was your bad idea in the first place. Lu Guoliang's face completely darkened. What could he do? Thinking about Gao Ren was originally a master, he looked at the sky and the angry Mu Shui, can only helplessly clench his teeth, plop on the ground. Bang! Mr. Gao. I beg you, raise your hand. Buzz. A golden light actually did appear on Gao Ren's body, and then under his dismayed gaze, Gao Ren actually gradually floated up. That's right, it floats. Under their gaze, gradually floating toward the sky, it seems to fly away completely. Lu Guoliang was dumbfounded. Everyone's dumbfounded. What's going on here? Does he not want to give you guys a chance? Sun Changhai coldly ventured out. Mu Shui was intimidated, and for a moment his face was white and green, all in all extremely ugly. If it weren't for his age and experience here, he would have absolutely cried out immediately. But looking at Gao Ren, who was flying higher and higher, his brain was already in chaos. Why? Didn't Lu Guoliang already apologize to him? He was a bit annoyed and stared dead at Sun Changhai on the side. Sun Changhai was also intimidated by him, but once he thought of the consequences of Gao Ren's continued exertion, the entire person didn't care about the so-called high or low status anymore. Angrily, he said, I told you to be sincere. So many of you have treated us, Sangshan City, and treated our Ren badly. Do you want one person to say a few words now to let him get over it? Sun Changhai's chiding left Mu Shui speechless for a moment. He looked at Gao Ren, who was flying higher and higher, and took a deep breath, his face struggling madly. For a few brief seconds, it was as if he had gone through countless internal struggles and then gritted his teeth. All leaders kneel before me. If we don't settle this matter today, no one will have a good time. The senior leaders present each had ugly, clouded faces when they heard this. Gutted. But it had come to this, and there was no use for them to say anything. Poof. All the leaders of Twilight City knelt on the ground in unison, their voices carrying humiliation and unwillingness. Mr. Gao, we were wrong. Please. A few seconds later, Gao Ren was about to disappear from their sight. Mugaku finally relented. All kowtow to me. Chapter 45, Alarmed Abroad. Kneel? Everyone in the room looked at Kikaku in shock. Only the next second, they saw Makugaku fall to his knees. All of you, use the immortal technique to transmit sound. Pray for me. Makugaku yelled once more, his body shimmering with golden light. This is no longer a minimization of attitude, it's downright shameless. The others naturally didn't want to, and some even preferred to just leave, but when they thought that Mu Shui, their top boss, had done so, there was no way for them not to do so. In the next second, all of them knelt down and kowtowed in unison, and they even exerted their immortal laws to transmit their voices. The immortal technique of voice transmission entered directly into Gao Ren's ears, and he frowned slightly. Awakening from the immersed state of using the technique, the person slowly landed on the ground. As he landed, everything around him returned to normal. Not much longer, the recovery is very rapid, less than a minute time all the gusts of wind whistling disappeared. That horrible oppressive aura also disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Only a huge crack in the middle of the sky. The crack was like permanent damage that showed no signs of recovering, but it was a good thing Goren woke up and didn't continue. Although he woke up, he was interrupted in the middle of his immersion, so he had no idea what was going on. He just saw a group of people kneeling in front of him, looking like devout believers. I know my technique is impressive, but it's not so much that you guys are so impressed, right? You're downtown leaders, why don't you have some backbone? Goren was very speechless. He knew he was 99,999% perverted in his abilities, but these people were leaders at the highest level, hadn't they seen the world at this point? Seeing how out of shape they looked, they were not as bad as Sun Changhai back then. Gao Ren's words caused everyone present to stiffen their expressions. That's just murderous. However, they had already seen Gao Ren's level and didn't dare to say anything about it, so they could only suffer in silence. Kikaku looked up and said with a rather stiff smile. Actually, it is your skill that is so superior that it has exceeded our expectations. Do you see, on the basis of our being so sincere, can this be restored? He said, pointing his finger at the sky. Only then did Gao Ren realize that there was a bit of darkness around him and subconsciously looked up, followed by an entire shiver. Obviously he was taken aback himself, the horrific tear was just too much. Not really, I only destroy. Or else I'll do it again, to fight poison with poison? Gao Ren had a serious face. Makugaku shook his head and waved his hands in a hurry, having completely lost his smile. Don't say laugh. It's just too stiff to smile. He finally realized the words of Lu Guoyon's investigation. Gao Ren is temperamental and his nature is elusive. At this moment, Gao Ren scratched his head, then glanced around and saw that the rest of the people were all unconscious. A smug smile appeared on his face. That leader, now that I'm the only one of all people who can participate in the competition, does it prove that I'm the only one who can participate in the competition in the 3 northern provinces? Woodology's jaw dropped. He wanted to say something, but seeing the other man's expectant eyes and thinking about the black curtain over his head, he gritted his teeth and nodded. 2. You're right. I declare you the only one to advance. The words were like a giant wave, causing the hearts of the people present to roll over in fear. Only one person was promoted? Seriously? However, when they saw Mu Shue's ugly face, and Gao Ren's excited and satisfied look, they instantly understood something. One can only follow along with a smile. The one with the ugliest face was no one else but Lu Guoliang. He looked at his leader with tears in his eyes and mixed feelings in his heart. What the hell is this series of moves? What a clown. Late night. In the highest military command center of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Zoliang, who was the supreme commander, was sitting in his office looking at the report. In front of him each one was a red report labeled urgent, which represented the highest level of crisis. As the commander-in-chief in charge of the country's inheritors, he was the only one qualified to deal with these matters, and he was the only one who could do so. At the first opportunity, he received a report from Commander Law. As he read the report, his brow furrowed slightly. Aha! The level of danger is high, but it's only jeopardizing the well-being of one city, and it's still less urgent than other incidents that jeopardize the well-being of the country. What's more, in this report, the source of the power of this guy called Gao Ren is still uncertain, and is itself within the controllable range, so let's make it a last resort case for the time being. He said, tossing the paper in his hand aside, then tapped the table. Assistant, I haven't rested in 3 days and 3 nights, I have to get some rest, you take over the rest. By the way, that Sakura nation must always be reported to me. No problem. Aha! At the same time. Cherry Blossom Country. As a country neighboring the Dragon Kingdom, but with a very stiff relationship, information is being printed at this moment in their Defense Control General Command Center. A magnificent man distributed the information in his hand to everyone in the room and then clicked on the screen. The screen was turned on, and on it was none other than a terrifyingly huge shadow. Only compared to the Dragon Kingdoms, this horrible giant shadow was obviously less clear. These people were communicating in fluent Sakura Nation language, which roughly translated into Dragon Nation language meant the following. This is the latest intel we've gotten from the Dragon Kingdom. The appearance of such a terrifying genlock user in the Twilight Province within the northern 3 provinces so far does not understand the specifics of it. But speculating from the information we know now, it should be an immortal technique around level 100. The existence of this user is likely to affect our plans. Moves have to be made or this incursion into the 3 northern provinces will have to be put on hold for the time being. Several people spoke in a chorus, each with a serious expression. Not only that, but they were agitated and seemed to be in a lot of trouble about it. Just then, the magnificent man spoke, No, it is necessary to follow the plan no matter what. This man I will have someone ask around to find, and until I notify the Spatial, you will continue as planned. The first step to take now is for our guys to take the northern 3 titles. Only then will we be able to blend into the 3 northern provinces and penetrate the enemy. Hearing his words, those Sakura Nation people below all had serious expressions. Each of them was like a warrior with conviction, and each had a frenzied expression. Almost in unison, the voices spoke with a great deal of gravitas. Definitely do it. Chapter 46 The Replacement Controversy. Shilin Province. One of the 3 northern provinces. Inside the office of the central building in the provincial capital, Shilin City. Mayor Shilin looked at the report in his hands and frowned slightly. Twilight City is actually willing to give us the location of this northern 3 provinces competition. What exactly is the purpose? He frowned tightly, his eyes revealing confusion. It's important to realize that having a contest site in the 3 northern provinces confirmed is something that can bring a lot of traffic and exposure to the city and province. After all, this spot has gotten so much attention that it rushes to the top of the Hot 100 every year. That's why the venue for this competition has always been rotating. Last year it was their Shilin province, this year it's the turn of the Twilight Snow province. But I don't know why, But just a few days ago, the senior leaders of the Twilight Province suddenly called and said that the venue should be given to them again. What kind of concept is that? It means that their province of Shillong is going to be the venue for the Northern Three Provinces competition for a second consecutive time. This is a very beneficial thing for their city and province, one might even say pie in the sky. Would Karinai City be so kind? He thought for a moment, rubbing his head. Forget it. Regardless, the benefits we get here as a venue are real. Since they like to do good things, let them do good things. He was just thinking about it when there was a knock on the door of his room. Uncle? The door to the room was opened and a young man with white hair walked in. His eyes were a light golden color, and his entire aura was exceptional. When Sherlin saw this white-haired teenager, he was first slightly stunned, then revealed a favored smile. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? By the way, I was about to tell you to hurry up and get ready. There are less than 3 days left before the competition begins. Study your opponents in the other 2 provinces and know your enemy to win. When the white-haired boy heard him say that, an odd look appeared on his face. Uncle, I've asked you to come here this time because of this matter. Just now I took a look at the enrollment data for this time, and the Twilight Province revised the enrollment personnel overnight, and something is not right with the situation. Sherlin froze slightly at his words, revealing a few moments of curiosity. Oh? They changed the membership? Were any of those 3 replaced? The white-haired teenager shook his head slightly. That's another newcomer? Is it strong? The white-haired teen nodded, but then immediately shook his head. Seeing Sherlin's confused look, he then spoke, I can't really say, so take a look for yourself. He said as he directly took out his own tablet, then handed it to Sherlin. Above that is their internal software to be able to see who is enrolled and what changes have been made. It's a joint software created by the 3 provinces and it looks very detailed. When Sherlin carefully watched the enrollment information above the Twilight Province, his entire body froze. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed it several times before slowly looking up at the white-haired teenager with unbelievable eyes. Twilight Province. You're sending just 1 person this time? The white-haired teenager nodded slightly. That's right, both of our provinces select the most elite 10 to 15 people, yet the Twilight Snow Province only used 1 person this year. And I've had someone look into it, it was changed a few days ago, and it seems to have something to do with the visions in their province. Shireen frowned. He tapped his fingers on the desk with a serious expression. I know about the vision of the Twilight Snow Province, that terrifying level should be caused by a high-level immortal technique, but if it's really an immortal technique it's at least level 99, and it could even be level 100. I've already sent people to investigate this situation, but there's no result. It should have something to do with the dragon capital side, there's no result yet. But you say this contestant had something to do with that vision? He squinted slightly, thinking hard. Could it be that some terrifying figure from Dragon Capital has taken on an apprentice in Twilight City? He set his sights on the contestant's information. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, he looked at it again. The information on it made his brain somewhat unable to function, and if he hadn't read it over and over again several times, he would have thought he had misread it. Name, Gao Ren. Age, 18. Family background, no special background at this time. Degree of awakening, 0.00001% current speculation. Current occupation, high school student. Closely contacted person, Sun Changhai, president of the Karinai City Inheritors Association. Seeing all the standardized key messages above, Isherwood was really dumbfounded. What is it? Was there no investigation? Such perfunctory information. He was somewhat dismayed. The white-haired teenager, however, shook his head slightly and said earnestly, Uncle, I've already gotten someone to make sure many times, there's absolutely no problem with this. It's not perfunctory, but these are really the specifics of this Gorin, even. Even what? Shireen pursued. The white-haired teenager's expression was a bit odd as he slowly said, it's even a bit exaggerated, this Gao Ren's awakening level has always been 0%, but because he can perform martial arts, some people speculate that it's an awakening of many digits behind the decimal point. Also, his family isn't even close to normal, he's penniless. If it wasn't for the sons who came into contact with them in the back, they'd probably still be living in an old bungalow. Hearing him say that, Shireen was messed up? He looked at the dozen or so introductions of the other participants and glanced at Gao Ren's few strokes of introduction, and for a moment, his head felt big. What the hell kind of airplane is this Twilight City giving me? The white-haired teenager sighed as well. This year everyone is holding back big moves. The next province is also restless. I heard that a supreme demon has come out. Even those geniuses in Dragon Capital are about the same amount compared to him. And now Twilight Snow City has jumped out with another one like this. It's really worrying. Sherlin's brows did furrow at his words, but they immediately stretched. He laughed. You don't have to be nervous. We're not doing too bad this year. This guy from the Twilight Province is nothing more than a person with an extremely low level of awakening no matter how he messes up, and he's just asking for death by coming. What you really need to care about is that overwhelming genius. You can discuss with the others how to deal with him. Even if it's no good anymore, we'll be able to take the 2nd through 5th places. Plus the fact that this one is still being held in our area can be lucrative for us. A smile appeared on the white-haired boy's face when he heard him say that, followed by a slight nod. Uncle is right. In that case I won't dwell on this. I'll go and study the immortal laws first. No problem, Uncle trusts you. Shireen watched the white-haired teenager leave, then picked up the information in his hand once more and looked at Gorens for a moment before finally snorting a laugh. Sending just this one guy over? Isn't that sick in the head? Chapter 47, What do the people of Twilight Province want? On the highway to Shilin Province. Turn the car around. Ha ha ha. Great. Great ah. The tendon-fleshed youth slumped in the seat of the extended business car and laughed. It was as if he had heard some funny joke, and he covered his stomach in laughter. As he laughed, he also wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. There were several other youths in the car, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. In the face of this man's exaggerated behavior, the rest of the youths, instead of looking at him with strange eyes, all smiled in agreement. This Twilight Snow Province doesn't know what to think, to send just one person. Alone. The sinewy young man held the expensive red wine in one hand and pointed out a one with his finger, waving it in the faces of those around him. The disdain and sarcasm amongst his words and expression could not be concealed at all. The rest of them laughed even more, as if they were poked for laughs by his remark. One of the fair-faced youths, whose entire figure and features were somewhat short, laughed from the side. I don't know what this Twilight Snow Province is thinking, to only send out one person. It seems that it must be our Liaodin Province that wins the championship this year. Brother Jiang, the first place is yours this time. Remember to call a few of us for the celebration banquet at that time. Yes. Jiang, don't forget us. That's right, Jiang. When the time comes, you have to hit them hard and let them know that they know how powerful we are. Jiang Long couldn't contain the smile on his face when he heard the voices around him. Don't worry. Don't worry, everyone. I'm a level 90 awakened. I'll definitely take my brothers for a good time this time. Hearing his words, everyone laughed and congratulated him. This car also disappeared down the highway amidst laughter. Late night. The plane landed. Inside the airport. Gao Ren walked out surrounded by a group of people. It's said to be a group of people, but it's a bunch of inconsequential personnel, and there are only two people who actually have a role to play. One is Sun Changhai. The other was Zhang Dong, the head of Mushu's city. What's going on? There isn't even a single pickup. What is the meaning of this stone forest? Zhang Dong was an irascible person with a very straight temperament. At the sight of the empty airport, his face was visibly a bit ugly, and gnarled veins sprang out from his toned muscles. Sun Changhai's face also looked strange at the side. Saying what they represent can be the Twilight Snow Province, this stone forest surprisingly did not even have a person to receive the plane. Isn't that looking down on them? It's okay, that's good. Being too flashy looks like we're a bit too pretentious, so it's cool to be a hit. Gao Ren suddenly spoke up, signaling the two people not to care. Hearing Gao Ren speak, Zhang Dong, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, immediately revealed an attentive smile. Mr. Hai, you're right. Or else I'd say you're better than all of us. With a pattern like that, you deserve to be great. Bean-sized sweat surfaced on his forehead as he spoke, and his heart was even more on edge. When he thought of that day, he was terrified in his heart. It was really hard to imagine such a young man with that level of skill. Of course, this is not the most horrible place. The most horrible place is that this kid is really a high school student. Such a mind with such a strength, temperament can be really temperamental. He can be really afraid of which sentence said wrong this guy to give himself a spell. Those stupid things in Shillong province are looking down on us so much. Wait until Mr. Gao's competition to cast an immortal spell on them, they won't even be able to cry. Zhang Dong could not help but spit out the words, but in his heart, he was secretly pleased. After Gao Ren cast his immortal spell, they went back and had an emergency meeting. First of all, Gao Ren was the only one who attended. Why? Because of the presence of a high-ranking person, there was no point in other people attending, but instead, they could easily be injured by mistake. That's right. Fear of being mistaken. When they learned that the technique Gao Ren had performed had not yet utilized 1% of his strength, all of them voted unanimously to give the venue to someone else for nothing this time. Are you kidding? If Gao Ren's level were to do it again, then the entire Twilight City would be completely ruined. So, they decided to give this one to someone else, like Shilin Province. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased at the thought of Shilin Province's wonderful expression in the middle of the competition. The Twilight Province had been pressed head and shoulders above the rest for the past few years, and now they could finally raise their eyebrows. Thinking of this, he became more and more attentive to Gao Ren. He smiled while nodding his head. Mr. Gao, this way, I've been here many times, I know which hotel is good and has a bed warming service. These people won't be mad for long, when the time comes we'll give them a bang for their buck. Gao Ren was a little excited to think about it. You're right. Haha, go. Since they won't entertain Master is going to have fun on his own. Right. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gao, let's have a late night snack later? Let's go, celebrate, and go to River Bottom. Yes. Downtown. What? You didn't send anyone to pick up Twilight Province? The white-haired youth's entire body stood up when he heard his assistant's words. The assistant was a man with glasses, a butler at first glance, but of the smarmy variety. It's not that we didn't send anyone, we forgot, and we've asked someone to contact the representatives of the Twilight Province. The white-haired teenager's face turned red with anger and he directly cursed. What do I usually teach you? That's how you do my business. The fewer people send, the more attention they have to pay, can't you hear me? It doesn't matter if the person who came is a waste, we are not looking at his face, but the face of the Twilight Snow Province, you. The man's face was very ugly when he was scolded, but he didn't dare to say more and could only suffer in silence. However, he immediately returned to normal and smiled grimly. Don't worry, we've already sent someone to contact them, and the people of Twilight City expressed their understanding, and I've heard that they're having a great time. They don't think they're going to mess with us, they just chose to let me go to the bottom of the river to settle the bill for a bit, and that's the end of the matter. Oh, and he also said we'd have to pay for everything they ate here at River Bottom, which I agreed to for you. The white-haired youth froze. What kind of operation is this? Eat some and forgive? He frowned tightly and asked cautiously, who led the team? Who led the team here? It's the person in charge, Jiang Long, he's definitely not half false. Jiang Long. The white-haired teenager looked confused. You're talking about the mindless one who dueled in Xianfa when things didn't work out? It's him. The white-haired teenager scratched his hair, his eyes puzzled. He was well aware of Jiang Dong's temperament and was definitely not someone who had one thing in front of his face and another behind his back, meaning that he really did not get angry with them. Just. Why? Twilight City. What the hell do you guys want? Chapter 48 turns out to be a clown. The Height Hotel. As one of the largest 5-star hotels in Shilin City, this place can be considered extremely luxurious. The white-haired youth walked into the place with his assistant, his eyes glancing around. Young Master Shiryu, it's so late, why do we need to come over for the sake of Twilight City? They're coming with just one person, or a newcomer they've never seen before, and according to Mayor Shi, our attention should be on another province. Assistant Zhao, just because I didn't hold you accountable for your negligence doesn't mean I'm not angry. If you really pissed me off, even Uncle won't be able to protect you. Shiryu slightly narrowed his eyes and brought a few points of ice coldness among his voice. When Assistant Zhao saw this attitude of his, he immediately shut his mouth and said no more. Although he was a redneck beside Mayor Shi, he was ultimately not a family member, unlike the Shiryu in front of him who was related by blood. Seeing him shut up, Shiryu felt the annoyance in his heart, which was a little better. He was a different person than his peers, and the last thing he liked was being out of control. That participant representative called Gao Ren, although he was not worth mentioning in terms of the information he had been told, he would never feel at ease if he didn't see it with his own eyes. With that in mind, he walked straight up the elevator and after a few minutes arrived at a presidential suite and knocked on the door. He was hesitating to knock when the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It was a young man with dark, black eyes, dressed in a casual black outfit with somewhat disheveled hair. Which one? The youth was visibly startled to see him and gave a friendly smile. Shiryu froze for a few seconds before he immediately spoke. My name is Shiryu, I'm the captain of the representative of Shilin province, and I heard that brother Gao Ren came over, so why don't I say hello to you? You're the captain of the Shilin province representative? Gao Ren froze and smiled. Hello. Thanks to you guys for treating me to an unlimited amount of river bottom fish, this favor is something I'll remember in my heart and mind. Gao Ren shook the other party's palm tightly and greeted in a friendly manner. Shiryu froze. For a moment he couldn't tell if the other man was yin-yanging him or actually thanking him. This guy seems too real to be lying, just saying this topic. Why is it so much like a hint to him? He hurriedly squeezed out a smile and said, Nowhere, big brother Gao Ren is polite. I wonder if I can sit down with brother Gao Ren and have a good chat. I've heard a lot about brother Gao Ren and I really want to learn more about it. Goren raised an eyebrow. Oh? You've heard my story too? Sure, don't know. No problem, come in and talk. Gao Ren enthusiastically pulled the other party into his room, poured a bottle of Coke for the other party, and then opened a bottle himself and cheerfully began to pour it. Seeing this almost defenseless and hostile peer in front of him, Shiryu was now somewhat doubting himself, wondering if he was a bit overly concerned. What kind of city can such a person have? With this in mind, he still cautiously inquired, I heard that this time around, Big Brother Gao is the only one from the Twilight Snow province to come? Wasn't it said that there are clearly 10 places? It's true that I'm the only one who came. Those 10 people who have injuries on their bodies are not able to participate in the competition. Besides, for this level of competition, it's fine for me to participate alone. Gao Ren replied without a care in the world. Shiryu's eyes lit up. Any injuries? Was it because of that accident downtown? I heard the sky was torn apart. Did you see what caused it? It was that accident, the reason I let me know, because that's the sky I tore up. Goren replied full of concern. You ripped it? Shiryu's eyelids fluttered and he almost gave Gao Ren an E. He had gotten the video of the day that tore up the sky from somewhere, and had watched it with his own eyes. That horrible video gave him a cold sweat then, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Such a terrifying immortal technique was actually done by the same age person in front of him? The more he thought about it, the more he was shocked. Sure enough, the intel was inaccurate. Luckily, he's here. So, he inquired, by the way, I don't know what your awakening value is for Brother Gao. Goren said this, excitedly rolling up his sleeves and laughing. I don't have a high degree of awakening curse, which is 99,999%. Along with his words, the smile on Shiryu's face stiffened and he looked at Gao Ren in dismay. How much? 99,999%? Playing him. Brother Gao Ren is joking, if you're not willing to speak, I won't force myself. He spoke without losing his politeness, as if he had decided that Gao Ren was lying to him. I said it. I'm not lying. You must believe me. Trust me. Trust me. Facing Gao Ren's question, Shiryu became even more certain of his thoughts. This man. Definitely here for a laugh. At the same time, he realized a problem, and that was that this time, Twilight City had definitely sent this guy over for another purpose. The matter of fighting for a place in the competition had been completely abandoned, and Twilight City was definitely secretly making some big moves. With all the weird stuff going on in the Twilight province, they must be trying to keep our attention on the players. It's because everyone's attention is on the competition in the 3 northern provinces, so no one will realize their true intentions. The more Shiryu thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, otherwise the Twilight Snow province would never have given up the competition venue and sent such a puppet to come here to compete. Thinking of this, he decided to make a final test to Gao Ren. Big Brother Gao, this year's competition venue was supposed to be held in your province, how come it ended up being pushed to us? Takahito was drinking a Coke and immediately burst out laughing when he heard him. This. He's afraid I'll break the sky downtown, don't you know that? I accidentally tore up the sky last time, and it's not even easy to deal with now. His voice lurched as he said this, and he also said with a helpless look on his face, I have a headache when it comes to this problem. Those leaders have been annoying me for many days, crying and begging me to restore the sky to its original shape. I'd like to, but then I'd only be destroying, not restoring. Seeing his serious and sad face, Shiryu reinforced his idea that after returning from here, he must ask his uncle to check the other movements of the Twilight Snow province. That's true, I see that it's getting late and I still have things to take care of, so let's talk another day? Shiryu could not wait to go back. That's okay. Gao Ren didn't care. After all, eating and drinking other people's things for nothing, chatting is still a good idea. Anyway, not a single penny was lost to him. He got up to see Sure You off personally. After all, Lu Jiawei had said that this was the basic etiquette of being a human being. Sure You smilingly said goodbye to him, and then slowly closed the door of the room, just that among the smile, with a few confident deep meaning flavor. Chapter 49 Gao Ren is going to be on fire. One day countdown to the start of the competition. Inside the competition grounds. A mountain of people. Today is not an official bout, but it is a session to familiarize yourself with the venue before the bout. All the participants in the competition within the 3 provinces are here. There were also chaperones and staff from various provinces, not to mention the many fans and spectators who followed the bout. Today is the annual Trash Talk segment, which is basically a pre-game interview in which each contestant is asked to say something cocky in order to make the show more effective. As a little bit of fun and fling before a bit of a bout. Countless journalists and media came to interview their favorite players. Hundreds of reporters are frantically searching for subjects, surrounding one contestant after another. And among these people, there was one who stood out. That would be Gao Ren. Why isn't anyone coming to interview me? Gao Ren looked at the bare patch around him with a bewildered expression. Everyone else is surrounded by media, by journalists, by an audience of fans. Only he was surrounded by a bare patch, not a soul in sight. No. There were 2 people, that was Sun Changhai and Jiang Long. The 2 men stood beside him quacking and scratching their heads in embarrassment. We always preview in advance every time, that is, we make promos for the contestants, but Mr. Gao, you really came out too unexpectedly this year, and no one knows you at all. Jiang Long explained somewhat awkwardly. Of course, part of the reason is actually because it's the province of Shillong and you don't have any local fans. Gao Ren was speechless. He watched the other contestants perform with gusto, one by one, taking handsome photos and portraits, and he couldn't help himself a little. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to take the initiative to go forward and ask, a couple of girls' voices came from behind him. Excuse me, are you a contestant too? Gao Ren looked back and saw several JK goddesses standing there, looking at him softly. Yes. That's me. My name is Gao Ren, and I'm the only contestant from the Twilight Snow Province. Gao Ren was excited. The only contestant? That means Jin Chaoyang from Twilight Snow Province won't be coming this year? A few girls revealed very disappointed expressions. The corners of Gao Ren's mouth twitched. Feelings are coming over to inquire about others. But he immediately regained his spirit and said with gusto, it doesn't matter if they don't come, I'm better than all of them, do you want an autograph? This year our Twilight Province is definitely number 1 because I'm here. A few girls squeezed out a forced smile when they heard him, and in the end, they actually let Gao Ren sign their names. When Takahito enthusiastically sent them away, they walked to the other contestants under Takahito's gaze, cheering and screaming. Ha ha ha. Wah ha 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 ha. I, Jiang Long, am invincible. All present are trash. For this year's competition, I'm going to win first place with a clean sweep. An arrogant laugh echoed, and the entire venue heard the man's voice. They all turned their heads to look at what they saw, a stocky youth. This youth had confidence and arrogance written all over his face, and one hand was still holding his forehead as he posed and kept looking at the camera. His gaze was glaring and full of aura, and anyone present subconsciously twisted their eyes away when they saw him. Holy, this guy is even more crazy than me, who is he? Gao Ren was curious. This person is Jiang Long, known as the top genius of the 3 northern provinces, a genius among geniuses. Even those geniuses from Dragon Capital do not seem to be tougher than him. I heard that he has already mastered a level 90 immortal technique. Jiang Dong spoke with a serious expression as he slowly explained. Gao Ren froze. Level 90 immortal technique? Is that some kind of advanced immortal technique? His words caused Jiang Dong's expression to stiffen, and for a moment, he surprisingly did not know how to answer Gao Ren. Yeah. With one casual immortal technique, Gao Ren had reached nearly level 100. In front of him, what genius of geniuses, it was all trash. In his and Sun Changhai's eyes, there was only one genius in the entire venue, and that was Gao Ren. No. Gao Ren could no longer be said to be a genius, it could be said to be the pride of a generation. Of course, the Gao Ren in the eyes of Jiang Dong and Sun Changhai is different. The former thought that Gao Ren only had the power to tear the sky, while the latter. Sun Changhai looked at the countless people all gathered around Jiang Long, his eyes incomparably calm and teasing. Just as their attention was focused on Jiang Long, they suddenly realized that Jiang Long was looking their way. Yes, this place attracted the attention of the ginger dragon. Because there wasn't a single person in the location where the tall man and the others were, they were able to see clearly enough to be conspicuous with just a little bit of attention. Jiang Long's gaze sweeping anyone would subconsciously avoid, only. The only one standing here is Gao Ren. Gao Ren's eyes were like the deep ocean, extremely calm. His stern eyes and Gao Ren's gaze were like a stone sinking into the sea, not able to set off any waves. This aroused his intense curiosity, so he took a step towards Gao Ren. His strange behavior caught the attention of the people around him and they all noticed Gao Ren. It wasn't until this time that they realized Gao Ren's existence. Which player is this? Not sure, haven't seen it. I know, it's the only contestant from Murexa province to compete this year. I heard that the contestants from Murexa province were all injured due to some accidents, so they found such a person to come. Holy? That's not running for the title. That's taking the fall. In the midst of the 7 voices, he had already arrived in front of Gao Ren. You're that Gao Ren, aren't you? Jiang Long, who was taller, looked down at him. Gao Ren's eyes lit up. Have you heard my story too? Story? What story? Jiang Long's eyes revealed a few moments of doubt. The story of me tearing the sky apart. Gao Ren was excited beyond belief. He was so envious of these people being able to have so many people embracing them. If he could be like that, then his mother would be so proud to see this scene. Well, it's better still to appear handsomely on TV and in short videos. It's so drawn out. It was a trash talk session today anyway, so he had to be on his best behavior and put on a good show. Tear through the sky? Everyone present had the exact same expression as sure used back then, filled with dismay and surprise. Of course, there was more or less a hint of skepticism among these shocks. That's right, the sky of Twilight City was torn apart by my technique, don't you all know that? Gao Ren replied with a serious face. The people in the room felt that they had heard something extraordinary, and the reporters were even directing the live camera. In an instant, Gao Ren's face appeared on major software. It's about to catch fire. Chapter 50, this person is too middle-aged. One moment. All the cameras were pointed at Gao Ren. These journalists and eyebrows are people with a very keen sense of what's hot. Intuition told them that this person named Gao Ren would be the big hotspot today. Excuse me, are you talking about the sky-tearing incident in the Twilight province a few days ago? Did you rip that? A female reporter came over to Gao Ren's side with an excited look on her face. Seeing that someone was finally interviewing him, Gao Ren immediately revealed an excited smile. He'd been waiting for this moment for far too long. Finally, someone interviewed himself, so of course he had to put on a good show. Of course. At that time, I only used less than 3 points of force. Gao Ren smiled smugly. He wasn't lying, he really didn't use a third of his strength. And that technique was just the beginning, it wasn't fully executed. If he really finished casting it, I'm afraid that the entire Twilight City wouldn't exist. 3 points? You actually used less than 3 points of force. That female reporter became even more excited when she heard Gao Ren's words. Other reporters came to the front when they heard this, but not all of them. There were some more mature journalists, as well as some older people, who had their heads in their hands with questioning glances. There were even some people whose eyes were filled with teasing and flirting, as if they had guessed something. Tear up the sky? If you really have this ability, you can cast it. I, Jiang Long, am worried about not having an opponent. Jiang Long laughed out loud with an eager face. Compared to the initial skepticism of Lu Wu and the others, Jiang Long was clearly not that much of a heartless person. It was also the fact that he was such a big fan that more reporters aimed their images and cameras at Gao Ren. Because it was a real-time live feed, this image instantly appeared in every city in the 3 northern provinces. Of course, it wasn't just the 3 northern provinces, there were also some people from other provinces who were concerned about this northern 3 provinces competition. They saw the live feed on the screen and talked about it passionately. Holy! Is it a dark horse? I've been following the news about that tearing up the sky, could it be this kid? Is he the one who represents our Twilight province? Holy! Blown, right? Inside the small restaurant, Lu Wu, who was eating spicy hot pot, listened to the comments of the people around him and looked up at the harmless Zhang Yang inside the picture, the corner of his mouth twitching. A long sigh followed. Alas, who could have thought? Who would have thought it? This kid is really going to be famous this time. But the corners of his mouth quirked up in a smirk, and he murmured in a voice only he could hear. He is a person from our Twilight Snow Province, the pride of our Twilight Snow Province. Look, he's going to talk again. At this moment, someone in the small restaurant once again shouted. Everyone brought their eyes back to the screen. Zhang Yang's mouth was up to his ears in the face of so many cameras and questions. But when faced with the next three familiar questions, his answers once again left the room dumbfounded. First question. Mr. Zhang Yang, I've heard that you're the only one from Mushui province participating this time, or can you disqualify the other 10 people, is that true? Is there a hidden agenda here? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. There's no hidden agenda, the others were all beaten by me and couldn't continue the competition, so I had to come here on my own. Second question. May I ask player Takahito, just now you looked confident, what is your level of awakening? 99,999%. 99,999%? Is Mr. Goren serious? What do you think of the Kong Ryu player who has an awakening level of 90%? Goren was slightly stunned. Of course it's garbage, even though he has 90%, it's totally triple digits away from me. Not just him, all of them are trash in front of me. Gao Ren's words silenced all the reporters, and even silenced all the people in front of the screen who were following the competition. They were in different provinces and different locations, but at that moment they were simultaneously frozen in dismay. They looked at the youth inside the screen, their heads short-circuited for a moment. Not here for a laugh, are you? 99,999%. Why did our Twilight Province send such an idiotic fellow? What the hell? Ha ha ha. Twilight Province sent out a cutie. At this moment, as long as Gao Ren's words and behavior to all the people in front of the screen and journalists amused and laughed. Goren knew they were laughing at themselves when he saw them all laughing. He wagged his finger in front of the camera in a very serious manner. I know you guys think it's funny now because so far you haven't even met 100% of the awakened ones. But I'll prove it with facts that prove it's all true. I don't need you guys to understand me because I'm just me, a different kind of firework. With a lull in his voice, he continued, but remember your faces now, and you will surely fall on your faces when the time comes. Although Gao Ren spoke seriously, he was a living treasure to the crowd who had already had the inheritor system thoroughly impressed into their cognizance. A clown. It's like a middle-aged teenager? All in all, in their eyes, Gao Ren was a clown in the eyes of the world. And in Goren's eyes? They're clowns too. The response to Goren was bursts of laughter and teasing. Jiang Long also came back from his dismay at this time, and said to the short youth on the side, is he bragging? This youth was about 1.6 meters tall, and was the same youth who was next to Jiang Long in the car on the way here. His name was White Knight, and when White Knight heard his inquiry, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile that was hard to hide as he nodded his head. Jiang, he should be bragging, which you should hear, after all. No one has been able to reach 5 digits of awakening. Great. It's a shame I trusted him so much. I told you how could someone be so fierce, seeing as he was so sincere in what he said, I almost believed it. Since it's a piece of trash, there's no need to reason with trash, you help me block those reporters, I'll go back to rest first. Yes. Ginger Long left. Also leaving were other geniuses from the 2 provinces. They all shook their heads and looked at them like they were little cuties. Like watching Gao Ren exit the stage. The reporters were only momentarily fresh to Gao Ren's juggling behavior and quickly lost interest. Still, they were happy to write a story for Goren. Dismissed. Night. Goren's name rushed to the hot search in the first place. Various bloggers are trolling him for claptrap. They lambasted the Twilight Province for this behavior, mocking the fact that there was no one in the Twilight Province. And there was also a large number of people within the Twilight Province who angrily denounced these leaders for their inaction, saying that Gao Ren had taken the back door. Only the contestants who had once seen Gao Ren's terror silently turned off their cell phones and sat by the window looking at the sky with complicated eyes. Chapter 51, it's getting more and more interesting. Tomorrow is the time for the official competition, by that time everyone will shut their mouths. So hateful. Fish at the bottom of the lake. Zhang Dong clenched his fists and vented his emotions. Sun Changhai, who was eating, paused in his movements and looked up at Gao Ren across the table. Gao Ren was eating like nobody's business at the moment. How? Sure enough, in the eyes of the truly powerful, ridicule was simply a cow's nest. All that gossip was nothing more than a joke in front of the truly strong. Why don't you guys eat? I'll be all full if you don't. Jiang Dong very much gave emotional value. Eat, Mr. Gao, you eat this. Gao Ren, I don't eat beef. He chewed a bite, then put down his chopsticks. My mom knows about this too, right? What does my little sister say? Gao Ren frowned slightly, looking a little nervous. He didn't care what anyone thought, but he was afraid his old mom would worry. After all, mom didn't even know the specifics of his becoming a legacy until now. The most information that could be taken in within mom's sphere of awareness was that he was a good newcomer. But excellent enough to compete for the province. Definitely going to pursue this. Son Changhai also put down his chopsticks. Mistress Lu thinks that you've grown up and are able to make your own decisions on everything, but I still hope that you'll take the initiative to give her a call before you participate in the competition tomorrow. Gao Ren nodded slightly and hesitated before getting up to go to the restroom. The phone was picked up and Lu Jiawei's voice came through. Mom, I don't know how to explain this to you, but you have to believe me. I'm not average. Lu Jiawei hesitated. Son, you don't have to care about other people's eyes. No matter what, Mom believes you are the best. I know you're grown up and exposed to a rich family like the Sons, so there are a lot of things Mom doesn't understand. But you must be careful when you go out, so you don't get used and cheated. Mom, don't worry. Wait for my good news tomorrow. Gao Ren hung up the phone and muttered. Use me? Fool me? It's a matter of whether the person with the idea can take a slap from me. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lu Jiawei looked worried. There were so many things she wanted to ask Gao Ren, but she couldn't say them. Sun Jiaoer on the side immediately coaxed her and said, Don't worry, godmother. My brother is strong, so strong that he has no boundaries, and in a few months maybe the whole world will be sucking up to him. Lu Jiawei naturally didn't believe it and forced a smile. And just like that, time flew. Soon, the day of the competition finally arrived. It was different from the contest in the Twilight Province. This time they chose an open-air ring, and it was still by the ocean. The sun is shining, the beach is green and the sea is still there, and the slight sea breeze is refreshing to all. At this time the bund was crowded with densely packed people, all of whom were watching those people on the field. There were many staff members as well as participants in both Liaodin and Shilin provinces. Only Twilight Snow Province. There were only a handful of them. Looking at the Twilight Province, which had less than 10 people plus the staff, everyone cast curious gazes. What happened to the Twilight Province? I don't know why, but it's been a weird year. It's so strange. Is it really because of this year's visions? That's not true. I heard that the limiter in Twilight City almost burst. Ugh, pathetic. Just as the crowd was talking, a man walked up on the stage. It was the white-haired teenager Shiryu. Quiet everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shiryu. Both the host of this one and the contestant of this bout. I am the representative of the province of Shillong, and I will be presenting the race. The whole bund was abuzz with his opening remarks. Cheering, roaring, everyone's emotions have been mobilized. They were all mad as hell. One maniacal. They waved their support signs that read Go Provinces. There are also photos of some of the players. But clear, it's all the other two provinces, no Twilight Province. No Gao Ren. They called out the names of the contestants, and if one listened carefully one could hear every single one of them, except for Gao Ren. At this moment, it was as if the Twilight Province and Gao Ren were being encouraged by isolation. Soon the cheering faded. Shiryu began to announce the schedule. The schedule for this competition is divided into 3 times. For the first time, it was a total of 23 players who drew lots to determine their opponents. The person who draws the lucky draw can advance directly to the next round. Of course, at this stage there is no principle of same province circumvention, so there is a possibility of civil war. He said as his direct spacewatch flashed and a huge raffle machine appeared in front of the crowd. The following contestants are invited to come and draw. I wonder which one. I'll do it. Along with the voice, everyone's looked back and finally landed on Gao Ren's body. For a while, there were different expressions and a lot of talk. This kid is really here to go through the motions. That's right, so eager to get killed. Gao Ren walked onto the stage with his head held high despite the stares and comments of the others. Shiryu sized up the confident Gao Ren and frowned. Based on the series of situations he's come in contact with, Gao Ren is just like those viewers said, someone who came over to make up the numbers. But why so confident? Why is this man so confident? Forget it. Don't get too serious with idiots or you become one yourself. Gao, draw the prize. Good luck. Gao Ren rubbed his nose, I've always had good luck. Then draw a random lucky one. He wiped his palm inside, and incomparably casually took out a lottery ball. He handed the raffle ball to the other man, then looked confidently at the stage. He is indeed confident. This confidence comes from strength, and by lucky, he means lucky no matter who his opponent is. The others were already discussing which one of the lucky guys would draw such a middle-aged teenager. Ha ha. Whoever it is, this guy can't bounce. A clown is a clown, get off such a formal stage. Under the attention of the crowd, Shiryu opened the raffle ball in his hand and took out the note inside. The moment he saw the note inside, he was first slightly stunned, then his expression revealed an oddity. He then slowly raised the raffle ball above his head in front of everyone. Under everyone's dismayed gaze, they saw the word lucky in large letters. Blackout. Shady. Definitely shady. In an instant, a mountain of shouts rose up. Gao Ren touched his nose, and when he saw the feedback from these people, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Things are getting interesting. Chapter 52 Extreme Mockery. He had thought that he was going to make a big splash, but he hadn't thought that it would be a misadventure that would allow him to advance. This looks like... Ugh. What a shame. I thought I could make it big, my luck is so bad. Gao Ren sighed. His sigh was not deliberately lowered in volume, so that everyone in the room heard him. The corners of Shiryu's mouth twitched with a speechless expression. The people below were even more furious when they heard his words. So loaded. No, I want to beat him up. Don't stop me. Traitor luck. It's definitely shady. A shout looked like it was about to be suppressed, and Shiryu finally reacted with a cough. Since Gao Ren drew luck, that's part of strength. The Shire province has never been fair and impartial, gentlemen, please trust us. Now, please ask player Gao Ren to move while the rest of the players come up and draw lots. Hearing his words, the shouting and cursing around him lessened a bit. After all, they are the organizers, they have said so, the rest of the people cannot say anything. It was just that they were already thoroughly prejudiced against Gao Ren as a person. After all, Yokozuna Gao Ren didn't have any actual battle records and was completely just bragging. Next up were the others' duels, the wind and clouds changing in the middle of the venue, and the immortal techniques were constantly changing. Many of these exceeded the audience's expectations and were cheered over and over again. Some people who were interested in Gao Ren had been watching him. I thought this guy would be intimidated by real fairy magic, but... Gao Ren has been sitting in the viewing gallery all afternoon yawning. It seemed that no matter what kind of shocking thing happened, it was nothing more than a sparse and trivial matter for him. This contest ended in the evening, and the winners of almost all the duels were seated among the two provinces. It's worth noting that only one person surprised all the viewers and watchers. That was a youth called White Knight. He was Jiang Long's follower and a participant from Liaodin province. Among the pre-tournament predictions, he was one of the 6th to 10th place finishers, but when he faced the 5th-ranked seeded player, he only used one special immortal technique to defeat it. And still, the lower rank won over the upper rank, utilizing a level 65 immortal technique to defeat a strong person who cast a level 68 immortal technique. The first day of the tournament was over and everyone went back to their hotels to rest. Gao Ren looked enviously at the contestants who were surrounded by many reporters and media and couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes being too strong is also an annoyance. Beyond these attempts of perceived strength, no one will believe it. Gao Ren lay on the sofa of the hotel, rubbing his head in distress. But he didn't care, after all. Tomorrow was the second day of the competition, which was just 11 into 5. There's still one person who will advance, but his luck can't be so bad that he can't find an opponent twice, can it? As he thought this, his face looked a lot better, and his heart was even more expectant. Just as he was about to get a nice long sleep in preparation for the next day's battle, there was a knock on the door of his room. It's Zhang Dong. Mr. Gao. Has something he needs your help with? Say. Seeing Zhang Dong's attentive face, Gao Ren immediately responded. After spending so many days together, he still liked Zhang Dong as a person. He never beat around the bush, he was a bright person, and he was simply much more lovable than those other leaders in the Twilight province. Zhang Dong rubbed his palms together excitedly when he heard him say so, then took out his tablet and pushed it in front of him. Gao Ren looked towards the tablet and froze slightly when he saw what was on it. This is... Popularity list? That's right, this is the contestants' popularity list, on which you can vote for you. There's also some prediction activity and even more so some of your ratings. The leader means that he wants you to put out a video to make the negative impact on our Twilight province a little smaller. He quacked a smile behind his words. Negative impact? What negative impact? Gao Ren froze. It is yesterday's matter that has caused our Mushue province's official website to have fallen. The words are escalating more and more. Mushue province's mayor's hotline has been exploded, and the customer service little sister has already been scolded and cried 7 or 8 times. Jiang Dong's face was extremely odd as he mentioned this matter. Gao Ren's face stiffened a bit and he smiled awkwardly. Didn't expect things to go this way, but since you've said it, I'll post a video. After all, the Twilight province is also my province, so naturally I won't let anyone look down on me. Just, how do I post this video? When Jiang Dong heard him say this, he became even more somewhat embarrassed. He rubbed his palms together in even more embarrassment, wanting to speak several times before he spoke. Actually, you just need to be humble and introverted. He actually wanted to say the speech he had already prepared, but he didn't dare. Gao Ren, what level need not be said, the character is also a temperamental person. He is a small role under the leadership, do not want to be used as a gun. Introverted, humble, I get it. Gao Ren's eyes lit up and immediately understood what the other party meant. What I said today was arrogant, wasn't it? It's not just humility. I get it. Come on, record the video. Yes. Half an hour later. Jiang Dong sat on the chair with an ugly face, looking at the video inside his hand, wanting to speak. Gao Ren patted his shoulder and said excitedly, how was it? Did I do well? How sincere these words of mine are, absolutely no one will ever pick on our Twilight Snow province again. He said this with a confident look on his face, as if the problem had actually been solved. But when Zhang Yang heard his words, the corners of his mouth kept twitching and his expression was very stiff. He looked at the video inside his cell phone, raw. Only to see that within the video, Gao Ren was seated squarely in front of the camera, first coughing, and then slowly said, greetings to all the journalists and media, and the families who are concerned about our Twilight Snow province. I sincerely apologize for the matter of my recent inappropriate remarks that have caused everyone to take offense. He said with a lull in his voice and continued, so I'm going to rephrase my previous statement here. It's not that I think all the contestants are trash, they're all strong, they just met the wrong opponent, which is me. I don't know much about them, but they're definitely not the trash I'm talking about, and you guys can trust me, they're not trash, they're really not trash. He said slowly raising his hand and holding out 3 fingers, I swear, I definitely don't think they're trash. That's a sincere statement, but how does it look like another taunt? No. That's a different kind of mockery, and an exasperating one at that. Chapter 53, the second round of drawing lots. Jiang Dong looked at the video playing in his hand, and there was only one thought inside his head. This video should never be posted. Absolutely no hair. Just by sending it out, it directly screwed up the task that the leader had given him. Just because he doesn't want to post it doesn't mean others don't. Take Gao Ren, for example. Gao Ren felt that he was really too euphemistic and modest. As soon as this video goes out, people will definitely be impressed. In that case, the public opinion will surely be improved. While he doesn't care what the outside world thinks of him, he does care what the outside world thinks of the people around him. Sun Changhai, Jiang Dong and others helped him so much, and those provincial leaders were also good to him. So he thought it would be a good idea to care a little bit about his image, and this video was a good idea. With that in mind, he grabbed the phone straight away. I'm going to send the video out right now, and in no time those people's prejudice against our province will be gone. Don't. What? Gao Ren twisted his head to look at Jiang Dong, who wanted to speak. What did you say? Hurry up, I'm getting antsy. He had already gained a few more points of impatience between his eyebrows due to his haste, and this impatience was extremely terrifying in Jiang Dong's eyes. Because Gao Ren had already left them with the stereotype of being temperamental. No, nothing. You're happy. He could not cry, but could only see Gao Ren sending that video. With the video sent, Gao Ren threw his phone aside. In a good mood. Let's go, I'll buy you a lake fish. That's right, call up old Sun. He said he has been a little on fire lately, and he's too old to eat your popping hot pot. It's okay, I'll moisten him with a spell. Jiang Dong very much wanted to take a look at the message posted on the video, but Gao Ren seemed to be very happy and pulled him without giving him a chance at all. Just as they went to the bottom of the lake to fish for dinner, the internet is completely blown up at this very moment. Those who were following the tournament saw the video, and the moment they saw it, it exploded. Holy! This kid is so beat up. Does anyone know his current address? I have to give him credit. Damn, whoever beats the out of him tomorrow is my idol. Various messages appeared below the video. Half an hour after it was released, it went straight to the second place of the hot search. Hot title: sorry, we were wrong about Gao Ren, he's not a middle-aged youth, just a pure self-improvement youth. Under this heatwave, the Twilight Province's reputation stunk, but it did welcome a lot of traffic. Gao Ren himself, moreover, became a top streamer straight away. School. Legacy Guild. Working one. There's hardly anyone who doesn't recognize Gao Ren. Gao Ren temporarily opened his official account and has reached 4 million followers. 4 million in a few days, that's something a lot of big bloggers can't do. Inside the hotel. Layers of sweat oozed from Sun Changhai's forehead. Partners who were previously with him, co-op advertising partners, all approached him to cancel at the first opportunity. That one night cost him nearly $10 million. You know he struggled for so many years and was worth barely $100 million in industry. Just a couple of days, straight downsizing by a tenth. The leaders of the Mushue province looked at the various industries are depressed because of Gao Ren, sitting in the office also a face of iron ugly. Kikaku coughed with a reddened face, then slapped the table and got up. By whatever means, for whatever reason or means you utilize. All must stabilize the outside world. As long as Gao Ren can get the first place, our word of mouth will be extremely reversed. Right. Nothing wrong with that. The harder these people cursed, the harder Gao Ren would hit them in the face when the time came. Of course, there are those who don't believe in such things. Like the other two provinces. Sherlin sat in his office, hearing so many reports, a helpless smile revealed on his face. I don't know what's going on, but this time the Twilight Province is really playing a good hand. If there is no mistake in deduction, in a little while the 3 northern provinces will become the 2 northern provinces. Hearing his words, Shiryu hastily nodded in agreement and slowly said, this matter is really strange. I don't understand why the Twilight Snow Province is like this. I've also been checking the movements of the Twilight Province in the last few days, and I haven't found anything too out of the ordinary. He said with a lull in his voice and said seriously, if they don't make a good move by now, it will prove too late to make any more. Unless that Takahito really can beat the rest of the players like garbage. There was a brief silence as he finished the sentence, and he and Shireen looked at each other briefly, both of them holding their tongues. Gao Ren? Getting first place? No way. Absolutely not. Not to mention Gao Ren, it was absolutely impossible for all these geniuses in the province combined to be Jiang Long's opponent. The others may be controversial, but Ginger Long is the undisputed number one. After the two had laughed enough, Sherlin then said seriously, Shiryu, Gao Ren and Murexa province are no longer a threat, the question now is whether or not it's possible for you to get first place. Didn't you see the appearance of that one called Jiang Long casting an immortal spell? There are a few chances of winning. Shiryu shook his head. I don't have a chance of winning, or at most 20%, unless that Jiang Long is in bad shape and has maneuvering errors, and many more in a row. That's a somewhat low probability. Let's try for a second then. Sherlin was a bit emotional. Sometimes this kind of competition was about talent and resources, and there was no problem with the resources of their province, but the only thing that was much worse was the talent of the talents. That Jiang Long is also someone who appears only once in 100 years, and no one can envy him. Shiryu nodded slightly. That's natural, but we might have a bit of a struggle with third place. The youth called White Knight by Jiang Long's side is also stronger than we can imagine. I think it's possible that he could fight with Fatty for third, he's the real dark horse of this class. White Knight? That guy I watched, and the level is still a bit off. It's still on schedule, we're trying to get second through fifth place. Yes. Early the next morning. The contest continues to begin. Amidst the cheers and jumping sounds, Shiryu once again came to the very top. This time, before he could begin, someone shouted in unison. I'll smoke first. Everyone looked over and froze when they saw the two people who were shouting. Yes. Gao Ren and Kong Ryung. The two men froze at the same time, then turned their heads to look at each other. The entire crowd cheered Ginger Long's name in a split second, not a single Gao Ren could be heard. The corners of Jiang Long's mouth curled up into a smile as he made a weak gesture at Gao Ren, then directly landed on the stage with a leap. The second round of draws begins. Chapter 54, finally, the shot is taken. The second round of drawing lots begins. Jiang Long didn't give Gao Ren a chance and directly put his palm in to draw a lot and put it in Shiryu's hand. The latter looked down and opened it, seeing the words on it with an odd expression. Unusually odd. The next second, he slowly opened the sign in his hand. After the two words lucky on it appeared in the middle of the crowd's vision, everyone revealed a look of surprise. After a short silence, a sound of cheering erupted from the scene. All the people who were paying attention to this competition were extraordinarily excited and joyful at this moment. These people are partly because their favorite contestant can't touch the toughest Kongryung, and partly because the hated contestant, Koen, is finally going to be abused. Jiang Long drew the lucky draw, so Gao Ren would have to draw his opponent next. Everyone was excited and the anticipation was immense. Under their expectant gazes, Gao Ren slowly walked to the stage and picked a random ball for the draw. Versus Stone Smile. When the sparring slots were confirmed, there was a roar from below. Great! Shi Xiaoxiao is the second youngest talent in Shilin province, second only to Shiryu. This ING clown is finally going to be eliminated. Hurry up and eliminate him hard. I've been looking forward to this moment for so long. Gao Ren moved his muscles and looked down at the people below with a smile on his face, looking around for Shi Xiaoxiao's figure. This person he had scanned over the information and had some impression, as he and Shiryu were relatives, albeit the distant kind of relationship, but both had the surname Shi, and ranked second within the younger generation within the Shilin province. Soon he saw a grinning, small-eyed man take the stage. That person looked like a white-faced scholar in general but the aura emanating from his body was like that of a school bully inside certain schools. Great, finally able to show off my skills. Gao Ren rubbed his fists and jumped into action. Under the stage, seeing Shi Xian who gradually walked up to the stage, Zhang Dong and Sun Changhai simultaneously revealed a look of pity. At the same time, the two men, almost instantly, lit up with golden light floating on their bodies. The two didn't hesitate to head towards the ruins outside the grounds, looking as if they were avoiding the plague. The two men moved nimbly, instantly catching the eye of a number of people in the room. Isn't that the representative sent by the Twilight Province? That's them. Why are they leaving at this time? Those who observed their hasty departure were puzzled. Everyone in the seats of Shilin and Liaodong provinces frowned. As the mayor, Shilin looked at the two people who were gradually moving away with a grave expression. Why did they suddenly run away? At that thought, he immediately picked up his cell phone. Zhang Dong's cell phone immediately rang and was then picked up, replaced by Shilin's voice. Elder brother Zhang, what did your representative from Mushui province do? The competition is about to start, and if there's no one on your side, it wouldn't be good in case we're misunderstood and talked about later. Don't worry, if there's anything that isn't taken care of well enough, old brother Zhang, just open your mouth and I'll definitely take care of it for you. Your provinces have given us the right to organize this tournament, and we will take care of you. Ugh, what's with the wind on your end? Zhang Dong was speeding up his flight at this moment, the wind whistling around him, and although he was talking on his cell phone, his eyes were always drifting away in the distance. Ha! Don't worry, we don't mean anything else, we're just afraid of losing face. This player of ours, as you well know, is not much of a player. We're really afraid of losing face, so we'll go back when the competition is over. Zhang Dong did not continue but immediately hung up the phone. After the beeping sound, his speed increased once again. Let him go back? Just kidding. Going back is impossible. Absolutely not. If he didn't have a mission, he'd want to run outside of downtown right now. Alright, it's also far away, just wait here. Sun Changhai waved his hand to signal him to stop, and the two of them looked at each other with a very tacit understanding and smiled awkwardly. This position of theirs was far away from that competition venue. It was so far away that it could only be seen a little bit, and I'm afraid that if it was any farther away, I wouldn't even be able to see the competition venue, only the high altitude above it. Neither of the two men laughed at the other's timidity though, after all, they had both seen the world. And right now, at the location of the contest site, the contest was ready to begin. Shiryu slowly rose from Shilin's side, frowning to confirm what Shilin had said and nodding slightly. He picked up the microphone and coughed, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, just now our Shirun provinces made a temporary decision to change the content of the contest. Since every year's competition is a match of immortal techniques, it causes the competition to lose some of its interest, so the content of today's competition has been changed. No immortal techniques are allowed, only techniques and object techniques. Upon hearing his voice, there was a brief silence in the arena, followed by a clamor. Suddenly changing the content of the bout was a no-brainer for a lot of viewers, but it was something to watch, so it was a mixed bag. The stage screamed blackmail about the violent death of Gao Ren. There were also some people who felt that this was normal, and that they couldn't just compare immortal techniques. There was a lot of noise, but overall it was calm and gradual acceptance. Shireen wiped the sweat off his head and let out a long breath. It was a decision he made after a brief hesitation, a tentative decision of sorts. He thought about how the Twilight Snow Province had made such a large benefit transfer to the Shiren Province, and how he couldn't let the people of the Twilight Snow Province lose too badly. Anyway, this Gao Ren is a middle-of-the-road moron who will be eliminated anyway. Although Shi Xiaoxiao is best at immortal techniques, his techniques are not bad either. One of the more important things is the formation technique, which can also occasionally rival immortal techniques, and this is something he can definitely do well. At that thought, he looked up at the stage. On stage, Shi Xiaoxiao, who had already been exposed to Shi Yu's message, nodded slightly when he sought his gaze, and then looked seriously at Gao Ren. Brother Gao Ren, our two provinces are considered to be on friendly terms. So how about the two of us don't fight and kill each other, and just use some techniques to determine the winner? Oh? Are you sure? I'm not sure about this technique. It's not good if I accidentally hurt the flowers and plants. Gao Ren was interested. Ha ha ha, Brother Gao's humor. In that case, how about you and I compare formation arts? We can say in advance that we are not allowed to utilize offensive formations, only auxiliary formations, then whose formation is subtle and effective, so as not to hurt the piece. Gao Ren waved his hand. It doesn't matter, a contest would be great. So which one of you and I will go first? I'll go first. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and took a confident step. Competition. It's official. Chapter 55 Miracle of God. Shi Xiaoxiao had a confident look on his face as he signaled Gao Ren to back off. By the time Gao Ren completely exited the venue, the smile on his lips grew more and more confident as golden light flickered on his body. Shi Yu had already told him through voice transmission not to make Gao Ren's loss too ugly. That's why he chose a technique in the category of formation technique. After all, this door requires a lot of specialized knowledge, and it makes little difference to the untrained eye. It's kind of the only way to give the other side the decency. However, he wasn't going to stay his hand, as he had his own obsession when it came to formations. Losing in my hands, Gao Ren didn't count the trip as a wasted one, and it's a long way to see the world. As he murmured, golden light completely enveloped his body. In the next second, countless flags flew up from the golden light in front of him. Those golden lights went in all directions, directly enveloping the entire venue. The temperament was all tinged with lightning and red light, and it looked as imposing as if it were a transgression. There was even a vague thunder and lightning in the sky, rumbling continuously. The entire venue gave off a feeling that the wind and clouds were stirring, and the heaven and earth were in a state of anime. This technique of mine is one of the array techniques called awakening increase. Those within the awakening increase area will have their awakening level unconditionally physically increased by 10 times. As soon as his words fell, everyone's bodies felt a surge of power. Gao Ren also felt the power surging inside his body, and his entire body was incomparably hot. He slightly bent over and gently leaped, surprisingly jumping directly to as high as 3 or 4 stories. The lagging sensation of a brief stay in mid-air made Gao Ren feel unprecedentedly relieved. A gasp of surprise came from the people around them, tooting in the face of such a novel experience. Seeing the joy of the crowd, a smug smile appeared on Shi Xiaoxiao's face. Techniques like formations often need to be used in conjunction with each other. Don't look at the fact that you don't have much of a feeling when you use it on your body right now, but if you're using a body technique type of immortal technique with a formation like this, it can be a qualitative change. Formation type techniques are not flashy, but they are much more powerful in killing. His voice was accompanied by a transmission that echoed across the grounds, and all those who heard it nodded slightly in recognition. Being able to boost the quality of a formation by 10 times, this could be considered a very scary addition. Even if they don't understand it, they know the gold in it. I'm afraid that this is even stronger than a level 60 or 70 immortal technique, so it seems that Shi Xiaoxiao's hand is also very much a power level existence. Yes. This seemingly mediocre formation has already decided this competition. Unfortunately, the formations weren't flashy enough to pass the eyeballs. The crowd was escalates king, when Xiao had already looked at Gao Ren. Your turn. Goran smiled and nodded as he walked to the stage. He had just searched around inside his gene pool and finally found a suitable formation. Level 5 formation, potential increase formation. A talent that can briefly increase very little for a short period of time. The introduction stated that qualitative changes caused quantitative changes, and if one cultivated for 100 years, one would still be able to see a noticeable effect. Gao Ren couldn't even help but let out a piggy laugh when he saw this introduction. What's he grinning at the pig for? Seeing him suddenly smile, everyone showed doubt. Goran's every move was too strange. Laughing inexplicably. Xiao also frowned. What is he laughing at? But his frown immediately stretched into a few scoffs. It wasn't that he was mocking Gao Ren, there were very few people within the 3 northern provinces who had any research on formations. After all, there are too many techniques for the world to study. Together with the existence of the genetic lock, all attention was on stronger and more convenient immortal techniques, and those who could achieve such a formation as his could be said to be rare. Takahito. It would be nice to be able to cast a normal formation, he thought, glancing his eyes to the stage. So did the audience, and so did the live stream in front of the screen. They all wanted to see what level this middle-aged teenager, who had been so arrogant, was at. People in the 3 northern provinces were paying attention, and at this moment, Commander Luo was also paying attention. He stood in front of the screen, looking at the tall man who slowly closed his eyes revealing seriousness. All departments prepare to pay attention and try to parse the techniques he's using. And the testing organization, you're all ready to go, and absolutely nothing should be left to chance. Goran doesn't strike out much, and every time he does it's surprising. We have to get hold of a portion of his power in order to get the attention of our superiors. Commander Law sighed as he spoke. It hadn't occurred to me that none of the sky rips in Twilight City had caught the attention of the higher-ups, and more information would have to be given before that could happen. The other staff members all immediately stood at attention when they heard Commander Luo's words. It's the first time such a full team has been deployed in their prevention and control command center. The golden light on the tall man's body had begun to spread. The golden light, like last time, spreads across the field in an instant, and then spread throughout the city. Sun Changyu and Jiang Long, who saw the golden light covering their bodies in an instant in midair, smiled bitterly and shook their heads slightly. Sure enough. Just as they thought, if they wanted to escape from the immortal law, they would have to go out of the city. Without a single moment's hesitation, the 2 people cast their strongest flight spells at the first opportunity and headed towards the distance. It was only when they had just picked up speed that the terrifying sound of swords appeared. Click. Restrictor broken in Shillong province. Inside the grounds. Countless sword chi appeared around Gao Ren. It's not a formation. Lin and a group of leaders stood up, their faces changing drastically. No. It's a formation. It's a formation. Xiao interrupted them, his face red and looking extraordinarily agitated. Don't interrupt him, it's a formation. This is a level 90 plus formation. Oh my god. Surprisingly, someone has mastered such a formation. He was so excited that he was trembling. Formation? Lin with his many leaders first froze, then looked carefully at those sword chi and his face changed dramatically. Where was that sword chi? It was clearly a formation flag. It was appalling that this flag had turned into such a sword because of its aura. Buzz. Along with the sound of the sword, at least nearly 1,000 sword chi formed. They were like dragons and gods, flying in all directions in the blink of an eye. At this time as about to run out of the golden light outside the sun, Changhai and Jiang Long suddenly heard a buzzing. They subconsciously twisted, a golden light instantly passed their bodies, and then it blocked the edge of the golden light. The 1,000 sword chi were instantly distributed evenly, circling the entire city. In the next second, the golden light vibrated with a buzzing sound, and the strange sound reached every ear. A strange feeling surged out from inside their bodies. Sun Changhai was so shocked that his hands trembled. He looked down at his palms, his voice hoarse. The level of awakening has increased? Chapter 56 Permanent Formation. Sun Changhai's voice trembled as he felt the changes in his body in shock. The level of awakening has increased. It's definitely not an illusion. Every inheritor is very sensitive to the degree of their own awakening, even if it is 1,000th of a change. They are very clear about the existence, let alone. My awakening level seems to have increased by 2%. Jiang Dong opened his mouth in shock. He also gave himself a slap as he spoke to make sure it was a dream or not. It's not a dream. Definitely not a dream. Zhang Dong's words further confirmed the truth. Bewilderment appeared on Sun Changhai's face. Is this a formation? He was, after all, the president of the Inheritors Guild, and he was considered knowledgeable, and his first reaction was the formation. That's right, it's a formation. But where is the effect of the array like that? Such an amazing effect made him go into a bit of a trance for a moment. It's so trance-like that it's a little hard to tell if it's real or not. Immediately, though, his eyes got serious. From the midst of that confusion came an extra dash of determination. No. Normal formations can't do this, it's normal, but there's one man's formation. Maybe it's okay. That's right, it's Goren. It wouldn't be a surprise if this was all caused by Goren. One could even say it's perfectly normal. Sure enough. He has many, many collections. Not just immortal laws, but techniques and object laws. He doesn't just have that few immortal laws, he has countless terrifying genlock knowledge. He was so shocked that he mumbled. He'd suspected this a long time ago, only he'd never been able to confirm it. But even such a magical and remote formation had such a terrifying level of survival, then Gao Ren's gene pool must be like a sea of powerful knowledge base inside. But why does he have such a knowledge base? It's the inheritor of the ancient immortal laws of the olden times? He immediately shook his head. No. Absolutely not. Even if one was the inheritor of an ancient immortal law, it was impossible to have so many immortal laws. No. He shook his head again, his eyes firm. It didn't matter how exactly Goren got these, what mattered was that he had to be on good terms with Goren forever. Right now, it seemed that the only people in the entire country who could have a lot of contact opportunities with Gao Ren were their Sun family. Thinking of this, Sun Changhai's eyes gradually became firm, and his pale palms were slightly clenched, as if he had made some sort of determination. It wasn't just them who also found out about it, but all the people in the city. At the scene, those people who had been paying attention to Gao Ren, at this moment they were all standing frozen in place, looking at this teenager with their mouths wide open. They were trying to say something, but couldn't get a word out. Why? Because for a person, once something happens that is beyond their perception, or too shocking, the first reaction is to freeze. They don't know what words to use, what reaction to catharticize the shock. Raise the level of awakening. What a shocker this is. No matter what identity. From the day of their birth, the degree of awakening determines their destiny. Some have spent their lives as pigs and dogs, crawling through the lowest rungs of society. Some were born in Rome and turned over the clouds at the drop of a hat. The former has also cried out about the unfairness of the world, trying to change it in a million ways in countless efforts. But the truth? It's that poor single-digit cold number after awakening. It is a rule and a law that no one can break. However, today there was a miracle. Many people within the city stopped in their tracks. They lifted their heads slightly in whatever they were doing. They are confused, they lament. What kind of miracle is this? What happened? Someone please tell me what's going on. Commander Law stood in front of the screen, looking at everyone standing in place with a confused look on their faces. He anxiously questioned one staff member after another, looking at the elite of the technical department. Yet it wasn't just him who was confused, all the technicians were. Commander Luo, none of what the technical department is testing right now is questionable. That means the formation that Ming Gao Ren has cast doesn't have any offensive properties. No, nonetheless, it's not offensive, nor does it have any substantial impact. It's just that we were able to see it over such a wide area. What the hell happened? Why are they all frozen in place? Could it be some kind of mental type of enhancement? The crowd was in a state of flux, and Commander Luo had the technicians contact the local personnel at the first opportunity. The technician made the call, but after a few seconds the phone in his hand fell right into place. A dumbfounded look on his face. Under the stunned and shocked gazes of the rest, he spoke tremblingly, I just confirmed the news, this formation is not spiritual, it is. Yes. He said it, but didn't say it several times. From his performance and trembling lips one could tell that he was beyond shocked. What is it? Hurry up. Commander Luo was also in a hurry. It's raising the level of awakening. Based on the information we've gotten so far, the boost ranges from 15%. These words directly petrified everyone in place. They both felt their brains buzzing. What did you say? Commander Luo's eyes widened. Raising the level of awakening, are you kidding me? Do you know what this is about? It's absolutely impossible. His voice trembled and his own mouth began to tremble. It's unbelievable. He wouldn't have believed it on a normal day, but when he thought about Gao Ren, who they had been watching lately, he was a little unsure. Not so sure anymore. But all his realizations were telling him that it couldn't be. That's right, absolutely not. He grabbed the tech aside. You reconfirm that for me, there is absolutely no way that such a thing is possible. Make sure you figure it out carefully for me, absolutely no mistakes. As he finished speaking, he realized that his voice and his palms were shaking. Is that excitement? Or are you nervous? Or maybe it's just fear. All in all, he was having mixed emotions and was nervous. No. This matter is really too influential, I have to report it upwards. He searched and then found his cell phone to make a call. I have a level 1 incident to report to my superiors. Exactly. It's a level 1 incident. At this very moment. In that square, Gao Ren slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile on his face. Is this the formation? It's amazing how strange and wonderful it is. Along with his words, the golden light on his body gradually dispersed. He landed slightly and laughed. Perfect end. But the effects of the formation haven't ended yet, right? Chapter 57 Poaching. Among his understanding. All the effects of the formations were momentary, after all, they were temporary immortal laws brought inside the genlock. Available at. But he knew very well that his 99,999% bonus effect couldn't have disappeared so easily. So? Then there's only one possibility, his formation is permanent. Yes, definitely permanent. He looked up slightly at the people below him, a smile on his lips. Guys, how's it going? How effective is my formation? If it were the other way around at the beginning, these people would definitely start mocking at the first opportunity. Because their hope is that Gao Ren makes a fool of himself. It was Gao Ren who failed miserably. But at this moment, they couldn't even make any sound. Because Gao Ren's formation disappeared. It's really gone. Although Gao Ren's formation has disappeared, the effect of the increased level of awakening on them did not disappear. That's right, it didn't disappear. If anything, they were shocked and dismayed when they elevated just now. Now then. Just numb. That's right. That numbness is the numbness that comes with the surprise of suddenly winning $10 million. It's all so unreal, so unreal. Whether it was the effect brought about by the formation or the increase in their awakening level, it was all too unreal. Such an unreal feeling that they didn't know what to say for a while. The only thing he could do was stare blankly at Gao Ren. They were silent. The entire venue was very quiet. But outside the venue, instead, there was a burst of cheering. A shouting match. That's the joy of countless people, that's the joy of the city. All found their awakening increased and all were having a beautiful dream. Sherlin stood frozen in place, looking at the youth on the stage and taking a deep breath. Is this a dream? The level of human awakening increased throughout the province. What a concept! Their 3 northern provinces were originally the less talented provinces. Now because of such a formation, the awakening level of all people is raised. Hey! What are you guys gawking at? Have I won? Gao Ren's words interrupted the stagnation of everyone in the room. At this moment, Gao Ren said with a dissatisfied face, "What do you all mean by not saying anything? Bullying our Twilight Snow province for not having anyone, is it? Don't blame me for being rude if you're cheating here," he said nonchalantly, coming in front of Shi Xiao. "You kid, did you feel the power of my formation as well? This is a permanently elevated formation, you should know exactly how strong it is. Compared to that formation of yours, it's simply crushing, okay? You say it isn't." Shi Xiao was now also immersed in the formation just now. Because of this formation, his awakening level directly reached 82% from 79%. That's a leap. It's true. Immersed in his joy, he was interrupted and snapped back to his senses in a flash. Ah! Indeed. It does beat me. He immediately reacted with regret after he said that. But the words have been said, and it's impossible to go back on them. So was all admiration. You're right, you are indeed very good. I'm convinced I lost this one. Yes, this one, he lost convincingly. I'm afraid that such a strong formation is the first of its kind in the country. No. There's only one in the whole world. The people under the field also gradually came back to their senses because of the conversation between the two. He was lucky, wasn't he? I don't know who among the crowd said this, but the bottom line is obviously not enough. In an instant, many eyes converged on this person. Their gazes were not murderous, but they all carried a scrutinizing look. There was an extreme seepage in that scrutinizing gaze, making the man's face turn paler and paler. Finally he closed his mouth. I mean, luck is part of strength. Indeed. Luck is part of strength. But now it seems Gao Ren's family has never used luck. From the beginning, he had the strength. Turns out it wasn't Gao Ren who was the clown in the beginning, it was them. They're the clowns. Not only that, Gao Ren had not been counting with them in general. Nonetheless, they did not bother with them and gave them gifts. That's an increased level of awakening. This made many of the spectators present, they were mortified. Can this not be a shame? No one spoke, and after a few brief seconds of silence, a voice came from no one in particular. Cohen sung. Along with this person's voice, a second voice springs up. Cohen sung. Cohen sung. Cohen sung. These people are shouting, desperately. From the beginning of the shouting, to all the people in unison in the back. For a moment, the sound echoed throughout the grounds. Sherlin's eyes were complicated as he listened to the shouting. He eased himself into his seat and didn't say a word. Either one of them didn't say a word. As if they had acquiesced to the result, they sat quietly without saying a word. They looked at the laughing youth on the stage with complicated eyes and did not say a word. No one had expected a match that no one had thought Gao Ren would win to have him win at this moment. How exactly was the intelligence investigated? He inquired of the equally stupefied Shiyu to the side. Sure, you didn't say anything. He just shook his head. I don't know. I obviously looked into it. Why does he have such a formation? He knew very well what kind of extent such a formation was. That was a level that would absolutely shock the center, meaning that Gao Ren's performance today was definitely of a level to get the title. Everyone thought that Gao Ren and Twilight Province were the cuties. Didn't think that they were the cuties. It looks like it's time to reinvestigate the people of Twilight City starting today. Especially this Gao Ren, he's not even an idiot, he's pretending to be one. He took a deep breath and frowned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Jiang Long frowned. The tightly furrowed brow immediately stretched again, and his face revealed a joyful color. This kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about him from the start. Ha ha. He's definitely an opponent that I can take on. Tell someone to prepare information for me immediately. Oh. Right. Back me out of all my drinking for the night and make me an appointment with him. It wasn't just the two of them, the rest of the contestants as well as the forces from all sides had their attention focused on him in a split second. Today's events have shocked everyone beyond belief. And at this moment, no matter who it was, which side of the force, they all began to secretly compete. All of them had just one person to aim for, and that was to figure out Gao Ren and Twilight Province. If you can. Digger. Chapter 58, The Dark Horse. Late night. In a quiet room in the hotel. A dark figure sat on the bed and seemed to be talking to someone. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to hear that this person was not speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom, but the language of the Sakura Kingdom. The approximate content is as follows. At the moment, from what I can tell, he doesn't have any level, he just happens to have a more powerful formation. I didn't think that the people of the Dragon Kingdom would be so stupid, such a strong formation in the hands of such an idiot and so easily used. My current level of awakening has come to 95%, and I'm definitely able to take the title amongst this competition. The voice of the person who spoke was very young, and listening to the content should also be a participant in this competition. His voice was tinged with sinister and cunning. There was a brief silence on the other side of the phone, followed by an equally sinister and devious voice. Just let it go, these idiots in Dragonland are so poorly guarded. After you win the championship as our Sakura nation, I'll see how theirs can still hold their heads up at the International Youth Conference. Just let go of the fight with confidence, your personal safety is guaranteed to you by us. The Black Shadow immediately laughed out loud. I'm sure of that, but I'm still a little worried. I wonder if they've realized anything yet. Not at all, they're so busy every day now that they don't have time to care about the 3 northern provinces, don't worry about it. Good. If that's the case, I'll let them know in tomorrow's final that they know what a true dark horse is. At the same time, in another part of the hotel, Gao Ren's room. He sent the last reporter away and collapsed into bed. How is it that I've executed such a strong formation, and how is it that no one still believes that I'll be able to get first place? That's right. While he had gotten a lot of interviews because of his performance today, most of them were cryptic inquiries about where he got his formations from. It was as if it wasn't his power, but just happened to have that one formation that anyone could use. It seems that it's all because of the trouble caused by formations that have no power, if they have that little bit of terrifying power. Never mind, after all, there's another one tomorrow. And he seemed to think of something when he said that, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Right after today's bout, his reputation online could be said to have reversed rapidly. Many of his black fans transformed into true fans and said that he is really capable. It also managed to get a lot more traffic, more advertisers and interest flowing into Twilight Province. The leaders of the Twilight Province were so happy that they directly arranged a supreme global trip and gave him 1/10 of the province's gene pool knowledge that was opened. Global travel. You have to know that the global travel in today's era is not compared to the old times. Because of the existence of genlock knowledge, each country to prevent the loss of knowledge, the conditions for leaving the country is extremely harsh. People who want to leave the country usually need an extremely complicated visa process, so traveling the country is a very appealing thing to do. The most important thing is that he is permitted to bring an unlimited number of family members, spend an unlimited amount of money, and have bodyguards and assistants. Thinking about it made Gao Ren feel excited, and he couldn't wait to travel immediately with Lu Jiaowei. Of course, there's more than that, there's the knowledge base. It turned out that he was only 99,999% awakened, but had very little knowledge of the genetic immortal laws. Now with direct access to the province's gene pool knowledge, it could be said that it directly opened the seal of his invincibility. Immortal spells are used at will. There are thousands of techniques. Can't get to thousands. He may be able to directly threaten an entire country if he is truly angered. Of course, he wasn't like that, but just had enough of a backbone. After all, the bottom line of using a level 5 spell was completely different from using a level 50 spell, even if he was 99,999% awakened. Of course, it's not just that. The leaders of the province have said that if he can take tomorrow's title, he'll be a household name for good. At that time he would directly promote himself to become a leader within the city and would be able to live a life of leisure every day. By the time the $20 million of advertising fees and then once arrived, Takahito couldn't imagine how wonderful those days would be, and most importantly within reach. He was so excited he didn't sleep all night. He came to the meeting early the next morning. According to the schedule, today is the final. After 2 rounds of duels, there were now a total of 6 remaining players left. These 6 people are the 6 strongest people within the 3 provinces. Shiryu slowly walked to the ring, and the gazes of all the spectators converged on him, filled with anticipation and excitement. Under everyone's gaze, Shiryu slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone I believe has been looking forward to today's competition for a long time, and all of you wish to see in whose hands this year's final champion will fall. Anyone who follows the Northern 3 provinces competition regularly should know that every year the final competition schedule is a variable schedule. This year is also the same. The following I will announce on behalf of the province of Shilin 2 Raceway, by the live audience and netizens and the on-site judges for 2 segments of the vote, choose one of the way of the competition," he said with a wave of his palm, and a huge golden curtain of light appeared behind him. Text gradually emerged on the light screen in the sky that day, and that was exactly the text of the 2 types of races. The first. Techniques are given out, themes are randomly drawn, and competitions are held according to the techniques drawn for the corresponding theme. The most colorful of the 6 will be the winner, followed by the rankings one after the other. Seeing the first seeded race, everyone in the room frowned slightly. Techniques aren't everyone's forte, let alone random themes. I'm afraid that if a random off-topic is in play, everyone in the room is a vegetable chicken. There is an element of luck in this method of comparison, and certainly an element of resource strength. But there's no doubt that the randomness will add to the anticipation. They looked again to the second race. 6-man wheeled ring. Unrestricted sparring, the last person standing in the ring, or the one who wins 3 matches in a row is the champion. Seeing such a competition schedule, all the participants frowned. The second is not a good outcome for them than the first. This was because even if the strongest person, Jiang Long, made a move, he might not be able to win the next 3 matches in a row. But on the flip side, as long as Jiang Long doesn't strike first and strikes in the second 3, the probability of winning is high. Sure to strike in the back 3, he's bound to meet an exhausted opponent, and he has a good chance of winning the remaining 2. It's a schedule that favors him alone. For a while, both the players and the audience frowned slightly. But time waited for no one. Shiryu directly announced the start of the draw. Then, let's find out exactly which schedule. Chapter 59, The Wimpy Twilight Province? Along with the fall of Shiryu's voice, a burst of cheers came from below. The leaders of the provinces also looked serious. Today all the representatives of the provinces are sitting together, so the discussion in the face of this matter is also extraordinarily intense. Ha ha. Sorry folks, I don't think there's any suspense no matter how the vote goes. Why don't we just give the award to our Jiang Long? A white-haired old man laughed, his words full of confidence and smugness. But even so, Shirlin had no way to refute it. Indeed, from the current level, this Jiang Long is unquestionably powerful, and the high probability is that this is the person. Before that it was, the level of awakening increased even more. But he immediately thought of something and looked over at the 2 men who were in their seats. These 2 people were Sun Changhai and Jiang Dong. The 2 people acted as if they hadn't heard what the old man had said, sitting quietly where they were and looking at Gao Ren in the field. These 2 people seemed to not listen to what they were discussing at all, their eyes were always on Gao Ren's body. His eyes twinkled for a moment and he broke into a smile. I say, Elder Jiang, this is not a good thing to say. You mustn't forget yesterday. That old man's smile faltered at his words. The stiffness on his face lasted only a split second, though, before it disappeared without a trace. He laughed. Did you say it's that Gao Ren from the Twilight Snow Province? I've already investigated, he doesn't have an awakening level, just 2 good genetic knowledge in his hands. Even if he still has 1 or 2 more immortal techniques, there aren't many, and he has no chance of getting the title in either of the competition methods. Shirlin didn't continue to chime in because he knew that old man Jiang was right. Whether it's the randomized theme of the first, or the consecutive rings that follow, the likelihood of being able to get the final champion is low for someone who may only have a few fairy spells of knowledge. But is there so a possibility that this guy mastered the horrible level of immortal law or technique? How about a lot? His gaze had been on the 2 Sun Changhai's bodies since he started thinking. Everyone present could hear him and old man Jiang as they spoke, and there were many whose eyes were locked on the duo. But it's amazing how 2 people can just not say a word as if the discussion has absolutely nothing to do with them. He can't help it a little. I wonder if the 2 from the Twilight Snow Province have the confidence to take the competition. When these words came out, everyone's eyes were on the 2 men. They had already decided the matter, but they still wanted to see it from the people involved. The 2 men froze slightly, then looked at each other. Talking to us? A couple of the leaders were a little confused. What's this? Didn't listen to them at all. Indeed. The 2 men really didn't hear them speak. Because they're still scared even though they've been through what happened yesterday. They're scared. Fear of Gao Ren performing a heaven-destroying martial art. That. Leaders, I don't know what you think. We have a very thorough understanding of Gao Ren, he doesn't have any means left now, yesterday's means was nothing more than just coincidentally having a depository formation. Sun Changhai slowly spoke, his face revealing a friendly and warm smile. He said here with a beat in his voice and continued, what do we want to say? We are not afraid of your jokes, we are after all the representatives of the Twilight Snow Province, and if we lose the competition rather miserably in a while, we won't be able to hang on to our faces. So we thought we'd leave and wait until it was over and then come back here, and this is something that I also talked to Mayor Schilling about yesterday, and I know all about the situation. Right? Jiang Dong also nodded his head on the side. Yes, we all have our heads down, so don't look at us funny here. We'll leave right away when the results come out in a few minutes. How? Shireen didn't answer immediately, but was suspicious in the back of his mind. Yesterday, these 2 men had said so, and he had not suspected it at the time. But when Gao Ren had performed that kind of tactic, he had to be skeptical. He always felt that this matter of 2 people leaving must have something to do with Gao Ren casting yesterday's formation. Just. What is the problem? Ha, in that case, of course there's no problem, old man, I haven't seen anything and won't laugh at you. Old man Jiang laughed out loud at this moment, directly taking his words seriously. He said with great complacency and seriousness, I can very much understand this matter you are talking about. After all, there has been such a big change in the province. Everyone, since the families of the Twilight Snow Province have said so, we shouldn't make things difficult for them, right? He said with a smile on his face that was considered to be completely happy, and said with even more smug false sentiment, this year is really sorry. After all, we are also lucky to have such a talented person as Jiang Long. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Dong immediately blushed and was obviously a bit annoyed. However, he immediately thought of something and revealed a smile. If you don't say that Elder Jiang is a senior, his words are just dripping with water. You are the one who knows how to sympathize with our young people, and it's really thanks to you. In that case, we'll leave in a moment, so don't laugh at us. At this moment, Jiang Dong and son Changhai were almost compensating for their smiles. Such a move caused everyone else to look dismayed. It is important to realize that the three provinces have been secretly competing against each other for I don't know how many years, and no one has ever been convinced. Today, old man Jiang could be said to be clearly humiliating and mocking them. This Twilight province was not only not angry, but instead was such a wimp, it was really unexpected. Lin also frowned and cursed his spinelessness. Because in his opinion, Gao Ren at least has a hidden bottom card, it is not possible to say that good luck still has the opportunity to obtain to fight for it. It hadn't occurred to me that the representative of the Twilight province was directly on the verge of fleeing the battlefield and was really spineless. But that's a good thing for the province of Shillong. Provinces with no fighting spirit will sooner or later fall out of favor, and there is a real possibility that the three provinces will become two. He took a deep breath and looked at the two people from the Twilight province who had silently gotten up with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The two son Changhai felt their eyes and didn't say anything. At this moment, the results are appearing in the distance. You slowly walked onto the stage and took a deep breath to speak. Everyone, now that the results are in, we'll be using the first one for our contest. Next we will randomize the theme to draw what kind of technique. The 6 contestants will be distinguished from the strongest based on the degree of skill. He said, pulling out his cell phone and live streaming, followed by a random screenshot to an area. That's a student talking at length. But the 2 words intercepted are reading. Chapter 60, 10 Steps to Kill a Man, 1,000 Miles to Leave No One Behind. Reading? Everyone froze when they saw what was randomly drawn. This comments section is full of strange comments, but it does seem a bit rare to draw that term. Besides, how do you use techniques for the theme of reading? All the spectators showed their curiosity and began to look forward to it. There was no doubt that the theme of this reading competition, that would depend on the depth of each player's gene pool. If there are enough techniques inside the gene pool, it is possible to be stress-free, but if there are no corresponding techniques, maybe even just admit defeat. The following contestants are invited to enter. The next contest will be cast in order according to the results of our popularity. In order of appearance, Lu Wendong, Li Merhan, By Night, and Shiryu. His voice lurched as he said this, and with a somewhat odd expression, he said, the last 2 are Jiang Long and Gao Ren. Takahito is ranked number 1 on popularity sites so far, so he's on last. Such a ranking order makes many people feel surprised, but when they think about it they are in the middle of the debate. After all, Gao Ren actually had a lot of traffic from the beginning of the tournament, it's just that most of it was black traffic, black fans, and no one gave him popularity votes. In the past 2 days, word of mouth had reversed, and there were many people who voted for him, and even more so because of the matter of benefiting from the increased level of awakening, causing many people to cast votes of gratitude, and it had rushed up to the top stream almost overnight. Sure enough, the eyes of the crowd are shining. Yesterday's outburst has already let these people know how powerful I am, so it seems that maybe I don't need to be that troublesome. Gao Ren touched his nose and suddenly grinned. In the midst of the crowd's dismayed gazes, he took a step out. Gentlemen, brothers, and sisters. Since everyone already knows my strength, there's no point in continuing. Why don't you just admit defeat and let me win, and save me from accidentally destroying the flowers and plants, don't you think so? He said this to the remaining 5 players, speaking with extreme sincerity and earnestness. If they didn't know that Gao Ren was such a person, they would have really thought that it was a provocation. No. Even if he's enough of a middle-of-the-road idiot, that's still provocative. In an instant, the 5 remaining people had different expressions. The voices that had vaguely begun to somewhat support Gao Ren also changed quite a bit at this moment. Holy! Why is he still like this? Fine. I take back my fondness for him. What a beating. The clamor once again came from the stage, but Jiang Long on the stage laughed out loud when he heard his words. Wahahaha. Not bad for you, middle-aged boy. But cockiness and arrogance are to be fought with fists, you can't just say it with your mouth. Although there is no immortal technique type of competition today, I still have very high confidence in this reading theme. I'll open your eyes in a minute. But I'm treating you as my strongest opponent, so don't let me down when it comes to you. He spoke in a very arrogant manner, not taking the remaining few people into consideration at all, causing the remaining few people to be disgruntled. After all, those who had come this far were the top geniuses in the province. They knew that Jiang Long was strong, but talking like this was just a bit unacceptable, and the most irritating thing was that he only had Gao Ren in his eyes. Sure, you, in particular, frowned slightly. Don't be too arrogant. This isn't a comparison to a mortal law. Although the degree of awakening is useful, that is not the root of winning, and I, Lu Wendong, happen to have attainments in this. He said, walking straight to the ring, and then signaled for the others to exit. The others began to exit and everyone held their breath. Seeing that the competition had already begun, Jiang Dong began to shine with golden light on his body and flew directly into the distance in the next second. Sun Changhai also awkwardly laughed at the people around him, and then hurriedly followed suit as well. Seeing both of them disappear, the faces of the remaining leaders revealed a few sneers. They didn't expect these two to really be able to leave with a thick skin, they had thought it was just talk. They didn't dwell on the duel for too long, but instead refocused their eyes on the stage. According to the usual practice, Lu Wendong needed to introduce his son first. 20 years old, 79% awakening level, ranked 6th in Shilin province. But after yesterday, the awakening level has come to 80%. The technique he cast was called Pale Sound, which was a level 60 articulation technique. This technique allows the sound to go straight into the spirit and create a great sense of image impact, and the person who invented it in the first place did so in order to impart the knowledge needed for a lifetime. As the golden light appeared on him, he cleared his throat. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. His voice spread, and it was clear that he had only opened his mouth, but everyone on the scene felt as if Lu Wendong's words were ringing in their ears. It's clear, it's clear. They could even hear Lu Wendong gasping as he spoke. At the same time, blurred images seemed to appear in front of their eyes, and then clear again in just a second or two. Gao Ren's eyes were full of confusion at this time. For just a moment, he realized that his surroundings had changed. It was the battlefield of smoke and mirrors. Sunset at dusk. Flying sand. Blood filled the air. The ground was full of corpses, countless in wreckage. A hazy figure appeared in the distance, incomparably sprightly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the man's face, and could only see that he was wearing a black robe, with his hair coiled up high and holding a sword in one hand. That back was so invincible, so fraught. It was obviously a long distance away, but I could feel the blood ticking down on the slender sword. It seems that the blood keeps coming. The strong impact of the picture gives people an extreme shock. This picture is like firmly imprinted in the memory in general, completely unable to erase. I don't know how much time had passed before Gao Ren slowed down and realized that he was just dazed. No. It wasn't a phase. As soon as he recalled it, the clear and unmistakable image appeared in his mind, as if he were there. It took him a while to get back to normal. He craned his head to look at the others and realized that they had the same reaction as he did. That's amazing. If that's the case, then wouldn't the techniques I perform be the same as playing a movie? Gao Ren touched his head with an excited expression. That's right. Just as the theme had just been announced, he had found a technique. It's called the Sound of the Sword. This is a level 9 technique. Introduced as a heart of righteousness, a voice of vastness, words into the sword, refreshing the heart. The technique is also described in detail, which specifically means that the sound emitted can be done in such a way as to shock the mind. It is also a technique and one that was born by the creator to admonish future generations. Think of it here. He was starting to look forward to it a bit. Chapter 61 Sakura Nation's Dark Horse. That's right, he was starting to look forward to it a bit. Looking forward to the time when he'll perform his technique. Aha! A bit of strength, but it's a pity that there's only one image. If I use it, I'll definitely be able to play it like a movie. Gao Ren sked, but obviously didn't have too high an opinion of the technique. Dirtbag. You know. Lu Wendong had a sneer and disdain on his face before slowly stepping down from the stage. It was only at this time that Goran realized that all the others except him had a stony face, as if for this to cast out the technique is very staid. Is this level impressive? Goran looked at the nearest Jiang Long with a confused expression. Jiang Long was also frowning a bit at this moment, but when he heard his words he immediately stretched out and laughed. A bit of a leveler, but that's about it. You play King Pesticide, right? The effect of a level 90 immortal technique is considered to be a king's 50 stars, and the effect he cast out just now was probably around 30 stars. This is already a difficult existence to deal with in this theme technique. But it's just for you guys, it's not enough for me. Jiang Long said as he patted his shoulder and laughed. Oh. 50 stars isn't very impressive. Because I'm the number one in the entire service. Gao Ren nodded in realization with a serious face. Ah, you can really blow it. Jiang Long laughed out loud and kept patting his shoulder. The two people's borderless words caused Lu Wendong, who had just returned to his position, to grimace. However, he finally just laughed coldly. We'll naturally see in a while, there's no use in being powerful with one's mouth. After Lu Wendong's warm-up, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited. One by one, they began to cheer loudly. And a few minutes later, an image appeared on the big screen on the stage. That was the image drawn by the AI just now, almost exactly the same as what Gao Ren had seen. That image appeared on the screen, and even if those who were following the live broadcast couldn't be there, they felt the shock of it. Not bad for a final. Bull. Is this the talent of our 3 northern provinces? With all due respect, it's far too different from our dragon capitals. The contest continues. Next up is Li Mo Han. It was a girl who performed a technique that increased the power of her attacks on her voice, and with the added power of the immortal technique on the playing field, countless harsh rays of light appeared. Although it looked splendid, both the power and the degree of shock were clearly inferior to Lu Wendong just now. Li Mohan came off the stage with his head hanging down and a helpless look on his face. It's obvious that for this topic, she's not good enough to handle it. Li Mohan directly just lost his hopes of winning the title, and it was White Knight's turn for the next competition. White Knight, you don't need to be pressured, I'm here anyway. Seeing White Knight on the field, Jiang Long laughed out loud. Gao Ren looked at Bai Yi curiously, observing this youth who had been following Jiang Long, always feeling where it's weird. He's too small. How? He wasn't just plain a little shorter than the others, he just felt a little overly delicate looking at the proportions of his features. Kind of a cross-dressing kind of thing. He rubbed his chin and the more he looked at it, the more wrong he felt, and at that moment, White Knight also walked onto the stage. In the next second, he revealed an extremely smug smile. This smile is obviously a bit maniacal and hideous, it looks as if the trajectory has gotten the better of him. Introduce myself, my Yes Dragon Nation name is White Knight, my Sakura Nation name is Zanbanji, I am a Sakura Nation native born and raised in the Dragon Nation. The words froze the entire room. Sherlin stood up all of a sudden, his face somewhat ugly as he looked at Old Man Jiang on the side. Old Man Jiang, what does this mean? He's from the Sakura country. This is the Northern 3 Provinces competition of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Man Jiang was also confused at this moment, and then his face began to look ugly. How could he be from Sakura Nation? Not only him, but all the people from Liaodin Province present were all shocked. Apparently, none of them knew about it. Old Man Jiang, if you're old and blind, give up your seat to someone else. Do you know how many people are paying attention to this match right now? This match between the 3 northern provinces of our Dragon Kingdom. Now that there's even a Sakura Nation person fighting on behalf of our northern 3 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom, do you know how much public opinion this will cause? Sherlin grimaced. Old Man Jiang's face couldn't hold it either, but he immediately calmed down and said with a cold snort, what's the point of panicking, even if we were negligent, but with Jiang Long around, there are no accidents. The current Jiang Long's awakening level has reached 91%, you know the concept best, what's there to be alarmed about? He snorted coldly and smiled. Hearing him say that, the leaders, who had been more agitated, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. With Ginger Long, there's no problem. But just as they were thinking this, White Knight on the stage suddenly laughed. He laughed a happy laugh that brought all eyes together. At this moment, nearly 200 million people in the live broadcast were staring at the Sakura Nation on the screen. The pop-ups are even going crazy. What's this Sakura Nation guy laughing at? What a sense of intrigue. Ladies and gentlemen of the Dragon Kingdom, I have waited too long for this day. Today's me is finally able to stand here as a Sakura Nation native and show off my talent. I, Hidden Motoki, have an awakening level of 95%. Today, I'm going to defeat the strongest Jiang Long in the 3 northern provinces and get first place. 95%? Everyone's mind was blown. Lin's face swished and filled with gloom. He rose slowly, his body already beginning to shimmer with light. This man is not as simple as growing up in our dragon country, he's trying to humiliate our dragon country and our northern 3 provinces. I'm going to make him. Now. May not. Old man Jiang suddenly spoke. He said with a hard look on his face, how many eyes are watching here at this hour? If we in the 3 northern provinces really do this now and don't allow him to continue, it will prove that we are afraid of Sakura Nation and represent that our youth in the 3 northern provinces can't do it. Can we do that? Lin's face was ugly, and the veins on his forehead were twisting. At this very moment, the footage here is being televised in every region. In just a few minutes, the number of people online surpassed 300 million. Everyone's hearts were instantly in their throats after hearing this level of awakening. And before the countless images, only those familiar with a certain youth narrowed their eyes slightly. Jiang Dong sat at the edge of the city, looking at the arrogant youth within the cell phone screen with a sneer hooked at the corner of his mouth. He and son Changhai looked up and glanced at each other, and the two of them unanimously let out a cold snort. Humph. Death-seeking guy. Chapter 62 Level 91 Technique, Words Follow Words. Dragon Kingdom. All those who were paying attention to the competition at this moment were sweating. Only a few people who knew Gao Ren sneered. Showing off in front of Gao Ren is simply looking for death. Commander Luo was in the command center, looking at the relayed images received on the screen, his eyes icy cold. His next second, he seemed to think of something, and an extra smile appeared on his otherwise cold face. This time, old General Chen won't be able to say that Gao Ren's matter isn't critical, right? The tearing up of the sky thing last time, plus the raising of the awakening into a formation at one time, plus the events in the Sakura country that he's been paying attention to lately are all in this competition, so even if it's no longer true, you know that I'm not doing anything unfavorable, right? Xiao Wang, go summarize all the reports and videos and resubmit them to old General Chen. Yes. At the same time, Gao Ren, who was at the scene, didn't know about this, his attention was on White Knight. When the people on the scene heard that he had 95% of the awakening level, all of them had unsightly faces. He was the only one who, instead of being worried, was even a little excited. Finally, I'm looking for one that can fight. Or a little cherry blossom. As he thought this, he realized that White Knight's gaze on the stage had come to him and Jiang Long. Only White Knight's finger waved in front of the two men and his voice sneered, whether it's a top genius or a dark horse that comes out of nowhere, in front of me, you'll all only pale in comparison. The next technique I'm going to perform is a level 91 technique. Unlike that technique that can only appear inside a memory screen, it's a technique that will appear inside reality. He said, looking at the angry gazes of everyone present with an extremely provocative one-liner. Words. Out. Law. Follow. Everyone felt their scalps tingle as soon as the 4 words follow the law came out. Even Jiang Long, who was the strongest person, had an extremely ugly face. Damn, I've been tricked by this kid. He clenched his fists and a layer of sweat actually surfaced on his forehead. Leaving aside the fact that this was a technique, the gold content of a 91 rank alone was enough to make all the contestants present sweat. Older generations abound who can perform such tactics, but the younger generation, for the time being, there was no one who could deal with this guy, unless it was those talents from the dragon capital. The sneering smile on White Knight's face continued, then he began to mutter. No one was able to understand what he was saying because he wasn't speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom, but the language of the Sakura Kingdom. Surprisingly, he was ready to win them by performing techniques in the language of the Sakura country. Accompanying his mutterings, Lin, who was on the stage not far away, suddenly sensed something in his face changed drastically. No good. His words had barely finished when there was a sound of glass breaking on the grounds. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the immortal law that was protecting the venue unexpectedly appeared to shatter. Cracks like cobwebs appeared out of nowhere in the air, and before they could react, they completely fell apart. A golden light appeared, illuminating everyone present, and those leaders struck out. They used their immortal laws to protect the spectators present, while the golden light began to continue spreading towards the distance. Unsurprisingly, it looked like they were trying to secure the entire city. That's right. They have realized the problem. Level 91 Mechanics. To still be able to affect reality, that was definitely an incomparably terrifying existence. Even. It will also leave the city with a huge amount of damage. By the time they realized this moment, they had already begun to cast their immortal spells. But apparently, it's already a little too late. Accompanied by White Knight's voice, surprisingly quite a few sword chi appeared in midair and began to run amok. Each of those sword chi was a few dozen meters in size, and began to fly towards the surrounding city with White Knight as the center. Not only that, but there was even sword chi appearing as he muttered. These sword chi touched the tall buildings in the distance and let out a loud roar. There were also sword chi that fell into the square, also making a terrifying sound. Stop him. The one who opened his mouth was Sherlin, his eyes red as he looked at the destroyed buildings in the distance. It's their provincial capital. This is his city. Now that it had been destroyed by a Sakura countryman, could he not be angry? The others had already begun to fly out to block those sword chi, and he was the only one who stood still with a murderous look on his face. Elder Zhang's face was also extremely unsightly at this time, and he sighed as the golden light on his body began to flicker. Ugh. This is me apologizing to you, let me settle things today. As the mayor of this place, you should never take action against the contestants, leave that to me. He said he was about to do it, but was stopped. Isherwood's expression struggled, but he was stopped. Sherlin took a deep breath and said, just let them stop the attack, now that so many people are watching, it's not good for us to just take a shot at the Sakura nation in front of them. Even if we unwind, people on the international scene won't be on our side when they see something like this. We in the Dragon Kingdom are not afraid of crooked shadows, and sooner or later this debt will be recovered in a radiant and righteous manner in other places. When Jiang Long saw him say that, he nodded with a resigned look on his face. Just like that, the sword chi probably lasted for a full 10 minutes, nearly 100, before it slowly came to a stop. White Knight slowly opened his eyes and laughed. Gentlemen, I am obliged. This technique is rather special, and I'm a bit out of control, so I'm really sorry. But I know that the Dragon Kingdom is sensible, and this means of protection didn't protect, so it shouldn't be blamed on me, right? Hearing him say that, everyone hated it. But what can they do about it? White Knight walked off the stage. But none of them walked up, and the entire field was dead silent. Shiryu clenched his fists, his eyes revealing resignation. That's right, it's just not a good idea. He would like to go up and win the match to press the other side, but he's not good enough. He twisted his head to look at Jiang Long on the side and realized that Jiang Long's expression was just as ugly. In the face of such a technique, not even Kong Ryung. All those who read the situation were dead in the water. The entire venue seemed to fall silent, immersed in that humiliating atmosphere. Alas! Sherlin sighed with a look of pathos. Just when everyone was in despair, a familiar voice suddenly made everyone's hearts shake. Who's on the stage when it's time to fall? Why don't you take the stage? Only Gao Ren was standing at the edge of the stage at that moment with a puzzled look on his face. Hurry up and get in the ring. Really, had to put me last. I can't wait. Damn Sakura, and it's setting me on fire. Takahito rubbed his fists together, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. If you all don't go up, I'm going to go up. Chapter 63 Sword Chi spreads across 3,000 li. Dismay. Stunned. Everyone looked at Gao Ren incredulously. None of them had thought that under such circumstances, Gao Ren would still dare to say that. Is he sure? Can you deal with him? Jiang Long asked with a stunned soul. Isn't it just a small level 91 technique? It gives you guys such a fright. It's not that I'm talking about you, Jiang Long, aren't you the first genius of our northern 3 provinces? This is spineless, you don't even dare to speak. Gao Ren was speechless. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly, this has nothing to do with backbone, I'm a person who likes to speak with facts. If this match was to use immortal techniques, I would still have confidence that I could take this match, now. He let out a long sigh and didn't say much. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gao Ren patted his shoulder. It's okay, since you all are afraid to go on, let me save the day. He said and without further ado, twisted around and walked onto the high platform. When White Knight saw Gao Ren pass by his body, he sneered and ridiculed. You really think you're on the level? To be honest, in my heart you're not even as good as Shiyu. Don't think that just because you happen to have some underpinnings, you'll be able to compare yourself to me. His face was confident and incredibly proud as he spoke. White Knight was confident, how could he not be? He had clearly investigated, but the highest level present was Jiang Long. Moreover, according to his investigative information, there was simply no one among these people who had mastered high-level techniques. It just so happens that he is a person who likes to delve into things, and there is such a thing as a word that comes out of the mouth, so it can be said that it is the right time and the right place. Where's Gao Ren? Not to mention the fact that Gao Ren was simply a no-good inheritor in terms of investigative information. Furthermore, there weren't many techniques on reading. He didn't believe that it was such bad luck that this person happened to have one, or a level 91 plus technique. As Zhang Yang went on stage, everyone held their breath. They looked at the teenager, who had been slightly middle-aged from the start, with more anticipation and more apprehension in their hearts. Is it okay? Shireen rose from his seat and hesitated to sit down, his brow furrowed. He was already thinking about how to end things now. Goran's level was clearly only enough to stall for time. The real problem to be solved was how to wrap things up in a little while. The Sakura nation should never be allowed to win this match. Otherwise, not only will he lose face, the 3 provinces will lose face, and the entire Dragon Kingdom will lose face with him. He took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. Guys, it looks like we're just going to have to give him the title today. But we can't let him take the title so smoothly, so from now on please help me by helping to find his accomplices. For this guy to dare to appear here so recklessly and do such a thing, there's absolutely no way that he could have planned and accomplished it single-handedly. There's definitely an organization and accomplices from the Sakura nation. They must be made to bleed. Old man Jiang was the first to step forward. Let me handle this matter. I, Liaodin province, have a great deal of responsibility for what happened today, and I am truly ashamed. He said with an ugly expression on his old face as well. Several people quickly discussed the situation and prepared to split up immediately. Shireen took one last look at the stage and sighed. He was about to step away when suddenly a call came in. It's son Changhai. He frowned, his eyes revealing a bit of displeasure. These 2 guys were on the verge of fleeing, resulting in 2 less helpers when dealing with the emergency just now and damaging quite a few buildings, so he was naturally not happy. But before he could speak, Sun Changhai's words made him freeze. Mayor Sure, if you don't want the city to be destroyed, it's advisable to make a few more layers of protection. At least if it's 10 times as protective as it was just now. Nope, you'll just go straight to the highest specs of defense. I'm afraid what comes next will be beyond your imagination. Sherlin still wanted to follow up, but was immediately hung up on. Hanging up the phone, he looked with some curiosity at the youth standing on the stage, scratching his head and frowned slightly. Ridiculous. Where's the time to care about him? Can he still be really better than Jiang Long? Almost as soon as his words fell, Goran on the field cleared his throat. Under the gaze of the crowd, he pointed his finger at White Knight. Hey! White Knight, even though you're like an ant in my eyes, your actions today really annoyed me a bit. You went so far as to destroy the cities of our 3 northern provinces at our competition. Not only that, but they are openly provoking us, casting their techniques in the words of the Sakura country, trying to get the championship. Most of all, the most hateful thing is that you tried to take away my $20 million. $20 million. Do you know what that is? He said with a lull in his voice, and the smile on his face gradually tightened, replaced by seriousness and solemnity, even with a hint of anger. I'll show you what true words are today. Buzz. The moment Gao Ren's words fell, vibrations began to appear in the surrounding space. The moment this vibration appeared, the ground began to tremble. The enormity of the noise alarmed everyone. Because Goran hadn't performed a technique yet. Why was that? And what kind of technique does that? Gao Ren opened his mouth slightly and casually spoke a familiar verse. Kill a man at 10 steps. Thousands of miles. This was the text read out by Lu Wendong's technique at the beginning, and at this moment, Gao Ren was ready to borrow it. Techniques began to surface and change as he read aloud. Gao Ren was slowly lifted up by a force, and the whole person slowly floated and tilted. Meanwhile, a shocking scene took place. Sword chi. Countless sword chi. Densely formed in the middle of the air. In the blink of an eye, 1,000, 10,000 sword chi. Sword chi spread across the entire sky, among the city, and even. It's still spreading towards the outside of the city. At this moment, Sun Changhai and Zhang Dong, who were on the outskirts of the city, were covered by the sword chi in an instant and covered even farther away. How far is this sword chi going to spread? Jiang Dong's voice trembled as his pupils suddenly shrunk. How big is the city? Not to mention that this sword chi was covering all of it, it was even spreading. The entire city was wrapped in sword energy, whether it was the sky or the river or the road. The dense golden sword chi made everyone's scalp numb and their eyes terrified. Gulp! White Knight's throat rolled, the smile on his face had completely frozen, and it was hard to hide the horror within his eyes. Is this a technique? Everyone looked at the youth floating in the air as he waved his finger like an emperor. In the next second, he pointed his finger in one direction. Cherry Blossom Country. Go! In the next second, the sword chi that spanned several thousand miles emitted a vibrating hum. Chapter 64, Sword Chi running toward Sakura Country. Inside Shiren Province. The buzzing of swords was heard in several urban areas around the city of Shillong. Countless people looked up. There were countless golden lights and sword chi. It was like a galaxy of sword chi, flying through the air in one direction. This appalling sight made countless people in the Dragon Kingdom watch all the way. It caused a sensation all around. They gazed at the location where the sword chi was strewn across, speculating on the direction. The crowd at the venue was bathed in golden light. How is this possible? White Knight stood amidst the countless wildly flying sword chi, muttering in a daze. This is level 100 immortal technique? Just what level of technique was able to achieve sword chi across several thousand miles? No. Not only that, these swords. Whoosh! 7 or 8 meters of sword chi flew out against his scalp, spinning and running wildly among the crowd. It was as if they had a sense of life, dodging individual buildings and people with ease. So precise. Such a quantity. So powerful. Such a technique. No one can be trusted if they are not level 100 or above. He looked on in shock as those sword chi appeared in countless numbers and flew wildly towards a location in the sky. Gradually, he and the others realized a problem at the same time. That's why these sword chi kept flying in one direction. These sword chi were able to be controlled, with such precise control, only in one direction that was definitely deliberate control. Where do they fly to? Everyone gazed in the direction of the flight, eyes confused. At the same time, Ministry of Defense. Old General Chen, who was looking down at the documents, was frowning. That's an expedited document that Commander Law just handed over. The content in video above is undoubtedly about Sakura Nation. It's a White Knight thing. Seeing the situation of the competition in the 3 northern provinces, his face was very unpleasant, one could even say that it was quite ugly. He hadn't expected such a result because of his omission. What could he do in such a situation? He slammed his fist on the table, and the table unexpectedly turned directly into pieces. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think my Dragon Kingdom is a sick cat? It seems that after so many years of not making a move, they really take us for a soft target. Old General Chen was incomparably angry. But the next second, his face was a little harder to see. Because no matter what, the Dragon Kingdom had indeed suffered a loss in the matter of the northern 3 provinces competition. Just as he was chagrined that he hadn't taken this matter seriously sooner, there was a sharp knock at the door. Old General, something's wrong. You hurry up and come out and look. According to the detection, tens of thousands of sword chi appeared flying across the sky over Shilin Province, and each of them has the power of level 90 or above of the immortal laws, pushing straight to the East Sea. East China Sea. Located in the easternmost sea of the Dragon Kingdom. What? Tens of thousands of sword chi with the power of level 90 or higher immortal laws. Old General Chen was confused. What kind of concept is that? It was that the entire Dragon Kingdom's most elite legacy armies were out right now, but they couldn't reach such a level. Is it true? Yes. We've detected the source of the sword aura, it's Shilin Province. Those sword chi don't know where they're going to fly to, are we going to look for the inheritors to intercept them? Intercept? The muscles on old General Chen's face twitched. How do you intercept such a terrifying sword chi? Even if he had sent his best troops, he couldn't have intercepted them. Show me the satellite map, he said as he stormed out of the room and went to the surveillance room with the reporting officer. It's more professional, more spacious, and more staffed than Commander Law's place. He was clearly able to see on the satellite map a dense reaction of sword energy moving toward the east like a nuclear bomb reaction. That's almost 100 kilometers out of Shillong province, isn't it? A layer of sweat surfaced on old General Chen's forehead as he watched the dense sword chi reaction. This amount of sword energy was already close to catching up with nuclear bombs. What kind of immortal technique could be so terrifying? General, according to the speed at which we speculate the sword chi is advancing, its power hasn't diminished in the slightest. That means this immortal technique is able to fly almost half the size of the Dragon Kingdom and can strike at any part with precision. Are we going to intercept? Elder Chen's face was ugly when he heard the report. The matter was then entirely left to his judgment, and if it was misjudged, there was a good chance that it would cause unparalleled and horrible devastation in the country. Immediately gather people and give me a trip to. General Chen was just about to open his mouth when his face suddenly changed dramatically. Only to see the sword chi reaction on top of that instrument suddenly accelerate, even in the map of the instrument was advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate of advancement, unless this sword chi went directly into the airspace above the troops, it could not be intercepted in any case. Why yes. A layer of sweat surfaced on old General Chen's forehead, and the hearts of the rest of the personnel were in their throats. But in the next second, the words of a staff member attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Why do I feel like these sword chi are going to fly abroad? When these words came out, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. They realized that although those sword chi accelerated, their direction really didn't change. If it does go on like this, it will soon be flying overseas. And the direction that flew out. It's Sakura Nation. Elder General Chan's eyes lit up with incomparable excitement. That's right. According to the direction of this traveling, it was the direction of Sakura country anyhow. The rest of them also realized this problem, and instantly their faces showed joy. It seems true. Everyone looked incredulously at the direction in which that sword chi reaction had flown, their eyes glowing. If that's true, it's not a big crisis, it's a godsend. It just so happens that the Sakura Kingdom has been constantly provoking the Dragon Kingdom lately, so they can be taught a lesson. Under the crowd's tense gaze, that sword chi flew out of the map of the Dragon Kingdom little by little, heading straight for the Sakura Kingdom. Bang! Elder General Chen was so excited that he slapped his hand on the table, his face reddening. Find out for me, who the hell cast this immortal spell? Whoever cast the immortal spell, invite them out to me with the highest level of etiquette. No. The old man I'll invite myself. Check. Check me. Check me now. Old General Chen was incomparably excited, and his voice appeared to tremble. The rest of the staff didn't hesitate and had already started crackling and started gathering intelligence. Old General Chen walked over to that huge screen and watched those sword chi reactions move a little bit away from the Dragon Kingdom and a little bit closer to the direction of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and both his hands clenched up his fists. When he saw that those sword chi reached the vicinity of the Sakura country and clearly began to slow down, the smile on his old face finally couldn't help but show. Ha ha ha. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, this is a bigger surprise than you letting people participate in the Northern 3 Provinces competition, isn't it? Chapter 65, You're a Blindfold. Sakura Kingdom. Fukushima City. As one of the 4 major cities of the Sakura Nation, it houses the Ministry of Defense of the Sakura Nation. At this moment, a group of senior leaders of the Ministry of Defense were sitting in their chairs watching the live broadcast with grave expressions. That live feed was of the Northern 3 Provinces competition. Inside their mouths, Sakura Mandarin kept speaking, roughly meaning the following. Asshole. That was close. The Dragon Kingdom even has such an expert, it seems we were careless. It looks like they should have known about our scheme for a long time, damn it, what step went wrong? They looked at each other, and a hint of regret was revealed within their eyes. It's okay, it's just the beginning. Now that we've grasped a lot of resources and technology through the Eagle Kingdom, sooner or later it's an existence that will devour the Dragon Kingdom. Let's just call it their luck this time. An executive-looking man laughed and reassured the other two, while a menacing smile appeared in his eyes. The other two were frustrated and sorry, but by the time he said this, they were also smiling. As far as they were concerned, they had just made a little slip-up this time, but not the next time. Sooner or later they will succeed. Just then, an alarm suddenly appeared in the instruments around them. The ear-piercing siren caused them all to freeze and blush. Level 1 alert. They could hear that the siren was a Level 1 alert warning sound. This kind of alert usually only occurs when there is a threat like a nuke, does. It's a sword reaction. A mustachioed man watched the tests on the screen, his face ironic and ugly. He looked at the instruments above him in shock and shook his head desperately. No. This is absolutely impossible. Why did the sword Chi in Shilin province fly to Sakura country? That's right. The dense reaction on that instrument was sword Chi, the sword Chi they had seen from the live broadcast. But how far has this sword energy spanned? I can't believe it's reached the Sakura country. The remaining two were also dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the reaction on the instrument. When this kind of unthinkable thing is said, people will hear it as a joke. But now it's actually happening for real. Not only did it happen, it was right in front of their eyes, and they were the victims. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the mustachioed man seemed to react to something and yelled desperately. Hurry! Quickly gather the soldiers and activate the missile interception. With such a wide range of sword chi, we absolutely cannot have them fall into the middle of the city. He yelled anxiously, but it was obviously too late. That sword chi speed remained unabated and even accelerated somewhat even across such a long distance. In a split second, the position on the instrument changed. As it stood now, it would fall into the city they were in 3 to 5 minutes at the most. Several staff members sat on their asses, mumbling and frozen. It's over. It's all over. Boom. Almost as soon as his words fell, the sound of a terrifying explosion came from outside. With the explosion, the ground began to shake. Countless golden lights exploded inside the city, and the sky's sword chi roared long and hard. At the same time, Gao Ren, who was in the Dragon Kingdom, also counted on completely finishing this technique and floating down from the sky a little bit. The golden light around him was slowly disappearing, little by little, into his body. The world has regained its peace. It's like nothing happened. The sword chi in the sky had disappeared without a trace, the residual sword chi one was absent, and there were no damaged buildings inside the city. Everything about it made the technique casting seem like it wasn't happening. Everyone looked at the high platform in confusion for a long time. After a short silence, I don't know who shouted. Yes. That one word was like some kind of magic, and it directly ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Yes. Cow Cup. Champion. 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 Countless people began to cheer, their voices rising in waves. Everyone was cheering for Gao Ren, who was standing on the stage, and emotions were stirring. Gao Ren helped the Dragon Nation and the northern 3 provinces in the midst of desperation to win the title back from White Knight. No, buddy, you're really good? Not talking about it. Jiang Long's jaw dropped and he couldn't help but exclaim. Sure, you and the others were also shocked and speechless. This kid. Are you sure it's not a talent the Dragon Capital has cultivated and secretly sent over? Shirlin looked at Gao Ren in shock. The other leaders didn't say anything, but they all wore the same shocked expression and the same guess. Such a horrible performance, I'm afraid it's the highest talent Dragon Capital has ever cultivated. Anyway, things are finally settling down. A technique of this degree is enough to become a champion. Old man Jiang on the side had complex eyes and a sigh in his voice. He had thought that he would definitely be able to get the championship here, but he didn't think that instead of getting it, he would almost cause a big trouble. Instead, it was the Twilight Province, which had been questioned by them, that had gotten first place and showcased itself instead. But he was kind of convinced. With the addition of such a technique, no one would be better than him. Shirlin also took the initiative to walk onto the stage at this time, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Everyone, you should have seen the techniques just now, so after the vote of our leaders, Gao Ren of the Twilight Snow Province is the winner of this time. He said a beat, looked down with cold eyes at the unbelieving White Knight at that moment, and slowly said, White Knight, do you have any objections to this championship? White Knight was still immersed in the horrifying technique he had just performed, and he winced when he heard someone call out to him. He shook his head like he couldn't take the blow. No. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How could he have such a terrifying technique? How could the Dragon Kingdom have such a terrifying technique? He shook his head like a madman, but the next second it was like he thought of something. He raised his head, his eyes all bloodshot inside, and said madly, yes, this is absolutely impossible. You cheated. Gao Ren cheated. There is no technique of this level in the world, it's definitely some kind of blindfold. Right. It's just a barrier, that's why so many sword chi don't destroy anything but fly into the sky. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, and then he began to laugh. He was crazy, but his words were extraordinarily sharp. That's right, this sword chi hadn't shown any power from beginning to end, and I'm afraid that all techniques at this level would have to be level 100, but so far I hadn't heard of any immortal techniques at this level existing. But if it's an eyewash. Everyone's heart lifted again. But just then, Gao Ren finally spoke. He looked at White Knight with a smirk and spoke out of turn. It's not that I don't have power with this sword energy, it's that it's all flying to Sakura country. Don't believe. You ask Sakura about the domestic situation? Chapter 66, you have the ability to prove it. Gao Ren's expression was very serious, the kind that no one looking at him would think he was lying. So? White Knight panicked. His face revealed a hint of panic, but it was immediately forced down again. He sneered, I don't even have to prove it, because such a thing is simply impossible. Releasing the sword energy you cast here into the Sakura country? Such a stupid thing for you to say. Are you aware of how much distance it takes to get from here to Sakura Goku? You're an idiot yourself, and you think everyone is an idiot? The more he spoke, the more confident and certain he became. He was making a lot of sense, so even though he was from the Sakura country, the others were beginning to question it, their faces revealing worry. After all, if it was really according to what White Knight had said, then Gao Ren wouldn't be able to get this time's championship. The lack of responding voices around them already represented their weakness. When White Knight saw these people's reactions, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more smug. He looked up at Sherlin, whose face was also not looking too good on the stage, and laughed, Mayor Sher, you can't play favorites here just because of personal feelings. If there's no way to confirm the power of the technique just now, then this competition will only be won by me, don't you think? Sherlin's face shifted, he now hated to directly slap White Knight to death, but he couldn't. What White Knight said made sense, and he didn't have a good reason to make Gao Ren the champion outright right now. Just at this time, Gao Ren spoke again. I told you, all of my sword energy flew towards Sakura country. If you don't believe me, you guys can go on the Sakura country's information website to confirm it and see if there is this matter or not. Gao Ren spoke with incomparable certainty, his voice resounding. Yes. Since you're so confident, I'll show you what reality is. White Knight sneered coldly. He said, pulling out his cell phone, and said seriously, I was going to give you a decent, but I didn't expect you to give your face so much. If that's the case, I'll take down the last piece of your shaming cloth. He said, directly twisted toward the many spectators present. The camera called, now I guess there are a lot of people are standing here, this is the territory of your dragon country, I cannot afford to make a false statement. So, next I'm going to open the biggest short video site in Sakura country in front of the screen content of the live broadcast. There's a local hotspot of current events here. If it's true that Gao Ren's sword chi really flew into the middle of the Sakura country, such a big thing, there would definitely not be no reaction or news over there. He said, waving his cell phone in front of the live camera. Everyone was staring at him, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Both those who were there and those who were watching the live streaming video were sweating when they saw things come to this. Only Goren himself had a good chest. White Knight said, and didn't give Gao Ren time to continue talking, directly utilizing his own cell phone to open a short video of Sakura country. But when he completely opened the short video and saw the hotspot list on it, the person was dumbfounded. White Knight stared blankly at the hot keywords on the short video platform. Ranked number 1 on. Surprisingly, Fukushima suffered a sword attack. 1/3 of Fukushima was destroyed. Fukushima suffered heavy casualties. One hot text after another appeared, and his face was as ugly as it could be. Really? Surprisingly, it's true. His dumbfounded expression said it all, which made everyone who was following the broadcast notice the anomaly. On the web, on the spot. Countless people can't wait for this result and surf another wave online themselves. At the scene, one boy held his cell phone high in the air and yelled at the top of his lungs. Really? It's true. Our sword energy, it really flew to Sakura country. The destruction of Fukushima in Sakura Nation is dozens of times greater than the destruction of Shirin City. Along with this man's high pitch, many others began to roar as he did. They're all excited. Because they were all able to see the video on there loud and clear, Fukushima was so bad. But deserved. Their city was also so horribly damaged because of White Knight. It's all a cycle of karma, and what goes around comes around. This technique of Gao Ren's was undoubtedly giving them a fierce breath of air. Sherlin also saw that video at this time, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. He coughed and signaled for everyone to be quiet, before looking seriously at White Knight below. Player White Knight, isn't it time to prove something? This is a ring match, that's a fact, and now that Gao Ren is the champion, do you have any more comments? White Knight's face was pale. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, his body trembling. He knew very well that if he got the title, Sakura Nation would protect him no matter what. But if he doesn't get a first place finish, there's a good chance he'll be reduced to a pawn. Such an ending and result was unacceptable to him, and he could only desperately shake his head, saying inside his mouth that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Shirlin's expression gradually turned cold when he saw him like this. Nothing is impossible, and now that the facts are laid out here, there's no point in you saying anything. He said, and also said that his voice lurched as he transmitted, I now announce that the first place winner of the results of this 3 provinces competition is Gao Ren of the Twilight Snow Province. With his announcement, the dust settled. The fans on stage chanted together. Gao Ren! Gao Ren! Gao Ren! Everyone was chanting for Gao Ren, but White Knight offstage was incredibly uncomfortable. It was also at this moment that he felt an icy gaze. Most of these stares were on the leaders of the city, who were staring at him with unsavory, chilling eyes. He was able to get this far because he had smarts on him. So he was very clear about what was facing him next, let his mental quality is good again, at this moment people are trembling up. He could guarantee that he would not be able to successfully leave from here today, no matter what. He couldn't afford the retaliation of either Shilin Province or Liaodin Province. The more he thought about it, the more horrible he felt, and his expression suddenly turned grim. He picked up his own phone and dialed a number. He called someone at some point, his expression going from hard to calm very quickly. Even underneath that calmness, there seemed to be a little bit of emboldening. That's right, emboldened. That attitude of so what if you look at me and I have a bottom like that? Shirlin stared at the man dead on, narrowing his eyes slightly. Elder Jiang had been unable to resist pulling his shirt up around his wrists, and it was clear that the fight was a sight to behold. As soon as the awards ended, this guy was absolutely certain to die. Chapter 67, Elder Chen makes his appearance. That's right. Once the awards are over, this guy is dead for sure. One of these leaders is all fist pumping and hates him with a passion. Not to mention Shilin's province of Shilin, but also Liaodin province, which had been cheated all along, would not let him go. It was hard for him to stay alive. Why is he smiling? Yes, White Knight was indeed smiling. And the smile was weird and smug, like he was the winner. White Knight stared at Gao Ren with a death glare, and the hatred in those eyes was obvious. Gao Ren felt his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he was considering whether or not to just get this guy killed, suddenly a roar appeared in the sky and several silhouettes fell from the sky. At a glance, these figures were not from the Dragon Kingdom, but from the Sakura Kingdom. At the head was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He directly landed beside Bai Yi and was ready to leave with him. Only in the next second, several silhouettes appeared and stopped him in his tracks. Shirlin looked at a few people with a sneer, his voice taking on an angry tone. Guys, who are you? What's this about? Coming to our Shilin province to rob people, do you want to be punished by the inheritors? The man at the head of the group pushed up his glasses and said in a loud voice, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm from the embassy of the Sakura country. We happened to be passing by and received a distress call from Mr. White Knight, so we came to take him away. Hearing that the other party was from the embassy, many leaders immediately shut their mouths for fear of getting into trouble. After all, this matter would have gone either way if they had handled it. But if the embassies were involved, it would be like maximizing the impact of this on both countries. No matter how it's done or said, a large portion of the population knows about these things, and it's scary to think about how influential that is. Just want to let someone go? Countless people's eyes were filled with helplessness and excitement, itching to leave this White Knight behind immediately. But they can't do it, and they don't have the skills. I think you have some problems with the embassy, and you know best whether he has any. We're naturally aware of it, or else we wouldn't be here. The man continued to start. Now, can we go? He pulled White Knight, his face cold. Seeing him like this, the other leaders were all in a state of resignation. Shirlin could no longer say half a reason to stop people at this moment, and could only acquiesce. And just like that, watched as he prepared to leave. What can they do? It's not something that can be solved by him, a small mayor, anymore. Wait. It was at this time that Gao Ren spoke. He looked at White Knight, who was preparing to leave, with more than a hint of a cold smile on his face. Just leave in disgrace? It's fine to walk away, remember to never appear in my vision next time, or else you'll definitely die a horrible death, and no amount of people protecting you will be of any use. White Knight's face was ugly. He knew that Gao Ren was threatening himself. If the usual time can feel that Gao Ren is a little cute, but from now on it seems that this kid is not a little cute, just a guy who could play dumb. Humph. Gao Ren, I'm not done with you in this matter either. I'll come back to you when I've gotten better. Takahito narrowed his eyes slightly at his words. A faint chill surged around his body. In his visual perspective, the image of the gene pool in front of him was constantly changing on the fly. Unlike in the past, this time he was looking at immortal laws of more than a dozen levels. How dare this man be so arrogant? He's not even that arrogant. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, instantly bringing everyone's attention to it. Shirlin's face revealed horror as he looked at Gao Ren in shock. He didn't know what Gao Ren was up to, but that aura of death that was revealed from his body made an existence like him feel suffocated. Those from the embassy also felt the power and their faces changed drastically. What are you doing? We're from the embassy. Do you realize the consequences of doing it now? Shirlin's sweat instantly flowed down, and he and a few other leaders exchanged glances and came to Gao Ren's side at the first opportunity. Little friend Gao Ren, don't be impulsive. They're right, they're from the embassy, they're in big trouble for taking a shot at them. Gao Ren snorted coldly, what are you afraid of? If there's really trouble, I'll just wipe out the Sakura country. Just a mere Sakura country, how dare you be so arrogant in our dragon country? What a big mouth. The people from the Sakura country's embassy were also visibly angered. Golden light flickered on each of them, and it was obvious that they were about to prepare to use their immortal laws as well. Using the terrifying immortal laws against each other in this place won't do any good to Shiren City. Shirlin tried to dissuade him, but realized that he couldn't be dissuaded at all. Gao Ren had already picked out his immortal laws and was ready to cast them. Just at this time, a boom and golden light once again came from the sky, and a silhouette fell from the sky. Stop! Everyone looked and realized that it was a middle-aged man over half a century old who had landed. The moment they saw this person, Shirlin and the others' feet softened and they almost didn't kneel on the ground. Chen, old general. What brings you here? That's right, the person who came was no one else but the current commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's defense, Elder Chen. Elder Chen ignored him and instead locked his gaze on Gao Ren, who was preparing to cast his immortal spell. He sized up Gorin, and Gorin sized him up. This person's body exuded a terrifying power, if nothing else, deeper than any of the people present. Without a doubt, Elder Chen was the one with the highest degree of awakening. Young man, you are Gorin, aren't you? Although I don't know why you're angry, but now that I'm here, I, Chen Lao, have arrived and can do anything to make things right for you, to set things right for you. Gao Ren didn't know who the person in front of him was, but judging from the reactions of the others, this person should have some strength and status. In that case, it wouldn't be necessary for him to do it. After all, there was a good chance that if he did it, it would spread to the others. So he nonchalantly pointed his finger at White Knight, who was not far away, and sneered, I'm letting him stay here, and no one will be able to take him away today. If you can't do it, then I'll handle it. Gao Ren nonchalantly opened his mouth, causing the 400 million people watching the live broadcast across the country to freeze at the same time. They looked at Gao Ren in dismay, their brains going blank for a moment. Takahito. Is that tone of voice commanding? Does he know who's standing next to him? That's the country's best general, the current #1 in defense command. Mr. Chen. Chapter 68. Something big is going to happen. Elder Chen was slightly stunned. There was more than a trace of displeasure in the bottom of his heart, but after seeing the seriousness in the middle of Gao Ren's eyes, he surprisingly did not get angry. He turned his head to look at White Knight and a group of embassy people and slowly spoke, Everyone, this is the Dragon Kingdom. As Sakura nationals, do you really think no one knows what you're doing here? Embassy? I am now arresting you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense for cooperating with the investigation, and none of you will be allowed to leave until the investigation into the suspected incident is complete. Among the embassy of the Sakura country, there was the oldest old man, who looked to be the most powerful among several people. He stood out and said with a gloomy face, Elder Chen, aren't you afraid of affecting the relationship between the two countries if you do this? Chen Lao sneered, only a bad attitude and behavior not for peaceful purposes will affect the relationship between the two countries, and I will definitely not affect the relationship by acting in a friendly manner. Men, take them down for me. Yes. A few of the Stonewood leaders had led their own men out to detain the men. White Knight was also detained, and he stared at Gao Ren, who was not far away, with a grim expression on his shadowy face. It's you. It's all you. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten the title. He growled angrily, his expression looking a bit grim, as if he had lost something of particular importance. Gao Ren looked at him calmly, his voice slowly said, it's not because of me, but because you're just not strong enough on your own. These words made White Knight dazed and directly broke his defense. I don't have the strength? Who are you to say that I don't have the strength? My old man's awakening level is over 95%. You merely have some special immortal technique means, if I also possess that kind of immortal technique, you would have already been defeated by me countless times. Just you wait, this matter is not over, and the Sakura kingdom is not over with you either. He said laughing triumphantly, but he was already pressed to the ground by the others. The old man from that embassy snorted coldly and said the same thing. The difference was that the old man was speaking to Elder Chen, and White Knight was speaking to Gao Ren. After a few people were silenced, Elder Chen then looked back at Gao Ren with a friendly smile. Called Goren, right? Don't worry, no one can take revenge on you with me. This is our Dragon Kingdom's land, they wouldn't dare mess around. Indeed, this is the land of the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise I would have destroyed the Sakura Kingdom in passing. Gao Ren came in coldly. Elder Chen froze for a moment, then laughed, Kid has backbone, just by virtue of your backbone, it's not surprising that you have a level 100 immortal technique in your hands. I don't have a level 100 immortal technique, all the ones I use are only level 10, but I am 99,999% awakened and the effects are all the same. When Elder Chen heard Gao Ren's denial, he wanted to say something, but all of a sudden, he remembered the information about Gao Ren that Commander Luo had given him. The young man in front of him was temperamental and eccentric, and should never be used in a forceful manner or spoken to too directly. He said with a little hesitant deliberation, young people are different, I wonder if you're interested in joining our defense department? The moment these words came out, the people who were busy stopped what they were doing and looked up towards Gao Ren. There was dismay and envy and shock in those eyes. Who is this man? Mr. Chen. Commander-in-Chief of the Ministry of Defense. He has made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom and is known as the head of the 100 generals. He actually showed up in person and invited Goren into the Defense Department? That's the Department of Defense. Let's not talk about how it's treated. Once you're in, it's possible that 3 generations of the family will be fed and watered. Not only that, with a large amount of resources added to the family, the future inheritors within the family are all people from everyone's disdain, to the limelight, to being rewarded by the Department of Defense for coming out of nowhere. It only took Goren a few days. Looking at this talented young man on the stage, everyone's eyes were fiery and filled with envy. Yet the next moment, I'm not going. Gao Ren refused without hesitation, a look of disgust on his face. The smile on Chen Lao's face froze. What? He was surprisingly rejected? The few leaders of Shilin who had just finished dealing with the few from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and were preparing to return to the stage to see Elder Chen were also dumbfounded. Elderly Chen. Rejected? This Goren kid doesn't want to join the Defense Department? Why? What a great future. Chen Lao also looked at him in dismay, and said in astonishment, What did you say? You're not joining? Goren nodded heavily, the look of disgust on his face intensifying. I'm not joining any defense department, don't even think about trying to trick me into it, I'd just like to make a little money and go back to my hometown and marry a wife and live happily ever after with my mom. He said as if he had thought of something and said with extreme excitement, I'll find a man for my mom, I'll buy them both a villa, a car, and hire a nanny. I'll live wherever I want, and buy my future wife a villa and a car too, oh yeah, and a chauffeur, and one for her BFF too. The more Gao Ren spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes revealing a deep desire and expectation within them. However, he immediately realized what was going on and said with a heated smile, the last thing I like is all kinds of organizations and being a big leader. I wouldn't even be at today's event if it weren't for the money I'm getting, it's not a normal person's life. The corners of Chen Lao's mouth twitched, finally realizing why this teenager in front of him had rejected him. Feelings that this is a swinging youth with no lofty ideals and aspirations, but it is a pity that such a person has such a sensational immortal law in his hands. That's fine in that case, but your move this time helped the 3 northern provinces solve a big problem. On behalf of the Department of Defense, I commend you, and more rewards will follow for you, which you will need to collect in person in the city. There's nothing wrong with it, is there? Gao Ren's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that there was a special reward. However, he immediately asked with some embarrassment, "That's all fine, just taking the liberty of asking, give reimbursement for the expenses in the past few days, right?" Elder Chen was stunned, his expression became even more odd, then he nodded heavily, "Reimbursement, definitely reimbursement. I see it's getting late today, and you've been hungry all day from the competition. Why don't I host a dinner with your leaders?" "Well, no problem." Gao Ren laughed. Just in time, they're back. Only 2 golden lights landed on the ground, and Jiang Long and Sun Changhai were the first to arrive in front of Gao Ren, nodding to Elder Chen with an embarrassed expression. "Hello Elder Chen, we are the representatives sent by the Twilight Snow Province this time, and the ones who brought Gao Ren here." Both men looked at each other as they spoke, their smiles a little hard to read. Because they know Gao Ren's character very well, Chen Lao wants to contact Gao Ren. "I'm afraid something big is going to happen." Chapter 69 Scare Gorin. Late night. Cherry Blossom Country. Conference room. With a growl, Sakura Nation messed up. The bloated fat man's face was filled with majesty, and he slapped his hand on top of the table in anger. "This Dragon Kingdom is simply too arrogant. Not only destroying our Fukushima, but also detaining our people." Not far from him sat a young man wearing glasses, who wiped his glasses and slowly said, "The cause of the sword chi has been confirmed, it is a young man called Gao Ren. According to the investigation, this young man called Gao Ren doesn't have much strength, and his awakening level is almost 0%. So based on our multifaceted inferences and investigative evidence, we can 100% confirm that this guy has a level 100 immortal technique in his hands. Now so far the Dragon Kingdom is also trying to obtain immortal laws at his hands, and for the time being, they have not gotten them." Fatty sat up straight away when he heard him. "Level 100? Are you sure it's level 100? The younger man nodded, "It's at least level 99, but inferring from the fact that there are so many level 99 immortal techniques in the world so far, it's very likely that what he's casting is a level 100 immortal technique. Now that the Dragon Kingdom hasn't succeeded, we may be able to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the fire." Surprise appeared on the fat man's face. If everything is true, this man has to get it. I thought that the Dragon Kingdom were all very united existences, but now it seems that there simply isn't enough unity, and the fact that this man won't give the immortal laws in his hands to the Dragon Kingdom is the best proof of that. He said with a lull in his voice and continued, "No matter what, this man must be brought back. I'm going to squeeze all the value of the immortal laws out of him first, and then I'm going to torture him until his life is worse than death. Those who dare to destroy the land of my great Sakura Empire must pay the price." The man at the side nodded slightly, and a shadowy smile appeared on his face as well. "Since that's the case, let's join together with several other countries to apply pressure, and force the Dragon Kingdom to hand over this person on the grounds of damaging neighboring countries' relations. How about that?" "No problem, just do it. Make sure it works." "Yes." Shilling City. In the middle of a private room of a high-class restaurant. Shiryu sweated profusely as he poured drinks for each and every one of them, and then carefully sat down next to Gao Ren with an extremely unnatural look on his face. No. His head was hurting now. What a bunch of people at this dinner party. And why is he here? In the middle of the private room, every single person could be considered a big shot. Elder Chen, and Shirlin and Old Man Jiang, and Sun Changhai and Jiang Dong, and then. He looked to his left and right at the 2 guys that made his head spin, and his head got bigger again. Jiang Long sat on his side with a haughty face, not at all intimidated by the sight of the senior leaders. Instead, he was excitedly sizing up everyone around him, even opening his mouth to speak several times. Gorin was sitting on the other side of him with a menu in his hand with an excited look on his face. This. Waiter, did you write that down? Mark it down, just these ones? No, all but these. Gao Ren put the menu aside and looked at Chen Lao with a serious face. It's your treat, right? I don't need to pay for it, right? Shiryu held his forehead with both hands, sweating like a pig. I'm afraid that the only person in the entire Shilin province who dares to talk to old General Chen like this is him, Gao Ren. No. Ugh. Did you order me that special I like to eat? Don't you forget, that's the one I like to eat. Jiang Long remembered something and admonished Gao Ren. Gao Ren gave him an okay sign, and then rubbed his palms together desperately, looking like he was drooling all over the table. Elder Chen looked at the two young men in shock, while old man Jiang and Jiang Dong and son Changhai had black lines on their faces. It wasn't that they didn't want to control it, but they all knew that these two juniors from their own family couldn't control it. That, old General Chen, I'd better kick this kid out. Old man Jiang really couldn't help but get up, but was immediately pressed down. The quirkier the young person, the more capable they are, because they have abilities that regular people don't have, that's why. No offense, I was weirder than them when I was younger, it's all normal. Elder Chen said with a friendly smile, looking not at all like a first person, but rather like a kind elder. Old man Jiang didn't say anything, but gave an awkward smile. He knew very well the reason why he and Jiang Long had come here today, and that was because White Knight had come out of their province's team and was therefore here to be criticized. But if... He looked up at Gao Ren with a hint of determination inside his eyes. If he was able to help Elder Chen solve Gao Ren, it would be considered to have made up for his mistakes. Everyone present was well aware of the purpose of the meal, and I'm afraid the only person who didn't know was Gao Ren himself. Just as everyone thought so, Gao Ren also put down his menu at that moment. He looked up at Elder Chen and the others and said seriously, Elder Chen is very grateful to be able to treat me to this meal, so if you have any ideas, just say so. It's not like I'm a cutie, but the premise says that getting me to join the Department of Defense is an absolute no-no. That's right. No one can go against his will as long as he doesn't want to. A more friendly smile appeared on Elder Chen's face as he slowly said, little friend Gao Ren is worthy of being a dragon and phoenix amongst people. Old man, I have 2 points for dinner today. The first point is naturally to get acquainted with the 3 most outstanding talents of the 3 northern provinces. After all, they are all the outstanding bloodlines of our dragon kingdom. The second point is about the matter of the immortal technique on little friend Gao Ren's body. Speaking here, his expression turned serious and he said with incomparable seriousness, I won't hide it from you, but your sword chi immortal technique has already destroyed the peaceful relationship between the Sakura kingdom and our dragon kingdom. It's estimated that they'll take action soon, and may even send their top inheritors to assassinate you. So you will face many assassinations of mature inheritors with an awakening level of 90% or more, including your family. At these words, the rest of the group tensed up with them. 90% proven killer. Not to mention a junior, even those of them who heard it were sweating. They want to assassinate me? Gao Ren froze, his face a bit ugly. He was invincible, but assassination was different. Anything underhanded can be pulled off. He was an ordinary person himself, and it was truly possible for him to be assassinated without exercising his immortal technique. Seeing a hint of fear on his face, Elder Chen's eyes in turn had an extra touch of joy within them. Because he knew that as long as Gao Ren was afraid, it was possible to negotiate to take the next meal out of his hands. Yes. That's why we're going to do our best to protect you and your family, so we hope you'll cooperate with us to the fullest. For example, we've always wanted to study the so terrifying immortal technique in your hands. Chapter 70 Exterminating the Sakura Kingdom. Immortal technique? Are you talking about the sword energy I used? That's a level 9 technique, sound like a sword. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you and it'll be fine. Other than this, I have a lot more, but most of them were given to me by Elder Son, so I can give them all to you if you want. Gao Ren was full of care. It was true that he didn't care much about the so-called Terror Gene immortal law, let alone level 9, it didn't matter if it was level 90. After all, for him, when he really had to fight, any level of immortal technique would be enough for him to use. If a person could kill his opponent in seconds regardless of whether he used a level 1 or level 100 immortal technique, then level had become meaningless to him. The others heard Gao Ren's reply and their faces were stunned. Because this is clearly treating Chen Lao as a little cutie. As long as anyone who understands is able to see it. They had thought that Zhang Yang would be unbridled in the face of anyone, but they hadn't expected this guy to be so unbridled. Even if he didn't know who Elder Chen was and what weight Elder Chen carried at first, he should know by now, right? In the end, Gao Ren had merely won a 3-province competition, and was considered an outstanding talent at best. Elder Chen was also stunned. He also didn't expect that Gao Ren, who had seemed willing to cooperate out of fear just a moment ago, would suddenly change his face at this time. This kid is really just like the report, with extreme defensiveness towards others and a temperamental personality. He rubbed his chin and sighed. Not this, not that. This kid is really hard to handle. This way. At least until we're done with the Sakura Kingdom, you came to the Dragon Kingdom and settled there briefly. After all, even if you don't care about yourself, you have to think of your mother. I can guarantee that you'll definitely be able to eat and drink well in Dragon Capital, and I'll also ensure your safety as much as possible. How's that? Elder Chen was incredibly sincere. He knows very well that the Gao Ren in front of him is a double-edged sword. If not mastered well, not only the loss of a talent that can change the fate of the country, so simple things. So even if you can't utilize the existence of this double-edged sword, you should at least keep it hidden. No. Absolutely not. Sun Changhai and Jiang Long spoke at the same time, the two of them looking eager. Then realized that everyone was looking at them and blushed a little. Elder Chen even frowned with a displeased expression. Why not? Jiang Long stammered and did not say anything. Instead, Sun Changhai, who was on the side, said, Elder Chen, although our run has some level, his nature is something that everyone is able to see. If we do go to the Dragon Capital, it will only cause you trouble, so it's better to let him stay. He is, after all, a member of our Twilight Snow Province, and our Twilight Snow Province will do its best to protect his safety. Jiang Dong's brain finally worked, and he also hastily chimed in from the sidelines. Elder Sun is right, Gao Ren has already gotten used to living in Mushui Province, and he is not used to suddenly going to a place where he is not familiar with. Let Gao Ren go to Longdu? That's a meat bag with no return. This was an incomparably heavy blow to Mushui Province and at Sanshan City. So no matter what, they couldn't let Elder Chen take Gao Ren away. What kind of person was Elder Chen? The first time he could tell what these two people were thinking, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. However, once he thought of this relationship with Gao Ren, he didn't get angry after all, but slowly said, I don't think what we say counts for anyone, it mainly depends on what Gao Ren thinks. What do you guys say? Yes. Although they were all leaders of various cities, in the end, the one who decided on this matter was no one else but Gao Ren. Gao Ren was really thinking about this at this moment, frowning slightly as if he was thinking very seriously. Seeing him with such a look on his face, everyone quieted down. No one in the booth made a sound, and all seemed to be waiting for his answer. Sun Changhai's expression was unusually tense. Looking at Gao Ren several times, he wanted to open his mouth, but in the end he didn't open his mouth. Finally, Gao Ren looked up. In that case, I'll take my mother to the Dragon Capital to stay for a while. I'll trouble Elder Chen to arrange for the follow-up. When Elder Chen heard Gao Ren's words, he immediately revealed a warm smile. That's of course, at my age, I naturally keep my words. Not only that, I promise to reimburse you personally out of my own pocket for all your daily expenses in Dragon Capital. That's what you said, you can't lie. Gao Ren revealed a posture of a child wanting to pull a hook, causing Chen Lao to lose his smile. When Sun Changhai saw how happy Gao Ren was, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of bitterness, and his entire person looked incomparably lost. Is still going after all? Isn't it the chi of the Twilight Province? Just when he was incomparably lost, Gao Ren's words suddenly rang out again. One thing I will say though, my mom and I aren't big fans of staying at home, much less being around strangers. That's why I want to bring my sister and elder son over with me, and if you don't say yes to this matter, I definitely won't go. The lost Sun Changhai's eyes lit up, his eyes revealing excitement. As long as he went with Gao Ren to the Dragon Capital, there was still a chance of bringing him back. Jiang Long, who had originally had a somewhat ugly face, also sighed in relief upon hearing these words. They both knew that there was room for things to turn around. Elder Chen only hesitated for a split second before nodding his head in agreement. No problem. None of this is a problem. If there's any family left, you can pick them up. This is up to you. You can be completely at ease. We're only doing this out of protection, and if you really feel safe in the Twilight Province, you can absolutely come back. Thank you, Elder Chen. Gao Ren nodded his head. But you can rest assured that I definitely won't be bothering there for too long. Interrupting too much time? Elder Chen always felt a little strange when he heard this, but he didn't think much about it, taking it as an assumption that Gao Ren thought that he would be able to deal with the Sakura nation's matter very quickly. But in his heart, he was prepared not to let Gao Ren back easily, at least not before he could not master Gao Ren's power. With this in mind, he stopped dwelling on these topics and began to open up a meal for those present and began to gather. Naturally, Gao Ren would not be polite and began to feast. But in reality, another question was on his mind. That is, he would never allow anyone to be able to threaten his family, and he already had a terrible plan in mind. That's extermination of the state. Yes, as long as someone is thinking of retaliating against him. Then his family and loved ones would never be safe, so he perceived that while his mother was protected by the dragon bones, go and destroy the Sakura kingdom in the process. Only then would he be able to return to the Twilight Province to live in peace. Chapter 71 Unbridled Spells. Late night. Songshan City. Old Town. A silhouette scurried inside the small house of about 30 square meters, then came to the small moon. It was an 8-bearded man with deep eyes. Darkness loomed around him, like ink staining everything black, and even if someone walked by and saw him, all they could see was a blur of black. His eyes revealed doubt within them, then he slowly took out his cell phone from inside his space watch and placed it to his ear. There were a number of voices talking from inside, all in some Sakura country language. No. I don't have one here either. Me too. Could it be in the Sun family? No, the Sun family we went looking for and there is no such person. Hearing the voice inside the phone, the man's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Don't look for it, we're probably going in the wrong direction. I'll report back to the leaders and wait for the exact location before we do anything. This brat named Gao Ren dares to offend our great Sakura Empire, he really doesn't know how to write the word death. He said as he hid himself in the midst of the darkness and disappeared completely. And at that moment in the Sakura country's Ministry of Defense, the obese man also got the news. He didn't get angry, instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Longwei is still really naive, do you really think that he can be protected by letting him go to Longdu to find someone to watch over him? Goren. 7 days, in less than 7 days, I'll make sure you appear before me miserably. We'll see. Ache. Lying on his bed, Takahito sneezed and sat up from his bed. He yawned, his sleepy look fading away. He kept rummaging under the bed and then pulled out a black book bag. He fumbled around inside his book bag for a moment and pulled out a few things. Compass. Map. Black trench coat and hat. And milk. Gao Ren stood up and moved his muscles for a while, then walked over to the window and looked towards the outside. This was the small courtyard of the villa that Chen Lao had found for them, and from the window they were able to see the small courtyard with a pleasant view outside and a beautiful architectural style, and at the entrance of his courtyard there were a few silhouettes. Those were the bodyguards that were configured for him according to Chen Lao's request, and I heard that the worst level of awakening was 70%. The captain with the highest level of awakening, with 84% awakening. Gao Ren scratched his head, then a faint panel appeared in front of him. That was the virtual vision caused by the genlock, which was flashing golden at the moment. Spell, Leap. Spell level, 50. Leap, the ability to gain the ability to blink, was once used to evade and approach enemies in the middle of a battle, a means of surprise. Tip, remember, leaping is a small distance space movement, do not forcefully perform more than 50 meters to avoid damaging yourself. Level 50. It's the first time I've used a spell like this, I didn't think that the Gene Pool Sun Changhai gave me still at spells like this inside. With its introduction and ability like this, it should belong to the pair of low-level spells inside the 40th level, right? Difficult to master and still high level, but for me, Goren. Just fine. His words fell, and from his hair he began to turn into data-driven shards of blue light. It felt as if the avatar disappeared into thin air and gradually began to move from head to toe. The youth's resolute face and eyes revealed a few moments of frenzy, and the corner of his mouth was even hooked up with a teasing smile, faintly spitting out a few words before disappearing into this room. Spells. Leap. In the next second, he instantly disappeared into blue light. And on the distant waters of the Sakura country, a faint blue light flashed at the same time. Takahito. Show up here. The next second, his mouth was mumbling. Spell, Void Walk. This is a 49th level spell that can briefly travel on foot through the void and can stay on any substance, but it is short-lived and consumes a lot of stamina. But to Goren all spells are miracles. Click. His feet stepped in the middle of the void, and huge black cracks appeared in the space around him, which looked exactly the same as when four tore the sky apart. Ka-ching! An even more terrifying sound appeared, and with its feet as the source, the terrifying cracks began to spread in all directions. It spread several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. The cracks began to spread to the sea, and the tumbling waves were actually slashed out of nowhere, the water. The surface of the water was surprisingly divided into countless areas that began to flow in different directions. Below the sea area, countless ferocious sea beasts panicked and began to stray, but realized that they simply couldn't swim out of this sea area. They panic and fear begins to spread through the sea. Takahito looked in the distance from his perch, and there was the huge island in the sea, the island where the Sakura kingdom was located. And at this very moment, at the Ministry of Defense of the Sakura country, Chief Murata. Big deal. Murata, the fat man who had been overseeing the other leaders, frowned at the sound of voices outside. What a panic! I'm in the middle of a meeting about Gao Ren, put everything on hold. Yet again, the personnel outside anxiously shouted, we have a major flicker of foreign energy on the Behane Sea, and the instruments detecting it have detected super strong and disorganized electromagnetic waves. This force is exceptionally powerful. If we sit back and let it affect us, I'm afraid that Sakura's land will be reduced by a third. What? Murata rose in alarm. Not only him, but the surrounding senior staff attending the meeting about Gao Ren were all shocked. A third? How big is Sakura Goku? If this goes down by a third, it's probably not far from extinction. He pulled the door to the room straight open, and outside was a soldier who was nervous and panicked to the core. Can you determine exactly what caused it? Not yet. Asshole! He yelled angrily. But he immediately calmed down and took a deep breath. No, definitely can't let it go on. On my command, direct the plasma nukes, that's our most advanced technological product. It must be destroyed. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief when they heard those words. Yes, this is the latest in technology. With a terrifying power like a nuclear bomb, it was also able to isolate all the flow of electric waves, and its power was even comparable to spells above level 95. When this thing came out, there were basically countless deaths and injuries, and even if the top inheritors appeared to block it, they would die because of the energy radiation in it. So while it's a bit of a big deal to use this, it can give immense peace of mind. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and get ready to go. There can be absolutely no risk in jeopardizing our Sakura kingdom. Yes. Chapter 72. A glance at the nuclear bomb. On the high platform. A giant cannon was slowly moving in its direction, surrounded by a crew of nearly 100 people who were skillfully making preparations. Their movements were fluid and looked as if they had been rehearsed countless times, working like kissing gears at breakneck speed. After 10 seconds or so, all the personnel began to withdraw, fading into the side of the machine. Murata inside the office, walkie-talkie in hand, looked at the image on the screen in front of him and coldly gave the order. Prepare to fire. Yes. Mechanized voices sounded in the room along with the voice coming from within the intercom. 10. 9. 8. 2. 1. Fire. Along with the sound, the terrifying cannon began to show high temperatures, and terrifying energies began to coalesce. Immediately afterward, a sound loud enough to shatter one's eardrums began to coalesce, and a terrifying light began to gather on the cannon. In the next second, along with a deafening roar, shells of huge caliber flew out from among the cannons. The cannon carried a radiance and terrifying heat around it, and the air appeared distorted to varying degrees wherever it passed. Blink and fly out to sea. At this very moment, Gao Ren's eyes were looking at the immortal laws within his gene pool. As he scanned the room, he chose a fairy spell to load. Level 59 Immortal Technique, Astonishing Skim. This immortal law is an immortal law created by a generation of Heavenly Pride's Dala Golden Immortals, utilizing chi and spiritual power as well as heaven and earth's fortunes as a single entity, and using the eye as a medium, it is capable of erupting into a straight line of destructive power. There was only one reason why Gao Ren chose this immortal technique, and that was that everything he saw with his eyes was his attack range. He began loading his immortal laws at the first opportunity, and his eyes began to emit a terrifying golden light. Just at this time, he heard a loud ringing sound. The ear-piercing ringing sound made him feel unusually uncomfortable, and he subconsciously looked up. Just seeing the end of the dark sky, there was a huge light flying in, and just by listening to that roar, one could tell what a terrifying thing it was. But Gao Ren casually skimmed, golden light bloomed around him, and the terrifying light in the distance unexpectedly exploded in place after a split second of staying end on. Boom! A terrifying roar spread across the sea, and it was like an extra sun in the sky, illuminating everything clearly. Gao Ren didn't care about the scope of the explosion in the sky that had spread over several thousand meters, but instead, his eyes flashed with the golden light of divinity, and slowly, with the help of the sun's rays formed by the explosion in the sky, he looked towards the Sakura country. Inside the command room of Sakura Nation. All of the researchers, including the legacies, were dumbfounded as they watched the images of the explosion coming from the satellite. The horrifying image of the explosion made everyone's brains go blank and their jaws drop. How is this possible? Why did it explode? Why did it explode early? Murata growled angrily into the calm, his expression grim. Knowing that there were only 2 plasma nukes in total in the entire Sakura country's stockpile, how much cost and pressure would it take for him to utilize one? Now this plasma nuke was launched, but it exploded directly on the way. It's tantamount to a waste. The thought of his superiors pursuing him at every level annoyed him to no end. Reporting that there should be an unidentified attack. The test we're trying. Found the picture. The satellites have located the picture. It's alone. A voice came from inside the communicator again, a voice with dismay and shock inside it. At the same time, a satellite image appeared on the screen in front of Murata. Above the sea, the void shattered and the sea was divided. In the middle of the void stood a figure that looked extremely small, but after the satellite zoomed in a few times, all the pupils quaked when they saw the person's appearance. Who is this man? Takahito. Murata looked at the person on the screen with a look of shock and dismay. He even thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes desperately. But when a couple of determinations have been made, the mind goes blank. Is this the Gao Ren from the profile? From the looks of it, it does look like the information he got, but why is he here? Why is it on the Sea of Sakura land? And what spell did he cast, and was the explosion just now because of him? A single thought passed inside his mind, and Murata's brain was a bit spinning for a while. Not to mention him, everyone who saw the image was stunned. Even if many of them didn't recognize Gao Ren, they were deeply shocked when they saw that a person was able to perform an immortal technique that ripped through space and seas. Although they were from the Ministry of Defense, they had never seen such appalling immortal laws. And that explosion. How did they let their plasma nukes explode when they didn't even see signs of the spell? It's Gao Ren, get him here by any means necessary. Even if he has more cards, his physical body is nothing more than an ordinary person, and as long as he is an ordinary person he is able to be caught and killed. Murata slammed the table with an angry face. Not only that, he let out a sneer and continued, "This fool, I didn't go looking for him, and he still dares to come to my door personally. Do you really think that one person's heritage and can fight against a country? Or to fight against my great Sakura empire? I am nothing more than a mole in the eyes of my people." He smiled coldly and waved his hand with an air of victory. Just then, Gao Ren on the screen suddenly slowly turned his head. Under the blowing of the gale, Gao Ren slowly turned his head to look in the direction of Sakura country, and the golden light in his eyes began to grow brighter and brighter. The flashes were filled with supreme divinity, setting Gao Ren off not like an earthly mortal, but more like a supreme saint. In the next second, Murata and all of the Sakura nation felt the earth tremble and the entire command room shook desperately. What's going on? An earthquake? What's happening? Murata was alarmed, and his body began to emerge with a golden light. The next second, however, the entire building began to collapse. No. Not just here, but outside. More accurately, half of Sakura Nation's island was trembling and shaking. Countless buildings began to arrive, the mountains began to slide and break, and the sea even surged gas a terrifyingly huge wave rolled. The street mall was instantly flooded and the active volcano on the mountain began to tremble violently, followed by spurt. Takahito's eyes were dead set on the Sakura country in the distance, and they were beginning to be bloodshot. Along with his exertion, an unknown number of meters away, a third of the Sakura country's island began to collapse, and a little bit of it was hidden into the middle of the sea. Looking at the collapsed island in the distance, Gao Ren's eyes' golden light became more and more terrifying, and his entire body transformed into the third sun on the sea. Move my family. Certain death. Chapter 73, it's related to Takahito. Sakura country. Streets. 1 second there were countless people talking about Gao Ren preventing White Knight from winning the title. The next second, the earth began to tremble and collapse. Countless people fled for their lives in panic. Gao Ren stared at the collapsed places with a cold expression. Immediately, though, his eyes showed a hint of blood. He began to cough violently, and then his face began to pale. To the limit? Gao Ren's face was a bit ugly. It was true that the inheritor could use the knowledge inside the genlock to recreate the immortal laws, but there was another limitation. That's the physicality of the individual. Immortal magic is actually not used unconditionally, no matter what kind of awakening level. Using immortal magic is to consume physical strength and energy. The exact length of time and number of immortal techniques that can be used is based on each person's specific physical level and the level of the immortal technique being used. That's why many people with a high level of awakening always prefer to use only 1 or 2 immortal techniques. Because of proficiency, they consume less. Gao Ren's awakening level was extremely high, and he had never used more than a level 10 immortal technique before, and today, after continuously casting it, his physical strength began to drop rapidly, and he had begun to exceed his physiological limits. Without any hesitation, Gao Ren could only stop using the immortal technique, shocking glimpse, and then used leap to disappear in the same place. Upon reappearing, he was back in the middle of the room. He first washed his face, and then fell straight into bed and began to huff and puff. Chen Lao, who was lying on top of his desk, was woken up. A male secretary walked up to him and handed him a document with a stony expression. Elder General Chen, just 6 hours ago, Sakura Nation suffered major damage. According to the specific information that is now known, nearly 1/5 of the island sank to the bottom of the sea, with countless losses. And according to our test reports, they also used plasma nukes yesterday. Chen Lao, who was still a bit sleepy, heard the male secretary's words with a horrified face. What did you say? 1/5 of it is gone? Plasma nukes are used? What on earth has happened? He picked up the report in front of him with dismay, and began to watch it carefully. It didn't matter if he didn't look, the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. It turned out that there was an inexplicable energy fluctuation on the waters of the Sakura Kingdom, and the Sakura Kingdom all used plasma light cannons without success, and finally the tragic consequence happened. He read all the documents and was both happy and surprised. Joyful that the Sakura Kingdom had finally paid for what they had done, and alarmed that there was such an unknown danger threatening the country, realizing that that area of the sea was also the most recent area of the Solitaire Kingdom. If it really is some big scary sea monster. Has the exact circumstances that caused this been investigated? Was that unknown energy fluctuation the work of a foreign beast? When the male secretary heard his words, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face, and then he said without a bottomless voice, "This is actually according to our eyes within the Sakura country. We got some connections about what happened this time. It's just that." Just what? It's just so amazing that I think it's a little bit of bull. Chen Lao froze. Amazing? What have times evolved into now? It's not surprising for anything to happen, just tell me. Hearing him say this, the male secretary then nodded and said, "The specifics are unclear, but I heard that it is related to Mr. Gao Ren." Gao Ren? You mean the one I invited back? Chen Lao was confused. What can this matter have to do with Gao Ren? Gao Ren is in Longdu. It's right under his nose. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I've heard that there is a video related to Mr. Gao Ren, and we haven't gotten our hands on the specific video yet. Elder Chen didn't speak immediately, but instead stroked his chin and began to think. Is it Gao Ren? Gao Ren did indeed have some immortal technique underpinnings, but if he were to destroy that large of an island area, that would definitely be some nonsense. The greatest spell power in the world so far is only targeting a single city. Plus, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly inflict an attack on Sakura Nation from so far away, could he? As he thought this, he suddenly thought of something, and his face looked a little startled. Because he realized something wasn't quite right, and that was, didn't Gao Ren also destroy the Sakura Kingdom last time by crossing land and sea with his sword aura? No, I'm going to see Gao Ren. He immediately got up and rushed out of the room. Inside the room, Gao Ren snored and slept very, very well. It wasn't until the sound of his room door slamming that he slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Looks like we need to work out more in the future. Going on like this isn't an option. He opened the door to his room as he mumbled. Elder Chen stood outside the door and saw that it was Gao Ren who was watching the door, revealing a look of determination. Young friend Takahito, have you seen the news about Sakura Nation? News? What news? Takahito showed doubt. It's fine, I just casually asked. Seeing his confused look, Elder Chen immediately smiled and shook his head. However, his heart was flooded with mutterings. After all, if what happened yesterday was really if Gao Ren did it, then things would be troublesome. Having the strength to be able to destroy 1/5 of the island, then this was no longer something as simple as a time bomb, it was an extremely dangerous nuclear bomb. One slip, and Gao Ren will wipe out the entire Dragon Kingdom. But when he thought about it, he was really worrying about nothing. Even if Gao Ren was no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could do it here to fly back and forth to Sakura country in a short period of time. Moreover, he had already asked those bodyguards who were protecting Gao Ren when he came in, and they all said that Gao Ren didn't leave last night, so that person was definitely not Gao Ren. The thought brought a few enthusiastic smiles to his face. I don't know if it's still a comfortable stay, is there anything I can do to help? Don't worry about the Sakura country side of things, since I promised you, old man, I will absolutely help you get things done. He had only opened his mouth in accordance with the usual practice, but he hadn't expected that Gao Ren would actually rub his hands together with a face of embarrassment. I want to work out and get in shape, so you can buy me some gym equipment and bring it back. The corners of Chen Lao's mouth twitched, but he still agreed. Just as he was about to say something else, the male secretary's voice came from behind him again. He looked back with a tight frown, only to see the male secretary running over panting and whispering something in his ear. Elder Chen's expression gradually became ugly, followed by a look of dismay that was beyond compare, followed by an expression that was gradually ugly. When he looked at Gao Ren again, his eyes carried unbelief within them. Because just now, the people of the Dragon Country, a purple cherry blossom country, have already transmitted reliable news. Gao Ren did have something to do with what happened yesterday. Just how did he travel so far to the land of Sakura? This time, it doesn't add up. Chapter 74, Dragon Kingdom Supreme Conference. Are you sure Gao Ren didn't leave the villa yesterday? Elder Chen had a serious expression. Okay. The bodyguard said that he didn't leave the house all night yesterday, and that's after I double-checked. No? Are you sure? Okay. Elder Chen frowned slightly, looking at the report in his hands with a grave expression. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to determine that the Sakura nation is making something out of nothing and is attempting to attack us, the Dragon Nation, and Gao Ren, who single-handedly caused this, solely because of the northern three provinces competition? The secretary sounded a little hesitant, but nodded. From the looks of it, if the information we've gotten is accurate, that's what it looks like. Elder Chen had a serious expression when he heard his words. Remember, Gao Ren is the absolute bottom line. No matter what the reason, Gao Ren will not be allowed to be taken away. If the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is really tampering with his body, then there's no need to report to me, just focus on keeping Gao Ren safe and implement a protection plan, got it? The male secretary nodded slightly, his expression serious. Yes, don't worry, he said with a lurch in his voice, showing hesitation. It's just that the Cherry Blossom Country is after all a country that has a tremendous amount of heritage after all, and many undercover agents similar to White Knight are in our Dragon Country, I'm afraid. Remember, at all costs. Elder Chen had a serious expression. The secretary wanted to say something else when she saw his expression, but in the end she didn't say anything and slowly exited the office. Almost as soon as the person had left the office, Elder Chen's phone had already rung. Chen Lao's face changed dramatically when he saw the caller ID above the phone. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and slowly spoke. This is the National Defense General Command. I'm General Chen, the General Commander. Yes, I know. Confirmed to take Gao Ren there? I have a file here that seriously involves. Good. I'm heading to the embassy right now with my men. Hanging up the phone, Chen Lao's eyebrows had pulled bottom twisted together. It was hard to hide the sorrow between those brows, and he sighed helplessly. Gao Ren, I've done my best. What happens next will depend on your destiny. He got up slowly, pushed the door open and disappeared. 10 minutes later, Gao Ren heard a knock on the door. When he opened the gate, the old man Chen he saw had a serious face. Gao Ren's heart thumped. Discovered? The thought of the possibility of being found out about Sakura Nation made his heart a little nervous. That's right, it's intense. He did have the ability to fear no one, but he also had his own weakness, and that was his mother. He also tried to directly overthrow Sakura Nation, but it was obvious that his physical strength was not enough right now and he would need some time to work on it. If the timing of the attack on Sakura Nation during this period was revealed, it would likely spill over to those around him. He's invincible, but he has a soft spot. His soft underbelly. Not invincible. What's wrong? Elder Chen sighed and said with an ugly expression on his face, now that the representative of the Sakura country has arrived in the Dragon Country, he is waiting for us at the embassy. Maybe you'll have some trouble. Gao Ren froze. Are you sure you're looking for trouble with me, Gao Ren? Elder Chen nodded slightly and said with an ugly expression on his face, indeed, but their people have given a clear request that they must see you to solve the problem. If I don't see you, I'll just start a war. Although our Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of the Sakura Kingdom, the leaders at the highest level have unanimously decided that there is no need for a battle, so they are going to take you over there to see how things can be resolved. Although he was speaking normally, Gao Ren clearly saw something wrong from his expression. Just by looking at Chen Lao's expression, he knew that this past was definitely not a negotiation, but rather a partial sacrifice to him. Although Gao Ren had seen similar things in some novels or TV dramas, similar things that sacrificed individuals to achieve greater benefits, when it came to his own body, his heart still gave birth to extreme dissatisfaction. But this is the kind of thing that anyone else might be resentful about, but Gao Ren. However, in front of Gao Ren, who possessed absolutely terrifying power, it was somewhat exhilarating instead. Because. Really at me? Just coming at me? He asked Elder Chen with an eager face. Chen Lao's expression became even more embarrassed when he saw his anxious look. Takahito, I'm really sorry, I've obviously promised to protect you and your family. It just didn't occur to me that there was nothing I could do when a higher level of leadership gave the order. Chen Lao felt very humiliated. He was clearly the first general of the Dragon Kingdom, but at this moment, he even went back on his words. He really felt that his face was disgraceful. At the same time, his inner guilt towards Gao Ren felt extreme. Ha ha. Elder Chen is speaking seriously. I thought it was something so serious, but it turns out to be nothing more than someone thinking about me. So what's the point of making a trip? At most, I'll just give them my life. Gao Ren was excited beyond belief. As long as the other person's attention wasn't on their family, it was a godsend. As for the purpose of the other side, if they are themselves. He sneered inwardly. If there really is anyone out there who has the power to be able to take his life, then let's try it. Don't worry, I will absolutely do my best to protect you. As long as my old man can put in 12 points of effort, he will definitely not put in 10 points of effort. Old Man Shin spoke resolutely, looking as if he had made some sort of determination. Elder Chen doesn't need to blame himself, I'm really ready to face them. No matter what the outcome is, I'm ready to negotiate with them amicably. Gao Ren rubbed his fists and jumped into action. And then say friendly negotiations. The words friendly negotiations are even more meaningful. However, it is clear that Chen Lao did not understand his meaning, mistakenly thought he was ready to die, but not heartbroken. Is this how such a fine young man is to die young? Should certain sacrifices and concessions be made because of good international relations? If I really piss the old man off, the big deal is to just go to war. With a vicious expression, he led Gao Ren out of the villa. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's highest conference hall. Countless to terrifyingly imposing figures were seated here. Not only were they the most powerful executives in the Dragon Kingdom, each of them was even more of an absolutely terrifying legacy. The worst of them all were people with an awakening level of 80%. Not only that, but every single one of them mastered a level 90 spell. It could be said that they were the representatives of the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment they are converging here for one person only. That would be Gao Ren. Chapter 75. You are looking for death. Each and every one of them had a black cloak draped over their bodies, concealing their figures and appearance completely. At that moment, the face of a high school student appeared on the screen, and it was none other than Takahito. Gao Ren's information began to flash. It can be said to be a complete record of his biography, and there is even one video related to Gao Ren. Because of perhaps the detail, the content and information of the video plays a little long. It took nearly half an hour for the video to play completely. The black-robed man sitting in the main seat opened his mouth. His voice was that of a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. The above is all the information. Now, based on all the information, make a vote for the two treatments of maintaining international relations with all your might, and using Takahito as a sharp edge, a sharp edge. The words of his words fell, and then he slowly raised the sign he was holding. It has the word consent written on it. It was only as he did that everyone raised their signs. 90% of the people held up signs of agreement. In that case, do your best to maintain international relations and make personal sacrifices if necessary. This is the end of the meeting. Dismissed. Embassy. A cold-looking man sat in the lounge with indifference inside his eyes. Around him stood a number of Dragon Embassy staff. Each of them had a blue face, with anger inside their eyes. Sasaki. What are you flaunting here? If it weren't for the fact that my Dragon Kingdom's strongest men happen to be absent, you'd still dare to act recklessly here. The man called Sasaki opened his eyes slightly at the words, and in an instant, his body erupted with refined light. Accompanied by this exquisite light, all of the staff members present spat blood from their mouths and their expressions were ghastly white. Sasaki sneered, "What kind of cat or dog dares to bark here? One more bark and I'll send you all to Hades." You! The staff member from the Dragon Kingdom was red in the face, unable to utter a single word in anger. Seeing this scene, Sasaki slowly got up, a bit more of a teasing smile on his face. Don't say that none of your inheritors are here, even if they were I would dare to say so. The current me, aside from those three, is already an invincible existence. And those three happen to be all in seclusion, unable to appear for a short period of time, which I know better than anyone else. He said with a lurch in his voice, a bit more teasing on his expression. So I advise you to honestly hand over the person I want, or don't blame me for not being polite. The people have already promised you to release them, what else do you want? A few staff members' faces were blue and ugly, gritting their teeth in anger. Humph. I've already said that White Knight is the one we must take away, and that kid called Gao Ren you must hand over as well. Otherwise if something really goes wrong, can you be held responsible with just a few of you little things? A few staff members blushed hard. As angry as they were, they had to admit that Sasaki wasn't wrong. In the end, they are not at a high enough level, and if something really goes wrong, they really can't afford it. Seeing them react like that, Sasaki became even more pleased. I will only give you one last warning, my time is limited, if my needs are not addressed within the 3-minute time frame, he said with a smug disciple, seemingly giving an ultimatum. What can I do if I don't grant your request? Just then, a young voice came from behind the staff. Everyone froze and subconsciously looked back. Goren slowly walked in from outside the hall with a sneer still on his face. He stared at Sasaki, his eyes full of revealed absolute contempt. Sasaki froze. Who are you to talk to me like that? He said as his eyes lit up again, but the next second he took 2 steps back as if he had taken some kind of heavy blow. In my Dragon Kingdom's territory, you still dare to strike at our Dragon Kingdom's people. Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to walk out of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Chen walked out from behind Gao Ren with a gloomy face. He scanned the circle of those present, and his expression became even more somber when he saw the staff member vomiting blood. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be old General Chen. But I'm still really curious, do you have the skills to leave me behind or not? Sasaki saw that instead of being cowed by Chen Lao, he heatedly smiled. It could be seen that he didn't put Elder Chen in his eyes at all. Cut the crap with me. Negotiate if you can negotiate properly, or get the hell out of here if you can't. Believe it or not, I'm going to wake those 3 up right now? Others may not have that right, but old man I do. The smile of Sasaki, who was originally arrogant and incomparable, began to gradually stiffen when he heard his words. Obviously, he was shocked. His face was grim as he said, hand over Gao Ren and this matter will be over. Otherwise. How about otherwise? I am Gao Ren, no one can restrict my freedom, including you. Gao Ren took a step out with a sneer still on his face. Hearing that he was Takahito, Sasaki was visibly stunned. You are? That's just as well, come back to Sakura country with me now so I can still make sure you have a whole body. Elder Chen on the side was about to speak, but was unexpectedly directly interrupted by him. Old General Chen, I'll tell you the truth, I'm running to make a move today. And although I'm from the Sakura country, I'm now taking Eagle citizenship and serving as a diplomat. When you fight me, you have to think not about whether you can beat me, but whether you can beat me. Hearing his words, the faces of everyone present except Gao Ren changed. Seeing them like this, Gao Ren had a few more moments of doubt on his face. What does that mean? Elder Chen's face was shadowy as he said, simply put, just making a move with him is equivalent to making a declaration of war with the Eagle Kingdom. And by far the strongest legacies in the world are in the Eagle Kingdom, and they have the highest international status. So that's how it is, no wonder he's so arrogant. Gao Ren revealed a look like that was the case. Just be good when you know. Gao Ren, no one will be able to save you, all that awaits you is the word death. Sasaki's expression was smug and arrogant. Seeing him being so arrogant, Chen Lao really couldn't help it. Only just as he was about to lash out, Goren took a step forward. It seems you're confident in your strength and your identity, so confident that you think you can do whatever you want here? That's right, I have the strength to still do whatever I want. Goren's smile grew even wider. Then in that case, do you dare to fight me? Sasaki froze, then laughed. It was like he heard some funny joke and burst into tears of laughter. You seek death. Chapter 76, I want a duel with you. You actually challenged me? Do you deserve it? Gao Ren said, are you thinking that you are not my opponent? If that's the case, then it's better to hit the road. You came here across the ocean to ask for someone, and you turned out to be so little-spirited. What are you still doing here to disgrace yourself? Do you dare say that again? Sasaki was clearly enraged. Gao Ren spread his hands helplessly. What's the point of saying it again? If I had known that the people who came here from the Sakura country were so spineless, I might as well have just destroyed all of the Sakura country in the first place. Why did I still leave a third of the country behind for you? Gao Ren's words caused everyone in the room to freeze. A look of shock and dismay followed. What did you say? Yesterday the Sakura kingdom shook because of you. Sasaki was shaken beyond belief. But he immediately realized something, then shook his head and laughed. Idiot. Even if you want to embolden yourself, say something reasonable. Just you can still destroy the Sakura country? It's just a daydream. He was laughing, but Elder Chen on the side did not, and instead frowned. Because, from the information he had gotten, Gao Ren did indeed have something to do with the earthquake in Sakura country. Now that Gao Ren said this, it caused a few more questions to arise in his mind. Is it really Gao Ren? Is something this amazing really possible? If it's really at that level, why bother? He didn't continue to think much about it, as his thoughts had been interrupted by Sasori. Good. Since you want to find death so badly, I'll give you this chance. Today, I'll show you the gap between the real world's top inheritors and you, a punk. Go! Find the site. Gao Ren nodded his head and looked at Elder Chen. I am also aware that this matter is a bit difficult for the embassy and the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, leave it to me to resolve. So that whatever the outcome, it doesn't affect you, right? Chen Lao's eyes were complicated, but he sighed and couldn't say anything. He was in a high position, but higher positions and abilities meant more responsibility. He had a great responsibility, so great that there was no way to go about changing these things privately, and he could only be forced to agree to it. I'm going to get you a venue, and I'm going to protect your life as much as I can. If you really can't, then boldly admit defeat, and I will definitely find a way to save your life. Don't worry about your family. As long as I, Elder Chen, am still around, it's absolutely impossible for anyone to touch your family. He said with a solemn face and grabbed Gao Ren's palm, looking as if he was sending off. Gao Ren knew that the other party did not look at himself favorably, no, or thought that he was bound to die. He lost his smile and shook his head, but still didn't say anything more, instead agreeing with the same serious face. He knew very well that if his strength was not seen, then it was only right for anyone to be skeptical. No. Gao Ren's smile became even more helpless as he thought about how he had already revealed his strength, yet there were still many people who didn't believe in him. Sure enough, being too strong is lonely. An hour later. The border suburbs of the Dragon Kingdom. An urgently constructed ring. Surrounded by people from the Dragon Kingdom, they looked nervously at the two people on stage, their spirits tight. And on the other side, Sasaki himself stood on the stage, even yawning, looking at Gao Ren and the others with a disdainful expression. He saw that Elder Chen had come on stage and was saying something to Gao Ren, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a devious arc. Hey! Elder Chen, should we bet bigger? Chen Lao was slightly stunned, thinking that he had heard wrong. His brows furrowed as he said, "What did you say? Bet with me? That's right, it's a bet with you on how long this kid can last under me. Let's make it a 1-minute bet, and after he goes over 10 seconds, I'll give the Dragon Kingdom $1 billion for every second. Reach 1 minute and we will unconditionally apologize for this incident and send 3 level 90 or higher immortal techniques." Hiss. Chen Lao sucked in a breath of cool air. That's right. He was too shocked. Even he couldn't help but be moved by such a generous bet. Only. He knew very well that there would be no such thing as pie in the sky. He twisted his head to look at Gao Ren, his eyes revealing inquiries within them. Gao Ren twisted his head. "In your eyes I'm in a situation of certain death, so there's no benefit for you in doing this. Would you be so kind? Of course there is a condition, and that is if I kill you or lose the ability to fight in the middle of these 10 seconds, then I must extract the genlock from your body and give it to me." Gao Ren froze. He's got an ass in his genlock? Are you poor and crazy? You're thinking about this bit of my family's fortune. And what I hear you saying is that this bet doesn't need my consent at all, does it? You dare to ignore me like that? Gao Ren thought that this guy had no manners, but he didn't think that he would be so out of sight. He's still here now, and surprisingly, he's directly trading with Elder Chen about what will happen after his death. Madder than him. You? You are already a dead man, that is, a corpse. So what we are talking about now is the right to attribute the corpse. Although he was answering Gao Ren's question, his gaze could have been on Chen Lao. Elder Chen's face was ugly. He knew that the other party was provoking, but for some reason he had no bottom. Because, perhaps in his subconscious mind, Gao Ren was indeed in such a position right now. A situation where he would die completely and immediately, so he blushed hard as he recognized it in his subconscious. Yes. Since your interest is so high, I'll say yes. Isn't that the point? I helped Elder Chen make his decision. Elder Chen froze. He looked at Gao Ren with a somewhat stunned expression of incredulity. Don't worry, we've earned it this time. I'm invincible. Gao Ren patted his chest with conviction at this moment. Seeing his chesty look, all the fire in Chen Lao's heart towards Sasaki and Sakura Nation welled up at this moment. Yes. In that case, let's bet with him. Chen Lao agreed. Not only because of emotions, because he was also very clear about one thing, and that was that Gao Ren still had some terrifying immortal technique underpinnings in his hands, so it was still very hopeful to hold on for 10 seconds. As for winning the other side, he pressed on. Because the other party must have information about Gao Ren, it is impossible to say that they already have the means to deal with Gao Ren, otherwise how could they be so confident? Yes. Now that you've agreed, let's get started. I can't wait. Sasaki exclaimed excitedly with the same look of victory. In his opinion, Goren. Just an idiot. It's totally creating an opportunity for him. Chapter 77 Immortal Laws Enter the Universe. Stage. Sasaki moved his muscles excitedly, an excited smile spreading across his entire face. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the trip would go so smoothly that he would be able to take down everything that his leaders had set out to do. No. It's not as simple as simply taking the task down. Rather, it's a long face for the great Sakura Nation Empire. By the time he's gone back through this one, the story will be spread internationally. At that time, the international status of their great cherry blossom empire would rise. Not only that, but he will be famous. At that point he will have access to more resources and opportunities, and it is possible that the level will go even higher. In that case, he no longer dared to continue thinking about it, his mouth was already beginning to fail to hold, it was time to go completely crooked. Seeing his arrogant smile, Elder Chen's brows furrowed. He was beginning to regret it a little. That's right. At first, he had some regrets. Old fool. A sudden realization dawned on him. That is, since the other party was so emboldened, they must have a card against Gao Ren. Goren's presence in the 3 northern provinces is no longer a secret. In the middle of the northern 3 provinces competition, the immortal technique used was also seen by everyone. So they knew that Gao Ren had spells in his hands, or relatively strong spells. Naturally, there are ways to deal with it. Thinking about it, he's already seen Goren's miserable appearance. Even more so, his expression was difficult to see what the Dragon Kingdom was about to lose. Sweat had broken out on his palms. Everyone was thinking the same thing as him, sweat beading on their foreheads. However, only one remained so calm. That would be Goren. At this moment, Gao Ren stood with his arms folded, not saying a word, looking like he had the demeanor of an expert. Go ahead. He suddenly spoke to Sasaki. Sasaki froze. What? He was a little dazed. He didn't know what Goren was up to anymore. I mean, what are your last words? This is the only chance you have to be able to say your last words. Sasaki realized what he meant and laughed. I thought you were stupid, didn't realize you were even a cutie. Not even close. Simply an idiot, living in the midst of a world of ego. You don't think you'll be able to hold out, do you? Gao Ren shook his head. I think you're the one with a bit of a problem, didn't you hear what I said clearly? I mean, you to explain your last words. That is, it's not that I think I can last a few seconds under your hand, it's that I think I can win against you. Yes, and in seconds. So you can account for any last words you have now. Hearing him say that, Sasaki's smile had frozen. Immediately, though, his smile was gone as golden light had appeared in Gao Ren's hands. Grade 11 Immortal Technique, Flying Sword. This immortal technique is a concentrated immortal technique, an attack power immortal technique capable of single penetration. I once did some research, and although this immortal technique is incredibly lethal, the wounds and range it causes are small. There's even only one hole, and I thought about it and decided that this immortal technique is more suitable for my usual use, so I'm going to take you for a spin today. That's right. He wasn't simply looking at the immortal laws during this time, but studying the laws of use. Comparing it to the original flower hand in Sleep Aid made him realize one thing. Some immortal laws were able to be used normally even with his 99,999% enchantment again without affecting the urban area. At least it's not so bad that all the people downtown die when a fairy spell goes down, and it might even be beneficial. Like the formation in the first place. So he consulted a lot of books and users' insights and came to this conclusion. As long as he utilized it properly, he could also become a person who used immortal laws at will. For example, the immortal law to be used this time. Level 11? Sure is a cutie. Sasori shook his head, and then his palms were releasing golden light as well. Along with his use, a terrifying shadow appeared behind him, and in the middle of that shadow was a large golden sword. That big sword looked like it gave off a sense of total oppression, and it was definitely level 90 with just that stance. No. This is a grade 95 immortal technique. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice grave. That's right. As a general, he's seen too many immortal spells. Level 95, he was able to judge with precision. Such a precise judgment also enables him to distinguish the type of power of this immortal law. Definitely restraining. He blushed hard. There are so many classifications of immortal laws that many of them don't categorize that law specifically. However, there was a type of immortal law called restraining immortal law, which, although it also had terrifying power, mainly targeted other immortal laws. It was that this immortal law was created to restrain other immortal laws. Crap. Just as I thought. They'd had the means to deal with Gao Ren for a long time. His face changed drastically. In an instant, frustration and despair set in. He was full of regret, like a child who had done something wrong. It was hard to imagine such an expression on a country's general. He blames himself. If it wasn't for him, Gao Ren might still be alive. This was exactly like him sending Gao Ren to Hades. He looked at Gao Ren, his eyes revealing a hint of guilt. But right away, he realized something was wrong. That's because Goren's face isn't half as tense as it should be, on the contrary. And disdain. It's that deep disdain. Totally unreadable disdain. This is... Don't know what you don't know? No. That's impossible. Gao Ren also had advanced immortal techniques, so he should be well aware of this matter. Just as he was distracted, Gao Ren made his move. He slowly raised the golden light in his hand and swung it directly to fire. In an instant, a golden light flew out. No. Not a golden light. Yes. Laser cannon? That's right. The golden light that Gao Ren casually waved was like a terrifying cannon that instantly flew out. In the next second, it directly enveloped Sasaki and his senjutsu. The laser cannon flew out in a flash at a slightly tilted upward angle, drowning Sasori, and then rushing into the clouds. The scariest part is? This light flew into the middle of the sky and was completely out of sight. It goes on and on and on until the end of the world, until it's in the middle of the sky. Countless people noticed the extended laser cannon, and shock was written all over every expression. What kind of light can enter the middle of the sky? No. Seems like... broke away from Blue Star. That's right. Disengage the Blue Star. At this moment, in the middle of the galaxy, a high-tech spaceship flew by. In the next second, a terrifying golden light shone directly from inside the Blue Star, instantly submerging it. And in the midst of the spaceship, the first alarm went off. Alarm! Alarm! Damage to the hull, 95%. Chapter 78, Heirloom Competition. Fuselage damage level reached 99%. Automatically uploading web data. With the mechanized voice fading away into nothingness, the beam of light disappeared completely. On the blue planet. The outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom. The light in the middle of Gao Ren's palm gradually disappeared, and the shadow that Sasaki had summoned also gradually disappeared. Along with him, Sasaki disappeared into thin air. Gao Ren withdrew his palm under the shocked gazes of the crowd and lightly clapped his hands. Finish the fight and call it a day. Elder Chen stared blankly at the distant sky until Gao Ren's voice sounded again and he came back to his senses. Elder Chen, I've already taken care of the people for you. Am I free to leave? That's right, the person is gone, and so is the matter. After all, the representative sent by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had been destroyed, so what was the point of continuing the conversation? Shen Lao, who had returned to his senses, looked at Gao Ren, who was glibly in front of him, and chills immediately rose in his heart. Terrible. It's horrible. Gao Ren looked harmless and was able to destroy Sasaki with his hands. The scariest part is? Gao Ren unexpectedly had an immortal technique that was even more terrifying than the information inside. The immortal technique just now was definitely more terrifying than anyone he had seen before. That is, just now the beam is toward the sky, if directly into the city. He winced, not daring to think about it. But even more offenses come as Takahito kills Sasaki. Sasaki, as the representative of the Sakura kingdom, had come here to ease the relationship between the two countries, but he hadn't thought that things would become troublesome when he ended up dying here. Just as his face changed because of today's events, he suddenly thought of something, and then his eyes lit up. Gao Ren, wait, this matter I need to briefly explain the application with the leaders above me. He said and patted Gao Ren's shoulder, then rushed to report to the Dragon Kingdom. In the middle of the conference room hall at the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, all of the high-ranking Dragon Islands were draped in black cloaks, waiting for something in silence. They are indeed waiting for a very important message. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room in the conference hall, followed by a man dressed like a secretary walking in. He handed the papers in his hand to everyone present in turn, then respectfully walked out of the room. The room quickly fell into silence. Everyone didn't say anything, just kept looking over the papers in their hands. The only sound in the room was the rustle of papers turning over. This Gao Ren actually possesses such spellcraft means, it seems that we have really underestimated him. Soon, someone among the black-robed men spoke up. The other nodded and said, indeed, it really doesn't seem to be much different from what the intel said. This person has at least 10 if not 20 level 90 or higher immortal laws in his hands. However, according to our investigation, there are no existences in his upper and lower generations that are capable of mastering immortal techniques, just ordinary families. But it can't be ruled out that they have run into some sort of chance situation that we couldn't find out about. Upon hearing the man's speculation, the others nodded slightly, clearly agreeing more with it. Our Dragon Kingdom didn't expect that there would still be such a huge chance, but it's a pity that it's in the hands of such a person. Bang bang! The black-robed man sitting in the very center of the room tapped on the table, silencing them momentarily. Everyone looked up at him as if waiting for a response. He coughed and said slowly, the point of us sitting here is not to waste time discussing it. Rather, it's decision-making. Now give everyone 5 minutes to think about it and come to vote. The decision on this one is on whether to deal with Gon and put Gon's means in the hands of the state. It's better to continue to develop Goren as an international weapon with independent thinking. He said, his voice in a pause as he continued, there are two key pitfalls considered in these two matters. The first one is whether the value of the immortal laws that Goren has at his disposal is worth sacrificing a high school student, a gifted high school student, if his antagonistic mood is high. The second thing to consider, Goren's own danger. Hearing the second point of consideration that this person said, many of the black-robed people present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obviously, in their eyes, Gao Ren did not possess any danger at all. If they didn't need 5 minutes to think within, they would have chosen the first solution in the first place. A high school student who wields a terrifying power is simply a ticking time bomb in their eyes. The 5 minutes of thinking time quickly passed, and just as someone was about to jump into action, the black-robed man sitting in the center position spoke first. This time, I'll take the first position. I choose to train Goren, take turns saying what you think next. He said, leaning back in his chair without saying a word. The person beside him had looked extremely excited and seemed to have been unable to resist speaking for a long time, but upon hearing his words he visibly froze and paused for several seconds. What's wrong? 5 minutes, haven't you thought about it yet? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the man who had just slumped back in his chair began to ask questions. Think well. I also agree to cultivate Gao Ren. The black-robed man slowly spoke, his voice a little more grave. Two people agreed at the outset, and suddenly the atmosphere in the meeting began to become subtle. What follows is a no-nonsense voting session. I also agree with training Goren. I agree to train Goren. I think we should take Goren's means into our hands. I don't agree with cultivating Goren. I don't agree either. I agree. Soon, those present had voted thoroughly. The crowd got the results, all with twinkling eyes. Now that the vote has been taken, let the following be carried out. That's it for now on the matter of training Gao Ren. Give him a chance to try. If it doesn't reach our satisfaction, then reformulate the ballot. Embassy. Takahito was sipping his tea, and after taking a sip from his country, he silently switched to juice. At the same time, the door to the room was pushed open. Elder Chen walked in with a happy face and sat beside him with a smile on his face. Takahito, the matter about Sakura Nation has been taken care of. This matter is even squashed, just leave the next thing to me. But the higher-ups are furious over this, so you're needed to make it right. He said as if he was afraid that Gao Ren would be dissatisfied, and quickly spoke, don't worry, it's not a big deal, it's something that's within your power. It's for you to represent the Dragon Kingdom and take part in the International Inheritor competition for a bit. Chapter 79 Alarming the Universe Beyond. International Inheritor competition? Gao Ren was slightly stunned. I'm not interested, I have to go back to being the guild leader now. The people in the Twilight Snow Province have said that they will also give me a public position, a salty public position that doesn't require me to go to work and lie down. Gao Ren hastily shook his head. He could be the one who took the written exam for the 3 northern provinces, which got him into such a troublesome situation today. He was asked to participate again and really didn't want to. Elder Chen's smile faltered. He had forgotten that the young man in front of him was not afraid of threats. Even if the leader of the Dragon Kingdom came, it was useless. So he said with deliberation, you killed Sasaki this time, and the Sakura Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom have joined forces to apply pressure for your life. Before, the Sakura country might have gone after your loved ones, but this time they've added an Eagle country. The leaders are willing to protect your family and are willing to provide protection, just so you can help with the competition. His voice lurched as he said this, and he continued, not only that, but your competition in the northern 3 provinces is just showing your face in the northern 3 provinces. If you achieve a certain level of success at the International Legacy competition, you will not only receive a greater reward, but you will increase your high-level popularity. Once you're internationally known, no one will ever dare make a move against you and your family again. It's ostensibly a way for you to make up for what you've done, but it's also actually a push to help you solve your own problems right now. Gao Ren's eyes lit up slightly. The other things may not be very tempting to him, but this last point made is still very tempting to him. It was really like what Elder Chen had said, if he was able to make a name for himself at the international competition, then no one would ever dare to make a move against him and his family again. At that point, he was truly ready to return home to do what he loved. Seemingly seeing his hesitation, Elder Chen slowly took out an item from his bosom and placed it in front of Gao Ren. The item was only the size of a palm, and it looked surprisingly like a construction toy made of pure gold on closer inspection. It was a villa, one that looked incredibly dazzling and beautiful. Every detail on it is what Gao Ren likes and loves. That's right. What is man's greatest desire? A car, a house, a beautiful daughter-in-law and a beautiful family. So every single thing in here is extremely tempting for men. The little house made of gold in front of you is just too beautiful to be loved. Still, he put it back after observing it and said slowly, Elder Chen, you don't think that just such a simple sweetener will make my heart flutter, do you? That's right. This thing is too small. No sincerity at all. How can you copy over that $20 million in advertising? Elder Chen revealed a helpless smile when he heard his words and slowly said, this is a model, the real reward is a 1-to-1 restored golden villa. The materials here all have immortal laws located in them, capable of resisting up to level 95 immortal laws. Not only that, it's filled with top-notch international nannies, housekeeping, and other staff. These staff members have 30-year contracts and can stay with you for most of your life. Oh, the staff are all top-notch beauties. Gao Ren froze. That's too hard a request to turn down, isn't it? Well, I'm satisfied. If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly participate. When will you be attending? About a month or so. During this time you just need to have a good time in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. As usual, you must be responsible for all my spending. He said with a lull in his voice and continued, also, I'd like to go ahead and check out the gold villa, okay? No problem. This is a good thing to say, I'll take you to take a look. Chen Lao smiled joyfully and nodded his head as he led Gao Ren out of the embassy. Darkness. In the middle of a distant galaxy. Inside the tech-savvy spaceship. A silhouette stood in the corridor of the airship accompanied by brilliant lights. The creatures looked like humans, but had dark blue skin. Not only that, but they were tall and had faces that looked more like the faces of men and fish shrouded together. The creatures' eyes were rolling restlessly, looking extraordinarily strange. At the moment, they looked nervously at the gate not far away. An angry shriek came from inside the gate, like some kind of horrible beast. Every now and then, the gate would also vibrate horribly. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound that was extremely terrifying. Inside the room, a 2-meter-tall mermaid creature was letting out an angry growl. It looked more human than the other mermaid creatures, with a mold that was only 1 part fish and 9 parts human. Who is it? Who is it that dares to touch my people? Simply looking for death. Update me with all the uploaded data. I want to see who dares to touch my Kuzan's people now. Along with his rant, a data mine panel appeared in front of him, followed by the sound of a data transfer ringing through the room. The panel in front of you begins to fall into loading. Loading recently uploaded data to start synchronizing updates. Updated. Data update progress 1%. 10% progress on data update. 15% progress in updating data. 100% progress in updating data. Data updated. As the data finished updating, a video screen began to appear in front of Kuzan. It was precisely within an environment that was not far removed from the ship he was in. And, of course, there are some external videos. In the next second, golden light came from the distant planet and struck it directly and precisely, destroying it. The entire video is less than a minute long, but Kuzan goes back and forth and watches it carefully several times. Then, its expression gradually turned gloomy. Great. Great. I'd like to see which planet's people made the move. 1 minute's time to send me all the information on this planet where everyone dies for me. A minute is fleeting. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed and all the data about Blue Star came to Kuzan. As he looked at the data in front of him, Kuzan's expression was somber and very angry. Ha! I thought it was some amazing civilized planet, but it turns out to be a captive slave planet. Such a trashy planet dares to take on my Kuzan's men. Prepare me immediately. After destroying the target planet of this mission, I'm going to make a trip to the blue planet myself. Yes. Chapter 80, Rejected? Dragon Kingdom's largest inner-city research base. Huge golden villas are situated in it. In front of its scientific research facilities are countless. The man wearing glasses and scientific attire pushed them up. Nonsense. The significance of the golden villa's existence is not unknown to Elder Chen, is it? Such an existence with strategic significance was promised out just like that. He stood in front of countless researchers and broke down. His voice grew higher and higher, so that those present could hear him clearly. This is an existence capable of shielding huge immortal laws, a haven for those who encounter destructive immortal laws. Something so precious and valuable exists to be used when necessary, not as a reward for someone. He slapped the table and continued, even if it's a reward for a certain person, it should be one that's enough to change the merit of the country's fortunes, not so much a person. I don't care who he is or what his background is, there's absolutely no way he'll be allowed to take the golden villa in my place. Almost as soon as his words fell, the door to the room creaked open. This was immediately followed by Chenlao's cheerful laughter. Here it is. Coming soon. When you actually see it, you'll know I'm not wrong. The golden villa is absolutely amazing, a harbor that provides shelter. He walked into the place with Gao Ren and then saw the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone converged their eyes on the two men, their eyes filled with curiosity and questioning. Elder Chen also looked at everyone present with an embarrassed expression, not saying a word. The atmosphere was weird and awkward as both sides didn't say anything. Professor Kim, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Let me introduce you, this is the top genius so far, Gao Ren. A slightly attentive smile appeared on Elder Chen's face as he smilingly introduced Gao Ren. The young man with the glasses snorted coldly. Why, so, I'm no better than this one. I remember Elder Chen, but he said that I'm the top genius. Elder Chen's smile faltered and he smiled awkwardly. Who is he? So pretentious. Gao Ren couldn't help but inquire when he saw the scene. He doesn't speak in a voice that doesn't avoid people, because powerful people don't need to avoid other people. Coupled with the fact that the entire experimental area was relatively quiet, they would hear the words as loud and clear. The smile on Chen Lao's face also froze completely, looking even more awkwardly at Professor Jean in the distance. Professor Kim grunted coldly. Yes. Great. You're the first person who dared to call me a pretender. You're just an alternatively promoted officer. What's there to be hoity-toity about? You're saying I'm pretending? Might as well tell you that I supervised the drafting of the book for this golden villa, as well as the subsequent research. You said I could fake it. Professor Kim was also a young man, so his emotions were ignited in an instant. He stared at Gao Ren angrily, looking extremely displeased. Instead of getting angry when he heard his words, Gao Ren said cheerfully, "This golden villa was actually created by you? That does have the first point of strength level." That's right, just a little bit. After all, he was a 99,999% awakened. What a golden house of isolated fairy magic. The details of what was made of pure gold were nothing more than icing on the cake for him outside of his body. Without them, he has the top position in the world. He was being truthful, but it ignited the other man's anger. A little bit? You said I created the golden villa at only a little bit of a level, so you don't think the golden villa is good? Well, it's not like it's not great. It's pretty average anyway as far as for me personally, but it's different for other people, so I'm going to get the international competition and take it to my mother. As usual, Gao Ren was talking to himself about the thoughts inside his head. Ever since after determining that his awakening level was at 99,999%, he had spoken with less and less concern for the eyes and opinions of those around him. It's a very cool feeling. Professor Jean didn't expect Gao Ren to refute him in public, and his face instantly turned blue. It's nothing more than a fox and a tiger. I really don't understand why the higher-ups would give you the use of such an important research result. Having a little bit of chance fruits makes you think you are invincible. There are truly more geniuses than you at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. For someone like you, going to an international competition would just be a disgrace, and I'd have to report it to my superiors. We must revoke your quota to participate in the international competition, not to mention trying to get the golden villa away from me. Even the other rewards don't even want to come out from my experimental department's side. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and he even cursed at Gao Ren. Elder Chen's face instantly did not look too good when he saw him so excited. He was about to say something, but an old man had already rushed out from among the crowd. The old man slapped Professor Kim directly on the back of his head and reprimanded him. I didn't ask you to come over here on duty to eyeball me. Since when is it your turn to dictate the orders of the higher-ups? Little brat, get lost. The old man punched and kicked Professor Jean before showing an apologetic look to Chen Lao. And, of course, there's Gao Ren. Sorry, you two, don't bother with this sinful animal in general. He's just not very good in the head, like a dumb mother ing beep, don't get on his bad side. What did I say wrong? Professor Kim tried to speak but was stifled by another slap. Well, what are you two doing here? Is it to claim this golden villa? No, be a man of principle. I will never come to go to the golden villa without taking the first place. I just want to be curious to see it. Gao Ren prioritized opening his mouth with a face of excitement. Oh, so that's how it is. That old man hemmed and hawed, then rubbed his hands together and continued speaking. Elder Chen is here too. It's like this, there's something I have to say. You and I are both at the same level, leading different teams but both serving our country. So if it's the higher-ups giving the word to hand over the golden villa, there's no problem. But right now he doesn't have the title, so I, as the handler here, have the right to deny you the right to come and check it out. After all, this is also a classified research location of the country. Not any cat or dog can enter, right? Obviously, cat and dog were talking about no one else but Gao Ren. Gao Ren heard it too and puffed. So that means you won't let me in to see it? Yes. You can't. The old man's smile disappeared, replaced by calmness and sarcasm. Yet the next moment, everyone heard a whisper. Immortal Technique, Sleep Aid. Chapter 81, Participating in the International Competition. Inside the Golden Villa. Takahito surveyed every detail. He put his palm on the wall and stroked it. In the next second, he felt an extremely terrifying force on the wall. As if in between, he saw someone casting an immortal spell. But the next second, those images disappeared. I'm hallucinating? Gao Ren was a bit confused for a moment, but still went to try with his palm. Gradually, he realized something wasn't quite right. Because every time he put his palm on that wall, he was able to see that kind of image. It's like a stored video that you're able to view playing just by touching it with the palm of your hand, and it's still that immersive feeling of playing it in the first person. What is this function? Gao Ren became even more curious. He was a little regretful now that he'd let everyone fall asleep. If one of the staff members hadn't fallen asleep, he would have been able to ask about it. How about that? Just then, a nervous voice suddenly came from behind him. Goren craned his head to see a somewhat shy teenager. This teenager looked 14 or 15, he should be a junior high school student. At this moment he was looking at Gao Ren somewhat nervously, those eyes were constantly sizing him up. Gao Ren was shocked. Because it was surprising that this person was not affected by his sleep aid. This golden villa is really able to isolate immortal magic? Gao Ren was shocked. The sleep aid he cast was said to be only level 1, but it was at least close to level 100 after he used it. At this level of power, it was the first time that he had seen someone who was able to not enter a sleep aid state, so the only explanation was that this golden house really did work. As he thought this, he realized that the teenager in front of him was starting to yawn. By the look of him, he was already sleepy. Are you a leader? It's the first time I've seen a leader come to the Golden Villa for an inspection. You can just call me Lee, I'm the real-time supervisor here. Responsible for keeping a 24-hour login here, and if there's any doubt about what's going on, you can talk to me. Apparently, he was a staff member here and mistook Gao Ren for a leader. But it was just what Goren wanted. What's going on here? Goren pointed at the wall in front of him. On this wall, he had just seen countless repetitive video images, which really intrigued him. The house was for his mother, after all, so everything had to be straightened out. Oh, you mean that? I can't tell you the exact principle, but inside this gold is a combination of individual immortal laws, techniques and object laws, and the effect created is to isolate the immortal laws. But the isolated fairy spells will be recorded on all corners of the Golden Villa, like a state image. Hearing him say that, Gao Ren then realized. Nice. It's really nice here. If I'm not mistaken, this golden house is capable of isolating up to 99 levels of immortal magic, right? No, it depends on the type of immortal technique. If it's in the attack category, it will isolate up to level 95. The rest of it should work. Hearing Xiaoli say this, Gao Ren's heart became even hotter. Aha! Well done, you need to cheer up. Gao Ren patted his shoulder in an old-fashioned manner, then twisted around and walked out of the Golden Villa. 3 days later, Professor Kim blew up. He kept growling and yelling like he was crazy. He checked the surveillance over and over again, his face turning blue and ugly as he made sure that what had happened was indeed true. This asshole dares to use immortal magic against us public officials. Asshole. Pissed off. After all, he still let him get inside the Golden Villa to check it out. It was obvious that he was pissed off. The old man on the side sat next to him and didn't say anything, waiting until he had made almost as much of a fuss before slowly opening his mouth and saying, "You don't have to look away so much, the higher-ups will surely deal with this matter. No one is permitted to enter the Golden Villa until they have been given possession of it. Now that he's in there, it's considered theft of state secrets, and the higher-ups will definitely step in." Hearing the old man say this, Professor Jin's face then looked a little better. His face gradually regained its calmness and looked progressively gentler, but he was ruthless among his words. He must be made to pay, or else everyone will be able to trample on our research results at will. The old man also nodded his head very approvingly. That's right, we are all researchers, and the results of these researches are our children. No one, no matter what kind of reason, is free to trample on our achievements. Report to your superiors. After seeing the Golden Villa, Gao Ren couldn't stop thinking about it. He had a hunch that although he was very good, sooner or later he would use that Golden Villa. His heart was on fire, and he could not wait to go to the International Legacy Competition and be crowned champion. A month's time. It's kind of hard to get through. It's good to have fitness to be able to pass the time. Goren used this time to start his fitness program. 1 month later. Sun Jiaoer is waiting for Gao Ren outside the airfield. She was a little nervous. Because she never dreamed that Gao Ren would take her to an international competition. As to why, Goren had said that he needed someone attentive to help manage everything on the road. Trust no one but your own family. She was sort of not a real sister, but she was one of the few people Goren trusted. I haven't seen you in a month, and I don't know what my brother is like now. She had heard that Gao Ren had spent this month in special training, saying that he wanted to increase his physical strength to use more immortal techniques. Come to think of it, although Gao Ren's immortal technique was powerful, his own level was too poor. When the level of awakening was too low, one could only come to improve their physical strength and become more robust to withstand the immortal laws. If Gao Ren can really go through special training to improve his physical strength, then he will cast his immortal spells many times. She couldn't imagine it anymore. One couldn't imagine how desperate the foreign inheritors were when they saw the specially trained Gao Ren. Goren was his nominal brother, after all, and if he did make an international splash, then wouldn't she also? She didn't think much further, but her heart was already pulling full of anticipation. Just as she was thinking like this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her sight. It's Goren. Only. Inside the airport, everyone subconsciously turned around and stepped back. The youth was dressed in simple casual clothes, looking like a student who was casually strolling around. But both his cozy, confident expression and that stern gaze revealed two words from start to finish. Everyone subconsciously thought about it, and finally two words flew out of their minds. Invincible. Chapter 82. Gao Ren is looking for death if he comes to participate. The youth revealed the word invincible all over his body, and that shocking aura made everyone subconsciously avoid stepping aside. After a month's time of honing, not only did Gao Ren get quite a bit of physical fitness and possessed muscles, the whole person also grew a bit taller. With his perfect height of 1 meter 8 plus his angular face, he attracts many hot gazes from the opposite sex. Countless members of the opposite sex gathered around, fighting for contact information. Takahito. Goren came to the rescue. Good riddance. He's just come of age and doesn't even have a girlfriend, so it's always normal to look for a soulmate, right? Eventually, he was pulled onto the plane by Sun Jiaoer. On the airplane. The location of our competition this time is the Eagle Kingdom's Washengda City, which is considered to be their home turf, so you should be careful. Elder Chen's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. While they don't care much about Sasaki as a person, they do care about this matter of challenging their strongest inheritor, the Empire. They haven't found any traces of our elimination of Sasori, but they have determined it in their minds. So they must target you and even use the rules to bully you. Don't be impulsive when it comes to these things, calm down and wait for me to deal with them, or you'll most likely be obliterated. The more Chen Lao spoke, the more worried he became, then sighed. I didn't expect the Eagle Kingdom to be so overbearing, directly tampering with the venue of the competition, and although we protested, we couldn't help but support the large number of countries that support the Eagle Kingdom. Goren listened to him quietly, then a confident smile appeared on his face. Bullying me? Elder Chen, you're thinking too much. On this planet I'm the only one who kills with my hands. No one can have the ability to bully me by any means, for any reason, in any form. When Elder Chen heard his words, he sighed instead. Gao Ren, I'll have to remind you about this matter. I know you have a lot of undercurrents, maybe even level 100 immortal Dharma genetic knowledge, but you're still a normal person after all, and as long as you're a normal person you'll have means to be targeted. And although the contestants who have come to compete are also all young, there are also existences that are comparable to the old generation of inheritors, such as the most terrifying lightning spellcaster ever, Jonathan. In Johansson's country the genetic locks have another form of presentation. They become a Zenomancer, and although he is only 86% awakened, he is able to cast out Zenomantic Thunder, to match the terrifying existence of a 90% awakened person who casts a level 97 immortal spell. That's just one person, there are more terrifying guys, they all possess their own crushing cards, each one is a top-notch existence on the blue star. Yes. These are the top of the line. Some of them were even able to cast unseen immortal techniques that directly killed normal people in seconds, leaving people defenseless. Xianfa is just a means of offense, but there is no way to protect yourself at all times. This was also the reason why the existence of the Golden Villa had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom and why Gao Ren wanted to get it. But even if Elder Chen is not wrong, I, Gao Ren, am still the most invincible existence. This as long as you want to get the championship of the competition, even with countless reasons and preparations, don't try to defeat me. Gao Ren remained confident. He said with a lull in his voice and said very seriously, Elder Chen, I don't possess 100 levels of immortal technique, but rather I possess 99,999% of the awakening level. I know all of you don't believe it, and that's because I'm too strong to cast a high-level immortal technique, otherwise the entire blue star would be destroyed. But since you said they'll get their hands dirty this time, let them see my advanced immortal techniques. Well, use a bit of level 20 fairy magic? No, level 21, right? That's quite a difference of one level after all. Why don't we just level 60 and wipe out the Eagle Kingdom? Elder Chen's mouth muscles twitched when he saw him begin to mumble mid-sentence. He looked out the window at the blue sky with worried eyes and let out a long sigh. Take a step forward. At the same time, all over Blue Star, an airplane from each country is on its way to Eagle Country. A young black man dressed in a punk-inspired style was listening to music on the latest model of Fruit 16, with his palms constantly beating the beat. To the beat of his clapping, scream after scream came from inside the airplane. And outside the windows of the airplane, every now and then, dark, unmistakable lightning fell. Also on an airplane, the cockpit was empty. And the crowd in the cockpit kept toweling off their sweat with apprehensive eyes. At the top of the plane, a blonde, slender, fair and white absolute beauty stood atop it, her body shimmering with golden light as a greenish-colored barrier appeared around her. Looking in the direction of the Eagle Kingdom, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The same strange scene took place in the airplanes among the various skies over the blue planet. Until dark. Downtown Washtenaw. Suddenly layers of light appeared from various locations around the city. They form layer after layer of barriers that appear over the downtown area. Residents walking down the street looked up and started cheering. Because they all knew what it represented, an annual international competition. At the same time, Dragon Nation. Many of those following the international tournament turned on their TVs and live streams. An overhead view appears in the sky over Washtenaw. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom were able to see the layers of barriers. All of the dragons were extraordinarily excited. No. It's not just the dragons. And people from various other countries. All countries, at this moment, are cheering for their country's legacy. Subtitles began to appear on the live feed, the names of each country's representatives and participants. As each name appeared, it drew cheers from various countries on and off the air. Those were the top talents among their country, and it was not too much to call them the pride of a generation. As the credits rolled, however, it drew an explosion of response when a name appeared in the credits. Dragon Kingdom representative, contestant Gao Ren. Seeing the subtitled text on this, all the people who were following the dragon race revealed stunned expressions of disbelief. There were even people who kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they had misread it. Sakura domestic. Murata and a crowd of people were watching the broadcast, and when they saw the text on it, they all stared in disbelief as well. Murata even stood up straight away, pointing his finger at the names of the contestants above and staring dead at Gao Ren's name. What's going on? Is he provoking us? Is he looking for death? The more he spoke, the more hideous his expression became. Still really dare to compete, this time you must be allowed to die in the Eagle Kingdom. Make you and the Dragon Kingdom pay dearly. Chapter 83 99%. At this moment, among the highest-end hotels in Washington, D.C., participants from various countries have also seen the list. They were all fascinated by the list of Dragon Nation. Because the name Gao Ren is one they've never seen before. A talented person from every country is going to cause a huge commotion. So even if they weren't in the same country, they were all able to know that there was such a person, or had more or less heard his name. And the name Gao Ren was very unfamiliar to them, especially unfamiliar. They all started to research the information about this person, Gao Ren, in droves, but when their country took the trouble to look for it in a short period of time, they discovered something shocking. That would be this Gao Ren. There is little useful information. It's like this guy appeared out of thin air, and the only useful information is that this guy is in conflict with the Sakura and Eagle Kingdoms. They were so confused that they could only give up their investigation, but they paid extra attention to this person, Gao Ren. They can't find out, but someone can find out about Gao Ren. For example, Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation. At this time in a hidden room, several people sat around in wild conscience, representing Sakura Nation, began to play the video. He was the youngest leader of the Sakura Empire, 18 years old, with an awakening level of 94.9%. Excluding White Knight, who was still being held captive right now, he was the strongest existence. This time he was here to take the written exam on behalf of Sakura Nation, but right now he had one more important thing to do. Then we'll discuss with the Eagle Nation how we can get Gao Ren killed here. Beside him, did a big-nosed white youth, whose eyes were like eagles, was staring at Gao Ren's picture on the screen with dead eyes. That's an image of Takahito attacking Sakura Nation. Feet in the void. Eyes on the nukes. This could no longer be described as strong, but only as divine. This. Are you sure his awakening level is 0%? Hua Shang, the representative of the Eagle Kingdom, frowned tightly. Of course, there have been countless investigations and forensics. Wild Conscience had a slightly serious expression. Hua Sheng shook his head slightly. I still don't believe that there are immortal techniques beyond level 100 in the world. It seems to me that it's likely that there's something wrong with this guy's awakening level. Neither your Sakura nation nor the Dragon nation has had any major breakthroughs in testing awakening instruments. In other words, they are not advanced enough. Our instruments in the Eagle Kingdom are now state-of-the-art, and there will be absolutely no problems. We've just tested a lot of 0% awakened people, and in the end, we found that they still had a level of awakening. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that this guy is not easy to deal with. That's why I'll give him an awakening into a suppressor when the time comes, as well as minimizing all the immortal law suppressors at the venue. And we'll make this a real match. The two of us will use our immortal laws against him together, so that he will surely die. No problem. Then it's a deal. Top floor of the hotel. Gao Ren looked out of the window with a look of excitement. Is this foreign? Is this Eagle country? It does look good, but on closer inspection it's not too different from Dragonland. Of course, no, but it can't be denied that their level of technology is a bit higher than ours. Elder Chen came to his side with a serious expression. We've tried to catch up over the years, but we've never been able to do it, but if we can get the title this time, maybe the international status will improve. For a country to be strong, today's society looks at two things. The first point is the inheritor. The second point is advanced technology. If Gao Ren was able to overwhelm the group and get the strongest title, it would be a great thing for the Dragon Kingdom. Goren was about to say something when there was a knock at the door. Hello. Check the personnel's physical condition according to the usual practice. This is the physical examination instrument. A young lady in black silk served with a smile. She was holding an instrument that was able to test the safety of the human body by simply placing her palm on it. This is a record to be made in order for all participants to be able to play their normal matches, so please cooperate. Elder Chen on the side signaled that there was no problem, and Gao Ren pressed his palm on it. With his palm pressed on it, a piece of data appeared, but the beauty's eyes widened when she saw Gao Ren's last piece of data. Level of awakening, 99%? Gao Ren was also slightly stunned as he hurriedly looked down and realized that there was indeed an awakening degree article. However, it shows 99%. Is this instrument of yours broken? Gao Ren was a bit surprised. He was indeed surprised. Because from the beginning until now, no instrument has been able to test his level of awakening. It's always been 0% no matter how you test it. This one, surprisingly, tested 99%. So Gao Ren's first reaction was that the machine was broken. Otherwise, it could never have turned out this way. Isn't it? I'll change your machine when I come back tomorrow. Don't worry, No need, it's not like it's any important data anyway, the rest of the data is fine. Gao Ren waved his hand, full of unconcern. Hearing his words, the beautiful woman obviously sent a sigh of relief, followed by a warm smile. After climbing a few words with Goren once again, he then left. Gao Ren did not say anything and did not care, but Chen Lao argued to eat the bottom of the lake. The beautiful woman walked out of Gao Ren's room and then immediately went downstairs. After careful observation, walk into the middle of a special booth. Closing the door to the room, two men sat inside the hall. It was no one else but Wild Conscience, the representative of the Sakura country, and Watson, the representative of the Eagle country. See, the people have returned and the results have been fetched, so let's bet on it. I'm still very confident in our Eagle Kingdom's technology. The corner of Hua Sheng's mouth curled into a smile when he saw the visitor return. Come on, tell us the results, did he have an awakening level? Hearing his words, Wild Conscience on the side also raised her head slightly, curiosity filled within her eyes. Under the two men's gaze, the beautiful woman nodded slightly. There is indeed a degree of awakening, but... Ha ha! I told you there was an awakening level. Come on, tell me in detail, what is his level of awakening? Hua Sheng was even more confident and excited. Yes. Forget it, the two of you can see for yourself. The beautiful woman wanted to say something, but in the end, she really had no choice but to push the data of the test in front of them. When the two people saw the data on it, the whole thing was dumbfounded. In the next second, both men exclaimed at the same time. How much? 99%? Chapter 84 countermeasure or trick? Both men thought they had blinked. Especially Watson. He looked at the data in front of him in shock, his mind going blank. Because so far, from the development of their instruments to the beginning of now, there has never been a mistake. You, this instrument fell? He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a stunned expression. Yes, the only thing he thought might be that the instrument was broken. How else could? Have someone 99%? No, Mr. Watson, I can assure you on my life that there is absolutely nothing wrong. I watched him place his palm on the instrument with my own eyes, and you saw every single statistic, excluding the level of awakening, all of them were normal. If there's really a problem anywhere, it's that this instrument is broken. No way. Hua Sheng immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. There's never been a problem with this instrument. Then you mean his awakening level is 99%? Wild Conscience on the side questioned. This. Watson was confused. It had broken his 3 views and perceptions. What did he say? That the instrument is broken? Isn't that saying that their instruments in the Eagle Kingdom are not high-tech? Saying that Goren's awakening level is 99%? This was also absolutely impossible. After all, the most powerful awakened person in the world only had an awakening level of 95.9%. After a brief hesitation, he seemed to think of something and his expression calmed down. Needless to say, it must be that the people from the Dragon Kingdom already knew about our trick, so they utilized some kind of special means to influence our judgment. The more he does, the more it proves they're trying to cover something up. Hua Sheng said with a confident look on his face, this person's awakening level is definitely not 0%, which proves that he's not casting a level 100 immortal technique, but rather a level 90 immortal technique that he's relying on his hidden awakening level to use. They wanted to create the illusion that Gao Ren's greatness was immortal techniques that couldn't be targeted, which is why they said that his awakening level was 0%, such a lustful tactic. As long as we follow my plan and weaken his awakening level, then we will definitely be able to take him down. That's right, their tactics have been seen by us, and all the advantage is mine. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became, even laughing out loud. Wild Conscience, who was on the side, also recognized Hua Sheng's statement after a short period of reflection. After all, someone without an awakening degree casting an immortal technique that surpassed level 100, such a thing really wasn't as reliable as the claim that a person was hiding their awakening degree. In that case, when do we do it? Straight in the preliminaries? Hearing his question, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Hua Sheng's mouth. Sure. It is only when we are competing that we have a reason to be radiant and righteous. I'll put him straight in tomorrow in the first round of the qualifiers. Tomorrow's schedule is 2-on-2, and I'll put him with White Bear Nation. This side is naturally a group of 2 of us. Hearing his words, Wild Conscience frowned. White Bear Country. That's not a good guy to deal with either. Are we sure we won't draw the wrath of the White Bear Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom if we do this? If it was the 3 strongest countries in the world, it would have to be the White Bear Country and the Dragon Country plus the Eagle Country. White Bear Nation and Dragon Nation speedily better, and their own combat power strong ram. This time the plan is to deal with the Dragon Nation, but it wants to attract the anger of the 2 most powerful enemies. This is obviously not a wise move. Oh, it's just that it's foolproof to do so because no one believes we'll do it. Hearing him say that, Wild Conscience froze slightly and nodded as if he had figured something out. However, he immediately said worriedly, but even if he didn't expect it, but after all, the White Bear Country's player is in there too. Facing 2 powerful inheritors at the same time, will the 2 of us have a high success rate? Hey, who said we're 2-on-2? It's actually us 3 against 1. Wild Conscience froze slightly at his words, a shocked look on his face. Who do you mean? That's right, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. For this competition, the White Bear Country's people will help us. At the same time, Gao Ren, who had just sent the Black Silk Beauty away, had only been sitting in his room for a while. Once again there was a knock on the door of the room. It was a tall white man. He had a deep yellow color between his eyebrows and looked to give a very calm and naive look. I'm Kirov, representative of the White Bear Nation, hello. When Gao Ren heard that the other party was from the White Bear Country, he immediately revealed a friendly smile. It was only because Elder Chen had said that the people of the White Bear Country were their allies and could be trusted completely. Hello, I'm Gao Ren from the Dragon Kingdom. Brother, are you coming over so late to treat me to lake bottom fish? Gao Ren immediately extended his palm, excited beyond measure. Elder Chen was sweating on the side, thinking that Gao Ren, this kid doesn't look like an expert in any way. I really don't know how he obtained such a horrible immortal law. Kirov didn't react for a moment, but he still put on a smile and said warmly, "They're all friends, I'll treat you to whatever you like to eat. But that's for afterward. I came over today to discuss something with you." Gao Ren warmly invited him into the house and then told him to keep it short so he could go to dinner. Kirov sat on the couch, and at the moment looked at Gao Ren, who had a head full of food, and was in a bit of a trance for a while. Such a man. Will it really affect the current relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the White Bear Kingdom? His memory traveled back to a few hours ago. He sneered and laughed at Watson from the Eagle Kingdom, but the other party showed him a video about Gao Ren and it changed his mind completely. What do you think Dragon Nation will do after getting an international victory when such a genius emerges? The Dragon Kingdom will begin to continually suppress the White Bear Nation in its dealings with it, and will wait until such a person has risen to power completely, and the first person the Dragon Kingdom will cannibalize will be the White Bear Nation. We cooperate with each other, just make Gao Ren disappear and there won't be any problems with the peace deal between your two countries. The scales, they have to always be equal on both sides to stay smooth. These words kept flashing inside his mind, and in a trance he finally came back to his senses. Looking at the heartless Gao Ren in front of him, he said hesitantly, "I want to discuss with you about tomorrow's match. I heard that it's a 2-on-2 match, so I don't know if Longguo and brother Gao Ren have any countermeasures?" He said with a slight lull in his voice, handing him a list of names. "I've already communicated with many of the more important participants. There are so many countries here that are on our side. If we run into any of these participants, brother Gao can rest assured that you can cooperate with them, and you definitely won't be able to pull any underhanded tricks. Of course, I'm mostly here to discuss the worst case scenario with you. It's you and me, against Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation. Chapter 85. He is the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. You know the relationship between the two countries, the Eagle country and the Sakura country. They will definitely play dirty tricks against us. I came here today because I want to exchange information with the Dragon Kingdom and deal with him in advance for playing dirty tricks," Kirov said seriously, and his entire body began to sit upright. Elder Chen had been listening quietly from the sidelines the entire time, and became visibly serious upon hearing his words. "Gao Ren, he's right, this does need to be taken seriously. We need to exchange information with the White Bear Nation just in case." Gao Ren puffed out a laugh when he heard his words and said helplessly, "My awakening level is 99,999%, what's there to discuss? No matter what kind of tactics and underhanded tricks, in front of my absolute power, it's nothing more than all futile," he said, slowly getting up and stretching his body with a groan of comfort. He then waved his hand with a confident look on his face, just like a big brother, and said, "White Bear Country Kirov, right? You just put your heart in your stomach. If that does happen, all you need to do is to be quiet on the sidelines and watch me do it." Kirov looked at him in dismay and shock. Is this guy an idiot? Why would the Dragon Kingdom send such a middle-aged teenager? And 99,999% awakening? Looks like it's 99,999% pure dishabaggery. He looked his gaze to Elder Chen on the side, casting an inquiring expression. However, he found that Elder Chen's face was also changing, not looking too good. It seems like he also doesn't believe that Gao Ren can do 1 against 2? No. What's he thinking? How can you fight 1 against 2? That Gao Ren does have some press, but he's a bit arrogant as a person, don't be offended. I'm the person in charge of Dragon Kingdom this time. Where is your person in charge now? I can exchange information with you." Chen Lao was helpless and embarrassed. Kirov's brow had furrowed when he heard him say that, but he immediately stretched it out. "I am the head of White Bear Country and a contestant. Since you're in charge, let's start exchanging information." Gao Ren rolled his eyes when he saw how serious the two were. "You guys are totally not trusting me. Okay. You guys can talk if you like, I'm going for a late-night snack anyway." Kirov's expression was a bit displeased when he heard his words. "Brother Gao Ren, don't think that this is a very small probability. It would be troublesome if we really encountered such a situation, and we should never joke with the country's reputation or our own responsibility." Seeing how serious he was, Gao Ren helplessly spread his hands and said, "I've already told you the reason. Those people and the so-called means are nothing in my eyes. Father Chicken, right? You trust me, as long as I'm around, they can't make any waves. Well, I'm starving to death, so I won't talk to you much longer." "Oh, right. You don't need to treat me today, I'll just treat you. If you want to eat, come find me with Elder Chen later. I'm a person who never treats, because you are a friend I call you O." He didn't care what kind of attitude or expression Kirov had, he finished himself and left. Seeing him leave, Kirov frowned slowly. He had wondered if it was a judgment call to judge whether or not to cooperate with Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation. Now it seemed that he would have to give it some serious thought. There was no doubt that Gao Ren had terrifying strength. Because he has seen the video of Gao Ren destroying the Sakura country, such a person will definitely affect the international direction for sure. Available at. Is it really okay to have a character like Takahito? If such a person was really allowed to grow up, then the provocation of the Eagle Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom would become real. It's better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to absolutely not let one go. He muttered in his heart, his eyes narrowing slightly with a cold light. Kirov? Elder Chen's words pulled him out of his thoughts, followed by a friendly smile. Elder Chen, since he doesn't want to discuss it here, it's fine for us to exchange information here. It's that I want you to tell him truthfully afterward about the information we've exchanged. Don't you worry. Absolutely. The next day. Early morning. Downtown Watson. Largest venue built. Countless legacies are partying here. Today is a feast for the city of Washtana. Today is an international feast. Countless people were watching the feast. There are countless shots of each player as they take the stage. There have been countless revelries at the debut of each one of the man countries. The leaders of each country sat in their offices, quietly waiting for the contest to begin. The legacy armies of every country are standing by, and the technology at the borders is ready. This appeared to be a mere competition, but on the dark side there were countless tit-for-tat matches. Even among the southernmost neighboring countries, at the first sign of a contestant losing in the midst of a fight, there would be a joint invasion by the other countries. This is not child's play. Rather, it is a symbol of a country's ability to reflect the upper limit of the inheritor's strength. Some of the larger countries will skirmish, although they will not directly resort to arms. A bigger country would have sanctioned and invaded economically. All in all, it was an extremely serious fight. Inside the conference hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the black-robed men were sitting in their chairs, watching the images on the screen. The atmosphere seemed different today though, all the black-robed men were conversing and chatting privately. Someone directly inquired, "Leader, isn't your decision to let him fight on behalf of our dragon nation this time a bit too hasty? Gon has the characteristics to play in some ways, but there are a lot of better personnel than him and the odds will be better." A black-robed man questioned, and the others nodded, clearly agreeing with him. Hearing him say that, the black-robed man sitting in the very center was silent for a few seconds. It was only when everyone around him quieted down and set their eyes on him that he slowly said, "The Dragon Kingdom has been stalemated internationally for far too long, and we, Blue Star, have been enslaved for far too long. You don't break through by sticking to the rules, so we're going to try to do it before the rest of the world. I don't care what the other countries on the Blue Planet think, but we, the Dragon Kingdom, we, Huaxia, won't be the slaves of others forever. Since no one can change anything about Blue Star, let the Dragon Kingdom lead Blue Star down another path. There are variables in this that we need to try and find out for ourselves," he said, pointing at Gao Ren, who appeared from among the cameras. "This kid, there's a high probability that there are 0% and level 100 spell variants in him. Whether he's a self-exploding grenade or a nuclear bomb that sets the world on fire. We're all going to try. He is at this moment. It's the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 86, The Mighty Huasheng. Inside the venue, Gorin approached in full view of the crowd. He had a look of excitement and confidence on his face as he curiously surveyed everything around him. Along with him were a number of representatives of countries, and as he was seeing such a big national scene for the first time, he couldn't help but be a little curious. As for Elder Chen, who had followed him into the arena, he was frowning with a sad face at this moment. For he felt unkind glances from all sides. Most of these stares originated from Eagle Country citizens, and some from other countries as well. Gao Ren gradually also felt the gazes of these people and was more or less uncomfortable. Why does it feel like we've been targeted? Gao Ren looked at Elder Chen at the side in disbelief. The Sasaki thing didn't directly damage international relations, but it was undoubtedly the equivalent of dotting a drop of ink on a blank sheet of paper, and all the countries with ties to the Eagle Kingdom will look at us through tinted glasses. Regardless of whether or not our performance is outstanding this time, I'm afraid we'll be targeted, and our lives may even be in danger. Ha! Takahito was a little confused. An international competition of this magnitude, with all the countries present, dares to make a move against us? He was indeed a bit dismayed. Normally speaking it wouldn't be, but with this current stance I feel. he said, signaling Gao Ren to look towards the distance, and Gao Ren followed his gaze. Only to see that amongst the gazes of those who could not wait to eat him, many of them already had flickering white lights on their bodies. That was the omen of an inheritor preparing to cast an immortal spell. These people seemed to be brewing immortal spells, and with the other party's straight gaze fixed on him and Elder Chen, the target of attack was obvious. The reason they weren't attacked was because above those masses, at intervals, there stood an inheritor standing in the void to maintain order. That's Gao Ren from the Dragon Kingdom, isn't it? I've heard of his story. To dare to come to this competition at such a sensitive time, I really don't know what he was thinking. In the middle of the White Country's team, the peerless beauty with fair skin sat on the carriage, her beautiful eyes sizing up Gao Ren. Beside her stood a medieval butler-like man, who said respectfully upon hearing his words, "The Dragon Kingdom has been acting strangely lately, and it's impossible for anyone to guess what they're trying to do. But at such a sensitive time, it is indeed surprising that this one called Gao Ren still dares to come here." The beautiful woman's pair of eyes stared at the youth who was looking left and right with curiosity in his eyes. It wasn't just the White Kingdom that also noticed Gao Ren, but also the Tricolor Kingdom. The three colors of the flag of the Tricolor Nation, under which the young black man in the punk system still wears headphones. He stared at Gao Ren, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, worthy of being from the Dragon Kingdom. Doing things is bold. It's just a shame it's so out of Eagle Country. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get out of Eagle Country this year. The participants from other countries were all staring at Gao Ren in one way or another. Most of them have only one word in their hearts for Gao Ren, and that is looking for death. Inside the venue, the Eagle States on the stage had begun to introduce the schedule, and everyone sat down in the seats that had been distributed among the states and waited. The host on stage introduced the countries and the delegates in turn, each one causing cheers from the people below, until the Dragon Country. Gao Ren slowly got up under the introduction to greet the national participants around him, but what should have been a loud applause in response was silent. These people stared straight at Gao Ren and Elder Chen, looking as if they were looking at clowns. Gao Ren also frowned slightly as he felt the atmosphere around him. But he didn't get angry, just sneered and sat back in his seat. You have to be careful. Looking at this situation, and my good guess, it's very likely that you'll encounter a joint confrontation between the Eagle Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom in the first round of the competition. If you're unlucky, the teammates you're fighting with against each other are bought off by the other side. When it comes to 3 against 1, it's very likely, he said lustily. Most likely what? Takahito looked at him curiously. It's very likely that you'll be disabled or even die. Chen Lao's face was ugly. This is, after all, the territory of the Eagle Kingdom's family, and they have absolutely no fear of our Dragon Kingdom, and with the Sasaki matter, they're likely to overreact. His words had almost just fallen. The cheers from the stage instantly turned up a notch. It turns out that the contest has officially begun. A video of each country's representative began to play on it, containing some of the high points of the various places they had competed in, or used their immortal techniques. Gao Ren saw the man from the three-color country invoke heavenly thunder to blast away a city area's ferocious beastland, turning that one into complete ruins. Seeing the fair beauty controlling the giant whale ferocious beast, which was tens of meters long, at a height of thousands of meters, and then letting it fall to its death. People were also seen running in the middle of the gale. 1 against 10. A nearly 1,000-meter blade of light in his hand slashed the mountain. Wait! Countless shocking images flashed time and time again, causing those around them to gasp and cheer. Soon, Watson's face appears in the picture, causing everyone in the room to go crazy screaming for it. Gao Ren felt some ringing in his ears and squinted at Elder Chen on the side. This is the representative of the Eagle Kingdom, and by far the strongest inheritor of the Eagle Kingdom, with an awakening level of 95.5%. It's even stronger than White Knight, and the proficiency in mastering immortal laws is far greater than White Knight's. Just as his words fell, the screen on the stage began to flicker. Only to see Hua Sheng standing in the middle of a ruin facing a huge beast that was close to 100 meters tall. The giant beast looked incomparably hideous, like a demon that had crawled out from inside hell. This is the troll soldier. Elder Chen on the side was shocked beyond belief. Gao Ren was also stunned. The so-called troll soldiers are an offshoot of the Fae. Because there were many different types of Fae, and even more countless mutations, there would always be Fae that evolved into humanoid form. These types of beasts were generally more terrifying, as evolving and mutating into a humanoid form required an extremely brutal test, so the worst troll soldiers could easily fight off level 90 immortal laws. Even more than 90% of the awakened die at the hands of troll soldiers every year. So basically, encountering a giant divine soldier was a confrontation between multiple awakened with 90% awakening levels together. This image on Watson. Surprisingly, he fought against it himself. At this point, in the middle of the screen, along with the golden light that flickered from Hua Shang's body, countless machines appeared around him. It was a collection of countless technologies, flashing laser cannons. The entire screen was enveloped in white light as the laser cannons flashed. The white light gradually disappeared into thin air, and the tall figure reappeared. Only the tall figure that reappeared was already tattered. It's like toy parts that have fallen apart. Watson. Surprisingly, one person killed the troll soldier all by himself. Chapter 87 Drawl. Seeing the troll soldiers gradually fall. There was a brief moment of silence before a mountain of screams erupted. Watson! 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 The deafening sound made Gao Ren subconsciously cover his ears and squint slightly. It's almost at the level of all the attacking fairy spells at level 3. That's right. In his opinion, although the strike just now was terrifying, it was at most at the level of a level 3 attack immortal technique. The other thing that really concerns him is that, why was he able to summon a technological cannon? That's right, a technological laser cannon like that is clearly not the type of arcane immortal magic that the Dragon Kingdom has. More like tech. That's normal, the technology of Genlock is available in every country. But in the form of expression, it is more or less different. Some countries can summon giant beasts, while others are only able to use psychic powers and technology. But all of these technologies are too cumulative for the Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom's subtle immortal laws and classic immortal cultivation abilities are incomparable to any other country's heritage. What they have created with all the technology they have used in their poor lives is no match for a single corner of our old ancestors' 8 trigrams of Xianuang. Old Chen said this with immense pride, holding his head high. Gao Ren also warmed up as he listened, slightly clenching his fists. It was also at that moment that he realized that the sounds around him had suddenly quieted down. Not only that, there were many gazes converging on him. Feeling the gaze on him, he slowly raised his head. At this moment, countless people's gazes converged on his body with a few moments of scrutiny. That's right, scrutiny. Don't be weird, it's your turn to be introduced. Elder Chen prompted from the side. Hearing Elder Chen's words, he also looked up at the big screen. The big screen presented information about the Dragon Kingdom and him. A huge number then appeared on the big screen. 0%. The only man in the world who had 0% awakening yet came to represent his country in a competition. This data is conspicuously written and presented in an exaggerated manner. All the spectators below showed sneering smiles of disdain. After all, in the perception of common sense, no matter what the reason, the awakening level as long as it is 0% is garbage. However, in the face of so many people sneering and despising, Gao Ren stood still but did not change his color and was as steady as a mountain. Hua Shang, who was standing at the edge of the high platform, sneered when he saw this chesty look on his face. It seems that this kid still thinks that no one has figured out his scheme with the Dragon Kingdom. I'd like to see if you can still utilize the power of a normal immortal technique once your awakening level is limited at that time. The strategy of wanting 0% awakening level to confuse others into targeting immortal techniques is good, but it's still a bit obvious in the end. He said, looking aside at Wild Conscience, and the two smiled at each other. Takahito's introduction is brief, as there isn't much information about Takahito internationally. The only 2 times I've had it, and it wouldn't be released because of Sakura Nation. This leads to a very abstract introductory video for Gorin. Everyone else's introductory videos were full of special effects, and Gao Ren's video was surprisingly a photoshoot. The crowd, who were already looking down on Gao Ren, were at first puzzled and then burst out laughing when they saw that there were only photoshoots. Laughter echoed throughout the venue. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Gao Ren's photoshoot was even delayed and obviously played for a longer period of time than the other contestants. This is tantamount to a live flogging. What do you guys mean by this? Have your person in charge of managing the video come out to see me? Elder Chen couldn't hold his tongue and pulled aside the staff to roar angrily. He was a general of the Dragon Kingdom and had been at the forefront of the battlefield against the invaders, and had commanded armies that had clashed with the Eagle Kingdom, even winning many times. So how could he bear it in the face of such humiliation? However, in the face of his anger, the arrested staff member simply told him to calm down, and then took advantage of Chen Lao's inattention to burrow into the crowd and disappear. Elder Chen was still furious and was just about to make a move to grab his opponent, but he was grabbed by Gao Ren. Elder Chen, the competition has begun. Chen Lao froze and realized that the screen on the stage had indeed shown the beginning video. Then the host of the Eagle Kingdom also slowly walked onto the stage, announcing the official start of the competition. When Chen Lao saw that it had already started, he could only curse and sit in his seat. Gao Ren, today we must let them know how powerful we are. Try not to hold back too much of your strength and give them a show. Elder Chen spoke angrily, looking very angry. For Gao Ren, he was still relatively confident. Because he knew that the immortal laws in Gao Ren's hands were good, so as long as he didn't run into too difficult opponents, he would be able to pass the first round without any problems. When that time came, he wanted to see who else dared to despise Gao Ren and the Dragon Kingdom so much. He said, looking over at the stage and realizing that the session of the race had already been announced at that point. It was a 2-on-2 duel, just like the intel they'd gotten. Then it was time to start randomizing the teams into A and B teams. The first to be drawn was Team A. Along with the specialized drawers drawing lots, they soon saw the first team. Eagle Country. The originally expectant Elder Chen frowned, his body sitting a few points straighter. After all, the Eagle Kingdom was the strongest existence, and being the first to appear undoubtedly gave them tremendous pressure. But it also gives a lot of people a little more to look forward to, because anyone wants to be with the strongest country. The next moment, another country appeared. The moment this country appeared, it made everyone on the scene's scalp go numb. Then Sakura Nation. It is well known that the two countries have close relations. These two countries together with the strong power of the Eagle Kingdom, either country has pressure on the confrontation. Elder Chen's frown deepened while taking on a few worried looks. The drawing of the B team began immediately afterward. All the countries are holding their breath, hoping they don't get drawn. No one wanted to go up and look for trouble with such a difficult team. With that in mind, the draw on that appeared. Accompanied by the display on the screen, Elder Chen stood up violently, his face turning blue and unsightly. To be so blatant, do you really think my Dragon Kingdom is easy to bully? Gao Ren also showed curiosity with an intriguing smile. Kind of. That's right. The country drawn was no other than the Dragon Kingdom. It was Gao Ren. Subconsciously, Gao Ren turned his head towards the area of the contestants on the high platform and saw Hua Sheng and Wild Conscience standing together. The two seemed to have been standing together for a long time, and when they felt Gao Ren's gaze, they also turned their heads one after another, simultaneously revealing intriguing and full of provocative sneers. That smile is like saying, "You're dead." Chapter 88, I am 99,999%. Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation were teammates, and the first opponent drawn was surprisingly Dragon Nation. Chen Lao's face was iron blue and unsightly as he clenched his fists in death. To dare to target so blatantly, I must contact the country now and make them Eagle Kingdom pay the price. He said that he was about to pick up the phone, but he was directly pressed by Gao Ren, who was at the side. Wait a little longer, didn't our teammates still not show up? And I'll be able to deal with them even without my teammates, there's no need to rush. Almost as soon as his words fell, the drawing of lots took place on the stage once more. Their teammates on the team had immediate results. Yes. White Bear Country. The moment the White Bear Country appeared, everyone was confused. That's a pretty exciting reversal, isn't it? First, the Sakura and Eagle countries joined forces. This was followed by the selection of the two countries' perennial rivals, the Dragon Kingdom. Just when everyone thought it was shady, the reversal surprisingly reappeared. The Dragon Nation's teammate turned out to be the White Bear Nation, which had always joined forces with them against the Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation's allies. Not only that, but the White Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation combined to clearly surpass the Sakura Nation and the Dragon Nation in terms of paper strength. Beautiful. Elder Chen, who was originally angry, waved his hand excitedly when he saw that the person he drew was actually White Bear Nation. No one had expected this situation, not even Gao Ren. Is it teaming up with Kirov? Gao Ren looked up in the direction of the White Bear Country and saw Kirov waving towards him, along with a warm smile. He didn't need Kirov's fighting prowess too much, but after all, he had lifted his hand, not to mention that he had discussed it with Chen Lao for their victory in the middle of the night yesterday. Thinking of this, Gao Ren also put on a friendly smile. Great. Originally, I thought it was a shady move by the other side, on purpose, but now it seems that the result is a very favorable existence for us. Gao Ren, as long as you play steadily and well, we will definitely be able to raise our eyebrows this time. Elder Chen was incredibly excited. Chen Lao urged Gao Ren to hurry up and get on the stage, but as he watched Gao Ren get on his head, he felt that something wasn't quite right. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom, he had very keen insight. Such a seemingly implausible and coincidentally reasonable draw can be bizarre if you think about it. At least, it's Eagle Country grounds, so how could you possibly get yourself two of the toughest bones in the game? Realizing this problem, Chen Lao's forehead had been more than a few points of worry, and it so happened that at this time, he saw that those leaders of the Cherry Blossom Country and the Eagle Country were looking at Gao Ren, who was on the stage with a sneer on his face, and his heart thumped. Not good. There are questions. When Chen Lao realized this, he began to look around. Sure enough, he noticed the anomaly. Eagle's Nation has set up a bit too many restrictive fairy spells on the playing field. The layers appeared to be a barrier to protect the outside world, but it was more like a cage to trap the people in it. Not only that, but he noticed that all the countries had very few assistants in, other than those who were competing. Almost all of them were from Eagle Country, and none of them were ordinary at first glance. An increasingly bad premonition appeared in his heart, and he subconsciously took out his communicator to dial the phone number within the Dragon's Kingdom. The phone calls, while not saying the signal was blocked, were intermittent and obviously not very smooth, and there would be brief moments where you couldn't dial for a few minutes because the signal was so bad. All of this points to one thing, and that is that the Eagle State is about to make a big move. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he tried to continue communicating while heading towards the locations of those countries that had befriended the Dragon Kingdom. At this very moment, the leader of the Eagle Kingdom had been the first to notice Elder Chen, who had begun to act, and narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. He gestured towards the staff around him, who then left with great understanding. Seeing the staff heading towards Elder Chen's location, the corners of the Eagle Kingdom's leaders' mouths hooked into a sneer as they looked up towards the four people who were about to confront each other. Representatives from both sides were guided by the host to the very center of the venue. Gao Ren, you will pay for all the acts you have committed against our Sakura Kingdom today. I, Wild Conscience, will definitely let you know what happens when you offend my great Sakura Empire. Before Wild Conscience even approached, the voice of gnashing teeth arrived first. As he approached, the four men faced each other no more than 2 meters apart. Wild Conscience's pair of eyes stared deathly at Gao Ren, leaping with flames of anger. However, in the face of his threat, Gao Ren didn't feel half as much of a sense of crisis. Instead, he wore an expression that said it didn't matter, and that he would finish you all off in a little while anyway. That kind of arrogance and cockiness does not need any words, is as long as you see Gao Ren a glance, will be able to guess what to think from his expression action. Seeing that his words had no effect at all, Wild Conscience's face clouded over. Seeing that his words were not working, Hua Shang, who was on the side, spoke up at this time. Gao Ren, you don't have to pretend here, others don't know about your situation, but I've already sent people to find out about you. Your awakening level isn't actually 0% or extremely close to 0%, is it? Not only that, your awakening level is not low. With a confident face, he stared at Gao Ren triumphantly. Gao Ren froze, surprised beyond belief. How could you even know that I'm not less awakened? Investigating in such detail? Gao Ren's heart thumped. Although he was confident in his own degree of awakening, but after all, this is the era of rapid development of technology, it is impossible to say that the other side really has a way to deal with 99,999% awakening? Seeing him show such an expression, Hua Shang became even more certain of his conjecture and became even more complacent. Gao Ren, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've found a way to do this to you. Your awakening level isn't low, is it? I'm afraid it's also 90%, no, according to my own precise speculation, it should be between level 93. The so-called level 100 immortal technique you displayed is merely a special immortal technique of level 97 or higher. If I'm not wrong, it's an immortal law that the Dragon Kingdom tailored for you and even got out with great effort, in order to mold you as a secret weapon. He shook his head at the end of his statement and seemed to have the information completely in hand. He said the stripes, which put the two men excluding Gao Ren in a daze. Kirov's eyes even flashed with astonishment, shocked that Hua Shang was able to grasp so much information. His eyes, which had been somewhat hesitant, gradually became firm at this moment. He stood behind Gao Ren, his eyes more than a hint of indifference. As for Gao Ren, who heard these words from Watson, Takahito froze. He looked at the confident Watson in dismay, the corners of his mouth twitching. He knew he was overthinking it. The man in front of me is an idiot, douchebag. And speculating on his 93% awakening level? The old man is 99,999%. Chapter 89 Flashes of Light. Gao Ren, don't be nervous. They are using a ploy to provoke you, don't disorganize yourself. Kirov put his palm on Gao Ren's shoulder and spoke slowly. No, I just thought it was a little funny. Goran lost his smile. Funny? What do you find so funny? Do you think it's useful to act crazy at this point? When he reached here, his voice lurched and he continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that in order to deal with you, I've already made preparations. This is the graveyard for you. His voice took on a slight chill when he said the word graveyard. Along with his words, a faint light and clear wind rose around them, slowly sending them into the middle of mid-air. At the same time, the host's voice began to echo across the grounds. The image that you are seeing now is a level 96 barrier type of spatial ability performed by our Eagle Kingdom. It will send the 4 contestants into the middle of mid-air, and the spatial powers will form a perfect confrontation space with the uppermost barrier, and will definitely not accidentally injure the audience. The exciting battle will begin soon, so please wait and see. The audience began to cheer as the host's voice dropped. Their eyes were fixed on the slowly ascending runners, their expressions wild with anticipation. Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation versus Dragon Nation and White Bear Nation. This exciting fight was definitely the most entertaining bout of the year. It's the level of excitement that you can't take your eyes off of. At this point, retracting his gaze from the audience underneath, Hua Shang looked back at Gao Ren. See, today there will be countless people, including people from your Dragon Kingdom, your loved ones' family members and other important people, witnessing your death. This space is capable of isolating any immortal technique below level 100, and there is a special immortal technique that was specifically laid out for you. In your Dragon Kingdom there is a saying that it is a formation, and there is only one thing that this formation will do, and that will be that it will limit your awakening level by 90%. If your level of awakening is 100%, then you will change your level of awakening to 10% for a brief 3 minutes. He actually looked up and waved his hand at Kirov of the White Bear Nation, and then a white glow unexpectedly appeared on all 3 of them at the same time. That was the light revealed when casting an immortal technique, a light that was cast only for a split second. 3 delicate devices appeared in the hands of the 3 people, and an invisible electromagnetic wave appeared, directly enveloping Gao Ren's surroundings. Gao Ren felt a tingle, and then something inside his body seemed to have been drawn out quite a bit. I can't tell, but it's like my body was emptied for a moment, and it's not very comfortable. But his attention didn't last long on that, but rather on Kirov. He looked at Kirov, who kept backing away, with an extra dash of confusion inside his eyes. How did you use fairy magic in conjunction with them? A group of you? Goran was shocked. Because even before he became a true inheritor, he knew that the White Bear Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom were on good terms. This is something that all of Dragonland knows, and all of White Bearland knows. Now the Eagle Kingdom was going to unite with the Sakura Kingdom to kill him, which he could understand. What he doesn't understand is why White Bear Country is doing this. Gao Ren, I'm not working with them, I'm simply trying to deal with you. Kirov's voice carried a bit of regret. Your appearance is too sudden and will affect the delicate balance between the White Bear Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. There can be geniuses, but not geniuses like you who can change everything enough, so you have to stay here. Only in this way can all our transactions between the White Bear Country and the Dragon Country be at ease. Gao Ren was stunned, but he immediately understood what he meant, and then laughed out loud. He gave a laugh that confused a few people. Because it's normal to panic in such a desperate situation. Perhaps there is also anger and resentment, or despair. In a nutshell, it won't be a situation like Goran's. What are you laughing at? Kirov frowned. For some reason, he was now beginning to feel regret and uneasiness. Because he had been observing Gao Ren all along, Gao Ren had never shown a trace of panic or nervousness from the beginning to the end. Instead, he had been very relaxed. It seemed as if he had been prepared to deal with a 3-way siege. I'm laughing at your lack of brains. Even I, a high school student, know about the rabbit's death and you don't. What do you know? Kirov suddenly became agitated. You're a little high school student, what have you been through? Do you know how important the relationship between the 2 countries is? I would do anything to maintain the balance of the current relationship. Gao Ren shook his head. You don't have to be so agitated, I don't know what you call those reasonings, I just know that our 2 countries are allies, and allies can't do things like this. But you have your reasons, I don't blame you, but I'm not going to care about you anymore when I cast my next immortal spell. Gao Ren said as he began to move his muscles. Pust. Watson laughed out loud at his words. Goren, you've got some nerve. I believe you've already felt it, right? Your level of awakening has been affected. This sentomancy, oh, that's what you call senjutsu, never misses a beat. Right now, you can only utilize at most 10% of your original level of awakening. As long as we stand still for you to cast an immortal attack, you won't be able to hurt us even a bit. No. He seemed to be thinking of something happy when he said that, and broke into a wide grin. You don't have the chance to use the immortal technique. He said the light on his body had begun to flicker. At the same time, both Wild Conscience and Kirov, who were on the sidelines, began to use their immortal techniques, and the three of them began to flicker with light. A terrifying light enveloped everyone's sight in an instant. Why is it being televised at this hour? Elder Chen, who had been keeping an eye on the battlefield, had an ugly expression on his face. He'd been watching what was going on up there from the beginning, but for some reason, the drone's camera feed was about 10 seconds late. By the time the footage was relayed over, all that could be seen on the big screen was white. Obviously, someone was using fairy magic. However, in the current situation, I'm afraid that I can only wait until the white light of the immortal laws disappears before I can observe the competition normally. But Elder Chen stood in the seat of an allied country, his expression gradually becoming grave. He clenched his fists in a death grip and took a deep breath. A very strong and bad feeling of foreboding was building up due to the obstructed view. And after the glow still hadn't disappeared after 10 seconds or so, the concern reached an extreme. Chapter 90 Immortal Technique, Flesh Strengthening. The light hadn't disappeared yet, and the bad feeling in Chen Lao's heart had already reached a point of chest tightness. He scanned his eyes and saw that the leadership personnel of that Eagle Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom had strange smiles on their faces at that moment. Damn it! He clenched his fists and grimaced. It was clear that there was a problem, but without evidence, it was impossible for him to call off the competition, so he could only wait with a stiff upper lip. And right now. In the midst of the glow, Gao Ren watched the three men with interest. These three men have a clear division of labor. Kirov of the White Bear Country casts a fairy spell that affects the surrounding radiance. Under his exertion, the surrounding area was enveloped in light. It was clearly a blindfold to keep the outside world from observing them, and to them, all the sounds from the outside world were noticeably diminished. If nothing else, the outside world was now completely invisible to them. Then there's the Wild Conscience. His body shimmered with light as electromagnetic waves appeared around Takahito. Gao Ren could clearly feel his own level of awakening decreasing further. It seems that the Wild Conscience serves to suppress Goren's caliber. And finally, there's Watson. He had slowly floated up and countless haze lights appeared around him. One by one, robots that looked like they belonged to future technology appeared, each of them heavily armed, one hand transformed into a laser sword, and one hand raised a laser cannon. The energy in the middle of that cannon's chamber was comparable to nuclear energy. More than 30 cyborgs were fully armed, and behind them, Hua Shang's silhouette emerged again. Hua Shang's eyes revealed madness and smugness, his voice almost pressed out from inside his throat in triumph. Level 99 Alien Law, Nuclear Energy Missile Team. The representatives of three countries working together against one person at the same time was a sight not seen in so many years. If as a bystander, it must be marveled at the excitement, but as the one being attacked is undoubtedly despairing. Yes, anyone else on Blue Star would be desperate, but not including Goren. He looked around curiously at the delicate cyborgs and couldn't help but tsk as he felt the devastating power inside the shells. You're a little more powerful than the Sakura Nation's nuclear bomb, worthy of being the strongest representative of the Eagle Nation. The corner of Hua Sheng's mouth hooked up with a touch of smugness when he heard his words. It's useless for you to pay compliments here, you're going to die here today no matter what. However, my Eagle Empire has never been about fair duels, so I can now give you a chance to use your immortal technique, which is also your only chance to resist. He spread his hands arrogantly and laughed. Takahito almost couldn't hold back his spray when he heard him. And fair? Speaking of fairness and 3 against 1? Speaking of fairness also limits his level of awakening? However, he didn't open his mouth to retort, and instead revealed an intriguing smile. Are you sure? Sure. You remove the? Watson looked confident. Might as well tell you the truth, when I killed the troll soldier, I used this alteration method, and I didn't use my full strength. Do you think you're better than a troll soldier on your own level? There was sarcasm and contempt in his eyes. Wild Conscience and Kirov, who heard this from the sidelines, both changed color slightly when they heard his words, their eyes flashing with shock. There was no way for the two of them, at least, to easily defeat a troll soldier without using their full strength. No, let alone beating it easily, it's a question of whether or not it can be beaten. In other words, such a terrifying attack that they might not be able to resist with their full strength was now something that Gao Ren had to fight against with his awakening level weakened by 90%. This is certain death. The two looked at Gao Ren's gaze, simultaneously bringing pity with them. Gao Ren ignored them and had already started sifting through the immortal laws in front of him. After a brief moment of choice, a smile curved his lips. Level 50 Immortal Technique, Flesh Strengthening. Briefly gain an immortal Dharma physique to maximize your power. The physical body could resist blade magic treasures and forcefully harden against spells. Seeing the synopsis, Gao Ren immediately liked it. Doesn't this guy like to abuse people who are suppressed from awakening? Doesn't he dislike having people use spells? In that case, let them know what it means to have a fist like a sandbag. Thinking this way, he directly began to load the immortal laws. Loading knowledge of immortal laws, flesh strengthening. Loading. Loading 3%. Loading 12%. Loading 36%. Loading 54%. Loading 100%. Loading successful. At the same time, a few of Hua Sheng's people saw a light literally flickering out of Gao Ren's body, and sneers appeared on their faces. This kid even really wanted immortal laws to fight me. I really don't know whether to say he's stupid or brave. Hua Sheng lost his smile. Wild Conscience on the side also sneered at this moment. I have a suggestion, why don't we switch the outside world's footage in at the moment when he and you are casting immortal techniques against each other? That way, the whole world will be able to see that he died so tragically, and it will be even more of a relief for the people of our great Cherry Blossom Empire to see. The most important point is that this way everyone will be able to see that he died accidentally in the middle of the immortal Dharma clash, and it doesn't have much to do with us. Hua Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard his words. That's a good idea, this guy is just dying now, he can't make waves. If that's the case, then we'll do what you want. Wild Conscience was in a bit of a mood to hear him agree. If you were to say that the person who hated Gao Ren and the Dragon Kingdom the most out of several people, it was definitely him. That's why he wanted to take revenge on Gao Ren and the Dragon Kingdom. There was no doubt that if this matter was successful, it would surely deal a great blow to the Dragon Kingdom. As for Gao Ren, must die. He's costing Sakura Nation too much. It was even more of a loss of face for Sakura Nation. Kirov, once Gao Ren strikes, you immediately withdraw your immortal law. Coyote Heart shouted with a grim expression. Kirov didn't speak, but nodded slightly. It was also at this time that the golden light on Gao Ren's body had flashed radiantly. A golden light faintly emanated from his body, giving Gao Ren's body an extra touch of divinity. The slight glint of light among those eyes was the first to meet Wild Conscience's eyes. The moment the two stared at each other, Wild Conscience felt creeped out throughout. He felt like a mole cricket. The other party seemed to be able to kill him with a random move, but in a trance it felt like it was all an illusion. Because Gao Ren didn't seem to have changed anything, the immortal technique he used just seemed to make himself emit a faint glow. Humph. Hua Sheng snorted coldly. The contempt in the middle of those eyes grew stronger and stronger. Gao Ren, I gave you a chance, but it seems you're no good either. In that case, he said with a lurch in his voice, his eyes flashing with coldness and murderous intent. Prepare to die. Chapter 91 Flesh Body Becomes Sainthood. Icy killing intent spread across Hua Sheng's body as the immortal laws that he was manipulating, those cyborgs that were using nuclear bombs, all began to release terrifying energies. The terror began to tilt, and a countdown began to appear around them. 3, 2. Kirov had been watching every move of the few people present. At the sound of the machinery, the entire group began to tense up as well. Not only that, but he also began to have other lights flickering out of his body as well, as if he was preparing for a second immortal technique. Wild Conscience stared at Gao Ren dead in the face and also began to use immortal techniques as terrifying energies appeared around him, clearly aiming to launch strikes against Gao Ren. In this moment, all three were ready to deal a fatal blow to Gao Ren. They stared at Gao Ren's every move to death, in case he escaped or made any other movements. Suddenly, the smile at the corner of Gao Ren's mouth pulled away, ripping to an exaggerated arc. He laughed, loudly. But this sound was no ordinary laughter, but an explosive boom like a nuclear bomb that directly exploded in the entire sky. Everyone felt a buzzing in their brains, subconsciously looking up blankly, with a trace of blood flowing down from their ears and eyes. Not only that, along with a terrifying laugh, the golden light that covered the top instantly disappeared, as if the clouds had dissipated. The picture on the big screen also instantly recovered, revealing the 4 people in the middle of the battle. Among the 4 people, the expressions of the Sakura country and the Eagle country were tinged with ferocity and coldness, but at this moment, there was more than a touch of dismay and shock between their brows. The farthest Kirov stood still, more bewildered than shocked. As for Gao Ren, he was laughing, and that horrible, horrible laugh was coming from his mouth. The sound was somehow amplified a million times over, and it was mind-blowing. It's done. I'm a done deal. I'm finally able to control the immortal technique perfectly. Gao Ren laughed out loud, looking extremely excited. That's right. His long hours of study and effort towards immortal laws had finally borne fruit. Even if you use a level 50 immortal technique, it won't be enough to destroy everything around you. Sure enough, as long as one can clearly understand the immortal laws, one would be able to use higher level immortal techniques. For example, at this moment, although the inside of his body was filled with destructive and terrifying power, it would never appear to be out of control to the extent of destroying everything around him. He stared at the stunned few and slowly hooked his finger at Watson of the Eagle Kingdom and the wild conscience of the Sakura Kingdom in front of him. Buzz! At that moment a low humming sound covered his laughter, and it turned out to be more than 30 horrible machines starting to prepare to fire their nuclear cannons. That terrifying energy, even if it hadn't been fully released yet, was able to make people sweat outside the layers of the immortal law barrier, causing them to physically feel the fear of death and instinctively want to run away. But the moment they had this thought, the terrifying nuclear energy cannon had already sprayed. The terrifying light struck Gao Ren in a split second, causing all hearts to rise up in their throats. With such a terrifying attack, I'm afraid that even the immortals would die if they came. Chinold face instantly miserable as white paper, the whole body shook and fell toward the back. Good thing is by the side of the people to hold. It's over. It's all over. Gao Ren is dead. A deep remorse appeared in his eyes. He was clearly the top leader in direct contact with Gao Ren and knew the young man's mannerisms best. It was clear that Gao Ren was the one person who was not fit for such a sensitive occasion, not fit for the national competition, but he failed to make a timely comment when it was suggested by those above him. If it had been any other contestant, at least they wouldn't have died here out of sharpness and hatred. If it were any other contestant, it wouldn't be enough to make Rococo back out like that. If nothing happened to Gao Ren, then there were countless chances that they would be able to get a stronger immortal law from Gao Ren's hands. In a nutshell, it's too late to say anything now. He stared blankly at the center where the light kept erupting, a bitter and desperate smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware that at this very moment, people all over the world were seeing this scene. Saw a scene where Takahito Rokoku was killed. This scene might later become one of the things that other countries would talk about, but for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, what a desperate and painful scene it was. The truth is he wasn't wrong in thinking that. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom, countless people who were paying attention to the live broadcast screen were frowning tightly, clenching their fists and staring at the light in the middle of the live broadcast screen. Their hearts were hanging high, unable to fall. Some people have already made long lamentations and can't bear to turn off the live stream. And in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's highest conference room, all the black-robed men were silent, staring at the live feed as their breathing began to catch. Boo! There was even a black-robed man who sat on his butt in a chair and let out a bitter laugh. The one sitting at the very center of the room was currently shaking his head slightly, his eyes under his black robe carrying a bit of fatigue. Has it failed after all? Despair, decadence, loss. Countless negative emotions appeared in the dragons, who were forcing themselves to accept an unacceptable truth. But at that moment, those black-robed men with their heads bowed felt the light on the screen change, and it was a very obvious change, and subconsciously looked up. At the same time, the bodies of those present shook. Dragon domestic ready to turn off the TV to get up, also found that the live content on the TV suddenly quiet, subconsciously looked back, pupil earthquake. In the field, Elder Chen, who was already paralyzed in his seat, seemed to see something unbelievable as he stumbled up and stared incredulously at the sky. In the sky, Gao Ren slowly brought both hands back. Those palms were like they were plated with a layer of golden light, and in that very moment just now, this layer of golden light absorbed all those nuclear energy cannons, light cannons. Not only that, the moment the cannon light disappeared, the crowd could clearly see that there was still the aftermath of the cannon light on his head. They definitely didn't blink. So on the premise that they confirmed that they hadn't blinked, there was only one possibility that the scene in front of them would happen, and that was flesh-body sainthood? Elder Chen's voice trembled as a single word came out of his mouth. The shocking tone filled even those on the sidelines who didn't know the term with shock. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest conference hall, the black-robed people almost rose en masse. Many of them subconsciously shrugged off their black robes, revealing face after face inside, staring at the image in shock. The one in the very center also stood up, shocked beyond belief. Sainthood in the flesh? Among all the immortal law gene pools, do immortal laws this terrifying exist? No. Whether there is or isn't doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that this immortal technique can clearly surpass the 100th level. This is an extremely rare immortal technique even in the old immortal era. Chapter 92 Eating Ugly. Immortal law is a common word in this era. But physically hardening oneself against immortal laws was an unfamiliar term. Among all the scientific research information and common sense in the study of immortal laws, there was an extremely special immortal law that was above almost all immortal laws. That is sanctification in the flesh. Flesh became saintly, and almost all immortal techniques were able to be isolated with flesh. That was an immortal method that they had dreamed of studying, and had not been restored after several generations of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, Takahito did it. Over the field. Gao Ren's body emitted a faint golden light, and in an instant, he arrived behind an artificial machine, his palm gently resting on its shoulder. Wow! In the eyes of outsiders, Gao Ren hadn't used any force at all, but that machinery had unexpectedly shattered in an instant. Like a bubble crumbling in the sun. Gao Ren twisted his neck excitedly, and with a click, the formation that limited the degree of awakening of the three people shattered. Gao Ren's entire person began to emerge as a huge shadow, and that shadow was getting bigger and bigger, reaching the limit of the upper and lower immortal law barrier at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, the barrier shattered. Gao Ren was like a god descending from the heavens as he looked down at the three people present. He and the silhouette seemed to be completely reunited at this point, and the dozens of meters tall silhouette was like a giant, looking down at Hua Shang. The moment. Hua Shang and Gao Ren's appearance was almost the same as when Hua Shang was introduced to kill the troll soldiers, which could be said to be a godly reproduction. Hua Shang was still the same tiny back, only the troll soldier in front of him had been replaced with Gao Ren. The difference was that at this moment, Hua Shang was in a state of shock and panic, without any semblance of composure. Geez! What kind of fairy magic is this? His immortal technique was just taken so hard and broken so easily? And what's with that directly breaking through the layers of isolating immortal law barrier? How does it feel that in front of this immortal method of Gao Ren, all the immortal methods are unbearable? At that moment, a deafening sound came out from Gao Ren's mouth. Admit defeat? 3 short words that make the head spin and the sky spin. The 3 short words were like huge invisible hammers that smashed into the hearts of everyone present. Shock. It's so shocking. Terrible. It's horrible. What's this fairy magic all about? When did the Dragon Kingdom have such a terrifying immortal law? All the people of the Eagle Kingdom were silent, staring at the huge figure in the middle of the sky with unsightly expressions. Sitting in the viewing gallery, an old Eagle State General with a 5-star badge rose violently. He was the person in charge of this bout and the only 5-star admiral in the Eagle Kingdom, McCons. Asshole. What's going on with this dragon nation? They actually have such an undercurrent. Ineffective immortal laws of immortal laws? Does this kind of thing truly exist? He also looked at the shadow in the sky in shock, his face changing. After a brief moment of reflection, his eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. This immortal law of the Dragon Kingdom is just too terrifying, it must be left behind. Otherwise, if we let this person go back to spreading such immortal laws, our Eagle country's international status will be difficult to protect. Give me orders to keep this man in Eagle country at all costs. Yes. The eyes of the 2 people beside him revealed a hint of viciousness, and they immediately turned their heads and disappeared into the crowd. At this very moment, Gao Ren looked down at Hua Shang in wild conscience, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, bring out all the means you can. My great sword is hungry and thirsty. He said that, but in reality it was just his own palm becoming a sword, turning into a hand sword. He was genuinely curious. Curious as to what level the world's best legacies can reach, and curious as to what other weird and wonderful things the world has to offer. This immortal law with machinery intrigued him, so he wanted to see more of it. Of course, another part of the reason was that it was so hard for him to use a truly powerful immortal technique that surpassed level 100, so he naturally wanted to have a little more fun. This feeling of invincibility in the world is just wonderful. As long as he wanted to, there was no immortal law in this world that he couldn't destroy at this moment. Watson's expression twisted at his words. He couldn't wait to destroy Gao Ren right now, but when he felt the sight of that huge shadow, the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. Wild conscience on the side was already trembling. Never in his life had he thought that a level 90 or higher immortal technique could be broken so easily. Neither one dared to do anything rash. Right at this moment, Hua Sheng's face suddenly changed for some reason, and a hint of joy was revealed in his eyes. Almost instantly, the sound of the radio came from below. Contestants. Emergency. Since Takahito's player broke the barrier for the match, we had to activate a tougher barrier. But the high strength of the barrier also means that it cannot be maintained for a long time, so after discussions between us, the Eagle Kingdom, and other countries, it was decided to change the rules temporarily. Change the schedule of this tournament completely to an hour-long melee. Participants from all countries will take the field in 3 minutes for a melee. The remaining one will be the winner of this tournament. The Eagles Nation crowd was on hand to cheer at this statement. But the people on the air heard the rule and just exploded. Especially the Dragon Kingdom. Holy? Isn't this directly saving the lives of the contestants from Sakura and Eagle Kingdom? Let them rest and regroup? Damn, shame on you. This immortal technique of Gao Ren's must be very physically demanding, and it's not fair for him to have to cancel it in these 3 minutes. Eagle Country is disgusting. Not only that, with Gao Ren displaying such a terrifying immortal technique, that's bound to be targeted in a while. The pop-ups on the live feed have exploded. Elder Chen stood in place with an iron expression on his face, his eyes filled with rage within. They say a man grows old, so how could he not see the trickery of the Eagle State? But what can you do if you know? This is someone else's turf. After so many years of international competitions, this is the first one that is so shameless. Eagle Kingdom, you want to start a war? He slightly clenched his palms, his face carrying a vicious look. But even if he had 10,000 grudges in his heart, he could only wait until he returned to the Dragon Kingdom. But are they still going back? He slowly looked up at the few people in the middle of the sky, his old face more than a little tired. At this moment, Gao Ren, who was floating in the sky, also understood the meaning of the rules. His mouth curved in an intriguing curve. Stupid. Do you really think I'm still the same person I was before? This time I have plenty of stamina. Even if you guys like to play, then I'll accompany you to the end. Chapter 93 Heavenly Punishment 4 Colored Thunder. 3 minutes wasn't much time. The level of the immortal technique that Gao Ren was using was only level 50, the amount of stamina consumed wasn't that much in the first place, and it was still in his state after a month of special training, so he simply chose to keep it like this all the time. And Watson noticed his intentions and looked at him with eyes like he was looking at an idiot. Is this guy so stupid? How dare he not put away his immortal laws? Humph, I told you that people in the Dragon Kingdom are blindly arrogant. Wild Conscience sneered. Trying to maintain a level 100 or higher immortal technique that consumes stamina the world is not something any one person can hold on to for 3 minutes. I'll bet a minute that in a minute he won't be able to maintain it. He said with a look of certainty. I bet 50 seconds. Watson sneered. At this moment, the two of them weren't the only ones who noticed Gao Ren's abnormality. And all the people who follow here. General McCants, who had just arranged things, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth were about to split up to his ears. I didn't realize that the heavens were helping our Eagle Kingdom, and this kid even dug his own grave. He laughed out loud and waved his palm. Meanwhile, the alien spell barrier is not released until 10 seconds or so at night. It's best to delay it for as long as you can. I'll see how this kid can still fight when he has no stamina at that time. Time passes by. Everyone was speculating when Gao Ren's immortal technique would disappear due to physical exhaustion. But the 3 minutes had all been reached, and Gao Ren was still maintaining his virtual shadow. The expression of the people from the Eagle Kingdom had taken on a few shades of gravity. Because they realized that Goren didn't seem to be laboring at all, just like used a low-level fairy spell to keep it up all the time like that. It's not right. Very much 12% off. You Eagle Kingdom have to have some face, it's been almost 4 minutes, why don't you start? An angry voice echoed across the grounds. That was Elder Chan's rant. His face flushed with anger as he looked at the leadership of the Eagle State on the high platform, seething with rage. McAnell frowned slightly at the angry growl, then waved his palm toward the far side of the room. With a wave of his hand, a new protective barrier appeared in the middle of the sky. At the same time, representatives of other countries began to gradually rise into the air. More than 100 representatives of more than 100 appeared in midair at the same time, and all of their gazes converged on a single person. That's Gao Ren. With such a melee, most people's idea was to combine their efforts to take out the toughest opponents first. Without a doubt, this most difficult person was no other than Gao Ren. And it was at this time that the voice from below came slowly. Because of the schedule change, there has been some delay as we at Eagle Nation have been working on some new rules related to this in a short period of time. But please be assured that despite the rush, the rules have been fully established. So everyone, don't worry about affecting your grades just because of the chaos, all let loose on your enemies and defeat them. This announced the beginning, another minute delay. At this moment Gao Ren insisted on immortal law has come to 5 minutes. Now even the dumbest person would be able to see that all of this was aimed at Gao Ren. However, for people from other countries, at this moment they were all targeting Gao Ren by default. After all, Gao Ren's immortal law was too special. As long as he is around, no one will be able to overcome. Elder Chen was already in his seat with his head spinning with anger. He went to contact Longbo at the first opportunity and found that the signal had gone straight down. He looked shocked at how he couldn't network his cell phone, then looked up at Gao Ren with a worried expression. At this very moment, Gao Ren felt the unkind eyes of those people and simply stopped pretending. He craned his head to look at the gawking crowds and made a startling move for the live camera. I only saw him hook his finger at everyone and his voice was deafening. Altogether, I'll win in the end anyway. Just don't waste your time. It's almost time for dinner, I'm going home for dinner. That one sentence was as terrible as a fuse. Originally, everyone had taken Gao Ren as an opponent because of his toughness, with the idea of prioritizing him in their minds. Along with Gao Ren's words, it directly pushed everyone into a group. At this moment, there was only one thought within everyone's mind, and that was to make the smug arrogant fellow pay no matter what. Boom! A boom suddenly appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a terrifying thunderclap, the sky was instantly darkened in the middle of the sky. Everyone was able to see that it was abnormally black, and the black clouds in the sky were pressing down on the sky, constantly tumbling with terrifying thunder dragons. The stance of this immortal law was surprisingly even more terrifying than Hua Sheng's at the beginning. Hua Sheng saw the black clouds in the middle of the sky, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Have you finally done it? The strongest user of thunder powers. Among the crowd. The black youth had his hands in his pockets as he looked at the thunder in the middle of the sky, a faint arc of electricity flashing inside his eyes. Heavenly Thunderbolt. This was a supernatural power law, immortal law that belonged to his birthright, with a power of 99 levels, and under his use it even reached an extremely terrifying existence. The strongest user of destructive immortal laws was him. He looked at the imaginary figure in the middle of the sky, his voice muttering. Boy, I'm sorry. I'm the most powerful in the world, and I didn't want to steal your thunder, but after all, this is a confrontation for the title. And I, for one, have to take the title. Accompanying the fall of his words, thunder and lightning unexpectedly intertwined in the middle of the sky. That lightning kept twisting inside the black clouds in the sky, surprisingly appearing in 2 colors. One black, one silver. 2-color ray. 2-colored thunder. Elder Chen was shocked beyond belief. This 2-colored thunder he had seen before, under the strongest user of heavenly thunder in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, he had also inquired about the power of this thunder, and the man had threatened that there were only 20 people in the world who could receive the 2-colored thunder. The words of the 3-colored thunder. No one on the blue planet could take it. Almost at the same time when he was shocked, 2 colors of thunder unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the sky again and began to intertwine. 4-color thunder. Shen Lao's body was shaking, and there was despair in his eyes. I thought that Hua Sheng was already the strongest, but now it seems that the real powerhouse has just revealed itself. 4-color thunder. This was already an existence that could fight against the cosmic civilization, an existence that could be taken away by those guys. Everyone looked at the coalescence of the heavenly thunder in shock, looking at Gao Ren, who at this moment already had a completely insufficient aura to suppress, and a thought surged inside their heads at the same time. That's... Can Gao Ren take it? No. Is he able to die? While at this moment, the corner of Gao Ren's mouth curved abnormally as he looked at the four-colored thunder in the middle of the sky. Oh? Heavenly punishment level? Chapter 94 Blue Stars First Person. Lei Fa was more special. Because it's handsome, it's something everyone knows before they become legacies. Thunder spells were different from other spells, there was no upper limit, it all depended on how much heavenly thunder you could induce. The more colors, the more terrifying this lightning method proves to be. This thunder law in front of him had clearly surpassed the immortal law that Hua Sheng had cast. Whether it's the power or the compulsion, it's more than a notch higher. Non-speaking, it might be in other people's eyes that the immortal technique that Gao Ren was using right now was the one that qualified to be comparable. Of course. That's what other people think, but it's definitely not the real truth. Gao Ren knew very well that the immortal technique he used was not at all in the same level as the immortal technique these people were casting. Even a world of difference. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile as he stared dead on at the four-colored heavenly thunder coalescing in the middle of the sky, his smile arcing wider and wider. The eyes of the world were gathered on the heavenly thunder at that moment. The countries that saw this scene were the first to start investigating the Sky Ray users. Their targets were simultaneously locked on the black man's body with serious expressions. Someone had even begun to pull up all his information and started planning to organize a plan against him. Boom! The four-colored thunder began to coalesce and was about to call out. The corners of the little black man's mouth quirked into a smile, and his hands were even more of a dance of gestures. It seemed to be celebrating the imminent fall of heavenly thunder. Everyone was watching Gao Ren, wanting to see how he would actually face this terrifying heavenly thunder. A million eyes. Gao Ren slowly raised his head and looked at the heavenly thunder that was calling out to him. A cold laugh rolled through his voice. Don't you dare! He shouted at the sky, he was threatening the sky. This scene made all those who were paying attention to him freeze in place with stunned expressions. People. Threatening the sky? No. He was the one who used his immortal law to threaten the heavenly thunder immortal law. Both knew that the two immortal laws would confront each other, but neither had expected to do so in this form. But can win. This four-colored heavenly thunder definitely exceeded the 99th level of the terrifying immortal technique as well, and even everyone was able to see that the frame of this heavenly thunder was unknown how many times that of Gao Ren's immortal technique. None of the candidates, if they had to be, thought that Gao Ren would be able to pull it off. Not to mention the fact that is such a ridiculous format? But the truth is often so incredible, the four-colored thunder that coalesced together in the sky, which was already calling out, but after being rebuked so much by Gao Ren, it even began to gradually disperse. Under the shocked gazes of the entire audience, that four-colored thunder gradually dispersed. No way. Absolutely not. My heavenly thunder has actually scattered? The black youth was shocked beyond belief. The entire person was petrified in place. As the representative of the tricolor nation, he, Machi, could be said to be an absolute secret weapon. Since his debut until now, he's been a one-hit wonder against anyone he's faced. For the sake of this competition today, he had even been hiding his strength to dive into his alien energy. When he saw the big screen as the strongest representative of the Eagle Kingdom, Hua Sheng, casting the immortal magic, he was even more confident, thinking that he was invincible, but he never dreamed that such a situation would occur. The ability he was most proud of was dispersed by Gao Ren with a furious shout. His expression was hideous, and the thunder sky began to wrap around his body. His 7 orifices flashed with lightning, as if countless thunderbolts were surging out of his body. The entire person began to float, and his body unexpectedly appeared as a huge shadow as well. This. Undoubtedly it was similar to Gao Ren's immortal law. Everyone began to retreat, fearing that the waves would reach them. The thunder in the middle of the sky once again surged, this time even vaguely condensing into 5 colors. Off stage. The representative of the 3-colored kingdom looked at the 5-colored thunder that gradually appeared and suddenly laughed out loud. Mooch is a true genius. There will not be anyone stronger than him in the entire blue planet, and although it is claimed externally that his awakening level is only 94%, in reality his awakening level has already reached 96%. On the blue planet, he is the first. Let the whole world be enough to see that you exist today. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and his entire body was in a state of insanity, even standing up with a hideous expression and shouting. The others were attracted to him, but none of them dared to look at him in a different way. Because the power that Machi had shown was already definitely enough to destroy some small countries. Get out! Just as everyone's attention was on Machi, a deafening sound boomed again. It was Goren's voice. He still had the same stance he had just had, still had the same tone. This time, that five-colored heavenly thunder didn't even converge and directly dispersed. Mooch froze and growled angrily. He tried to gather the heavenly thunder once more, but this time the cloudy clouds had all dispersed. No matter how much he growled, he could no longer converge. His growl echoed and everyone stared at him in bewilderment. Some people's gazes looked towards Gao Ren's silhouette in the sky, their scalps tingling. At this moment, after Gao Ren continuously destroyed several immortal laws with flesh body sacred, they finally realized a problem. Gao Ren's immortal law was a one-of-a-kind existence. No. Not only was it immortal law, but Gao Ren was also a one-of-a-kind existence. It is amazing that he is not tired after casting such a horrible immortal law so many times, and there's still a fight to be had. At this moment, the eyes of the world converged on Gao Ren. Everyone was bowled over in this moment. The first person who deserved it was Goren. Many of the participants raised their shaking heads at this point and retreated as far as they could by default. They knew very well that they were no match. No. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it. Machi's eyes were bloodshot and he roared madly. Along with his growl, he pulled out a potion from somewhere. The bottle of potion looked transparent like water, but it was boiling and rolling constantly, and it looked frightening. In the next second, he directly swallowed the potion, his entire forehead veins bulging. The scene was seen by everyone, and everyone had different expressions. But the first to react was Chen Lao. Chen Lao's eyes widened as he growled at the organizer. He's taking a potion. Didn't you guys see that? He's taking a potion. That's definitely a forbidden drug. Cancel the contest. Chen Lao was sweating profusely. He didn't know why, but he had an extremely bad feeling after seeing Machi swallow the potion after clearly seeing how powerful Gao Ren was. That pharmaceutical. It seems to be the same as that potion in the legend. That's right. It's that legendary civilization from outside the universe that claims to be the master of the blue planet. He wasn't the only one who thought this way, all of the country's top brass had the same sense of crisis at the same time when they saw this scene. Boom! Loud thunder roared from the sky, shaking almost everyone present into a fainting spell. Chapter 95 Alien Civilization. All the citizens of the city of Washunda in the Eagle Kingdom heard the thunderous roar. They all looked up and around in bewilderment. Meanwhile, outside the blue planet, a ship lingered, and the cockpit instruments began to mutate wildly. General Kuzan, we have detected a disturbance on Blue Star. Current detection level, the lowest level 1 cosmic power level. Level 1 cosmic rank might? Kuzan laughed out loud. Simply because in the universe among the power level division easily tens of thousands, and even the most horrible power hundreds of millions. And the power exerted by Blue Star was surprisingly only level 1. This power is garbage, but it's one of the best on the blue planet. Unsurprisingly, the user of this level 1 cosmic might would be the one who wiped out the scout's existence. Immediately apply for a space jump, I'm going to go over there and see for myself. Kuzan's eyes carried a bit of playfulness and gloominess as he sneered. When the other team members saw this, they all looked horrified and said tremblingly, General Kuzan, you're a strong person whose highest power reaches 500 levels of cosmic might. I'm afraid if you make a move on Blue Star you'll destroy the place outright. This is just a slave planet, but it's registered on the universe anyways, so it's better if we don't overdo it. Kuzan laughed out loud when he heard his words, waving his palm and saying, don't worry guys, I naturally won't destroy this planet. But if they dare to touch my Kuzan subordinates, then they will have to pay a relative price. Now immediately initiate the leap. Yes. The other side. Black clouds in the middle of the sky. The terrifying thunder transformed into a thunder dragon that twisted in the sky. Gao Ren looked at the thunder dragon and yawned. He really didn't have the interest because even such a formation of thunder dragons was only at the level of a 5th or 6th level immortal technique in his opinion. And this immortal technique he was currently using was a full level 50 immortal technique. It could be said that his current state was just unbeatable in Blue Star. These people and these immortal laws were too low in his eyes. He yawned and was about to cast a fairy spell when he suddenly realized that there was something extra inside his vision. At the time he saw the blurred shadow, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Science and Research of the Eagle Kingdom. All the instruments of the highest organizations are in trouble. The red warning flashed frantically, and the city rang out a direct warning to flee. All of them stared blankly at the thunder dragon in the sky, subconsciously believing that it was affected by the heavenly thunder. But in the next second, the heavenly thunder directly disappeared. A fierce wind whistled through the sky, causing the heavenly thunder to simply disappear, and all of the players were blown away. Even Gao Ren, who was casting an immortal technique, was blown away by 100 meters. In an instant, the venue was all in chaos. Countless inheritors fell to the ground, and those left awake were dazed. Many radiant barriers appeared on the scene, and those were all the representatives and high-ranking people from various countries. Although they didn't participate in the competition, they were all over 70% awakened powerhouses. There were even many 90% of the awakened powerhouses present here, and at the first moment, they propped up their barriers and looked towards the middle of the sky with grave expressions. Only to see that the re-supported sky barrier had completely shattered, and spider web cracks appeared at the very top of the city, the shattering of the limiter. In the very center just now, a ship floated silently there. With just one glance, everyone present could already tell that it wasn't the civilization of Blue Star. The shine of that ship and the weaponry of the cache on it was alien civilization at first glance. The leaders of the nation's countries saw it through the midst of the few remaining live cameras and exploded. Department of Defense in the Eagle States. Why would an alien civilization be here? Rush to find out where the invading civilization is and activate maximum alert. Gather the strongest men in the country, and at the same time get all the nukes ready to be launched. Notify the other countries and see if it is possible to deal with the enemy together. Dragon Nation. The black-robed people stood up en masse, staring at the ship on that screen with deadpan expressions. Finally? I didn't expect this day to come sooner than we even anticipated. Gather all the inheritors of the Dragon Kingdom who are above the 90% awakening level, and wake up those two old guys as well, ready to strike at any time. If these alien civilizations really make a move in the Eagle Kingdom, then our Dragon Kingdom won't be able to escape sooner or later. Tricolor State. Rescue Mooch. He's the only one who can protect our country. Make sure you keep him safe. White Bear Country. At this moment, Kirov, who was lying on the ground spitting blood furiously, had helplessness written inside his eyes. He took one of the pills, then leaned against a rock to the side and stared up at the airship in the middle of the sky. He slowly picked up his communicator and spoke, "This is War Admiral Kirov of the 13th War. I have seen an alien civilization. It looks like it's coming from a bad place. Please contact the Dragon Kingdom at the first opportunity to maintain good relations. I'm willing to make any sacrifice if the situation calls for it." Almost all of the countries on the blue planet were all terrified the moment they saw this image on the live feed. Goran! Takahito, are you okay? Elder Chen's body had already used his immortal technique to fly into mid-air at this point, and came to the side of Gao Ren, who had been blown away. Gao Ren was frowning tightly at this moment, staring at the distant airship. For the first time, he felt a slight crisis. The gale just now hadn't broken his level 50 immortal technique, but it had clearly affected it. In other words, that randomly appearing gust of wind just now had surpassed the level of almost all inheritors on the Blue Star. Even it could potentially threaten his life's safety. What's going on here? For the first time, Gao Ren's eyebrows appeared to stare. When Elder Chen heard his words, he hurriedly said, "You should put away your immortal technique first, or else it should be seen as a provocation. This is an alien civilization. In fact, our Blue Stars has long been mature in its exploration of the universe. It's just that our Blue Star is so small that it's an existence to be crushed at will in the middle of the universe. And Blue Star isn't our Blue Star. We're just a slave planet to a stronger civilization that would destroy Blue Star if it really pissed them off. This ship, I guess it's that civilization's ship." Gao Ren suddenly realized when he heard his words, but there was a lot more resentment between his brows. Blue Star. A slave planet of a higher civilization? This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but when he thought about it, he was right. Such a thing should never be known to the ordinary citizens, otherwise wouldn't it cause panic? All in all, put away the immortal law first. Alien civilizations are temperamental, we must not provoke them. Elder Chen was obviously a bit anxious when he saw that he never collected the immortal laws. But before his words could fall, the door of the distant airship slowly opened. A silhouette walked out from inside. Chapter 96. The people of Blue Star are trash. The door of the airship slowly opened. A tall figure stepped out of it, and it was no other than Kuzan. Kuzan's figure was unmistakable among the few live feeds, allowing almost all of the blue stars to see the alien. This person looked like a character that came out from inside an anime, obviously not doing anything, but the sense of oppression he gave was very full. It didn't have any flashes of golden light on its body, that is, it didn't use any means similar to that of an inheritor, and its voice was surprisingly like a diffused trumpet, so that everyone in the city of Washengda could hear it clearly. Introduce yourself. I'm from Boring Star, a third-class planet, and I'm General Kuzan. My people passed by Blue Star some time ago and were destroyed by your Blue Star with unknown weapons, so here I am. He explained the cause and effect in a few words, making everyone in the room tense up. Because as long as it's not a cutie, you'll be able to hear that this guy is coming over for revenge. None of the people present spoke, they stared nervously at the alien visitor called Kuzan with serious expressions. The quietness of the place seemed to satisfy him, only to see him smugly continue. If I remember correctly, Blue Star should a slave planet. As a slave planet, you will never be able to go beyond the confines, so your technology and power will only ever come from your own development. And have only the right to know, not human rights, and you are expected to support unconditionally whatever is ordered by the higher planets. Right? He wasn't sure who he was talking to, and his eyes were scanning around the whole time. And then find people who can communicate? No. He doesn't need any communication, all he does now is inform. Seeing that still no one spoke, he became even more arrogant. I'd forgotten. Your planet is so backward that causing our presence would cause panic among your subjects. Perhaps most of your subjects don't know that Blue Star is a slave planet, much less the existence of an alien civilization. But it doesn't matter, I'm here today to make our presence known to all the Blue Stars. He said, raising his head, an extremely teasing smile on his lips. I declare that starting today, I will target Blue Star for a month-long massacre. I will wipe out 90% of Blue Star's population and show you what a racial crisis is. In that case, you guys can listen properly, right? He laughed loudly, looking extremely arrogant. However, just at this time, countless rays of light suddenly appeared on the ground. Dozens of cyborgs appeared and fired glows at him. It's Watson striking. He used his strongest blow to try and destroy this smug guy. There were still people calling in the booth, but it was clear that they all wanted Watson to win. But in the next second, the light unexpectedly rebounded directly back to the robot's position, killing and scrapping all the remaining robots. That wasn't the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was the fact that the guy looked barely out of the ordinary, much less using any technology. It seemed to be so strong on its own that it didn't need to use any immortal techniques. This scene was a shock to everyone. Horror was written all over Watson's face, and his entire body was steeped in frustration. In the course of one day today, he had directly sort of fallen off the pedestal, and there were simply too many people who were more terrifying than him. He was in a bit of a trance for a moment. Rubbish. Sure enough, it's a slave planet, that's the level of slaves, they deserve to be slaves. It seems that the people of your planet are living too comfortably, I'm going to make you experience the life of a real slave. Kuzan's eyes sneered, and with just a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying gale appeared. This terrifying gale surpassed any of the immortal techniques they had performed, and directly pushed the four-colored heavenly thunder and the immortal technique used by Gao Ren. Almost instantly, the venue for watching the match directly collapsed and shattered. Most of them were unconscious, and those who hadn't used their immortal laws in time were reduced to a mist of blood. The city instantly became a fiery hell on earth, looking extremely oozing and terrifying, a sense of despair spreading. The live feed was destroyed outright and the world no longer knew what was going on here. But the power Kuzan displayed was so strong that it made those who saw the last scene despair. Inside the conference room of the top leadership of each country, the scalps of the leaders of the congregations who saw the final image were numb. There were even some people who were directly paralyzed on the ground, unable to speak even a complete sentence. The communicators in Chen Lao's hands were all completely shattered as well, and he looked at the person in the middle of the sky with a face of despair. Done. It's all over. Elder Chen had a sad and helpless look on his face. How could he have expected to come across such a thing? With this current stance, all the inheritors present were no match for this guy. Just as he was in a state of despair, Gao Ren beside him suddenly laughed. He laughed heartily, causing Elder Chen to freeze. Chen Lao had never dreamed that Gao Ren at this time would still be able to laugh. Scared less? If you think about it, it's true, Gao Ren's talent can be considered the first in the world. In such a case, Goren had always thought he was all heaven. Especially after Machi, who had just defeated the Tricolor Nation, thought he was invincible. But this is only just the world invincible, on the sky to the enemy, in exchange for who may not be able to withstand such a blow. Below the Huashing is the best example. I'm finally able to exert my full power. Elder Chen, pass me your strongest immortal technique. Gao Ren's eyes radiated with excitement before he slowly headed towards Kuzan in the distance. Elder Chen's first reaction was to block it. After all, he had watched the horror just now. I'm afraid that this Kuzan's casual strike has the terror of a 100-level immortal spell, Gao Ren. Will it work? He thinks 37. In 3 minutes, Goren was able to die 7 times. He wanted to dissuade Gao Ren. Death was meaningless at this point. On the contrary, the Dragon Kingdom needed his presence. But Gao Ren went out too fast and didn't give him a chance to pull someone in. Seeing Gao Ren approaching the other party, he could only sigh up and hurriedly open his gene lock. At the same time, all the people who were still there saw Gao Ren's move. Is he crazy? The white beauty who had not made a move from the beginning to the end frowned slightly, with a few moments of looking at idiots among those beautiful eyes. There's no denying that Goren is at a high level. Anyone present might not be Gao Ren's opponent, but the level that the other party had shown was completely different from the people on the blue star. Standing out now at this time, isn't that a death sentence? Humph. Stupid guy. Finally dying? Wild Conscience, who was spitting out blood furiously, saw the scene and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of excitement. Chapter 97 Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, everyone thought that Gao Ren was looking for death. There were even some who had slowly cast their immortal techniques to fly towards the distance. They knew very well that continuing to linger here was death, and it was impossible for anyone to be able to defeat this terrifying fellow. However, a laser instantly flew out from the top of the ship, directly killing those who escaped. Goren casually destroyed the 2 lasers with a wave of his hand, his expression frowning slightly. A level 50 immortal law was obviously at a bit of a disadvantage against such technology. It seemed that if you wanted to defeat these people, you'd need to use at least a level 80 or higher immortal technique. Oh? Griffin, you were able to block the ship's laser. That's a level 5 cosmic power existence. Kuzan's eyes lit up. He carefully sized up Gao Ren and seemed to think of something as his eyes became a little more cruel. In that case, the person who destroyed my subordinates last time should be you? Yes, as far as he's concerned, these people on the blue planet are garbage. So far, as long as Gao Ren's body has some traces of cosmic might. No. There was one other person, and that was a young black man, but by the looks of things he was now out of the fight. That's not as enjoyable as it could be, but you're a decent bit of trash amongst a lot of trash. He said as a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and there was a tease in that smile. Let's play a game, shall we? Guess how many seconds you can last under me. If you guess right, I'll spare everyone down there, and if you guess wrong, I'll only leave 1% of the population on that blue planet. This seemed like a bet, but in reality it was clearly a play on Gao Ren. Whether he can guess or not, it's all about the consequences. Kuzan's words caused an extra hint of anger to appear inside Goren's eyes. It wasn't Kuzan's attitude or arrogance that pissed him off, it was the fact that whether it was the extermination of 90% of the population or 99% of the population, chances were that their families, his friends, would be one of them. It was the last thing he could stand. Coincidentally, at this time, Elder Chen also teleported his own highest level of immortal law over. The moment Gao Ren saw that immortal law, the corner of his mouth picked up a proud smile. Level 95 Immortal Technique, the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Introduction: the genetic sequence inherited from the great Luo Jingxian of the old times. The exact amount of genes left behind cannot be considered, but it is an existence that everyone once aspired to. The great Luo Golden Immortal, able to be eternally immortal, truly free and long-lived, inviolable by all laws. Their magical power, body strength and divine sense had all been greatly enhanced, allowing them to use all sorts of powerful immortal arts and magic treasures, and possessing extraordinary fighting and survival abilities. A single thought can destroy the sky and grasp life and death. This is a special presence in the Dragon Kingdom. It's a fascination that only the dragons know. Since the birth of the spell, Dala Golden Immortal, no one had ever really exerted its power, and now Gao Ren was ready to restore it. I wonder how much of the 99,999% awakening level can be restored. He muttered, raising his head to look at the arrogant Kuzan. Kuzan saw him finally look up and his smile got even more arrogant. Griffin, I'm asking you a question, how many seconds do you think you can last? The corners of Gao Ren's mouth were raised as he slowly stretched out one of his own fingers. 1 second? You think you can only last 1 second? Kuzan's eyes revealed contempt. But the next second, he saw Gao Ren shaking his head. Is it hard to believe that you think you can last 10 seconds under me? Ridiculous. Saying that you're a mole, you're really a mole, this lack of insight. Available at. Gao Ren shook his head again. This time, it was Kuzan himself who was a bit bewildered. You're not trying to say you can hold out for 100 seconds or a fraction of a second, are you? The smile at the corner of Gao Ren's mouth became even more intense. I bet you're just a piece of trash that breaks when I touch it. His words made Kuzan outright giggle. Kuzan even thought he'd misheard. How dare a piece of trash from a slave planet talk to himself like that? He laughed. It was a genuine laugh. He hadn't realized there were such idiotic people in the world. No, idiotic trash. Are you fantasizing about this? Ha! I was going to spare some of the blue stars, but you put me in a bad mood, so I decided to spare none of them. A terrifying gale erupted from his body as he finished speaking. The gale was clearly the same gale that had blown everything away in the first place, but the difference was that this time there was no intention of stopping. Not only that, the sky began to condense heavenly thunder, which was even vaguely seven-colored. He was furious, and a huge shadow emerged behind his body, not knowing how many times the shadow that Gao Ren had cast. Everyone was sure that the shadow had reached beyond the blue star, in the middle of the universe. Indeed it did. At this moment the satellites of all the countries had monitored this horrible image, and all those who had gotten the news were silent. He's crazy? I can't believe I provoked this man. Wild Conscience, who had cursed Gao Ren's death a moment ago, was pale, and a layer of golden barrier had been propped up in front of him, but it was constantly shattering at this moment. Everyone else did the same, with ugly faces. What a lunatic, how dare you provoke the other party at this time? That white beauty also had an ugly face. Don't let any of them live. Mochi had awakened at this moment, and was in a leading mental state. Under the pressure of such a gale, in 3 minutes at most, none of the people present would survive. Together? Don't kid yourself, with all of them together, it was a question of whether or not they could even get close to each other. Maybe Mooch is right, one can't live without the other dying. Everyone is going to die. The eyes of those who resisted revealed despair and a look of helplessness. Just at this time, a divine voice entered the ears of the crowd. And along with that voice, that fierce wind instantly stilled, and the sky was quiet all of a sudden. Immortal technique, great Luo Jingxian. Gao Ren's voice seemed to be filled with some kind of magic, causing the gale to instantly quiet down. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed in an instant, and the sun in the sky slowly sprinkled onto the earth. Gao Ren's body emanated a divine radiance, and his entire body looked wind immortal. He slowly raised his leg, and in an instant it was as if he had traveled across space to Kuzan. Kuzan's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. Because he actually felt fear in Gao Ren's body. That is only felt in the universe in the body of many powerful people, but those people have thousands or even tens of thousands of universe level of mighty power, in front of this mole cricket. No! This can't be right. This must be an illusion. You, an ant from a slave country, would never possess such power. He swung his fist so violently that the space around him was tearing apart. The sky left black lines. Straight to Gao Ren. Chapter 98 Great Luo Golden Immortal, Mastery of Life and Death. A level 100 spell? No. This punch is beyond level 100. This moment of exaggerated might made the crowd present feel unprecedented terror. This is no longer something that can be fought with the existing means at the disposal of mankind. But the next second those horrifying sights completely disappeared while Gao Ren stretched out his own palm and lightly received the opponent's fist. That's right, it was an understatement, as if the other party had set up a stance and Gao Ren had set up a stance to match the other party. This is impossible. Kuzan looked at Gao Ren in shock and dismay. This punch of his was at least 300 levels of cosmic power. How could a mere mole from the blue star take it so easily? But the truth was right in front of him, and he was still able to feel the terrifying power on Gao Ren's seemingly powerless palm. The limp palm unexpectedly had a terrifying power that he couldn't even shake. This. At least 800 levels of cosmic power. There's no need to be so shocked, the great Luo Golden Immortals can break all spells. Oh, in your parlance, it's the breaking of all out-of-body power. As for the power of the flesh. Click. The sound of crisp bones shattering came from the gentle grip that accompanied it. Ah! Kuzan's screams echoed for all to hear. The people of Planet Wing inside the airship watched the scene in horror, and many of them went limp on the ground. Is this still the Blue Star people? Hadn't the Bluestarians always been trashy griffins who couldn't even reach level 1 cosmic might? Why were they able to defeat General Kuzan so easily? You know that Kuzan's comprehensive combat power assessment is capable of reaching 500 levels of cosmic combat power. The so-called combined 500-level cosmic combat power is the average combat power capable of exerting a 500-level cosmic power level. Kuzan's screams echoed in the middle of the sky, and the sound seemed to carry some kind of immortal magic as if it was deafening to hear. Those Blue Star people on the ground looked at the duo in the middle of the sky as if they had seen a ghost. Huashang looked at the miserable Kuzan with a pale face, and his entire body shivered as the chill rose from the soles of his feet to the heavens. Is this the true fighting strength of Rokoku Gorin? Compared to him, he himself was nothing but an ant. Sakura Nation's wild conscience stared wide-eyed, fear evident in his eyes. A few seconds later he slumped to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. At this moment, he clearly understood that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had messed with people it shouldn't have messed with. Takahito. It was an existence that he, or even the entire Sakura Kingdom, could not afford to mess with. The last time Sakura Nation was destroyed by a fifth, it wasn't that Gorin could only destroy a fifth, it was that Shunde only destroyed a fifth. Kirov's palm trembled as he lit a cigarette for himself, shivering as he took a drag, his eyes filled with helplessness and remorse inside, and the corners of his mouth were unconsciously more of a bitter smile. It seems I made the wrong choice. Yes, he made the wrong choice. His choice to join forces with the other two to deal with Gao Ren seemed like a joke now. Not to mention the three of them, I'm afraid that the entire Blue Star's elites put together would not be a match for Gao Ren. Machi was lying on the ground at the moment, his eyes looking bleakly at the sky. He had always thought that he was the brightest star on the Blue Star, and now he finally realized that although he was the brightest one, there was still a white moon in this world. And Gorin. It's the white moon. This kid is actually so fierce? Elder Chen also looked at Gao Ren in shock, and his speech was beginning to falter. It was because he suddenly realized a very scary thing, and that was that Gao Ren was so terrifying from the very beginning. He, including all the people around Gorin in the Dragon Kingdom, thought he was a sociable idiot and a clown. But now it seems that people don't care to talk to them in general. Because it's strong, I do what I do. Of course, there was also the most terrifying thing of all, and that was that if the real Dragon Kingdom even slightly displeased Gao Ren, it was possible that the Dragon Kingdom would no longer even exist now. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat surfaced on his forehead, frightening him as he hastily wiped the sweat off his forehead. Sky. Kuzan's arm is completely wasted. His forehead was sweating as he looked at Gao Ren in horror. You. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. I'm a wing star. You Blue Star, a district slave planet, dare to strike at me, believe it or not the planet will be destroyed tomorrow. I'm just a small person, a truly great person that's a terrifying existence with tens of thousands of cosmic combat power is subsequently capable of destroying Blue Star. Gorin frowned slightly at his words. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated these alien civilizations. He hadn't used his full strength either, but judging from his opponent's description, there were even more terrifying guys out there. A flash of annoyance and anger welled up inside him at the thought of someone trying to destroy the environment he and his family depended on. In that case, it's even more unlikely that I'll let you go. Gao Ren said with a hint of killing intent revealed within his eyes. He's never killed anyone with his own hands. But no one could threaten the lives of his family, and he didn't care what kind of Rongxing wasn't allowed to Rongxing. You. Don't you dare. If you kill me, Blue Star will be destroyed immediately. Kuzan's voice trembled as he felt the killing intent amongst Gao Ren's eyes and shouted in terror. In the next second, he finally couldn't endure the killing intent and twisted around towards the airship. In an instant, he flew out nearly 100 meters away. This speed was simply inhuman. No good. We can't let him get away. The white beauty below yelled. Elder Chen was also the first to drink highly. They were all clear that if the other party ran away, their Blue Star would suffer extinction. In the next second, he heard Gao Ren lightly utter a word. Die. The voice sounded as if it had some sort of magical power to lull people to sleep. But the next second, they saw the flying Kuzan's body suddenly stiffen and fall straight toward the ground. Words out of the law follow. They were wide-eyed and shocked. But only Gao Ren knew that it was something even more terrifying, a great Luo golden immortal in charge of life and death. Within the range, anyone whose level was not as good as that of a great Luo golden immortal could have their life taken away directly. It's that subtle. That's the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of Blue Star were shocked and delighted. The Winged Star people inside the ship were horrified. The most terrifying General Kuzan among them was killed in seconds, so they were even less of a match for Gao Ren. Hurry up and initiate a space leap. Run. Hurry up. No, it's too late, just fly. Along with shouts from inside the ship began to emit horrific laser flames, followed by a horrific roar. Buzz. Gao Ren looked at the airship that was ready to start, and the corner of his mouth curled into a teasing smile. Chapter 99. The Great Luo Golden Immortals Controlled Spells. Spells are vaguely defined. It was only now that Gao Ren realized how powerful the immortal laws of the old times were. The so-called spells are all out-of-body powers. He could see the energy surging inside that ship. He knew what the ship was going to do. The ship and the people inside it had no idea what he was going to do. With the ship roaring. Inside the cockpit, the boring planet people were frantically manipulating the instruments. Started. The ship instantly began to fly, but after a few seconds it passed the eyes of those present revealed doubt. Because the airship was roaring, but it wasn't moving. It was running normally, but was motionless in place, and the scenery outside remained unchanged. What's going on? Did you clap? The pilot at the controls of the ship yelled. Yet trembling and frightened voices came from behind him, with a few sobs. No. No. Look at the video screen. With that voice, everyone looked up at the center screen. There was a view around the hull there, and at that moment they were shocked to find a figure at the very front of the ship. The figure was no other than the Dragon Nation man who had killed General Kuzan. When they saw what the man was doing, their faces instantly turned pale. Only at this moment, Gao Ren was standing in front of their airship, stretching out a little thumb and lightly resting it against their airship. It was only at this moment that they finally understood why that airship didn't fly, and it turned out that it was being held up by brute force. Just a pinky? Their jaws dropped and they froze, unable to say a word. Gao Ren looked at the ship with a smile, then reached out his other hand and slowly grabbed the ship. With a clicking sound, his hand directly crushed the shell of the airship, lightly grasping it like the end of a bubble. Under their terrified gazes, Gao Ren slowly flew towards Chen Lao's position. Everyone saw this unbelievable scene, and for a moment their brains all died. Didn't know what Gao Ren was going to do, but was greatly shocked. He first came to Elder Chen's side, lowered his head and slowly looked down at those surviving below, and slowly opened his mouth. I say, people of the Eagle Kingdom, I'm the champion in this competition today, right? Or is the match race not quite over? If it's not considered over, I'm totally game to finish. Hearing his words, all of the surviving contestants below unanimously winced. You win. You're the champion. Everyone's was off the hook, all of them. They swore that there was no time when they were more in sync than now. And fight Gao Ren? Before the fight started, they all thought that Gao Ren was in over his head. Now after the fight started, they all thought they were in over their heads. Competing with such a terrifying existence? Isn't that looking for death? How can you win? It was only at this time that the top brass of the Eagle Kingdom reacted and spoke in a hurry. Champion, champion. You Dragon Kingdom are the champions. When Gao Ren heard his words, he nodded his head contentedly. Elder Chen, go. Go? Where to? Back to my country. Interrogate these guys, aren't they from Boring Star? They must have technology that surpasses our Blue Star, learn something from them, and most importantly, a little spell or something must be lured out. Gao Ren spoke seriously. It was only after this casting of the great Luo Jingxian that he realized that the spells on the blue planet were too low level. If it was true that there were even more terrifying existences in the universe as Kuzan had said, relying on the Dragon Kingdom's genetic immortal law alone would not be enough. It has to be combined with combining the means of these aliens, which makes it possible to become stronger. This time they had already offended the so-called Winged Star people. It was absolutely impossible not to do a little bit of tactics, or else the other party would attack again next time. Hearing his words, Elder Chen's eyes lit up. He is the Commander-in-Chief of the Ministry of Defense, so he is well aware of the gold content of this statement. Now now Blue Star could be said to have completely offended the Winged Star people, so they had to get stronger. Obviously, using their Planet Wing's own tactics against themselves is the best option. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles. Okay, I'm going to arrange for a plane. No need to be so troublesome. Gao Ren waved his hand, signaling him to come closer. In the next second, even the people flying the airship all disappeared in the same place. Watching them disappear in an instant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Gao Ren wasn't from Rongxing, his terrifying strength was there, giving them a lesser, if not more terrifying, sense of crisis. After all, Gao Ren was a person on the blue planet, and everyone on the blue planet had their own countries and hostile relationships. However, just as they had just breathed a sigh of relief, Gao Ren was once again out of breath. He reappeared, causing everyone to tense up. Because the current Gao Ren was able to destroy them with his hands. Oh, right. It's called Watson, isn't it? You Eagle Kingdom won't rush my championship, will you? What with the awards and the global announcement, don't forget. That's right. He still had to go back to the Dragon Kingdom to redeem his rewards. This can't be haphazard. Hua Shang almost lost his soul when he heard Gao Ren mention his name. Because he was a big fighter against Gao Ren, and with the caliber Gao Ren was displaying now, he could destroy him with his hands. How? How? Don't worry, I will definitely arrange it properly. He said as he subconsciously glanced at the top brass of the Eagle Kingdom. At this moment, not a single person contradicted him. They're not stupid. Don't they understand that? Right now, they were not qualified to negotiate with Gao Ren, and they had to leave the other party high and dry. Gao Ren revealed a satisfied smile and nodded slightly. Well, then, let's settle other scores. This sentence of his directly gave Watson a dry fool's eye. What? Of course it's my bill for helping your Eagle Kingdom against the Winged Stars. If it weren't for me, you would have destroyed Eagle Country by now, wouldn't you? So this bill has to be paid in full or I'm not going to be polite. His words sent a cold shiver down the spine of all Eagle Country, but what can be done? One can only admit it. Elder Chen will talk to you about the specifics. Oh, and by the way, all of you who were there have to give, because I protected you. The old face of Chen Lao on the side had already blossomed with joy. Because he knew very well that he could extort a hard bargain. All compensation you Sakura Kingdom pay for me, or else I'll wipe out your Sakura Kingdom. Realizing that he was going to hemorrhage money, Hua Shang shouted down to Wild Conscience who was at the side. Wild Conscience. Wild Conscience is going to completely cry at this moment. Chapter 100, Huge Compensation. The Eagle Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could only resign themselves to their fate. Seeing their good attitude, Gao Ren revealed a satisfied smile. Chen Lao had all discussed with him, he was responsible for coming to deter and Chen Lao was responsible for extortion. No, it's not extortion, it's something they deserve in the first place. After all, he had put in so much effort, he couldn't help solve the problem for nothing, could he? We agreed on a 9-to-1 split, absolutely no lying to me. Gao Ren spoke in a low voice that only two people could hear. Don't worry, don't worry. Elder Chen nodded his head in a hurry, with a look of you trust me. 91%, which sounded like a very oppressive split, but Chen Lao was overjoyed. Let's not talk about Gao Ren taking 90%, or Gao Ren taking 99%, it's a good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. The only difference is whether or not the Dragon government can get some benefits, but even if they can't, there's no harm done. Chen Lao flew down to deal with those people from the Eagle Kingdom, while Gao Ren grabbed the airship and waited quietly. The people of Planet Rong inside the airship were waiting with trembling hearts, looking out at Gao Ren from time to time, trembling. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about escaping, or even tried to use a space leap in place, but they were horrified to realize that no matter what technological means they utilized on the ship, they would be discovered by the humans of this blue planet. And once discovered, all means will be ineffective in the first place. So, they can only be quiet, waiting for the judgment of fate. It is not just them who are also awaiting trial, but also the Eagle and Sakura states. Chen Lao could be said to be a lion's share of the price, although Gao Ren did not know how much this old man wanted, he could infer from the other party's constant exclamations of surprise and unsightly performance that he must have chopped the price to someone's aorta. Hua Sheng's face was hard to see, and every now and then he looked up at him, his face changing again. The other countries did not look good either, because according to Gao Ren's meaning, none of them could run away, they all had to pay a certain price. This price, even if it wasn't stated now, they all knew very well in their hearts that it definitely wouldn't be too light. Of course, not everyone thinks that way, and some are thankful. Because if there was no Gao Ren, I'm afraid that all the people present at this moment would have already gone to see the king of hell. The white-skinned beauty slowly floated into the air and then came to Gao Ren's side. As soon as she appeared, Takahito noticed his presence. After all, this beauty is just too beautiful. With a height of around 168, blonde hair and blue eyes, the absolute beauty of the West that absolutely conformed to the Eastern aesthetics was like a character that came out from inside a comic. Hello, my name is Larissa and I'm from the White Country. The beautiful woman watched as he extended his palm with a big, welcoming smile. Her dragon language still had some accent, but Gao Ren was a bit alert. Larissa, you may be a beautiful woman, but don't try to bargain. I helped you guys stay alive, so your country needs to pay as well. Gao Ren had a wary look on his face. He didn't think the other party was some kind of love at first sight to strike up a conversation. There must be a purpose to come up and strike up a conversation at this time. No doubt he could think of purposes for which he wanted to bargain with him. Lalisa heard him puff and laugh, blossoms in full bloom, very touching. Mr. Takahito, you've misunderstood, I just want to simply get to know you. The most important point is that I have long heard of all the wonderful things about the Dragon Kingdom, and would like to take this opportunity to visit the Dragon Kingdom for a while. Is that alright with you? Hearing that she wasn't here to bargain, Gao Ren was relieved. However, he immediately realized again that something was wrong and said seriously, Lalisa, if you want to be a guest in Dragon Kingdom you are naturally very welcome. But I can't use this immortal method every time, and it will take a lot of energy to bring you there, not to mention that bringing you is not just any beauty, but a highly awakened beauty, so what? It's inconvenient, is it? Lalisa's beautiful eyes stared at Gao Ren, not knowing what she was thinking. So? Gotta add money. Lalisa froze slightly, her entire body slightly confused, thinking she had heard wrong. You're saying, is going to add pay? That's right. Gao Ren nodded. After all, the leap immortal technique I use is not something everyone can experience, and I have to take the risk of you going to the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't change his face. As for Larissa hated to roll her eyes at Gao Ren. Knowing her status and looks, she could be at the top of the heap. Which of those heterosexuals that she met inside the daytime were not attentive to her? Even without solicitude, she was treated with more than a little compassion and spoken with extreme gentleness. This man in front of me. Surprisingly full of money? Sure enough, powerful men are different. The corner of her mouth curled into a nice smile as she looked at Gao Ren and nodded. No problem, as long as I can afford it. That's a deal. Gao Ren was a bit excited. Another order. He could say that he had made a lot of money from his trip to this Eagle country. Just as he was feeling smug, the dealings between the Eagle Kingdom and Chen Lao reached its end. Seeing the smiling elder Chen, Gao Ren knew that he must have earned a lot this time. Well, don't worry, everything has been taken care of. Chen Lao nodded his head. He then froze slightly and looked to the side at Lalisa, revealing a few moments of doubt. It is? Oh, ATM. Larissa? Oh. I was wrong, this is our foreign friend. She's going to our Dragon Kingdom to see the great mountains and rivers. I'll be the tour guide and get paid for it. Gao Ren was smug. Elder Chen immediately revealed an expression of I know how to do this, and then a few people disappeared into thin air. When they had completely disappeared, the grounds fell silent. Everyone was silent because they really didn't know what to say right now. Especially the Eagle Kingdom, they didn't expect Chen Lao to be so lionized that he directly just took away 1/3 of their treasury. However, when they thought of Gao Ren's terrifying power, they still chose to hold their breath. The other countries didn't fare well either, and they were all looted of their property by Chen Lao. Going back to this competition, the Dragon Kingdom can only be described by the words rich and famous. They want to cry, but there's no place to do it. One can only suffer in silence. The country that suffered the most was none other than the Sakura country, which was made to bear most of the losses of the Eagles. According to Hua Shang, if it was not for the Sakura nation's hostility to Gao Ren, they, the Eagle nation, would not have made a move. They were standing up for the Sakura nation, and now that they had not fought it was natural for them to take the blame. When Wild Conscience thought of the huge debt owed by Sakura nation, and thought of going back without a way to explain to the great Sakura nation, the whole person's eyes went black and his throat became sweet. Blood sprayed out of his mouth like a fountain before he completely fainted. Chapter 101, I Am Invincible. Dragon Kingdom. The square in front of the Dragon Capital building. This was the center of the Dragon Kingdom, and all the staff inside this building had top positions in the dragon capital. At this moment, the square is surrounded by staff. Only because a spaceship appeared out of nowhere in the square. What shocked them even more was Gao Ren's gesture. It's like a man of God. That's the great Luo Jingxian? Someone among the crowd recognized this immortal law and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is indeed the spell, Dallas, and many of them have seen this gesture before, but Gao Ren's great Luo Jingxian was clearly different from what they had seen before. The Dala Golden Immortal they saw before was just like, there was so much posturing. Gao Ren's Dala Golden Immortal was something else entirely, the kind of thing that was like a real Dala Golden Immortal reappearing in this world. Gao Ren didn't care when he felt the gazes around him. There were only two things on his mind inside his head right now. The first thing, that's when this full load of things acquired will arrive. The second thing, that is to get some of the power from these winged star people. Just at that moment, the people around them suddenly quieted down. He looked up and realized that the people around him were avoiding the area, as if they were making way for someone. Immediately afterward, he saw a group of mysterious black-robed people walking towards them. This group of black-robed people was led by one person, walking in a single line while forming the shape of an arrow, giving people a sense of total oppression. These are the highest-level black-robed counselors of our Dragon Kingdom. The worst of them are over 85% awakened, and each one of them has mastered the top immortal laws of the Dragon Kingdom. The one in the very center is the current acting leader of our Dragon Kingdom. Everyone calls him Black Chief. Elder Chen explained to Gao Ren in a whisper from the side. Black Chief. Acting leader. Goren stood in awe. This was the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. All national policies and decisions were spoken by this person, and it was important to show some respect. What he didn't know, however, was that the Black Chief didn't have a bottom in his heart even when he saw him at this moment. He was betting on Goren, but now it seems he's redundant. This stance, this terrifying strength, was simply astonishing. Acting leader Black Chief, meet Mr. Goren. When these words came out, everyone around them had very strange expressions. It's amazing that a leader would call Mr. Goren and still be so respectful. They all felt a bit awkward, but when they thought of this current posture of Gao Ren, they felt reasonable. That won't be necessary, I'm a real person, I'll say what I have to say. Just remember to distribute what's due to me. I'm a person who doesn't like trouble, so I'll leave it to Elder Chen. He waved his hand, signaling Elder Chen to come forward. Chen Lao had long been impatient and came to the Black Chief's front, detailing all the things that had just happened. When they heard that Gao Ren had killed Ku Zhan and crushed the alien planet, everyone was unusually excited. After the excitement, though, it was clear that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. In that case, there are still a lot of people from Planet Wing inside this ship now? The Black Chief's face was grave. Elder Chen nodded slightly and then said what Gao Ren meant. After listening to all the words, the Black Chief took a deep breath and finally came to Gao Ren's side as if he had made some kind of determination. Gao Ren had been waiting impatiently at this point, and was excited to see someone finally come over. You guys hurry up and hold down all the people up here, let me exit the immortal law and rest for a while. I'm young and fiery, but I can't afford to keep consuming like this. That's right, he's using a Dala. He hadn't used such a high-level immortal technique before, and his body was really a bit overwhelmed. The Black Chief first hesitated briefly, then immediately signaled the Black Rogue Man at the side to make arrangements. When he saw the people leave, he then said seriously, Mr. Gao Ren, I wonder how you saw the winged star. Goren froze, not understanding him. What are you talking about? It's not like I'm familiar with them. I mean, do you think the people and technology on Boring Star are powerful? What do you think Blue Star's chances are against them? This time Goren understood what he meant and thought hard. He recalled. He dealt with the so-called Ku Zhan with ease after using Ouroboros. If they were all at Ku Zhan's level, then they really didn't pose much of a threat to him or Blue Star. But if... He said with deliberation, I don't know the international situation either, but anyway, it seems to me that the one they came with, the one called Ku Zhan, with him and this airship could easily destroy everyone at the tournament. Maybe someone can escape, but absolutely no one can resist. Well, it's not easy to say, all in all the gap is still quite large. He spread out his hands and didn't know how to describe it for a while. Hearing this kind of answer from him, the Black Chief laughed out bitterly. So, Mr. Goren, do you think you can handle these people? Or to put it in terms of levels of immortal law, what level are we at in the Dragon Kingdom and what level are they at? And you? He was obviously a bit nervous as he said this. He was indeed nervous because he knew that Rongxing would never let this matter go. So their only hope now was Gao Ren himself. At least the exertion of this one Downlord Gold immortal alone was beyond all cognizance. Well, the Dragon Kingdom is a level 1 immortal law. These winged star people we ran into today are level 50 immortal laws. Me-ah. He thought a little and held out a finger. Level 100? The Black Chief's voice trembled with a few moments of excitement. If that was the case, they might have a chance to keep the Dragon Kingdom. But the next second, he saw Gao Ren shaking his head. No. Not 100 levels. Is that 10 level? No. Not level 10 either. This time, the Black Chief became even more excited and said somewhat tentatively, level 1000? His heart was beating out of his chest. If Gao Ren was really that high, therein Blue Star's fate might actually change. Who knew that Gao Ren shook his head again, and this time he didn't sell out, but said in a serious manner, wrong, very wrong. I'm an adjective, not a quantifier. He said, holding out that one finger again with a look of confidence and pride. Not 1,000 levels, not 10,000 levels, but always awesome. I don't care what kind of cats and dogs the other party is, there's only one word for it with me, Goren, and that's no. I, Goren, am invincible, and invincible is I, Goren. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 102, then. Can you understand what I mean? Can you understand? How could the Black Chief not understand such simple words? But he never expected this answer, because this answer sounds a bit like a joke. No one could be invincible all the time, coupled with the fact that he had learned about Gao Ren's character. For a while this Black Chief couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Then, can you be a little more specific? He was really a bit puzzled and couldn't help but inquire once more. Who knew that Gao Ren was speechless? Didn't I tell you everything? I can be invincible all the time. Don't you understand invincible? Do I need to explain it again? The Black Chief was speechless for a moment. Forget it, I don't care to continue talking to you. Tired of having to explain his invincibility to every single person he met, Gao Ren directly waved his hand and slapped the airship aside. By the way, I'm very interested in their planet's immortal laws. Are you guys going to interrogate them? Take me along. Although his awakening degree of 99,999% was terrifying, he also needed to have an immortal law to cast it out, although it was said that there were still a lot of terrifying immortal laws in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they were an alien civilization, and their level of technology was definitely more developed. This was clear from the few times the man called Kuzan had done it. His power had completely surpassed that of anyone else on the blue planet. Oh, and of course, the existence of him, Goren, was not included in any of this. Gao Ren's words also clearly distracted the Black Chief. He also set his eyes on this alien ship, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy and gloomy. He casually waved his hand, causing the surrounding staff and soldiers to swarm around him, then lowered his voice. Mr. Goren, there is one last thing I need to inform you about this matter. This matter could very well be a matter of your safety and that of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Planet. Gao Ren didn't expect him to be so serious all of a sudden, so he hurriedly became serious as well. I only heard the Black Chief say, do you know why our Dragon Kingdom's immortal laws have never been level 100? Oh, this is without your presence. Do you know why the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Star can't come up with an immortal law that almost surpasses, or even reaches, level 100? Gao Ren shook his head, his eyes showing curiosity. Don't say that he had actually had questions about this matter. Not just him, but I'm afraid all those born on the Blue Planet have had their doubts. From the time they were born, went to school, and even after they became inheritors, the immortal laws among their cognitions had always been levels 1 to 100. But so far, no one had ever, by any means, heard of a level 100 immortal law ever appearing. That's because once we create or discover a level 100 or even a level 100 or higher immortal technique, it will be taken away from us. Taken by whom? Gao Ren froze and asked subconsciously. Instead of answering his question immediately, the Black Chief looked aside to the airship. That one look in his eyes said it all. Gao Ren reacted for a few seconds, his expression gradually becoming dismayed. You mean, all the immortal laws we researched beyond level 100 were taken away by this damned winged star people? Yes and no. What do you mean? The Black Chief took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, actually, because of the existence of the genetic immortal law, the blue star had already stepped into the middle of the universe several hundred years ago. Back then, there also existed people whose awakening level was close to 100%, and even more so, they mastered immortal techniques that surpassed the 100 level. Yet they had only just stepped out of the universe when they were mercilessly crushed by other cosmic civilizations. That's right, it's crushed, like crushing a mole. That was when the alien civilization discovered our blue star, which has been a slave nation ever since. In the middle of the universe, a slave state is not meant to be a slave, but it is more than a slave. All the resources above our planet can be taken by other planets at will, as long as the planet's civilization level is higher than ours. They can kill us people and destroy our country whenever they want. And, the slave countries are not allowed to have any opportunity to communicate with alien civilizations, and can only close their doors and lock up their countries, over and over again, and be threatened by those high-level civilized planets and unlimited claims. That's how those of our immortal laws that surpass level 100 disappeared, and every once in a while, some other civilized planet would come to take our resources, and giving them out was fine, and giving them out or not was a massacre. His eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he spoke. Plague. War. Accident. Every few years there's an outbreak of a mass death population, and all I'm saying is that it's an excuse to the outside world, and almost very few people know the truth. He didn't continue, and Gao Ren could feel his deep anger and powerlessness. Gao Ren stood in place for a brief moment to think, and also felt a bit suffocated. That is to say, in fact, all people are suffering from harboring, only that for so many years you, the leaders of the country, have been suffering on behalf of the people? The black leader shook his head. That's not what I meant someone has to step up. Otherwise this matter will sooner or later affect Blue Star, affect the Dragon Kingdom, affect a city, and even every family. Or someone. And today, when this ship enters our blue planet, enters our Dragon Kingdom, and arrives here to begin, that change is soon to come. That's why I'm hoping that Mr. Takahito will be able to help in a positive way. He said, looking at Gao Ren very nervously, his whole spirit tensing up. He knew that Gao Ren's existence was special, or at least Gao Ren had shown the ability to have a chance to lead Blue Star to fight against an alien civilization for a bit. But every person thinks differently, and Goren's character is elusive. This person seems to care only about himself, his loved ones, money, and little else in the way of responsibility. Let the guy carry an entire country or even planet against an alien civilization, and I'm afraid the odds are good that he'll choose to give up. After all, with such an ability to self-protect his family, Takahito was something he could definitely do. He had expected Gao Ren to think for a while, but unexpectedly. Goren asked him a question in return with just a slight blink of an eye. With Blue Star gone, there's no one around me, right? Is there no place to spend the dragon coins you've given me to enjoy? Is this way? The Black Chief was rather confused by his train of thought, but still quickly reacted and subconsciously nodded. Okay. Then them. When they come back, you're going to have to just call me. I'm invincible anyway. Come on if they're not afraid to die. Chapter 103 must see. This. That's a yes? The Black Chief was a bit dazed and confused for a moment. Because in his assessment of Gao Ren, this guy was temperamental and basically hard to communicate with. He was ready for anything, and he didn't expect it to be over in just a few words? What are you still frozen for? I won't be able to keep this up for much longer. It'll be half an hour at most. Gao Ren's words woke him up and then gestured for him to enter into the airship. The people around him heard his words, but their mouth muscles twitched. What do you mean it only lasts half an hour? That's a great Luo golden immortal. The average person who could use a 90-odd level immortal technique would only be able to use it for a few minutes, right? Goren said he was surprised he could still use it for half an hour? Of course, this is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing Gao Ren, this immortal law was not just used He had used it back in the Eagle Kingdom, and even though it was said that using the immortal technique was almost instantaneous to come back, it had been more than an hour according to Elder Chen. Do the math. Gao Ren was able to cast this 90-odd level immortal technique for a full hour and a half? Shocker. Dull. Everyone's mind went blank at the moment. It's not their fault. Anyone would be shocked when something is beyond your knowledge and in a form that is absolutely impossible. However, the Black Chief was worthy of being the acting leader. He quickly recovered and then followed Gao Ren into the airship. Inside the spaceship, those Wingstar people were sitting in their seats shivering. Their gazes were all secretly skimming over one person, Gao Ren, who was constantly observing the airship. For the Blue Star people, They are contemptuous, and even if there is a knife on their necks, they will not feel fear. But Gao Ren was the exception. When a prey with no hands suddenly becomes the hunter of the hunters, the fear is self-evident. It's like when you usually have a kitten and suddenly one day you realize that it can rip people apart in 8 pieces with its hands, that kind of horror. The Black Chief also sensed the abnormality. The way these Rongxing's people looked at them was completely different from the way they looked at Gao Ren. So he could only run over and communicate with Gao Ren. Takahito nodded after the exchange and came to those Rongxing people. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, these people started trembling, and it was evident that they were truly afraid of Gao Ren. Do you have any fairy magic? Immortal magic? The lead pilot's eyes showed a hint of confusion. That's how to say it. Gao Ren thought for half a day and felt that he was a little short of words. One could only look aside to the Black Chief, who, true to form, was the acting leader and made things clear in a few words. It was then that the pilot of that boring starship spoke slowly. Gene pools, you say? Our gene pools can basically be loaded with power all the time without the need for temporary use, and using one gene pool won't overwrite the last one, but there is a cap. With a confused look on his face, Gao Ren once again looked at the Black Chief on the side. The Black Chief coughed awkwardly and said seriously, what he means is that after you cast an immortal technique, you don't need to be loading genes, and from now on you can also cast immortal techniques at any time with no limit on duration. For example, after you use Dala Golden Immortal, the power of Dala Golden Immortal will remain in your body. And you can also perform other powers at the same time, such as Flesh Body Sainthood, and your body will then permanently possess both Flesh Body Sainthood and Dala Golden Immortal. But there's a limit to the number of immortal laws this can be used. Gao Ren understood what he meant this time and was shocked. Wouldn't that be invincible? If I can also master this kind of technology, wouldn't that destroy the sky and the earth? At this time the pilot shook his head and said, it's not like you can use a lot of quantities, the average person can use up to 5 genlock powers, depending on the bloodline level. Bloodline level? Gao Ren was once again stunned. Yes, the bloodline level is the cosmic race classification. The general human race is graded on a scale of 1-10. Gao Ren felt a bit complicated, but still inquired curiously, what is the rank of our blue star? That pilot heard his inquiry and said with some trepidation, it's the lowest level 1, even. Less than level 1. What about you guys? We're level 2. Gao Ren bristled, I thought you guys were so awesome. It turns out that you are also little Yakuza. The driver didn't dare to retort, and his face was ugly. Now that that's out of the way, contribute that so-called gene pool of yours to us. Get it done for me in 10 minutes or I'll let you all die here. Gao Ren waved his palm, the whole person was very excited. Once he mastered the genetic knowledge of those winged stars, he would never have to fear the winged stars again. I'm afraid not. The driver's face hardened a bit. When he saw Gao Ren's face turn cold, he hurriedly explained and said, don't misunderstand, it's that you can't use this gene lock even if it's imported over. The worst level 1 cosmic prowess inside the cosmic gene lock requires a level 2 bloodline humanoid to be able to use it. When he said this, the Black Chief and the few black-robed men he brought with him instantly turned ugly. What is this? Can't you use it even if you get it? That's out of your hands, just go ahead and get it, just 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, if you guys can't finish it, don't blame me for being rude. Gao Ren coldly snorted and directly laid down next to him with his eyes closed. 9 minutes left. 8 minutes and 59 seconds. With his eyes closed, he actually started counting down. The winged star people present were dumbfounded, and didn't we say 10 minutes? How come it's a minute less? Gao Ren said impatiently, shouldn't the 10-minute countdown start at 9 minutes? Hurry up and cut the crap. Hearing him say that, the winged stars winced and hurriedly began to frantically process the machines. The Black Chief and a few other black-robed men felt relieved to see this scene instead. They had never groveled in the face of alien civilizations. When had they ever been so bullish? Now with Gao Ren, I finally experienced that feeling. Not only that, but Gao Ren's temperamental nature had given them a vicious outburst of anger. Gao Ren lay there, squinting slightly. Actually, his stamina was holding out a bit. Soon, he actually fell asleep. For a very short time, he felt someone pushing him. It's the Black Chief. He was all smiles, Mr. Gao, they've already finished processing all the genetic knowledge, so I'll get it over to you now? Or should I show you first? Look. Must see. Gao Ren was incredibly excited. Chapter 104 Golden Villa. The first thing Gao Ren did was to check Rongxing's genetic knowledge. The Dragon Kingdom had transferred this genetic knowledge over into his gene lock. So after he opened the panel, the virtual panel appeared in front of him. What is this cosmic energy shown here? Oh, it's what we call immortal law. Every place calls it differently, and it pours in to have this effect. The Black Chief hurriedly explained from the side. Gao Ren nodded and continued to carefully observe the panel in front of him. Level 1 Cosmic Energy, Mega Force. Mega Force, 1 million tons of strength in itself. Gao Ren rubbed his chin slightly, marveling at the simplicity and brutality. He now understands the cosmic power level. A level 1 cosmic energy is approximately equal to a level 100 immortal technique. The reason why it is approximately equal is because cosmic energies are all actual forces with definite properties. It was different with immortal laws, which had more or less subtle effects. So if you look at it all together, at the same level, it was still the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's immortal law that was more prevalent. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't even have level 100 immortal laws. He continued to look down. Level 1 Cosmic Energy, Acceleration. Acceleration, gain 10 times the speed of sound. Level 1 Cosmic Energy, Healing. Healing, the ability to instantly heal and cure injuries, as long as the creature still has the breath of life in it. Level 2 Cosmic Energy, Destruction. Destroy, can cause 10 million tons of damage by virtue of touch, completely disintegrating and shattering it. Compared to the immortal laws, and the other genetic forces on the blue planet, the introduction of cosmic energy was simple and crude. But although it was simple and crude, the difference could be clearly felt. No wonder the Rongxing people couldn't look down on the people of the Blue Star. With this lowest level of cosmic energy, any person who mastered 3 of them would be able to walk horizontally in the Blue Star. Gao Ren looked closely, but soon he frowned. Something's wrong, huh? How come the highest cosmic energy here is only level 3? That's right, he realized after this reading that the highest in it was only level 3 cosmic energy. And there were only 30 or so cosmic energy in total inside this gene pool. The Black Chief said helplessly, according to them, Wing Star is also only a second-tier civilization, and the highest level of cosmic energy their planet has mastered is only level 10. Although they and Kuzan are powerful in the Blue Star, they are only relatively weak existences in the Boring Star, and being able to have level 3 cosmic energy is already not easy. He had a complicated expression. Yes, this is ridiculous. Rongxing was also a marginal existence outside the universe, but he didn't expect to be able to crush Blue Star. If it weren't for the presence of the higher power, they, the leaders of the Blue Star, would have been kept in the dark for the rest of their lives. The frog at the bottom of the well. For some reason, the Black Chief's head suddenly recalled the term, and even though it was describing one of his own people, he still felt it couldn't have been more appropriate. Oh. That means the strongest person they have there is using level 10 cosmic energy? The Black Chief nodded, in theory, indeed. But according to their conversion, even at level 10, we have no chance of defeating it. Because according to them, Kuzan can use up to level 3 cosmic energy, with an average combat power of 500 cosmic power levels, or 500 cosmic combat power. And the strongest of their winged stars are able to utilize level 10 cosmic energy to exert a cosmic power level of 10 to 20,000. That's a difference of hundreds of times. The Black Chief had a bitter look on his face. He had to know this truth with particular desperation. Because in his estimation, Gao Ren's level was estimated to be at the 1000 to 2000 universe combat power level. This is certainly a desperate number. The only way to know if you can beat it is to play against it. There's no use thinking about it now. If you really don't have anything else to do, then cash in the payment you gave me. Gao Ren waved his hand. Now that Rongxing's genetic knowledge was also in his hands, he didn't want to linger here any longer. What's he running around out there exhausted for? Of course it's so you can have a good time after you've made your money. Now he's going to enjoy it. Seeing that this matter had been brought up by Gao Ren many times, the Black Chief didn't dare to spoil the fun anymore, but instead hurriedly arranged for someone to send Gao Ren away. As for Rongxing's people, they were bound by the black-robed people with the highest grade of immortal laws, and were temporarily imprisoned and guarded. According to the Black Chief, they should never be allowed to ventilate. Knowing that even if they didn't ventilate, they would be known by Rongxing sooner or later, they had to delay a little bit of time as much as possible. By being able to drag it out for a day, they would be able to grasp a little bit more of Boring Star's technological know-how. Gao Ren has no interest in these. At this moment he is like being outside on a business vacation. The first time he goes back, he takes his old mom to bye. he also buys. Of course, the most important thing is to get Mom to the Golden Villa. He had come into contact with more people now, so naturally the fish and dragons were mixed up, and it was only in the middle of the Golden Villa that was able to isolate the immortal laws that he was able to feel a little more at ease. Night. A group of people sat in a Golden Villa, shabu shabu. But the atmosphere. Get that what's-her-name lobster down there. And what a super other beef. Yeah. Why aren't you guys eating? Gao Ren was working feverishly, but realized that a few people at the table were a bit embarrassed. That. Son, this girl is? Lu Jiawei looked at Lu Eliza, who was sitting respectfully beside Gao Ren, and wanted to speak. From the time Goren came back today, this girl has been following, asking is to say a friend who came from afar, but all day long Goren didn't have much proper hospitality. Son Changhai, who was on the side, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tense look on his face. No one else knew who the girl was, but he did. This girl was the top inheritor of the White Country, and she was even a participant in the international competition. Although she was no match for Gao Ren, she was an insurmountable mountain for an inheritor of his level. I'm just here to make friends with Mr. Gao Ren Gao, so you all don't have to pay too much attention to me. Lolisa smiled slightly, breathtakingly beautiful. But? Gao Ren on the side frowned and couldn't help but spit out, I say, Lolisa, it's not that I'm talking about you, aren't you here to visit the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you always pestering me? I just want to flat out spend some money and enjoy life. Look at your face. Look at your body. And look at you. You just follow me around, how am I ever going to have a good day? Otherwise, let's discuss it, I'll invite you out for another rub today, and tomorrow you'll go look for Chen Lao and the others, isn't that good? At least. You don't act with me. Goren looked disgusted. Chapter 105, Escape. Son, how do you talk to other girls? The girl came back with you from a long distance, and this is how you treat them? Lu Jiawei immediately reprimanded Gao Ren. She said and looked closely at Lolisa with a warm smile that seemed to open up at once. Lolisa, right? Don't listen to this brat, Auntie is 100 times welcome when you come to our house to play. You can hang out here as long as you want, buy whatever you like, and let Goren spend it now that he's earned it anyway. She said and glared viciously at Gao Ren, such a good girl, you're not polite and courteous to people, all you know is eating and eating all day. Talking to you. Lu Jiawei glared at Gao Ren as she spoke, and winked at him every now and then. Gao Ren was stunned at first, then realized what was going on and had an odd look on his face. He was seeing the feeling that it was his mom who wanted a grandchild. But? How old is he? Mom, you think too much, don't you? I'm only 18 or 19, I'm not even legally old enough to get married. Also, what era is this, doesn't living in a villa and eating hot pot smell better than anything else? Lu Jiawei was poked and prodded and coughed in embarrassment. On the side, Sun Jiaoer hurriedly rounded up the conversation, saying eat. Although Gao Ren didn't have that aspect in mind, his mother saying those words in turn reminded him of one thing. Larissa, how long are you going to stay in the Dragon Kingdom? Although you don't say what you have in mind, with your status it's impossible for you to stay in the Dragon Kingdom all the time, right? Gao Ren looked at her somewhat expectantly. Lu Eliza's identity wasn't simple, even if she wanted to live permanently in the Dragon Kingdom, the White Kingdom wouldn't allow it. So in that case it looks like Larissa will be leaving soon. Larissa shook her head slightly at his words, I hadn't thought about it, maybe it's been here forever. Anyway, I'm going to stay here with you for a while, are you going to kick me out? She said, revealing a pitiful look that was very endearing. With this expression, any member of the opposite sex would have instantly nodded his head and agreed to her words, but not Gao Ren. Because Goren only has money in his eyes. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Eliza was too beautiful to be a normal person, and when combined with her status and position, it made it even more difficult to mention liking her. Aha! Eye-catching, heartwarming, but anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't like to get involved in such a big mess. The corners of Gao Ren's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but spit. Poisonous woman. Give me your hand. What for? I want brushed chicken feet, put them in the pot for me. Sun Jiaoer? Late night. Inside the Golden Villa room. The invisible barrier wrapped around Larissa. She seemed to be saying something on her cell phone, but there wasn't a sound around. That was the spell, silence, which was able to isolate all sound. I'm at Goren's house right now, and the man is quite interesting, or at least not hostile. The wing star thing was their secret, and at the time I was just watching from a distance and couldn't get close. Aha! Now that Rongxing has been offended, the only means of resistance is the Dragon Kingdom's Gao Ren, so no matter what, we have to make good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, I'll watch my step. The phone hung up. Larissa looked up slightly. She looked off into the distance at the moonlight and stroked the gold color on the golden villa, her brow furrowing slightly. She had checked this golden villa many times, and it was indeed able to isolate the power from outside. If Rongxing really unleashes a large-scale destructive force, perhaps hiding inside this villa will be able to escape. Unfortunately, I'm afraid only Gao Ren has the power to obtain this. It seems that if you want to save your life, you'll have to cling to this man. Under the moonlight, the delicate face carried a stunning beauty that eclipsed even the moonlight. That serious and earnest countenance, after a brief hold, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and speechlessness was written on his cheeks. She thought about how Takahito looked at dinner today. She held her forehead and muttered to herself. Who can tell me how such a person can wield such a powerful force? And is his might really immortal law? Or something else? If this power can be stolen, then won't I have? She said more and more excitedly, her little mouth curled up, looking very excited. She said, slowly pulling the curtains closed and disappearing into the darkness. Londo prison. What about the cell? A weird figure flickered and rattled. The prison guard in charge of the guards sensed something and slowly rose. Along with the flickering of golden light on his body, the spell, barrier, had attached itself to his body, casually going to turn on the light. The lights didn't turn on, and something stirred inside him. All inmates are put on the highest strength restraints. There are also restrictors throughout the prison. And underneath the prison are multiple level 90+ suppression fairy spells that can be dripping with water. 100% of the prisoners who come in here will be trapped to death. So even if an inheritor with a powerful level of awakening is sanctioned, there's no difference between him and an ordinary person. There was no difference between prisoners and ordinary people, but they, the prison guards, were still able to use immortal magic, so unusually, they were not nervous. But something like an anomaly inside a prison is basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. So at the moment the warder was a little nervous, he quickly turned on the lights but was dismayed to find that he couldn't. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the distance. He squinted slightly and looked away, then used the immortal technique, look away. It was a small metal ball, on which a faint light was flickering, and from the looks of it, it was an incomparably precise piece of machinery, not something that could be made by a human being by any stretch of the imagination. Just as he was briefly lost in thought, the glow from above grew brighter and brighter. Not waiting for the guards to react, the light covered the entire site and prison in a flash. Subsequently, boom! A huge boom and vibration appeared inside the dark night of the Dragon Capital. Many people woke up at the first opportunity and glanced around nervously. Takahito. Takahito had also only just fallen asleep from playing the game when he was woken up again. He sat up in bed in a daze for a moment. Who farts in the middle of the night? He couldn't bear to spit it out and prepared to go back to lying down to sleep. But it had only been lying down for less than 5 minutes when there was a knock on the door of the room. Ren, it's bad, something's happened. It was son Changhai's voice. Goren pushed open the door to his room with a breathless face and snorted. What's wrong? Did you hear that vibration earlier? I hear you, it's not like it's any of our business, just sleep with us. No, I just received a call from Elder Chen, he said that those Rongxing people you brought back have escaped. Chapter 106, Cosmic Crisis. Ran away? Gao Ren sat up. Yep, looking for them now, if they do get away. Rongxing. Ji will soon hit the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? Gao Ren directly interrupted him. Sun Changhai nodded slightly, his face ugly. He was also considered someone very close to Gao Ren, so he knew quite a bit about Rongxing. Elder Chen had just come to inform them of this matter, just so they could be prepared. After all, if Rongxing really knew that this news was calling, the first person he would kill would be Gao Ren and them around Gao Ren. This result had occurred to Goren as well. But after a few seconds of contemplation, he simply lay down on the bed. Forget it, I'm sleepy as hell right now, let's talk about something tomorrow. Or, Elder son treat me to a late night snack? Gao Ren yawned, his eyes filled with a desire for food inside. The corners of Sun Changhai's mouth twitched, and he now felt like coming over in the middle of the night and worrying blindly. He knew full well that Gao Ren was this character, but he had rushed himself. Air. That's fine, we're already awake anyway, let's eat and talk. Go! Sun Changhai sighed as he looked at Gao Ren, who got up in a second. The man is good at everything, just a little less reliable. The other sighed. The Black Chief had mobilized all the manpower within the city and had begun to search for clues to the escapees. But those Rongxing people were like a stone sinking into the sea, and instantly there was no sound. Just at this time, the door to the conference room he was in was pushed open and Elder Chen walked in. Well, did you get in touch with Gao Ren? Contact is contacted. Chen Lao's expression was a bit odd when he heard the other party's inquiry. What did he say? The Black Chief's expression was grave. This person was captured by Gao Ren, and now that they are not looking after him well and the person has run away, naturally their hearts are not in the right place. Seeing Chen Lao's appearance of wanting to say something, the Black Chief became even more anxious. If you have something to say, we will be able to withstand whatever the outcome is. The priority now is to find those people. As long as I can get those who escaped back, Mr. Gao is destroying the building and asking for my life. Chen Lao's expression became even more ugly. He shook his head slightly. Gao Ren said that he was hungry and wanted to eat a late-night snack, and now Sun Changhai is accompanying him to Shabu Shabu. Ha! The Black Chief froze. He thought of 10,000 possibilities, 10,000 outcomes, and hadn't thought of this one. Gao Ren even have the heart to eat? He didn't mean to look for it himself? For the time being, Sun Changhai asked a few questions. He meant to run, just run. Now people have been handed over to our government in the Dragon Kingdom, and he not half as much. How is it not related to him? Their first aim after escaping was to get back at him. The Black Chief was anxious. However, he immediately realized something, and his face grew more and more ugly as he said, Mr. Gao Ren is still too young and too confident and proud after all. He probably thinks that Rongxing can't threaten him, that's why he's so laid back. He paused when he said this and let out a long sigh. How can a technological civilization in the universe be as simple as it is imagined? I'm sure it will be a disaster for these people to come back after they've gone back. What's ultimately important is that this catastrophe must not be very far away. In a month at most, our Dragon Kingdom will once again face extinction. You do that, you go and try to contact Gao Ren and see if he can come directly to the center to sit. Yes, but I'm afraid it's difficult. Elder Chen revealed difficulty. He knew Gao Ren too well, and although they hadn't been in contact for a long time, they already knew Gao Ren's character very well. He just likes to shag in the sun. Let him come here to sit. That is simply more difficult than letting him not eat the night snack. The Black Chief knew what he meant, but nodded and said, do your best. Also, I'm going to apply for a United Nations meeting. Once this Rongxing comes to attack, it can't just target the Dragon Kingdom. Now the entire Blue Star is a grasshopper on a rope. We must work together. So during the time I'm out of the house, Gao Ren's side will trouble Elder Chen for you to make more contact. After all, you're more familiar with each other. Elder Chen nodded gravely and twisted away hurriedly. Late night. Inside the halls floating with all sorts of mechanical intelligence. A typically tall winged starman was sitting in a chair and was resting his eyes. Right at this moment, a virtual panel appeared in front of him, and along with the light source, a beep sounded continuously. He opened his eyes to check, his expression first stunned, then incredulous, and finally angry. After a moment, he took a deep breath and maneuvered his fingers on the virtual panel. Soon, a physically alluring winged star woman appeared on the screen. What is it that I can do for you, Master? I've just received information that our outgoing probe force has been exterminated by a planet called Blue Star. The people inside had a hard time escaping before they sent this message, so confirm for me what the level of this planet is? No problem, Master, you wait a moment. Along with the voice over there hanging up, the virtual panel in front of him showed loading in progress. A bar of data is displayed and finally Blue Star's assessment appears. Blue Star, level 1 civilized planet backward. Average human bloodline, less than or equal to level 1 backward. Strongest means of combat, level 1 cosmic energy backward. His eyebrows raised, then his eyes showed curiosity. According to the level of detection, there's no way this planet would destroy a detection team. It seems like the information that should have been sent there should not be wrong. On this planet, a human race with a level 2 bloodline was even born. Is it a mutation? With that thought, he waved his finger again and a virtual screen appeared. The person on this screen was no other than Gao Ren. It also has part of his message on it. Takahito, 20 years old. Own bloodline, level 2 estimated. Maximum level of cosmic energy that can be utilized, level 2 estimated. Maximum outburst cosmic power level cosmic combat power, 1,500 points estimated. Not bad, could be considered a miracle. In that case, I'll make the trip all myself. Just as well, I'm one dog short of a watchdog. He slowly got up and headed out toward the hall. With the opening of the door, outside was a mechanical palace, and in his doorway there were surprisingly a dozen chains rattling. With the moonlight spilling down, a silhouette could be clearly seen. What the thick chain bound was not a dog, but a person of different appearance. All of them had their limbs cut off and were lying on the ground in a miserable state. Seeing this man appear, their eyes first produced fear, followed by a pleasing smile. Blue Star. I'm coming. Chapter 107, Eve of the United Nations Conference. Dragon State. Banks. Gao Ren was so excited that he trembled when he saw the numbers on his bank card. There's money. Finally, there's money. He looked at the $80 million that had arrived in his account and it felt like a dream. Not only was there money in it for his advertisement, but there was also all kinds of money from the dragon reward. That wasn't even the point was that the share that Elderchen had promised him hadn't arrived yet. Once the money handed over to the Dragon Kingdom by other countries arrived, it would all be credited to his account in batches. The thought of it excited him to no end. You like money a lot? Lalisa's voice came from behind him, sending a cold shiver down Goran's spine. He looked at Lu Eliza, who had been following him around, with a speechless face. You don't like money? My mom said that women love money, and so does she. Larissa shook her head. No, that's definitely not what Auntie said, it's definitely your own distorted meaning. My mom also said that the prettier the woman, the more she loves money, and you must love money too, so don't pretend. Larissa held her bare forehead, filled with speechlessness. I'd say you're really strange, just enjoying yourself for so many days, and all of them are the lowest kind of enjoyment, not practicing at all. I've seen the leaders of your dragon kingdom approach you many times and you don't approach them. Is it because I've been by your side all this time? Is it because you're afraid I'll leak state secrets? She looked at Gao Ren with a curious expression. That's right, she grew up practicing under the guidance of various powerful people and was inculcated. That's why she grew up much better than everyone else and can be considered a natural. Getting in touch with Goran and realizing that this guy is nothing like her life, not only that. It seems to be different from all the legacies. Afraid of leaks? Gao Ren was slightly stunned and immediately laughed out loud. That's very nice of you. I'm just a high school student who's graduating soon, and I want to get into a better college to fall in love. Where's the time for all that trivia, and that's a matter for the state that has nothing to do with me. Larissa was a little dazed. Something's not right. What's wrong? Wait. Didn't you represent your country in an international competition? Yes. Then you and the state. That's where I went to win the Golden Villa. If I didn't go, where would I have so much money now that I wouldn't be able to spend it all? Gao Ren was incredibly excited. Feeling completely carried away, Larissa hastened to calm down. She realized that at this rate, she wouldn't be able to investigate anything at all around Gao Ren, and would instead be made to split her nerves. Just at this time, she suddenly felt Gao Ren tapping her shoulder. Only to see Gao Ren say with a serious face, I say, Lu Eliza, I can't find you to be my daughter-in-law. I know I'm a bit strong, but we're not on the same path. I'm getting a plane ticket to go home with my family today, so you should go home early too. I'll reimburse you for the airfare. Lalisa's cheeks reddened when she heard his words, calling the man shameless, but was a bit confused when she heard the words that followed. Going home? Isn't your house in the villa area of the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't it that golden villa? Goran shook his head. Of course not, my family is in Sangshan City, this is just a temporary stopover. There are too many troublesome things here, and that old mansion runs to me all day long. I'm so annoyed that I just can't live here anymore. That's right, that Chen Lao ran to him every day, and he also called Sun Changhai from time to time to harass him. Recently, he realized that they had both approached Sun Jiao and Lu Jiahui, and if this continued the whole family would be godforsaken by Chen Lao. Leave. Gotta get out of here. Couldn't stay a second longer. Thinking of this, he directly called Sun Changhai. Yeah, all business class, the best kind. I've seen movies where you can get on a plane and raise champagne. Yeah, that's the kind of specs. Tell my mom and the guys to stop eating and go to the airport, where the food is more expensive than outside. Lalisa stood aside, the corners of her mouth twitching as she listened to Gao Ren's words. At this moment, She is completely unable to see what is going on with this person. However, after a moment's hesitation, her eyes revealed a few moments of determination, and she waited for Gao Ren to finish his call before revealing a warm smile again. Why don't you take me on a plane ticket? We're more or less friends, and I haven't visited your old neighborhood yet. Gao Ren looked her up and down for a moment, and a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dream on. What? He's gone. The Black Chief exclaimed at the first sign of news. Chen Lao's old face was filled with helplessness. This kid can be not quite the same as the others, maybe that's why he grasped such a terrifying power. He said with a hint of hesitation on his face as he continued, actually, I have an idea, and that is whether or not we can have our strongest awaken to consult with Gao Ren on his method of using cosmic energy. The Black Chief showed a few surprises at his words. Elder Chen continued, from the information we have so far, Gao Ren has been using immortal techniques beyond level 100, which is cosmic energy, before. This was the case until his use of Ouroboros made me suspicious, because he was undoubtedly using the genuine Ouroboros, but it's also possible that he was using the same Ouroboros I gave him. Impossible, his awakening level is so low, if it's your Ouroboros that's being used, it won't be able to exert such an effect at all. We've done tests over the years, and if the level of awakening is very low, using a level 90 or higher immortal technique can at most cause the power of a level 40 or so immortal technique. Elder Chen nodded, therefore, I suspect that what Gao Ren truly masters is not just the immortal technique that surpasses level 100, but also the special method of using it, which enables a low awakening level to use a higher level of power. If he's so tired of the hassle, we can totally deal with him and get him to teach our guys. The Black Chief's eyes lit up when he heard this, but immediately sighed, you know his character, how can he possibly succeed? No, he might not have agreed if it were otherwise, but he would have if he could have been told about the ease of things afterward. That's right. Gao Ren was most afraid of trouble, so as long as he was told what was at stake, the guy would definitely agree. The Lord Chan really thought so. Okay, then. Then try it. By the way, tomorrow is the UN meeting, try to bring him in by the way. Make sure he agrees to one of these two things, and if you can't get him to video conference, that's fine. When Elder Chen heard him agree, his face revealed a hint of a smile. No problem, I'll go wake up the guys. The Black Chief nodded, his eyes revealing a bit of curiosity. I really wonder how shocked those guys would be to learn of Gao Ren's existence. Chapter 108 Strange Trio. Old Man Chen, are you sure you're not joking with me? An 18 or 19-year-old yellow kid? Are you sure everything you just said wasn't a joke to me? You swear to me. Inside the hall at the end. A 7 or 8-year-old bear child stood on the coffee table in the living room, staring with incredulity, confirming over and over again what Elder Chen had said. That's right, in front of him was Elder Chen, and behind him were two more people. A stream of old men with gray hair and risky-looking doigu. There was also a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses in a sharp suit, who looked like an elite white-collar worker from a big company in the society. At the moment, two men were sitting on the couch, one rubbing his white beard, the other crossing his legs and sipping his coffee, quietly looking at what was happening in front of them. Seeing these three people, Elder Chen's face was filled with helplessness as he said with a sigh, everything I said is true, right now the strongest person in the country, no, I'm afraid the entire Blue Star is Gao Ren. Bull, I'm the strongest. What you're saying is pure bull, I think you're just trying to provoke little master to go and do things for you. The 7 or 8-year-old boy had an I've seen through you face. The white-bearded old man in the back also nodded his head slightly, with a look of approval, while he had already seen through everything. Chen Lao scratched his head and said with some scalp numbness, things are true, please believe me, you three. Look at Chen Mo, he hasn't said a single word until now, proving that unlike the two of you, he's already listened my words down. Chen Ma, right? He said looking up at the man with the glasses with a few moments of anticipation. Chen Mo had a poker face from the beginning to the end, and when he heard his words he expressionlessly took a sip of his coffee, then revealed a look at me expression. Apparently. He didn't believe it either. Chen Lao covered his forehead with an expression of too much pain in his head. I say, old man Chen, this question is too unreliable for you to say with your mouth. Wouldn't it be fine to bring us to his cut? If he's really that powerful, a few of us would be convinced, but little master, I'm still very confident, after all, you're Papa Bear, I'm invincible. The little boy spoke with a serious face. Elder Chen shivered at the words and hurriedly shook his head, no, this matter of cutting is absolutely not okay. Why not? Can it be that I, Bear Invincible, have no face in sparring with him? The little boy had a serious face. His name was Wuxi, and his awakening level was 95%, because he had overloaded himself with level 97 immortal techniques when he was 7 or 8 years old, causing his body to stop developing. Later, he entered the highest department of the country, and although there were ways to be able to restore his body, the bear didn't like to become an adult, and that's how it went for so many years. No, it's just... Chen Lao wanted to say. Just what? Just... What the hell? I'm afraid he'll accidentally kill you guys. Elder Chen wiped away the sweat on his head and spoke helplessly. He did think so. He had seen Gao Ren casually get that Rongxing general killed. To know that General Rongxing could casually get these 3 people in front of him killed, so that the gap could be seen at once. Hearing him say that, the 3 people present were all stunned at the same time. Then after a few seconds of brief silence, they all got serious and started rolling up their sleeves. Old Taoist, poker face, I think old man Chen must have come over to amuse us. I'm so upset right now, I think I should make a scene. It seems like the 3 of us haven't been out for so long that we're almost forgotten, and now we're doing this to us. The old Taoist priest in poker face surprisingly nodded at the same time. At this moment, Chen Lao really wanted to cry. I'm really not joking with you guys, it's because his methods are just too terrifying, so you guys can't make a move with him. The Luton knowledge from the winged star side is now in the center, just go over there if you don't believe me. I'm an old man, how can I joke with you guys about something this big? Hearing him say that, the 3 men then stared at him half-heartedly. Really? Really? The 3 men looked at each other with incredulity in their eyes. The old man who hadn't said anything finally spoke up as he slowly spoke, is there really such a person in the world? The degree of awakening is not high, but they are able to use higher-level immortal techniques in a special way. I've lived for over 100 years and this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. His name was Changshang, he was 112 years old, technically speaking, he was a true descendant of an immortal cultivator, with some permaculture techniques remaining in his family, and the longest-lived person in his family lived to be over 200 years old. So in terms of insight, he's kind of an encyclopedia, and if he hasn't even seen something, it's definitely a rarity. Actually, it's not impossible. Chen Mo interrupted and pushed up his glasses. He mused for a moment and said seriously, take for example, Rongxing, we knew of their existence a long time ago, but we never really saw them, and now that we have seen them we also use incredible power, and even more so, they are crushing young people around the globe. Only. I don't feel that the kid called Gao Ren is really as powerful as Chen Lao said, I think there must be some misunderstanding and deception in it. After all, Elder Chen and the others aren't high enough, and even those youngsters who participated in the competition can't be compared to us old-timers. Elder Chen had now somewhat regretted coming to persuade these 3 people. These 3 are simply unbelievable. But he immediately thought of another way. I will transmit to you the genetic knowledge I obtained in Wingstar, and in 3 days' time, if you can't use that cosmic energy, the immortal technique as we call it, you'll promise me to worship the master, how's that? No problem. The 3 men spoke in unison, excited. Chen Lao also left with satisfaction. Songshan City. Development Zone Villa. Merchandising Department. Auction Site. This piece of land is now offered at $30 million by Mr. Zhang. Does anyone else continue to raise the price? There was a silence on the stage as a middle-aged man in a suit sat in a chair with his legs crossed, springing to life. Just as everyone was silent, suddenly a voice came from inside the corner. $50 million. When these words came out, everyone revealed a look of dismay. You should know that Generalissimo Zhang is the city's positive and negative big brother, even the president of the Inheritors Association has to give him 3 times the face, in the end, who was so bold. Mr. Zhang's expression was also instantly grim as he twisted his head to look away. Only in the corner, Gao Ren is holding up a sign somewhat sleepily. $50 million, I'll take the land in this villa area. Chapter 109 Chen Zeliang. The room was dead silent. Everyone stared at the youth as if they were looking at a ghost. Who is this man? I don't know, it's very familiar, we haven't seen it in our building materials group. We haven't seen it either. But he seems more or less familiar, I just can't remember where I've seen him before. The crowd was talking and talking. Zhang Yin's face was gloomy, he had spent so many years in Songshan City and had spent money to raise so many people, no one was disrespecting his existence. Not only did he spend a lot of money today, but he also made so many connections, how come such a person came out of nowhere? Thinking of this, his face grew colder and colder. This little friend, he looks very strange, I wonder what kind of business he is in. Gao Ren froze. Business? What kind of business? I don't do any business. What a thing to say. Somehow, I simply want to buy a plot of land. Hearing him say that, those in the room froze once more. Because this was a tender in the city, those who came here were all dignitaries, and behind every one of them was a big power. No business? How can people who don't do business come here and bid? After all, this time the site is a commercial site, not to buy to do business. Do not buy to live in their own? No business? Is it hard to believe that you still want to be yourself? Zhang Yin's skin smiled. Yeah. That's what I bought to put my golden villa in. But it's too boring for just myself. We'll build some more villas around and give them to my friends to live in. Gao Ren had a serious face. His words caused everyone present to secretly cover their mouths as they felt that this was Gao Ren deliberately flirting with Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin's face became more and more ugly, and finally took a deep breath and said, "Humph. Kid who doesn't know how to die, do you know what the consequences of competing with me would be? I, Zhang Yang, have been a man of my word for so many years in Changhai City, so I'll give you a word of warning today, touch less of what isn't yours," he said, raising the bidding sign in his hand once more, his voice tinged with a bit of sarcasm. $60 million. $66,666,000. Gao Ren immediately raised his card. I couldn't help but mumble after holding up the sign, "That's a nice number, just a little pricey." He looked painless, but he made Zhang Yin's face extremely ugly, and at this moment it seemed to be so gloomy that it was able to drip water out. Everyone was staring at him to see if he would raise the price again. But only he knew that the price was to the maximum he could afford. Because this lot is not profitable over $70 million. So it doesn't make much sense for him to raise the price now or not. Thinking of this, he let out a cold smile, a flash of coldness inside his eyes, and sat down on the ground. Quietly, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to someone. Everyone around them saw the scene and sighed and shook their heads. I'm afraid something is going to happen to this kid. How dare you come so hard with the surname Zhang? Do you really not know how to die? I heard that he raised a terrifying inheritor, and the awakening level can reach 80%. I've heard that there's also a bloodline relationship with the #1 thunder user in the country. Really? These people were discussing on the sidelines, not paying any attention to Gao Ren who was present. As for Gao Ren, he didn't even listen to what these people were saying. Right now, Gao Ren was completely in a state of euphoria. The reason is simple, because Changshan City is not much bigger at all, and this site is the only newly developed site. Moving the Golden Villa here was arguably the outcome he was most looking forward to. Congratulations to him came from the stage, followed by a round of applause. Soon after the simple flow of the ceremony was completed, it began to disperse. Gao Ren saw that the meeting was over and was ready to leave at the first opportunity. But just at that moment, a man blocked him. That's Zhang Yin. Is there anything else you're looking for me for? Seeing Zhang Yin in front of him, Gao Ren was a bit curious. There are things, of course there are things I want to have a good talk with you. Zhang Yin laughed coldly, then clapped his hands. Along with his voice, a gust of wind blew, directly lifting all the tables, chairs, and benches present. Meanwhile, there was one more beside the two, a young man in a suit. He still had studs on his ears and dyed yellow hair, bending down to look at Gao Ren with scorn and arrogance. His body was flickering with thunder and lightning, and it was obvious that he had just used some sort of immortal method to come over. Introducing, the younger brother of Chen Lei, the first thunder user within the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Dian. Zhang Yin introduced the youth, a hint of smugness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chen Deng's awakening level is 80%, even if the president of the Inheritors Guild came here, he would have to give a few points. He's not very grumpy, so hopefully this little friend will do something to make him happy, like give up your bidding land. He spoke with murderous intent. The undisguised killing intent caused everyone present to shiver coldly and look at Gao Ren with a few moments of pity. It's like saying, who do you mess with but him? Zhang Yin was even more complacent, as if this matter had been stabilized. No. Not for any amount of money. Gao Ren shook his head. If there's nothing else for you, I'm going to leave. Good dogs don't get in the way. Everyone present was baffled, even the two Zhang Yin were confused. This guy. Is it? Can't you see the situation? It's not a death wish. Zhang Yin's face became more and more cloudy, while Chen Dian on the side laughed. Interesting, there's something interesting about this kid. He pointed at Gao Ren and laughed, kid, I like you a lot. This way. I'll give you a chance today, you call any random person right now, and as long as there's one person who is willing to help you after knowing my identity, I'll let you off the hook. Gao Ren just wanted to scold him, but it turned out that there was a phone call coming in right at that moment. He subconsciously looked at the phone and saw that the phone number on it was Elder Chen, and picked up the phone with a speechless face. Chen Ziliang, I say you're also the commander-in-chief of the Ministry of Defense, don't you have other things waiting for you every day? Why are you always pestering me? I don't see it. No. One last time? That's what you said. Okay, 13th floor of the convention building. Well, you do it. He hung up after that with a look of impatience. When he looked up again, he realized that everyone was looking at him. Subsequently, puffing. Everyone in the room let out bursts of laughter, and Jiang Yin was unable to close his mouth. Chen Dian covered his stomach as if he had heard some extremely funny joke. Ha ha. You're quite the pretender, kid. And Chen Ziliang? You're not trying to tell us that you know Chen Ziliang, the commander-in-chief of the Ministry of Defense, are you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 110 Mr. Gorin, we meet again. The crowd laughed out loud. Just because the name of old General Chen Ziliang Chen can be said to be well known. But how could such a powerful character be known by a youth inside a small city? So they didn't have any doubts and were sure that the youth in front of them was just bluffing here, deliberately pretending to be a cup. Seeing them hilariously laughing, Gao Ren looked at them with eyes like they were looking at idiots, and spread his hands helplessly. Believe it or not, I just know him, and I kind of hate him right now, pestering me all day long. I really wouldn't want to see him if I wasn't really tired of pestering me. Pretend, keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend for me. Chen Dian had a face of sarcasm and disdain. He said confidently, tell you what. I'll give you a chance, won't you? He over here in a minute? In a moment, if Elder Chen really comes over, I'll kowtow to you to thank you. From today onwards, no matter where you go, I, Chen Shan, will call you Big Brother, and I will unconditionally do whatever you ask me to do for you. But if the person who comes is not Elder Chen, or if no one comes within that hour, I'll let you walk out of this building today. He said with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth, seeking approval as he looked at Jiang Yin on the side. Boss Shang, you don't think there's a problem with this matter, do you? You're thinking the same thing as me, aren't you? You don't really think this guy can call an Elder Chen, do you? Jiang Yin also laughed out loud when he heard him. Of course, if he can really call Elder Chen, then I'll pay for this piece of land of his to give it to him. With a beat in his voice, he looked at Gao Ren and said, since the topic is already here, how about I join in? If you can really call Elder Chen, I'll pay for this piece of land of yours as a gift from me. How about transferring this free plot of land of yours to me if you don't call in Chen? Yes. Gao Ren nodded without any hesitation. Since everyone likes to play, let's play. He spread his hands indifferently, but in his heart he was already happy. He hadn't realized that there were so many good people in the world who were willing to give him so much. Originally, he had a little heartache when he spent so much money on buying a piece of land. Now it's great that someone is offering him money, it's like pie in the sky. Seeing him agree so readily, Jiang Yin and Chen Dian were both stunned. Because in their foreknowledge, at this moment, Gao Ren should be full of apprehension and embarrassment, unable to get off the stage. It was so painful to agree so quickly that it actually gave them a sense of foreboding. But this concern of theirs immediately disappeared, and their faces were even happier. Ha ha. Okay, you kid can really act. Of all the people we've met, if you're second in cup filling, no one dares to say first. Since you dare to bet, then bet. But don't think about reneging on your debt, so many people are here watching. It's fine, if he dares, I'll let him know what it means to be cruel. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Dian's face. Gao Ren looked at these two people with even more eyes on idiots, then sat on his butt on a side chair. He had gotten up early for this bidding session, and now he was very sleepy, so to speak. At that thought, he went straight to the table and actually started huffing and puffing. This kid is too hateful. Jiang Yin's face was livid, itching to clean up Gao Ren right now. Don't worry, this kid won't be able to be arrogant for long soon. When the time comes for you to take the land, I'll make him evaporate, won't that take the anger out? Chen Dian on the side laughed lowly. The two men looked at each other and laughed with great gusto. They weren't the only ones who laughed, but some of the other bosses who attended the bidding. They were all gloating spectators, because such a good show they usually don't see. Of course, there were still some people here who wanted to flatter Jiang Yin. After all, Jiang Yin was not only alone in Sangshan City, but now he had even contacted Chen Dang, and in the future, he could be said to be a vicious dragon-like existence. And so, everyone waited for almost half an hour. Seeing that the people hadn't come yet, Chen Dian couldn't wait any longer. He strides over to Gao Ren and slaps the table. Gao Ren was shaken awake, rubbing his eyes and looking at the ferocious Chen Dian, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" "Sleeping?" Chen Dang sneered. "Kid, it's been half an hour and no one's here yet. Now that you've lost, hurry up and fulfill your promise, and transfer the land transfer to me first," he said and signaled Jiang Yin on the side to get the contract. Jiang Yin immediately understood what he meant and asked the people on the side to bring the contract that was prepared during this half hour to Gao Ren's side. When Gao Ren saw the contract above, the corner of his mouth revealed an intriguing smile. He first looked up and around, seeing so many people here to make a scene, feeling that things were getting interesting. He touched his nose and looked very seriously at Chen Dian and Jiang Yin in front of him. "Are you sure you want me to sign it? That might cause you some trouble." "Okay. Don't bull, kid, any more bull and I'll directly blow you up." Chen Dian lifted Gao Ren with one hand. "Okay, I'll sign it for you, don't regret it. If I sign it now, I won't even take it if you all cry and pay to give it to me later." "Heh, what a cry for you. Who do you think you are? A leader?" When Gao Ren saw him say that, he was indifferent to signing the contract. He really wanted to see how these people should end up. Almost as soon as he signed the words down, the door to the room was pushed open. Everyone subconsciously turned around with the creaking of the room door. Only to see Elder Chen walk into the hall from the room door with three people, his expression extraordinarily serious. The three people in the back, one old, one young, and one middle, looked like a family. Yet the aura that these three people brought with them was breathtaking. A mere look made one feel incredibly suffocated. Chen Lao. Seeing Elder Chen, everyone present froze, and only Chen Dian reacted at first and subconsciously opened his mouth. When these two words came out, everyone's head felt a buzz. They looked at Elder Chen in stupefaction, unable to utter a single word for a while. One could only stare blankly at the country's chief of defense, the old general. Elder Chen swept his gaze at this moment, and after scanning around inside the room, he finally landed on Gao Ren's body. That serious and earnest expression, in an instant, revealed a pleasing and attentive smile and trotted to Gao Ren's side. "Mr. Gao, we meet again. Chapter 111, done for." Yes, that's Elder Chen. Almost a large portion of the country is aware of the existence of this old general, but why is he treating a young man like this? The people present looked at Elder Chen and Gao Ren as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Deng stood frozen at the sight of the two men, a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Chen Yin, who was originally extremely arrogant, at this moment, his lips were trembling from fear. His hand holding the contract was a little weak. The spectators who had been watching from the side were looking at everything here with an extremely shocked look. "Are you Gao Ren? My name is Bear Invincible. Just call me Big Brother Invincible." When Xiong Wuxi saw Gao Ren, he directly walked towards the front with a loud and scary voice, causing everyone to look at him. He didn't care at all about the gazes of the others, but scratched his head somewhat less kindly and said, "I heard Old Man Shen say that you are very powerful, so I came to discuss with you." Chen Dian also heard his words, and his legs went limp, and his entire body almost knelt on the ground. "Who? Bear Invincible? One of the top 3 awakenings in the Dragon Kingdom. The one known as the Weapon of the Earth?" As an 80% awakened, he had seen the world, and the moment he heard the name Bear Invincible, he locked on to the identity. Such a man would want to explore with the kid he's going up against? He suddenly realized a terrible problem. This kid not only knows Chen Lao, it seems to be an extremely terrible existence. At this moment, he already regretted it. Regretting that he had to come over to join in the fun and hang out with this Shang Yin guy. Regretting that he had provoked this young man called Gao Ren today. Who the hell is this guy to make such a big shot treat him like this? As he thought this, he suddenly realized that there was something familiar about Gao Ren's face. Yes, it was familiar, he always thought he'd seen this face somewhere. But after thinking hard for a while, he couldn't figure out where he'd seen this guy before. "Jiang Yin, look what you've done. Didn't you say this guy was just a raw face, not much of a threat?" He lowered his voice. Jiang Yin, who was on the side, also realized that something was wrong at this time, and said with an ugly face, "This is indeed the first time I've seen this kid, and I haven't heard of such a person in Sangshan City before." His face grew more and more ugly as he stared at Gao Ren, who had a calm face at this moment, his eyes revealing thoughts. Yes, it was true that there was no such person in his memory. But why does this kid always feel a bit familiar? He also developed such a feeling, and only now that he calmed down did he realize that Gao Ren's face always felt familiar, as if he had really seen it somewhere. But if he had to say something, he really couldn't say where he had seen Gao Ren. Just as the two were discussing, the few people from Elderchen who came in at this moment also discovered them. Even more so, he could see that these people might be related to Gao Ren. "Mr. Gao Ren, do you know these people?" Seeing that Gao Ren had been staring at these people without saying anything, Elderchen couldn't help but try to inquire. "Oh. I just bought a plot of land and these guys are competitors. They just made a bet with me that if you don't come they will take away the land I just purchased and keep me from walking out of here." Gao Ren told the truth and laughed. He said with a lull in his voice, and even more so, he extended his palm to point at the contract they were holding in their hands. "Look, they still have my contract, it was just given to them." Chen Lai's face instantly grimaced when he heard his words. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Yin and Chen Dian, and his voice was more than a little angry. "Gentlemen, could you look at the contract you're holding?" He was old and smart, and he could see at a glance that it was these two people who must have given Gao Ren a hard time. "Introduce myself, I'm Chen Ziliang, the Chief Commander of the Ministry of Defense, and right now everything that Mr. Gao Ren has is potentially related to national defense and control, so it's important for me to have the right to know." He spoke slowly, using a wink at the three men in the distance. Xiong Wuxi was the first to understand what he meant, and at once, golden light began to surge from his body. "Everyone present cooperate well, not one of you can leave until things are cleared up, and if anyone really wants to leave then they can try. If you can beat your Papa Bear me, then you can go, otherwise I'll wait here for me to investigate." Boom! Almost as soon as his words fell, a golden light flashed. The old man with the windy mortal bones behind him stroked his beard, and the flickering golden light on his body was obviously using some kind of immortal method. An invisible wind pressure caused all the tables, chairs, and benches in the room to litter the floor. Qin Deng instantly looked ugly, with fear inside his eyes. "It's Chang Shang and Chen Mo. Why are all three here?" As an inheritor, there was no reason not to recognize these three people. After all, they were the top three in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that these three in Elder Chen are all gathered here, is it because of Goren? Sure enough, Chen Lao's actions said it all. Only to see Elder Chen pick up that contract and read it, he directly sneered. "How dare you? How dare you do such a thing to the chief instructor of the Central Inheritors? I see that a landlord like you must be used to forcefully buying and selling. People like you must be completely erased today, so as not to affect the cityscape of Sanshan City. I'll send a thorough investigation of your assets right now to see if that's how you got them all." His words scared Zhang Yin out of his wits. What? What? Chief instructor of the Central Inheritors. His pale face couldn't take it anymore, and his legs softened as he sat directly on the ground. He looked at Elder Chen in front of him and Gao Ren not far away in horror, and his intestines turned green with remorse. He had never dreamed that a young man he casually met would have such a big head. That's right, he's the chief instructor of the Central Inheritors of the Center. It's a serving public official from our center, so you'll just have to wait for the trial. No. No way. He is still so young, how can he be? Zhang Yin shook his head in disbelief, seemingly unwilling to admit this fact, but he suddenly seemed to remember something, his voice lurched, and he looked at Gao Ren with an incredulous face. That face of Gao Ren gradually became clearer, gradually overlapping with a certain face in the depths of his memory. Shivering, he took out his own cell phone and searched for the keyword, International Legacy Competition Participants. Accompanied by his search input, Gao Ren's face appeared on top, with some news about him underneath. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he had a momentary mental breakdown. It's Goren. His cell phone fell to the ground and his entire body went straight to his knees. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 112. That's the trouble. Zhang Yin finally realized why Gao Ren's face was so familiar. Because the global broadcast was so hot a while back. Even if he doesn't even watch such broadcasts, he still catches a glimpse of it on a big screen in some mall. That glance coincided with the appearance of the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, which was this young man inside. He had never dreamed that the person who represented the Dragon Kingdom in the International Inheritor competition would be someone from their Tsangshan city. He was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling, knowing exactly what kind of character he had messed with, and at this moment he was filled with fear and despair. In such a situation, he subconsciously wanted to seek help, and his gaze looked towards Chen Dian, whose face was also not looking too good. At this moment, Chen Dian also recognized Gao Ren's presence. He stood still, his entire mind blank, thinking about what to do about this. More than anything, he prayed that this Zhang Yin guy would never be involved. At this particular moment, he realized that Zhang Yin was looking at him, so he immediately spoke out after a brief hesitation. "Zhang Yin, you're good. You ungrateful thing, how dare you trick me into dealing with Mr. Gao Ren Gao? If it weren't for old Mr. Chen's timely appearance, I would have really gone astray." Chen Dian said as he lifted his own foot and kicked Zhang Yin in the chest as he stared in dismay. This kick didn't show any mercy and directly knocked Zhang Yin to the ground. The kick made Zhang Yin's face red, and the veins on his neck were bulging, and he didn't say anything even though he tried to open his mouth several times. This was the effect that Chen Dian wanted, and while everyone had not yet reacted, he grabbed Zhang Yin and dragged him outside. "Elder Chen, seniors, don't worry. I'm going to help you guys with this matter. This bastard has done a lot of evil in Tsangshan City. I'm going to clean him up." He was about to head out in a righteous manner, but was stopped in the next second. "Yes. They're invincible." Bear Invincible cocked his little head and looked at him with a look of contempt. "You take me for a little cutie. You don't look like a good person with those misbegotten features, and I guess you're all snakes and rats too. Gao Ren, tell me what just happened, I'll help you out." Gao Ren looked at Xiong Wuxi with a few more smiles at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't because of what this Bear Invincible said, but he thought it was interesting that such a 7 or 8-year-old child was so old-fashioned. But letting a kid stand up for himself. Not yet. When he thought of this, he wanted to speak, but who knew that Qin Deng had grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Mr. Gao Ren, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. This friend of mine and I were also confused for a moment, so please don't forget about it. I am Chen Dian, my brother is Chen Lei, the first day thunder user of the Dragon Kingdom. Change my brother will definitely come to the door in person to apologize." Chen Dian hurriedly opened his mouth, a layer of cold sweat already surfacing on his forehead. Everyone present was a ruthless character, Gao Ren who represented the country in the competition, the chief commander Chen Lao, and those 3 perverts. Each and every one of them was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with. The current one could only bring out his big brother so that the other party would hold his head high. "Your brother is Chen Lei?" Chen Lao frowned. "Yes, my brother is Chen Lei. I was also only momentarily bluffed by the one called Zhang Yin, otherwise I wouldn't have come to Mr. Gao Ren's displeasure with him." Chen Dian's face revealed an attentive smile and his heart was delighted. Who knew that Chen Lao's face was instantly gloomy? "Don't say that your brother is Chen Lei. Even if Chen Lei came here today, he'd still have to clean up. Anyone who dares to mess with you must be taught a lesson today." Elder Chen's face was blue. It was because he had already told all the not-so-famous inheritors within the circle a while ago, telling them to be courteous when they saw Gao Ren. After all, Gao Ren's existence, that was an existence that could never be messed with. What he was afraid of was that the families of these people would do things recklessly and with no one in sight, and he hadn't thought that he'd actually run into them. Chen Dian's face instantly turned pale as he twisted his head to look at Gao Ren. "Mr. Gorin, No, I'm wrong. I'll have him give it back to you. Make him give you back that land," he said and directly snatched the contract in Zhang Yin's hand and instantly tore it up. His face revealed an ingratiating smile as he confirmed the complete destruction of the contract. Gorin also revealed a smile, then quietly said, "I told you, right? Don't regret what you do. I told you, even if you begged me, I wouldn't want this land anymore." Zhang Ying's words caused his face to instantly turn white. He froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. Elder Chen blocked in front of Gao Ren at this moment, his face grim. He could see that although Gao Ren looked smiling on the surface, he was obviously really angry this time. In that case, it seems that this plot of land Gorin really likes. Thinking of this, he came to Chen Dian's face with an iron expression. "You do what you do, you're responsible for it. If you can't handle it, don't blame me for handling it for you," he said and used a wink to the perverted trio, then took the 3 men and walked straight to the side and sat there. He stared at Chen Dian with an undisguised chill in the middle of his eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. And at this moment, Chen Dian finally realized the seriousness of the matter and winced before kicking Zhang Yin, who had just regained his breath, in the side. "Get thee up. Why don't you kowtow to Mr. Gao? If you and I don't get this straightened out today, we'll meet the king of hell tomorrow." Chen Dian was also not an ordinary inheritor, but Chen Lei's younger brother. Such a scene, he quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Yin had been listening from the side just now and naturally knew the seriousness. He immediately called for a contract to be prepared and transferred the land to Gao Ren unconditionally. Then with a clench of his teeth, he transferred all the properties under his name to Gao Ren as a sincerity of apology. Chen Deng's eyes kept on rolling, then he thought of something and came to Gao Ren's side. He slapped himself in the face, blood dripping. "Mr. Gorin, it's me who was blind. Don't worry, I'll be admonishing every legacy in the city from this day forward. Even if Elder Chen gives the order there are people who don't know you, I'll personally move to deal with all the people and organizations for you so that what happened today will never happen again." Gao Ren's expression was a bit surprised when he heard the two people say that. The anger in his heart had really dissipated. He wasn't afraid of anyone, and he was able to deal with anyone, but he wasn't the same with those close to him. If there really were still people with eyes like Chen Deng, there was a real possibility that they could hurt his loved ones. It would be quite nice if Chen Deng could really help with this kind of thing. Gao Ren took the contract, and the corners of his mouth were happy. He accepted them with satisfaction before slowly turning his gaze towards Elder Chen and the three men who had been waiting for him for a long time. Alas! Like that's the trouble. Chapter 113 The Deal. Inside the room, Elder Chen and the three men looked at each other. The corners of their mouths twitched as they looked at Gao Ren, who was giggling with the contract. "I say, old man Chen, did you really not lie to Master Xiong about me? Why do I get the feeling he's not too bright?" Chen Lao's face signaled him to shut up. "Gao Ren, I've come this time because I have some important things to discuss with you." Gao Ren helplessly put down the contract in his hand. "Speak for yourself, which time did you come here and not say that? But since you've promised me it's the last time you'll come over, don't talk back." Elder Chen's smile was a bit awkward as he nodded slightly. "Then I'll be blunt. That first thing is the Global United Nations Conference. It's about dealing with the winged star, and I hope you'll be able to come along for the ride. After all, you're the only being who's ever come into positive contact with a winged star person." Zhang Yang immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't be delusional. I'm an ordinary citizen, what's the point of going to such a big meeting, and tedious and troublesome and fed up?" Hearing him say that, Elder Chen wasn't surprised and could only sigh and say, "How about this? How about you video participate? And you bought the land to put the gold villa on, right? But this land is so big that it is too empty to put only one golden villa. We will find you the best designers in the world to build you a living villa area around the golden villa for free." Hearing him say that, Gao Ren's eyes lit up. He was still a little fretful about what to do with a lot that big. If that was really the case, he really couldn't say no. It was a video conference anyway, so when the time came, he'd just turn the video on and plop himself down to sleep. Yeah, just do it. The smile on Gao Ren's face grew stronger as he thought of this. "Yes. Since you've said so, I'll reluctantly agree." "That's a yes? You really have no pursuit." Xiong Wuxi suddenly opened his mouth from the side, a look of contempt on his face. Elder Chen couldn't wait to slap him when he heard this, but in the end, he held back and smiled awkwardly at Gao Ren. Gao Ren didn't care, after all, the conditions that Elder Chen said were really tempting for him. What he liked was the most valuable thing in existence, and he had never had an unerringly clear existence about it. "Hurry up with the second thing. Finish up and go find me someone to take care of this, I'm getting antsy." Hearing his words, Elder Chen hastily nodded his head. After hesitating, he looked at Gao Ren seriously and slowly said, "Before that, there is one question I need to confirm, and that is Mr. Gao Ren, being able to use cosmic energy, right? It's the knowledge of cosmic energy gained from the winged star people that works, right?" Gorin froze for a moment. "I'm not sure, but I think it will be able to be used. After all, my degree of awakening is 99,999%, and according to what I got from the winged star people last time, the degree of awakening is the genes of a race, so I think a high degree is good genes, and I should be able to use it." Gao Ren actually felt himself that he was definitely able to use it, but he was a person who didn't like to talk to the fullest, in case he just couldn't really perform it for some reasons. 99,999%? Gao, you can brag too much. Master Xiong, I'm arrogant enough. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than Master Xiong. Xiong Wuxi stood up with a sneer on his face. Gao Ren looked at it and rolled his eyes. Adults are talking, children don't interrupt. Shong Wuxi still wanted to speak, but he was held down by Elder Chen who was at the side. He continued, in fact, the second thing I came for this time is that I want you to teach these three people the way to use cosmic energy. I know, you didn't want to reveal it, that's why you took out the level of awakening. But as long as you're willing to teach them, we'll never bother you again so easily. Think about it, if they can't use these knowledge powers, then Rongxing comes and we can't resist, it's still you striking out, isn't it? You can't, can you, watch Wingstar destroy the Dragon Kingdom? After all, there's no way for you to properly survive here if it really is going to be destroyed. Hearing him say that, Gao Ren, who had been somewhat resistant, revealed a few moments of hesitation. Yes. There's no problem with that statement. There was no way for him to live if he really bombed the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, he had really fretted over this matter, and if it was true that Rongxing came again, it was really just him who would step in. Alas. It's not that I'm willing to help, it's that this is a really hard thing to do. He looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that it was a real embarrassment, not a pretense. Seeing him like this, Chen Lao also thumped in his heart, but for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom he didn't die, but held the attitude of trying to ask again. Hard to do means. He wanted to inquire about it and see if it could be fixed or not. As a result, I saw Goren sigh, then said seriously, it's got to be extra. Several people in the room froze when those three words came out. Elder Chen froze for a while before wiping away the nervous sweat from his head. Okay, how much do you want? Gao Ren was in trouble again at this time because he already had enough money in his hand to spend. I have enough money to spend now, but I think there's still something lacking. Old Chen, you name your price. As long as I can be given a mind-blowing price, I'll agree. Chen Lao rubbed his aching head and began to think. There was no talking in the room either, just peace and quiet. Shong Wuxi three people also did not speak, their eyes each flickered also do not know what they were thinking. Finally, Elder Chen spoke. You have some small amount of money now, but it will always be spent. I know you don't like getting something for nothing, and I'll follow up by helping you find some easy money-making businesses. And since you like to be a normal person, but always need something special, such as if you are interested in hot pot, I can get you the best cooks and fits in the country, I can take care of all these kinds of things for you. There's no use having money if you're dealing with it yourself. Yes. I like this one, better get me a cook or something straight away, and a driver. Yes, 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 and a beautiful black silk nanny. The more Gao Ren spoke, the more excited he became. Elder Chen sighed in relief, if that's the case, then all the things we talked about can be carried out, right? No problem. But there is one more thing that you need to take care of, and that is where do I go to experiment with the use of cosmic energy? I'm afraid something with that kind of power is capable of destroying a few cities and destroying the ecology at random, right? When Elder Chen heard him say that, he revealed a confident expression. That's a good one, I'll make the arrangements now. Chapter 114, what's so cocky about him, huh? The western region of the Dragon Kingdom. A desert in the middle of nowhere. At this moment, several silhouettes appeared. Elder Chen, is this person really able to use cosmic energy knowledge? Chen Mo, who was wearing glasses, stared at the unhappy Gao Ren not far away with a somewhat serious expression. From the time he came into contact with Gao Ren until now, he couldn't see half the shadow of a strong man in Gao Ren's body. Moreover, he had also looked at the other party's awakening level with a specialized instrument, and it was 0% awakening level. Such a person didn't look like the one Chen Lao was talking about in any way. Old man Chen, Master Xiong, I've given you a lot of face. If Gao Ren doesn't have what it takes today, don't blame me for flipping you off. I haven't even put together my latest Lego at home yet. You're completely wasting my time. Their Invincible was also helpless at the side. Among the several people, only that old man with the windy mortal's bones remained silent, staring at the figure inside the desert in the distance. Elder Chen nodded, watch yourselves, this is our Dragon Kingdom's strongest card. If he's willing to help the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star as much as you guys are willing to help them, maybe we do have a chance to free Blue Star from its fate as a so-called slave planet. At this moment, Goren was coughing continuously. So this is the great inland desert, huh? This is a harsh environment, if I had known this, I wouldn't have agreed to Elder Chen. He turned his head with a helpless face and looked at the few people staring at him. I'll pick cosmic energies that are as low in power as possible, but until then you guys still need to be on the defensive. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you all. Hearing his words, the corners of Xiong Wufei's mouth twitched as he was about to say something, but he was pressed down by Elder Chen. Okay, I'll let them cast it now, he said, nodding respectfully to the old man called Chang Shang. Trouble. You're the only one with the strongest defense immortal technique here, cast it out. What if us, how good can he be, Master Xiong, my level is not bad, and I still use old man Chang. Chang Shang didn't have that much to say, just a slight nod. Then a golden light began to shimmer out of him. Level 90 immortal technique, Flower Realm. Accompanying his voice, a flash of green suddenly burrowed out of the ground. Yes, the green color appears inside the desert, there is plant growth. Immediately, countless vines and tree roots grew out of the ground, spreading several hundred meters in an instant, forming a wall coalesced together by the trees, locking them in securely. The thick trunk and vines were twisting and turning, with a faint green light emanating from them. This is the most terrifying means of protection I have, even an energy nuke can resist 3 or 5 shots. Chang Shang slowly spoke with a serious face. Although he also felt that it was too big to use, he still cast out his most terrifying immortal technique. He really wanted to see what level this one called Gao Ren had. Just when he thought that would be enough, they saw Elder Chen pull out a piece of machinery from his arms. A top-level limiter. You actually took this out? It's a suppressor capable of suppressing up to level 10 or below immortal technique. I've already cast an immortal technique and you still want to use it? Chang Shang looked at Elder Chen in dismay and couldn't help but open his mouth. That's right, this suppressor was capable of suppressing a level 90 immortal technique down to level 10 at most, such a horrible thing, and now it was even taken out? Still, on the premise that he had used his immortal magic, that Gao Ren. Is it really that scary? Elder Chen, aren't you making a bit of a fuss? Chen Mo frowned. From the time he contacted Gao Ren until now, he was the one who spoke the least. Just because he doesn't say anything doesn't mean he doesn't have any opinions. In his opinion, Chen Lao had gone too far against Gao Ren. This person didn't look all that strong, perhaps just an outwardly strong guy who just happened to have mastered some special way of using his power. Each of the 3 of them would be better and more powerful than this guy if these approaches were publicized. We understand that you value such a talent, but there's no need to be so, to hold him up to the sky. He frowned as he spoke, his expression clearly getting a bit displeased. The other 2 were nodding. All 3 of them were the top inheritors of Dragon, an existence that the Dragon Kingdom had always provided for. Strong ability and long standing have given the 3 of them some pride that others don't have. They had lost their bets and were willing to come and learn, but such a bout made them feel somewhat humiliated by their equals. After all, even the watchmen can't use their skills, you even have to use a suppressor. Is it meant to say that their strongest means can't even compare to Gao Ren's? Sensing their dissatisfaction, Elder Chen hurriedly said helplessly, please believe me, you don't understand Gao Ren or that cosmic energy. If cosmic energy is an existence that can be resisted by a level 90 immortal law, what's wrong with our blue star, what's wrong with slave planets? Hearing him say that, the 3 men's faces were a bit hard to see. It was evident that although they didn't want to admit it, they knew that Elder Chen was telling the truth. Alright, I want to see if this guy has that capital and strength or not. Chen Mo snorted coldly and said no more. However, a few seconds later, he narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, since you're so confident, let's make another bet. The 3 of us use all of our means of defense to see just how far he can cast that so-called cosmic energy. Together with your limiter, if we can perfectly block the cosmic energies this guy casts, you'll have to give us all the promises the Dragon Kingdom gave him. Let's replace him for the UN meeting. Chen Mo looked confident with a few smug smiles. Elder Chen froze at his words, his face a bit ugly. Because he knew Gao Ren's character very well, if he was really capricious with Gao Ren, then it would be unlikely that he would want to ask for Gao Ren's help in the future. However, if they did not agree to the 3 people in front of them, with the temperament of these 3 people, it was very likely that they would leave immediately. If the 3 of them left immediately, Gao Ren would also find out the end of the story, and perhaps would be unhappy as well. To him, both parties were extremely important talents to the Dragon Kingdom, and neither party could be messed with. Thinking about it, he finally nodded heavily. Okay, I promise you guys. But if he breaks through your heavy defenses, or breaks both of your means, count me as the winner. If you lose, in the future, if there are any more matters that I decide on, you must help me unconditionally and without complaint. No problem. The 3 Chen Mo nodded at the same time. Let's begin then. Elder Chen sighed when he saw the 3 people agree. He twisted his head to look at Gao Ren in the distance with an extremely serious expression. Everything depends on you. I'm sure you won't let me down. Chapter 115. One punch rips through the spatial dimension. What? Telling me to use a slightly more powerful immortal technique, are you sure? Gao Ren looked at Elder Chen in dismay. Okay. Elder Chen sighed and spelled out his agreement with the three. Takahito caught his words and looked up at the three men in the distance. At this moment, the three men looked at him with different eyes, but all of them carried defiance and pride. You're saying the three of them are the strongest fighting force in the Dragon Kingdom? Yes, his awakening levels are all at 95%, and the highest immortal techniques he has mastered are all at level 99. In terms of awakening level alone, they may not be the highest existence in the world, but each one of them has the level to take on the tricolor dragon Machi individually, and all of them are even able to maintain a victory rate of more than 50%. Elder Chen had a serious look on his face, and was a bit proud of himself when he spoke these words. Goren was also surprised to hear him say that. No, it was particularly unexpected. He remembered this person, Emochi of the three-color country, very well, and the four-color Heavenly Thunder did have a level. If he just used those few levels of immortal techniques that he usually used, he wouldn't be able to deal with that guy called Machi. I didn't expect our Dragon Kingdom to be so powerful. In that case, I'm relieved. Gao Ren had an excited look on his face. Hearing him say that, Elder Chen's eyes lit up. Has Takahito awakened his patriotic fervor as well? This kid finally doesn't want to swing for the fences? He thought so and his face lit up with joy, but the next second the smile froze. Since they're so strong, I'll have to give them the cosmic energy so that they'll be able to deal with the winged stars. You wouldn't have come to me if they were able to deal with the boring stars, would you? Air. Cut the crap, come on. Get them ready, I'm going to do it. Gao Ren had an excited look on his face. His eyes revealed flames pulsing in them, filled with crazy wildness. It was the first time that Elder Chen had seen Gao Ren this excited, and he was taken aback for a moment. His heart jumped and told him directly that Gao Ren might have to come down hard this time. The smile on his face faltered a bit, and awe arose in his heart. He hurriedly ran to the front of the three men and spoke to them seriously. Since you're already preparing for a confrontation, then it's time to use your full strength. Elder Chen said without further ado, and directly opened that limiter. The limiter was turned on, creating a beam of light that enveloped Gao Ren's surroundings. That's right, the limiter was only used to restrict Goren, and it had been passed with Goren's consent. Bah! Adding a limiter and still wanting the defense of a few of us, really looking down on little master. Master Xiong is going to let you know today how to write the word regret. Bear Invincible shouted as the golden light on his body began to flicker. Along with the golden light, a huge golden shadow emerged on his body. The Bear Invincible that was transformed by the golden light appeared and trapped the three of them firmly. Now there were giant trees outside, and the three of them were surrounded by the huge silhouettes of the invincible bears. All of them were level 90 or above watchers, and it was Machi who came to use the four-colored Heavenly Thunder to be able to defend successfully. And that's without counting the limiter. If you count the limiter, one defense is enough. Humph. Since he's so arrogant, let's give it a try, I won't hold back. Chenemo snorted coldly from the side, and then a huge golden light also appeared on his body. Level 99 Immortal Technique, Proverbs. Accompanying his voice, a huge golden text emerged in midair. Those fonts floated and arranged themselves in midair, floating and swinging randomly in the air. Some of them just floated in the air and seemed to have no place to go, while others landed on huge trees and shimmered with golden light. Some also landed on the huge Bear Invincible, attaching themselves to it and shining brightly. The words stopped in midair, the wind and sand here suddenly stopped, and the world began to quiet down. That text was affixed to those trees, and the trees emitted a faint green fluorescence, and the air around them became clearer as a strand of life force surged out from it, forming an invisible green barrier. That text landed on the gigantic Bear Invincible, whose silhouette gradually solidified, and the whole was a few more points taller, like a skyscraper as gigantic as a skyscraper. Seeing the layer upon layer of protection appear, Elder Chen's face became more than a touch worried. These 3 layers of protection were too terrifying, and he felt that with the addition of the limiter, even if Gao Ren used that day's Great Luo Jingxian, he would be able to withstand a round of attack. He looked to Goren, waiting for him to make a move. Seeing them all ready, Gao Ren also started picking out cosmic energies to prepare for use. He thought it over carefully. He couldn't use level 2 cosmic energy. At his level he estimated that level 1 cosmic energy could destroy this desert, not to mention level 2, I'm afraid it would directly send everyone present to Hades. He thought about it and found a level 1 cosmic energy. Level 1 cosmic energy, quantum fist. The power of compressed quanta reaches a terrifying fist power that has the terrifying power to destroy the surface of a galaxy. The introduction was extremely simple and crude, but it was a means of attack in the middle of a real universe. Gao Ren decided to test the waters with it and show these people. Thinking of this, Gao Ren's body lit up with a blue glow. That's right, compared to Blue Star's immortal law, casting cosmic energy lit up with a blue glow. He raised his fist slightly, and in an instant something horrible happened. Click! The sky behind him was instantly torn apart, and a blackened space appeared. With just a single lift of his hand, the space around him had already begun to be disorganized, and wild winds were howling. The three people who had already prepared for the attack unanimously winced at the sight of this scene. Xiong Wuxi was even softer in his legs, the whole thing paralyzed, fortunately, as soon as he grabbed Chen Mo by his side. Old man, am I looking at it wrong? Chang Sheng's lips were also shivering. No, it seems like he tore the space with one lift of his hand. I remember the last time there was a spatial tear, it was against two of the top awakened, using level 99 immortal techniques against each other at the same time. The arrogance of Chen Mo on the side just now completely disappeared as he stared at the scene behind Gao Ren, his heart turning over in shocking waves. Click! 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 Countless loud noises like glass shattering appeared, and the spatial cracks above the entire desert began to spread like a spider's web. Until Gao Ren had already raised his fist to the highest stop, the cracks were still appearing. The sky behind him was like entering the black night at this moment, and the dense cracks were numbing to look at. In the next second, Takahito swung his fist. The entire desert fell silent for a moment. The sky was torn in a circle of several thousand meters, the black hole directly let the sky become black, the messy gusts of wind only sprang up for a moment, and everyone's immortal law. Breaking! Limiters! Gone broken! And in the midst of that huge torn space, a huge building vaguely emerged. There were countless Rongxing people there, who were currently looking up at them here in shock, with horrified faces. Chapter 116, Dodging a Mistake. Boring Star. It's a planet with a second-tier civilization. This civilization didn't belong to the lowest civilization in the universe, but it was just barely out of the existence of the lowest civilization. Rongxing City is the capital of Rongxing. It's extraordinarily busy. Today was like any other day, and it didn't seem quite the same. Because the space in front of him suddenly tore apart. All of the Rongxing people looked up, shocked, at the space that had suddenly been torn apart in front of them. There they saw a race of people from other civilizations. It was also humanoid, but it was a little too different from them. Even shorter, dark-haired and yellow-skinned, he looked almost incapable of fighting. But it only looked like it, because this space was an existence that he had torn apart. An existence capable of tearing through space was considered to be at the top of their game here. In an instant, a loud air raid siren sounded throughout Rongxing. Terrifying voices roamed, and several people inside the desert were able to hear them at that moment. Gao Ren ignored it, as his attention could be on his own attack right now. The three Xiong Wuxi people looked at the scene in front of them in horror, their hearts about to jump out of their chests. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying immortal law, and it was also the first time they had seen Rongxing. They knew what the winged stars looked like, so they were quick to judge. What the hell kind of ghostly means is this, to be able to cause such a result? Xiong Wuxi's voice carried a few moments of fear, and this was the only time he had appeared so scornful until now. Before he could say more, Gao Ren's terrifying attack had already struck. In an instant, the golden words that stayed in mid-air disappeared, turning into nothingness and dissipating into the earth. The existence of those countless vines and trees, even if they were hard, instantly turned into pieces in front of the attack of this fist. Xiong Wuxi's excessively solidified virtual shadow was vaporized in an instant, and then disappeared without a trace. The three people's immortal laws were broken in an instant, and in addition to shock, there was also fear. Yes, it was the fear of death. The three terrifying immortal laws were instantly broken, and the three people could be said to have no means of protection left. Not only did they not have any means of defense, but most importantly, it was too late for them to re-defend now. One could only take Gao Ren's attack with a hard head, and there was only one person who would be the result of meeting such an attack. That's dead. Despair gripped the three men with dead eyes. At this moment, the three men appeared to walk before their eyes. A scene from the past came to mind, and thoughts drifted far, far away. In the next second, the terrifying gusts of wind directly lifted them to the ground, and the tornadoes continued to roll around them. No. Not dead. Bear Invincible crawled out from inside the sand with an incredulous face. The other two climbed out from inside the sand, stunned. The three men looked at me and I looked at you, a little confused for a moment. Just a hint of confusion in his mind, which quickly disappeared. This was because they realized that the sky had been completely torn apart, and the blackened sky contained spatial energy. The sky here borders thoroughly on Boring Star. The Boring Star's alarms were still going off, and already many tall Boring Stars had appeared on the other side of space, their faces stony-faced as they looked over in their direction. Luo Jia, who was the vigilante captain, stood in front of the space at that moment, staring dead at Gao Ren at the other end of the space. The cosmic energy that rips through space is estimated to be above level 10. This person looks like he's acting relaxed. Is he a human species with a level 3 bloodline or higher? Which planet is this from? He didn't dare to act rashly and signaled the people around him to evacuate and be quiet. When he was unable to confirm the level and background of the other party, he absolutely could not strike out at will, or else he would not be solving a problem, but bringing big trouble to Rongxing. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly realized that the young man on the other side of the space had moved. Gao Ren moved, looking over with wistful curiosity. Going to make a move? Luo Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint light flickered on his body as if he was facing an enemy. He couldn't feel any cosmic energy residue on Gao Ren's body, as if this torn space had nothing to do with Gao Ren. But the more he did, the more alarmed he became. The fear of facing an unknown enemy is that you can't feel your way to the bottom. Just as he began to think, the spatial tear began to gradually heal. First, those tiny spatial cracks were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gao Ren's face showed hesitation as he saw the spatial cracks healing. He was the one who recognized the winged star, and he was pondering whether or not to take this opportunity to cast a cosmic energy to destroy these winged star buildings in front of him. After all, the Boring Star people had destroyed buildings on Blue Star as well. Thinking about it, he abandoned the idea. The main reason was that the tearing of space in front of him was a bit formidable, and he was worried that using even more terrifying cosmic energies would involve a few of Elder Chen's people. And there's no point in stirring things up when what happened before is over. Mainly because things would be a pain in the ass that way, and after all, people are a planet too. He didn't want to cause any trouble, so he wanted to hurry up and deal with Chen Lao's few people and go back to build his own villa area. With that, he watched as the space in front of him faded into nothingness and then returned to normal. This spatial tear was different from the one used before, and it seemed to break the limitations of space, or else it wouldn't have been able to see Rongxing's situation. That's why this spatial crack appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the torn spatial cracks had already recovered. Gao Ren came to the side of the several people who hadn't recovered from the shock at this moment, revealing an excited smile. See, I can use this thing properly. Elder Chen, don't forget what you promised me. I'm going back to moving the gold villa and building the villa area after I teach the three of them. You can call the designer over now. Elder Chen slowly returned to his senses and hurriedly nodded his head, and there was some more anticipation within his eyes. If after Gao Ren's help, all three will be able to reach the level they just did. He felt excited just thinking about it. At this moment, the three Xiong Wuxi people were also excited. Because they had seen Gao Ren's level with their own eyes, they realized why Chen Lao had pushed them so hard. They would never let go of such a good opportunity now. 5 people, each with their own ideas, but both eyes were glowing. At this very moment. On the other side of the spatial rift, Luo Jia wiped away the sweat on his head from his nervousness. It's horrible. We have to find out exactly where the people are from. There's no way such a terrifying guy doesn't have any reputation. It's a good thing the leader enlisted me to deal with the Blue Stars. Something so troublesome can be left to someone else. It's kind of dodged a bullet. Chapter 117 The United Nations Conference begins. Desert. The 3 Xiong Wuxi people stood in front of Gao Ren with respectful faces, their faces revealing awe and currying favor. Knowing that these were the top 3 people in the Dragon Kingdom, such a performance would have dropped their jaws if seen by anyone else. Mr. Takahito, I wonder what we have to do to be able to use that power. Chang Sheng had a respectful face. Hearing his words, the rest of the people also revealed their curiosity. They were all curious as to what kind of method would allow them to use the cosmic energy of an alien civilization. This is simple, you guys must have an immortal method for increasing the level of awakening in your hands, right? Bring it out for me. Gao Ren had a mysterious face. The three men looked at each other in disbelief, then said, "It's there, but those are temporary uses of immortal techniques, and the increase is very small. It's not enough to get to the level of using cosmic energy, is it? Cut the crap and bring it out." Gao Ren interrupted them with a confident face. When the three people saw him say that, they didn't continue to dwell on it, but honestly passed a few immortal techniques to Gao Ren. Gao Ren received the immortal laws and picked one of the highest-ranked immortal laws inside. In the next second, he used this immortal law. Light enveloped the bodies of several people, and an unspeakable power appeared. When the light dissipated, Gao Ren clapped his palms and bared his teeth. Done and dusted. That's right, the increase in immortal laws used at his 99,999% awakening level, those were permanent increases. Since these people were not awakened enough, it would be good to let them raise their awakening level. Well, that's good? Elder Chen looked at the unbelievable expressions of the three men, came to their front and took out an instrument from inside his space watch. The latest instrument for testing the level of awakening, test it and try it. Elder Chen placed the instrument crystal in his hand, his heart beating faster. He knew very well that the immortal technique to raise the level of awakening had been used by Gao Ren before. As unbelievable as this sounded, he was shocked for a long time after following up and indeed realizing that the elevated level of awakening was not temporary. That time it was a wide range, this time it was Gao Ren using the awakening level against these three people, so the result could only be higher. I'll go first. Bear Invincible directly extended his own palm. Along with his palm resting on it, golden light flickered continuously, and awakening numbers appeared on it. When he saw the numbers on it, his entire body was dumbfounded. Old Man Chen, quickly help me to see if I have blurred eyes? Awakening level 110%? Something wrong with the machine? Elder Chen was also staring at the instrument above at this time, his voice trembling. That's right, there's no way the machine could have gone wrong, your awakening level is indeed 110%. The other two also rushed up to test it and were dumbfounded when they saw the test results on it. The level of perennial awakening is 108%. Shenmo's awakening level was 111%. All three had awakened beyond 100% at this moment. From this moment on, they were truly the three most terrifying people on the blue planet. Amount. Goran? In their eyes, right now, Gao Ren wasn't considered a human being, at least not a normal one. Well, my mission is done, I'm going back. Elder Chen, don't forget what you promised me. Seeing that things were finally over, Gao Ren didn't want to stay a moment longer. Are you kidding me? How old is he? Getting rich at the age when he should be working the hardest, he had to get good at it. Living in a big house, eating good food, and it's a big world he's going to see. Elder Chen knew his nature and didn't stop him, letting him leave. Anyway, the three had increased their awakening level, so they could just go and hone the cosmic energy themselves. The first thing that Gao Ren went back to, he used the immortal method to put the golden villa into the development zone. Thus, on this day, all the citizens wandering around Sangshan City saw a golden villa flying in the sky and then falling into the city center. Everyone was gushing and gushing about what it was. There were also some people who had spied out the location of the golden villa and started plotting. But before these men could get started, the knight was approached by a guy covered in lightning. The man called himself Chen Dian, his brother was Chen Lei, the first-day thunder user of the Dragon Kingdom, and warned all the restless inheritors within the circle. As the saying goes, small towns are small, and a little something new travels fast. In just a few days, everyone knew that there was one more golden villa in the newly built villa area. There is a mysterious figure living there that no one should mess with. All in all, in this Sangshan city, it is a figure that covers the sky with one hand. Many rumors began to appear in the originally calm small city. In short, in the eyes of those ordinary people, even this city began to become mysterious and special. This day, Takahito ate with his mouth full of oil as usual and lay down on the double bed with a long, comfortable sigh. Cozy. After we settle the last thing today, it's total relaxation. Yes, today is the last thing. That would be the United Nations Conference. After resolving this matter, he would be completely able to get rid of Elder Chen. Thinking about it, he opened his new most expensive model laptop directly. Elder Chen sent him a message the first time, and then prepared to pull him into the meeting. At this very moment, inside the conference hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the place is filled with representatives of various countries. Everyone was serious because they knew that today was the day that the fate of Blue Star was at stake. Everyone was sitting in their seats, except for the very center, which was a vacant seat. Just as everyone was wondering who that man was, a staff member walked in. As the crowd stared in dismay, the man took a stand and placed a tablet on it. In an instant, the faces of many people present darkened. That's too disrespectful, isn't it? Bang! The representative of the Tricolor Kingdom slapped his hand on the table and said with a grimace, "Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, what is the meaning of this? It's disrespectful to have a meeting like this. Which of those present did not come from a long way, and if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame us for the three-color country." Before he could finish his sentence, Lolisa, who was in the seat of the White Kingdom, spoke up and interrupted him. "That's where Gao Ren is, the one who beat your machi." The representative of the three-color country's expression froze at his words, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words in embarrassment, constantly rubbing his head and sitting down at a loss for words. "Oh. So it's Mr. Gao Ren, that's not surprising then, that's not surprising." The discontent on the others' faces instantly disappeared. "Aha! Since everyone doesn't have any opinions, let's begin." The Black Chief took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Chapter 118. 3 Disciples all above 100%? The Black Chief signaled the staff to open the tablet. The tablet then connects to the video and a person appears on the screen. All eyes moved to the screen, showing a few moments of curiosity. The name Gao Ren only appeared in the crowd's view after the international competition, and as more and more things involved this name, they heard it more and more often. Head-on contact, though, was a first for them. Soon, Gao Ren appeared. He yawned sleepily with an unhappy look on his face. "It's a deal. I'm just a spectator, don't ask me and I don't want to say anything. And don't you guys have one of those stinky, long meetings, just get it over with cleanly. Oh. By the way, are the people from the White Country around? If they are, hurry up and bring your people back, that one called Luo Liza has been pestering me every day, it's annoying as hell." As soon as Gao Ren opened his mouth, he made everyone in the room fall silent. There were even people looking toward the White Kingdom. At this moment, Luo Liza, who was sitting in the White Country's representative seat, had a somewhat ugly face. She slightly clenched her palms, the corners of her mouth showing a hint of a leathery smile, but in her heart, she cursed Gao Ren's ancestors all over again. If it wasn't for her gender and status, she really wanted to ask Takahito a human question. "Did the old lady piss you off?" Of course, she wouldn't say that, and could only sit with a blank face and not say a word. "Alright, since everyone is here, the meeting is ready to begin." The Black Chief broke the awkward atmosphere and clapped his hands. Everyone who heard his nodded in agreement. Gao Ren didn't say anything, after all, he had already promised Elder Chen before that he would cooperate with the meeting even if he was unwilling to do so. The Black Chief didn't say anything, he just got up and opened the door. "Let me get this straight. I think the purpose of calling everyone here this time is clear. Because of what happened last time with the Winged Star people, I have reason to assume that the so-called Winged Star people will definitely descend on the Blue Planet again in a short time. So the content and ultimate purpose of this UN conference is how to cope with this disaster." The faces of the representatives of the various countries present at this time were all a bit grave. Although they usually had their own interests in each other and they all seldom contacted each other, they had to come forward when Blue Star was in trouble. Because no matter what, we're all Blue Stars and share a Blue Star. I suggest that no matter what the relationship or matter is, everyone should first put aside their grudges and feuds with each other, and in this time of crisis, all countries stand together against Winged Star. The representative of the three-color country was the first to speak. It was only at this time that the crowd realized that the representative of the tricolor nation was actually a Mochi. Compared to a while ago, Mochi was no longer as arrogant as he used to be, but instead spoke with a clear sense of peace and maturity. It seemed that the last international competition had dealt him quite a blow. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that he had seen the horrors of the Winged Star people firsthand. That being said, the caliber of Winged Star is not something we can easily deal with, or else Blue Star wouldn't have been considered a slave planet for so many years. The most important point is that Gao Ren will enter the war, right? Lolisa suddenly spoke up from the side, her eyes fixed on the Black Chief with a bit of gravity. Her words caused many of the people representing the countries in the room to faintly stare. Their gazes converged for a split second on the Black Chief and on Gao Ren on the flatbed. The conference room fell silent in an instant, and the Black Chief subconsciously looked at Gao Ren. That's right. I'm not going to fight in the war. I really don't know what you people in charge of this country are thinking. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have any official position, so don't put such a big hood on me. Gao Ren hurriedly spoke. He now hated to send Lalisa away directly with his immortal laws. This woman is so hateful. Not only was he pestering him every day, but now he was asking such a question in front of so many people. Wasn't that trying to pull him down? Gao Ren, you're even stronger than me. It's hard to say that you're the strongest in the world. On the issue of defending Blue Star, it should be everyone's responsibility, and with only your current record of defeating the Winged Star people, if you don't make a move, it can be said that our victory rate will drop a lot. Mochi spoke with a serious face at this time. People from other countries were nodding their heads in agreement at this point, and some even exhibited directly to say this. Chief Black, if the probability of our Blue Star defeating Winged Star is 40%, then this person Gao Ren alone accounts for 30%. Since you, the Dragon Kingdom, were the first to bring up this matter, you should be the ones to take the lead. If Gao Ren can't make a move, the hearts of the entire alliance will be apprehensive, and in order not to prevent this from happening then, I think the Dragon Kingdom should still give us an explanation before we go to war. Yes. It's always time to let us know your means of dealing with the Rongxing Kingdom, or else I also have the feeling that I'm shooting to hit a stone with an egg. Right, if everyone has little confidence in this way, I feel that this match won't be won at all, so why don't we just stop fighting and just negotiate about surrendering? When the Black Chief heard him say that, he secretly glanced at Gao Ren, then spoke in a pretense of smug composure. In the world, we don't just have one Goren in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Goren has had it tied up in recent times and really can't spare any free time. But people don't have to care or worry. Because like I said earlier, our Dragon Kingdom still has a bottom card present. He said and clapped his hands together, and the next second the door to the room was pushed open. The ones who walked in were no one else but the three Xiong Wuxi people. At this moment, Xiong Wuxi was excitedly surveying the surroundings. Are they all gathering here? Looks like things are in trouble. Bear Invincible wriggled and bumbled his way over to a table and sat down, picking up a chicken thigh from a plate of roasted chicken as he did so. It's a pain in the ass, I heard Goren say that those Winged Star people have 500 levels of cosmic power to fight with. If it were us instead, it would take 2 people to make a move to suppress it. The old man Shang said with a smile on his lips and sat aside as well. Everyone looked at the 3 men with furrowed brows. It seemed like they were all curious about the 3 men and wanted to see everything about them. Master Xiong, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiong Wufei, I'm Gao Ren's initiated great disciple. Those 2 are my senior brothers, both of them have an awakening level of over 105% and can use cosmic energy. Accompanying the fall of his words, everyone revealed a look of dismay. These 3. Is it really Goren's disciple? They all subconsciously looked towards Gao Ren while being shocked in their hearts. They are all above 100% awakening level, that Goren. How much is it? Chapter 119, just as terrifying as amongst the rumors. A huge wave rose in the bottom of everyone's hearts. They all knew that Gao Ren was formidable. After all, the combat prowess displayed in the Eagle Kingdom was right there. All the countries had also evaluated Gao Ren as a person, but none of them had ever thought that Gao Ren was so powerful. Humph. Just then, the representative of the European country gave a cold and very loud cry. It was a white man with blonde hair, a young man, full of contempt and disdain at the moment. I say, people of the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you guys going a little overboard? And an awakening level of 100% or more? There hasn't been anyone with this level of awakening in Blue Star so far, not before, not since. You're saying that because you want to vie for the position of main leader of the United Nations, aren't you? He spoke to himself, completely ignoring the faces of the others, and with a lull in his voice continued, good calculation, but don't take all of us for cuties. If I'm not mistaken, this existence called Gao Ren must have used some kind of overloaded immortal technique in the last battle, so it resulted in serious injuries that prevented him from striking. That's why you guys took out 3 guys to fox around so you could take advantage of the opportunity to consolidate your forces. After all, from the beginning, no one really knew where the boring Star People's ship had gone. From start to finish, it's all an excuse for your Dragon Kingdom to absorb the resources of our other countries and be a monopoly, am I right? His words were somewhat absurd, but when one thought about them, they were not impossible. All the people present who were representatives of the countries present in the room fell silent after a brief moment of surprise. They were silent, but there was a questioning look in each of their eyes. The Black Chief didn't say anything but narrowed his eyes at the man. After all, the best way to deal with such a contingency was not to retort but to think calmly before dealing with it. This gave this person an opportunity, and seeing that he didn't say anything, the representative person of the European country actually pointed his spear at Gao Ren. He sneered at Gao Ren inside the tablet. Gao Ren, right? I'm not wrong, am I? You must be out of lights by now. Maybe it's a dead end by now. The only reason you're still here in video footage is all synthesized by the AI, the real you went to the West a long time ago. His astonishing statement shocked those present even more, and they all looked at him with dismayed faces. Loris stared in disbelief, except that the look. Same as looking at an idiot. You're the one who's going to the ING West. Your whole family goes to hell. The old man is alive and well here. Gao Ren briefly froze and cracked up. You frog in the bottom of the well, how is it that there are no existences in the world with an awakening level of 100% or more? I am 99,999% awakened. There are people with 99,999% awakening level, how come there are no people with 100% awakening level? Gao Ren cursed, not giving this representative of the European nation any face at all. The representative of the European country also didn't expect Gao Ren to curse like that, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Humph. I didn't think that your Dragon Kingdom's technology was good enough to be able to synthesize images of such reactions. But the more you guys try so hard to prove that the Gao Ren in this video is real, the more it proves that you're weak-minded. Takahito. Gao Ren was confused. You're sick, aren't you? I've messed with you, cursed me to death? Come to my house if you don't believe me. Seeing Gao Ren say that, the European representative frowned. He craned his head to look at the Black Chief with an expression that he had seen through long ago. I really didn't think that your Dragon Kingdom would be so ruthless. To the point of killing his entire family and friends just to convince the rest of us. And then send your people to pretend to be in his house so we can't tell if we go, right? Nice ploy, but I'm not falling for it. He said it with a confident look on his face, and someone actually believed it. Several people stared at the Black Chief with angry and grim faces. There was even a little cutie. Standing up directly, he was cursing at Gao Ren. Gao Ren's face began to shade. He had wanted to live a normal life, and these ungrateful things had cursed him to death, cursed his whole family to death. How could he not be angry? Egu, the face is still black, I didn't think it would be so realistic. Europe's representative people saw this scene extraordinary, not afraid, on the contrary, more in the edge of life and death, repeatedly horizontal jump. The Black Chief, and the three of them, Bear Invincible, along with Loris, all looked at him with eyes that looked at him like he was an idiot, with pity inside his eyes. In the next second, they all heard Gao Ren's icy voice from inside the tablet. Immortal law, words follow. 6 short words, but full of anger and ice. To the ears of the few people who knew Gao Ren's level, this was a heavenly punishment. Uncoincidentally, these few people all winced and subconsciously wanted to leave. But... Pust. In the next second, that European representative, as well as the ones who had just cursed Gao Ren, all violently spat out blood. Blood stained the lapel of his coat in an instant, as if he had been attacked by something horrible. Not only that, a lot of the blood vessels under their skin burst open in an instant, looking extremely miserable. Poof! Several people were lying on the ground, letting out screams of pain. The sudden appearance of the scene startled everyone else present. Those who had just drunk the tea were even more shocked as their palms shook and they looked at the teacups in the water with shocked faces. Is it poisonous? He shook his head in a hurry, because poisoned he was dead too. Since it's not poisonous, it's the use of fairy magic. And so on. Immortal magic? They looked at Gao Ren on that screen in dismay and shuddered. This guy. Did you just yell, words follow the law? Is it possible to use Xianfa through a tablet? Everyone's eyes were wide with shock. There's still such immortal magic? Most importantly, what level of immortal law was this that was capable of this? The few Dragon Country people present were also shocked, because this is not quite the same as the words inside their impression. Could it be a brand new version? The Black Chief looked at the 3 Xiong people, his eyes revealing questions within them, yet these 3 people shook their heads slightly, indicating that they didn't know. I will not kill you because there is still a meeting to be held, and if the meeting cannot be completed, my mission will not be tigers. My mom said to be a man of your word, and even more so as a man, so I'll spare your lives. But if there is a next time, then don't blame me, Gao Ren, for not being polite. Gao Ren's voice was calm, but anyone could hear the anger in it. The representatives of the remaining other countries glanced at each other, all seeing the scorn and fear within their eyes. This is a tactic that can be used before meeting the real person. This Gao Ren. It's horrible. Okay. The meeting is proceeding normally. Gao Ren's words carried an icy and a few undoubted tones. All immediately sit upright. They all realized one thing. That is as horrible as Gao Ren's rumors among the rumors. Chapter 122 Alliance Organizations. With Gao Ren's words, the meeting resumed. Everyone had seen Gao Ren's terror and no longer dared to disobey. But there were still some people whose eyes kept flickering, not knowing what they were thinking. The Black Chief saw that everyone present was honest and looked at Gao Ren with a bit of respect in his eyes. Having such a presence could be considered a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. He got serious and solemn and continued, "These three are the strongest people in the Dragon Kingdom taught by Gao Ren, and their awakening levels are all above 100%, so when the Rongxing people come here, these three serve as our main attack for the United Nations. So while they have yet to come against Earth, I hope that you all will not be stingy with your country's resources and fund these three to become stronger." When he said this, many of the country's representatives had already darkened their faces, but they looked significantly better when they heard the Black Chief's next words. "Of course, I won't cheat everyone, I'll let these three test it for everyone to see if they have the capital in a moment. And I'm talking about sharing resources, not just taking what you all have at home. The Dragon Kingdom, don't take it out. It's only when we all come together in unity and elevation that we can keep our blue star alive. The three-color country, agree. After all, if resources are shared, then whoever gets it is their own strength. As long as it's a fair competition, there's no problem." Mo Chi was the first to raise his hand, causing many of the surrounding countries to reveal a look of surprise. "I agree, no reason, just agree." Lolisa slowly spoke up to concur at this point. She might not know that much about how the Dragon Kingdom was doing, but she knew a lot about Gao Ren. "That's nuts. You guys are a bunch of crazy people, and it's obvious they're just using tactics. I don't believe there could be an inheritor that strong in the world. The tactics just now must have all been arranged." At this moment, the representative of the Northern Ice Country stepped forward. He said with a serious face, "I'm here to discuss the UN confrontation, not to watch you guys put on a show. They say it's gathering resources, but according to you the strongest people are in your Dragon Kingdom, so the one who benefits the most is still your Dragon Kingdom. I will absolutely not allow this to happen. My Northern Ice Kingdom will absolutely not participate. If there's nothing else, I'm going to get out of here now. I really don't have anything to say to you idiots and guys with inflated ambitions." He said that he was about to get up, and Xiong Wufei slapped his hand on the table, and just when he wanted to say something, he was pressed down by Changsheng who was beside him. "No problem, if that's what everyone thinks, then everyone can leave. But let's put it in front, in the future, if we encounter a Rongxing attack on Earth, those who do not participate in the United Nations Alliance, the Dragon Kingdom, will refuse to rescue them." He said with a lull in his voice, and without giving the crowd time to react, he directly continued, "Xiong Wuxi, bring out the testing apparatus." As the instrument was brought out, all eyes were on it. Immediately following, the results of the three people's tests appeared there, shocking everyone. Is this true? Why is that? I've heard about the level of all three of them, and it's clear that they're all only at 95%, so how did they go beyond 100%? It's Gao Ren. In the midst of the discussion, they suddenly understood something, and all of them looked towards Gao Ren. At this moment, this youth, who had been so fierce just a moment ago, was now yawning at the camera. That look of unconcernedness made everyone feel that he was a little more mysterious. This man. How the hell did that happen? Of course. Not everyone believes it. For example, the representatives of the Northern Ice Kingdom. He seems to be a very stubborn and sensible man. Even if someone had just been seriously injured, he hadn't believed what was going on here. Humph. He sneered with a disdainful expression. The more you guys tout Gao Ren like this, the more I think I guessed correctly myself. And don't move your head to think about it, when has an awakened beyond 100% ever appeared in Blue Star? Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I'm leaving now, and I was wondering if there are any like-minded people to join me? He said, gazing at everyone present with a serious expression. The Dragon Kingdom says it wants to unite many countries, but in reality it merely wants to use this to stabilize its hegemony. But my Northern Ice Kingdom is different. I wonder who here is willing to form an alliance with my Northern Ice Kingdom to fight against the future crisis? His words came out and many people's eyes changed. In such a crisis situation, there are indeed no guarantees for anyone. Although the words of the Northern Ice Kingdom were a bit over the top, they were more or less justified. The most important thing is that if the Dragon Kingdom really intends to do so, but there are many people who will not be able to accept such an outcome. I'm willing to join with the Northern Ice Kingdom. My Eagle Kingdom also has reserves that have not been exerted. If we really want an alliance, our Eagle Kingdom is willing to be a leader. The representative of the Eagle State stood up with a serious look on his face. As soon as the Eagle Nation guy stood out, there were quite a few people who actually stood up. A representative of Sakura Nation. Representatives of the victorious nations. Wait. Representatives of about 7 or 8 countries stood up and expressed their willingness to take their side. In an instant, there were far fewer people at the UN. The Black Chief looked at these people. His face was a bit ugly, but he didn't say anything. Interesting. That's funny. I thought I was just putting in a good time, but I was able to see such interesting images. Gao Ren was high on melon seeds at the moment. Because for him, it doesn't matter what alliance it is. Just be able to deal with the winged stars anyway. But don't regret your choices. I still think Bear Invincible and the others are on the level to deal with the winged stars. As for you Eagle Country, Goren held out a finger and wiggled it. Not really. It would be better for you to support these 3 if you can. After all, power comes together for victory. Speaking, Goren didn't want to persuade. But then he thought, if these people are not reliable, he will still have to make a move. He didn't want to make a move, he just wanted to be a civilian citizen. Who knows? Humph. Gao Ren, I admit that you are strong, perhaps the strongest inheritance master of this era. But every country's heritage is not something you can underestimate, and that's especially true for us in the Eagle Kingdom. We have our own way of dealing with Wingstar, and it's definitely more successful than yours. You're nothing but a human being, don't be too loose, it won't do any good. He grew more and more agitated, and then rose violently. Walk away. Takahito. A look of disdain. Then we'll see. Chapter 121 Scheming Gao Ren. This Gao Ren is too arrogant. Does he really think that he, alone, can match the depths of multiple countries? It's simply ridiculous. On the plane, the representative of the Eagle State looked furious. He was accompanied by representatives of many other nations, all of whom believed in the international of the Eagle States and formed the Eagle Coalition. They are all frogs at the bottom of a well, and on a real war, the role that one person can play, even if they are strong, is minimal. After all, no matter what kind of inheritor is an ordinary person, there is always the possibility of being killed. There's also a stamina limit for using immortal techniques, so one's upper limit is limited. The representative of the Northern Ice Kingdom on the side nodded his head with a look of agreement. Exactly. Eagle Country looked confident. In terms of heritage, our Eagle Kingdom is the strongest. And they're not the only ones who got the alien civilization, they're not the only ones in the Dragon Kingdom, we in the Eagle Kingdom have also studied it for so many years. This time we have decided to take these studies out and we, the Eagle Alliance, work together. Right. The Dragon Kingdom is so arrogant, it will definitely be wiped out this time. I don't think that's too safe, I have an idea. The representative of the Cherry Blossom country suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at him, a few moments of confusion revealed within their eyes. Obviously, there was a lack of understanding of what he meant by what he said. He said with a sneer, the Rongxing people were originally offended by the Dragon Kingdom's Gao Ren in the first place, so when the Rongxing people fought over, they naturally went after Gao Ren first. If they forget about it, we can totally remind them first. In that case the Winged Star people and the Dragon Country Alliance will definitely fight to the death in a bloodbath. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance will also deplete Rongxing's power, in which case we can sit back and reap the benefits. Hearing him say that, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. Because they all thought the ploy was really good. Yes. Great. That's it, we can keep checking the satellite situation while we prepare an ultrasonic message to send. As soon as the Rongxing civilization appears, we'll be the first to send out all the information about Gao Ren and the Dragon Kingdom. Those present looked at each other with sinister smiles. Goren. Wait and see. Darkness. The huge spaceship began to gradually brighten. Countless warriors of Wingstar stood in unison outside the spaceship. They were heavily armed. They were covered in the finest combat gear. It was the equipment of a level 2 civilized planet, each of which had the power of level 1 cosmic energy. This meant that any one of them would be able to easily kill an existence like Hua Shang with their equipment. They were standing by in a tightly packed, blackened mass that looked to be at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. And the man standing at the far end of the room was their commander-in-chief. Luo Jia, who was standing inside the group, had a serious and earnest expression. His eyes revealed a bit of excitement deep in his eyes, and he looked eager to try. The district's blue star, how dare you provoke us, wait for death. When I, Luo Jia, come to your planet, I will definitely kill all of you. He muttered, clenching his fists with a look of excitement. Just then, a cold and majestic voice came from the front. Everyone, get ready to go. To the blue star. This time there will be only one goal, to overthrow Blue Star. Yes. The horde set off and boarded the airship. The airship began to start, countless rays of light spreading out from above, followed by tearing through the space in front of them and fading away. At this very moment, Gao Ren, who was eating a late-night hot pot, suddenly had an extra touch of bad premonition. His chewing motion suddenly stopped, and he frowned tightly with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Did something happen? When Sun Changhai saw him like this, he immediately became serious. He himself had rarely seen Gao Ren show such an expression, and thinking that he had just finished an international conference today, Sun Changhai was a little nervous. Did something big happen? This sesame sauce is so good. I'm going to have another hot pot tomorrow. Gao Ren excitedly opened his mouth. Sun Changhai. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment, but still inquired, Ren. Now that the Dragon Alliance is also formed, I heard that there is also an Eagle Alliance. Will they come after you? Sun Changhai was worried about this matter. Nowadays the country was in turmoil, at any time it could start an all-out war, sending some killers was still possible. The most important thing was that Gao Ren might not be worried, but those of them who were usually close to Gao Ren could be in danger. Don't worry about them, but that Rongxing civilization is indeed a bit troublesome, and I don't know if they can withstand it. Gao Ren waved his hand. When Sun Changhai heard him say that, a touch of worry grew on his old face. Ren, are you sure you can deal with Rongxing? Of course I'm sure. Even if they gather an entire army to come over, I'll be able to destroy them with one hand. Gao Ren was confident. Yes, he was quite sure about this since the last time he had cast cosmic energy. Because at the time he was only using a third of his strength, no one was told. That was still just a level 1 cosmic energy, and it would have been more than enough to use the highest level 10 cosmic energy at hand. Then, why don't you make a move? Sun Changhai inquired cautiously. Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm just an ordinary person. Besides, if I do make a move, won't it be on me later? How am I supposed to stay home every day and eat hot pot with you guys when everything requires my hand? You're an old man, how many years do you have left to live? Sun Changhai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard his words and was speechless. But he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only leave it at that. It was only when he looked at Sun Jiaoer, who was standing at the side, that a few more points of worry appeared on his face. Just relax. What are you afraid of with me? No one can touch you, either at home or abroad, on or off the blue planet. Also, we have a golden villa here, so we'll have no problem encountering the first wave of immortal laws. Yes, that's the benefit of owning a gold villa. Gao Ren had already tested the terror of this golden villa and had it reinforced by him using cosmic energy. So far, level 2 human genes cannot be destroyed using any cosmic energy below level 3. As long as they were in this golden villa, they would be able to remain unharmed even if a large-scale battle did occur outside. Thinking about this, Gao Ren's appetite widened. Well, you all eat in peace. Remember what I said, even if the wind blows and thunder strikes outside, as long as I, Gao Ren, am here, we will be rich and well. Rongxing he'll come if he wants trouble? I'll see if they can do it. Chapter 122 Handing over Gao Ren. Songshan City. Villa area. Outside the Golden Villa. Goring turned over the constructed garden plot, turning the loose soil with one hoe. Behind him, Lalisa said with a serious face, I've seen the level of those three, it's very strong, but it's not as strong as you and that winged star person from that day. Not only that, but now the Eagles League is sneaking around without knowing what they're doing. The only thing we can be sure of is that the other party hates the Dragon Alliance right now, and to put it into perspective, oh, it's you he hates. Takahito stopped what he was doing inside. I just want to live an ordinary life honestly. How come things don't stop when I went to a provincial competition in the first place? That's right, he was only in it for the $20 million in advertising in the first place. Didn't expect to participate in an international competition. Participate even if everyone hates him and then he has to go out and take first place. It's not even enough to mess with the winged star people. But that's not his fault. Which winged star was the one who wanted to kill them all? He had to step in. After killing the Rongxing people and then inviting the Rongxing, it was hard to throw a big mess to the Black Chief, so now how come it's on him again? No, he's sick, isn't he? Hate me for what? Did I invite him to mess with him? Takahito clenched his fists in anger. Luo Liza answered his question seriously and said slowly, because the birth of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance has something to do with you. Without you, the other countries wouldn't have united the Dragon Kingdom to become an alliance. Your individual presence is too powerful for the factions led by the Eagle Kingdom to tolerate you. Your existence will most likely make the Dragon Kingdom the most powerful nation on the Blue Planet, and there's also the possibility of overthrowing the Eagle Kingdom. Gao Ren was speechless. Isn't this just pure farting? Now that people still have the possibility of Rongxing coming over for a fight, isn't this just internal and external trouble? Ralisa didn't say anything, just stood there quietly, constantly listening to Goren's complaints. Gao Ren didn't say a few words before feeling a bit tired and said helplessly, "So what are you doing here looking for me? Shouldn't you be busy with the alliance right now?" Larissa smiled slightly, beautifully. "I know you're not interested, and I'm sure it won't bother you. I came here today for one purpose, and that is that I wanted to tell you about these situations now. After all, the Union State was founded because of you, and the Eagle State is eyeing you, so I think you should be aware of these things." Goren felt his head get bigger. He knew that if that was the case, he would have to step in if necessary. Otherwise the Dragon Kingdom is finished and he loses the home he relies on. He scratched his head in agony. He does have the ability, but who wants to fight all the time? And then, there's the fact that he's found that if these things involve one thing, they stay involved. Leaving aside his own problems for a moment, what about the family around him as the involvement grows bigger and bigger? What's the point of being scared? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in the middle of his mind. That's... hit it out. Wouldn't everything be over if he didn't fight all the way to the end and subdue all the civilizations outside the universe? No. Although I'm very powerful, the great of the immortal laws I hold in my hands is not enough. And in the end I'm just a fleshly mortal. There's also the possibility of a horse losing its footing. Gao Ren shook his head. However, he immediately thought of one more thing, and that was that Rongxing's people had said that the cosmic energy was different from the immortal laws, in that it could remain in the user's body for a long period of time all the time, allowing him or her to fully master it. If he and his loved ones had utilized the cosmic energy to make themselves into truly terrifying beings, perhaps they wouldn't have to worry so much. Or else. We'll go out this time to get the right energy immortal law from Rongxing? Gao Ren muttered, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, the more he felt that this matter was becoming more and more feasible. But after all, it was an alien civilization, and one had to be careful with everything, so he decided to let the Black Chief and the others deal with it. After all, he also hoped that the Dragon Kingdom could raise its level a bit in the face of such difficulties. This was also his homeland, and only among the cities on this country could he find a sense of home. When the country was strong, he didn't have to worry about the safety of his family. After all, if Blue Star really became an 8 or 9 level civilization, no one would dare to mess with it. His mood suddenly changed for the better at the thought, and he hummed a little tune. Lolisa had a very odd expression when she saw him like this. Though she said it didn't matter on the surface, she was actually here to poke around. She wanted to use this news to probe Goren. She wanted to see how confident Gao Ren was against Rongxing's offense. Those words at the meeting must have been all just putting on a show. After all, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't really mean what they said as the leader of the alliance, but she cared a lot about what the Northern Ice Kingdom said that day. It was whether Goren was injured or not, and whether he chose not to do anything because he was incapacitated. After all, she hadn't really seen Gao Ren make a move since the Eagle Kingdom competition. The only other time, the outburst at a UN meeting was also spaced out and unrecognizable. This seed of doubt, once planted, grows wildly. Seeing Gao Ren die without making a move, she was now a little suspicious of him. Perhaps Goren really can't do right by the winged stars. The thought of it made her feel more than a little sultry inside. If Gao Ren had not rushed out when he saw the Rongxing people, but instead utilized his power to negotiate properly with the Rongxing people, perhaps he would not have ended up in such a situation. She's gone. Tell the members of the United Nations all about your conversation with Gao Ren and your own views. That's right. This matter also involves members of the United Nations. After all, everyone wants to explore the bottom. The members of this United Nations are not of one mind in the first place, and some have joined only on a temporary basis. After they had heard everything, a representative of a country that had joined temporarily stood up. Everything in this matter was triggered to this point because of Gao Ren. Our alliance had just been formed when the Eagle Kingdom over there created an alliance because of Gao Ren's matter. Now that the great enemy is at hand, I don't think you need to hide it anymore, Black Chief. If there's really something wrong with Gao Ren and he doesn't have that ability, he should be handed over to the people of the Eagle Kingdom for the sake of the peaceful development of Blue Star. As soon as they unravel, our two sides will be a true alliance. In that case, all the nations on the blue planet will be of one mind, so what's the worry about dealing with an attack by the Winged Star people? As his words fell, a surprising number of people nodded in agreement, and some even stood up directly. The crowd spoke out. Yeah, truthfully about Gao Ren. If there's really a problem, I suggest trading him for the Global Alliance. Chapter 123 The Pill. At the meeting of the Dragon Alliance. A startling topic has been raised. Send Gao Ren out to calm the Eagle Kingdom and then the two alliances form a new alliance? I think you have a problem with your head. The Black Chief immediately sneered. I've already made it very clear to you about Gao Ren's abilities. He's the last card of our Dragon Kingdom, and the last card of Blue Star. There's no need to say much about his strength. I'm afraid that even if everyone here handed over all of their own legacies, they wouldn't be his match. That country that had temporarily joined the alliance was called the Brahma Kingdom, and the representative of the Brahma Kingdom instantly burst into a rage when he heard the Black Chief's words. Black Chief, you are too arrogant and conceited. We joined the alliance for the sake of Blue Star, not for your Dragon Kingdom. And you don't have to scare me here, our Brahma Kingdom is weaker than your Dragon Kingdom. He said, getting up, his temper starting to get cocky. To tell you the truth, the reason why I temporarily joined the Dragon Alliance was because I was afraid that you guys would do something like this that wasn't for the collective. With the volume of our Brahma Kingdom, if we go to the Eagle Alliance, it'll be second best. If you want to continue working together, Black Chief, we suggest that we let Gao Ren settle the matter of the Eagle Alliance now. Hearing the Brahma Kingdom's words, the other alliances fell silent. They looked silently at the Black Chief, whose face was shadowy, with an air of spectacle. Each country has its own little mind, so this alliance is not that united from start to finish. None of them said a word, staring at the Black Chief's reaction, which undoubtedly set him on fire. The Black Chief took a deep breath and sneered once again. Yeah. If you're willing to roll, then you can roll. But remember, our Dragon Kingdom company will never lose if we have Gao Ren around. We won't be able to extend any help when Wingstar hits. He said, slowly getting up, his expression taking on a few chills. If anyone is really unconvinced, they can go to Gao Ren themselves. I'd like to see how many lives you have to live. Bang! The door to the room was closed, and the faces of the people inside the conference room varied. Is that Takahito? Really still that strong now? Perhaps our guesses are wrong, otherwise why is this Black Chief so confident? A representative stepped forward to speak. Don't make excuses for him, it's clear that he's just been told by me that he's weak-minded. The representative of the Brahman Kingdom was honey confident. Since he wants to fox around, I'll try the bottom for everyone. While the boring star people haven't come to Blue Star yet, I'll have the audacity to deal with Gao Ren's business. I will definitely unite all the countries on the blue planet together, and at that time the Dragon Kingdom won't have the means to be so hard-headed. Larissa frowned. What are you going to do? What do I do? Naturally, I'm going to test Gao Ren, and if the information is confirmed, I'll take Gao Ren's corpse to the Eagle Kingdom Alliance. He said and got right up and disappeared. And at this moment, Gao Ren didn't realize that such a thing had happened. Instead, he sat in a small room in the Golden Villa, looking at the data panel in front of him with a serious face. Among his current database, the Dragon Kingdom's immortal laws were constantly available. He was going to look for some special immortal techniques to boost his physical strength a bit. That's right, physical strength. Still, he was an ordinary man in the flesh despite his high level of awakening. He needed to take it seriously if he really ed with those guys from Wingstar. So as not to lose the horse. Originally, if the cosmic energy had possessed the existence of enhancing his physical quality among them, he would have just used the cosmic energy. It was just a pity that the cosmic energy he had been given was limited, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Soon, he found a level 90 object law called Sage's Dan. The introduction of this sage pill was that it was capable of refining the body, capable of transforming an ordinary person's body to reach a terrifying realm. Flesh could be hardened against the tip of a sword, and even some simple spells could be resisted, and water and fire could not be disturbed. In the introduction, it was even said that if an ordinary person in the old immortal cultivation era ate such an elixir, he could directly fight against immortal cultivators. So much so that you can see that this is the most appropriate immortal method. He took a deep breath and began to load the object law. After about a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, then slowly reached out and opened his palms. Along with the opening of his palm, golden light shot out in all directions. It was now noon and the sun was shining brightly outside, but even then it was stabbed with lies by this golden light. All the personnel in charge of the construction at his house noticed the glow here, and they unanimously put down what they were doing and subconsciously looked towards the glow. Somehow the moment this light touched them, they felt an incomparable comfort in their bodies. This feeling. The feeling was like being back in their mother's womb, a physical warmth and comfort that made them even sleepy. Come on. Look at it. Just then, I don't know who shouted. This voice was filled with shock, as if he had seen something that had shattered his three views. No one knew what the man was telling them to look at and could only subconsciously look for the source of the voice, but immediately they knew what kind of thing the voice was talking about. On the ground, countless flowers and plants broke out from among the soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a matter of seconds, the area they were working on in front of them was transformed into a beautiful sea of flowers. Not only that, even those rock crevices had green plants growing out of them. This shocking scene made everyone present freeze in place. Is this immortal law? They both looked at each other in dismay, a little confused for a moment. But they immediately had someone else screaming. How did I become this? The man who spoke was a big, strong man, all muscle tone, and looked in great shape. But Slim Jiang? Holy, weren't you skinny and bony just now? How come you're so strong now? You took your pills? No. I don't know what's going on, Zhang Slim said with a shocked face. I have seen changes in my body too. The other man yelled as well. And me, with all my inexhaustible strength. And me. The voices outside grew louder and louder, full of excitement. However, Gao Ren inside the room ignored the voice as he stared dead at the elixir in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. Is this the elixir of the old leisure era? And no sooner do I know if it will have the effect I expected in my mind. Gao Ren said and took a bite. Chapter 124 Strengthening the Body. This was the first time Gao Ren had used an elixir from the object method. He had actually heard of people doing this for a long time, but after all, the things reproduced inside the genlock were not part of the real thing, so no one was sure if the ones inside would have any other side effects. But he wasn't worried because his awakening level was 99,999%. At 999,999% awakening level, even if it's fake, it becomes real. This elixir doesn't have much flavor, it's really not as good as a hot pot. He mumbled something and sat on the bed quietly waiting for the medicine to take effect. Soon, he sensed the difference in this elixir. A hot current surged inside his body, and he felt empowered all over. And this surge of power and confidence is increasing every second. He now felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. So he was ready to give it a try and slowly got up and walked out of the golden villa. He thought for a moment and headed for a less crowded location. It's still undeveloped, with a few dilapidated buildings and trees. The workers who came here to prepare for the renovation said that the area had to be cleared piece by piece, so until it was completed, it would be abandoned like this. He stepped forward and placed his palms on a tree the thickness of a bucket and gave it a slight push. Click! Along with his gentle force, he directly scratched out cracks from the tree trunk, and the cracks were still spreading in an instant to cover a piece. With a clicking sound, the tree began to gradually topple over. It's amazing that he has such terrifying power. Goren's eyes were filled with dismay. He had long thought that he would have a terrifying effect after taking the elixir, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. This was no longer a power that humans possessed. The most important thing is that he only uses a very small amount of force, not at all. After realizing that this elixir was really useful, Gao Ren began to get excited. He stepped aside to the ruined building and rolled up his sleeves. At this moment, he was in front of a small abandoned second floor. Although it is a small abandoned second floor, but looks very sturdy with workmanship. The reinforced concrete on it is still extremely hard, even after all these years, and there's not even much of a bump in it. Gao Ren estimated that this thing had to be blown up a few times with professional demolition bombs, and generally that would need to be moved with immortal law. With that thought, he took a deep breath and slammed his fist up. He used a third of his power this time, not daring to use his full strength. But as he swung his own fist, a terrifying wave of air appeared in the middle of the air. This air wave appeared to have a terrifying compression ability under the wind pressure of his swinging fist. Boom! Along with his punch, the entire building had completely collapsed and then completely became ruins. Gao Ren had an excited look on his face because his punch didn't even make contact. If it had made contact with the building, it would have been very scary. Excitedly, he began to continue trying until dark. It was dark, and he crawled out from inside the ruins with a look of excitement on his face. After such a long time of testing, he had already roughly figured out the situation of his current body. The first thing was power. He could hit the power of a level 80 or so immortal technique with his fists. Of course, it wasn't in using level 80, it was the level 80 immortal technique level calculated at 100% of awakening. And then physically, he was also able to resist the power of a level 80 immortal technique level. If that seemed to be the case, he wouldn't have to worry about people dealing with him now. He was going to use this elixir on all his family and friends, so that I wouldn't have to worry about people laying their hands on him. Just then, his phone rang. "Son, you have a guest, hurry back." It was the mother, Lu Jiawei. Guests? Gao Ren frowned when he heard a guest. He didn't need to ask to know that it had to be those old Chen guys. It's a bit of a bummer to come and annoy him every day. But Gao Ren didn't refuse today because he was in a good mood. Soon, he was back inside the Golden Villa. Only when he walked into the living room, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Because inside the living room stood so many people he didn't recognize, and even these people looked not from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as he was distracted, a knife was directly on his neck. "Don't move!" A burly black man stood behind him, his voice icy. "I know you're a legacy, and a very powerful one at that, but unfortunately, I'm a professional killer. Even if you're powerful, you're just an ordinary person when you can't use your immortal magic. If you dare to move, I promise I'll make sure you die before you can't use your immortal technique." Takahito. Gao Ren was confused. It's an assassination. It's really saying something. "You're from the Eagle Kingdom?" This was Gao Ren's first reaction. After all, there were only a few people who had wanted to kill so far, and the Eagle Alliance counted as one. The black man didn't say anything as a white man stepped out in front of him and smiled and spoke instead. "Gao Ren. Gao Ren. I knew it, you're just a guy on the outside. To introduce myself, I am the representative of the Brahma Kingdom. For the sake of peace on Blue Star, I'm going to send you to the Eagle Alliance and trade you for all the national alliances on Blue Star. Do you have any last words?" Gao Ren looked at him with cold eyes. "What did you do to my family?" "Don't be nervous, your family is safe now. After all, your family is full of losers except for you. I also just want to simply clean you up, nothing more." The representative sneered. Puffing. It was at this time that Takahito smiled. He laughed as if he had heard some joke. "What are you laughing at? Do you hardly think that I wouldn't dare to touch you?" The representative of the Brahma Kingdom was enraged. "To tell you the truth, since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of your Dragon Kingdom. Now I'm only going to give you one chance, and that's to transmit all the knowledge of the power you hold in your hands to us, in which case I'll also let you go a little easier." Gao Ren's eyes had begun to go cold at this moment. "What makes you so confident that you can kill me here? Like I said, I'm a professional killer and no one is faster than me. And this is a golden villa, your family is here, you won't dare to use your immortal magic, so you will definitely die today." The black man behind him sneered and raised the dagger in his hand to directly stab into Gao Ren's neck. But in the next second, he revealed a shocked look. This can't be right." He looked at the curved dagger in his hand with a shocked expression. Gao Ren touched his neck and bared his teeth. "Is this thing a toy? It's tickling me so much," he said and swung his hand. This black man flew directly backward out of the hard to hit the wall. "Become rotten." Chapter 125 Civilization Invasion. The man was turned into mush in an instant, dying a miserable death in an instant. Dead silence. The representative of the Brahma Sound country looked at what was happening in front of him in shock, his brain blank. You used an immortal technique to get in. He was shocked. Hurry. Go get his family. Now. He felt a choking sensation before he could finish his words. Gao Ren snapped his neck and then casually threw it away. He's dead. The rest of them are scared silly. Because they didn't even see when Gao Ren came in front of the representative. That horrible speed is like an instantaneous movement. As soon as this thought appeared, they realized that Gao Ren had already disappeared. Where are the people? The rest of the men's voices had begun to tremble. Just a blink of an eye and the person is gone? About a second or two later, Gao Ren reappeared in the living room. Only this time, he was holding a corpse in one hand. That was the assassin responsible for tying up his family, and he was killed by Gao Ren in a flash. When exactly did he use the immortal method? No. Not right. He didn't use fairy magic. I saw him enter the house with my own eyes. The few remaining men screamed in panic, only they were all dead before they could say the next word. Gao Ren looked at those corpses on the ground and didn't say a word. Instead, with a grim look on his face, he dialed a phone. At this moment, Elder Chen was sitting in his office, dealing with the affairs of the alliance. He frowned when he heard the call and picked up the phone with a displeased look on his face. But when I saw the name on the phone, I was immediately energized. It's Gao Ren. He would be impatient with anyone, but definitely not with Gao Ren. But the moment he picked up the phone, his face suddenly surged with anger. Only because Gao Ren said something. Someone's coming to assassinate me. Soon, the story went straight to the Union. In the conference hall, everyone is gathered. There was one representative missing from that seating enclosure, and that was the representative of the Brahma Kingdom. Everyone subconsciously looked at the place, their eyes flickering, not knowing what they were thinking. The Black Chief sat in the very center of the room with a shadowy expression. The latest news is that the people from the Brahma Kingdom have brought assassins to our country's Gao Ren. When these words came out, the faces of the people below changed drastically. Bring on the killers. Then that's something they all know exactly what's going on even if they don't say it. But they were even more curious about the outcome of this thing, because it was so big. Seeing their expressions, the Black Chief also guessed what they were thinking and slowly spoke. Gao Ren killed all of them, and the news was notified to me. I have two things to say at this meeting. This first one is that if there is anyone else who thinks the same way as the Brahma Kingdom, they will come forward now and leave. If there is such a mind still remaining in this alliance, once we discover it, then there will be absolutely no mercy, and it will be directly purged. His words were tinged with a bit of ice and more than a bit of anger. Anyone who could hear the anger in it said nothing. The death of the Brahma Kingdom gave them a great shock. Everyone assumed that each was paying lip service and that no one would actually do anything, much less actually make a scene. But now the truth is that it's really done, and things have come to such a serious point. Everyone hid their thoughts and didn't dare to say much. Some people are afraid or not, some people have a plan in mind or not, this time is not someone stupid enough to make a sound. Great. It seems that the rest of us are all of one mind, which we in the Dragon Kingdom are happy about, so let's talk about the second thing. At this point, the Black Chief's eyes flickered for a moment, a hint of distraction appearing. However, he immediately returned to normal and said earnestly, the Brahma Kingdom is destroying the alliance, so we must make an example of them. If the Brahma Kingdom dares to come and pursue the matter, our alliance must go all out against the enemy. When these words came out, the faces of those present changed drastically. Because by saying that, the Black Chief is trying to implicate them all. Theoretically, their alliance is a whole and there's nothing abnormal about this behavior, but the problem is that there are people here who aren't genuinely in the alliance. You could say that this one move verifies authenticity straight away. I have no comment. The one who opened his mouth was Tricolor Nation Machi. As long as it's for the sake of the alliance, I don't have any problem with all of it. Another person who also took this stance was Larissa. Everyone blushed a little when they saw that Larissa had once again agreed. After all, the reason for the assassination of the Brahma Kingdom also had something to do with the news brought back by Larissa. Seeing that two people have agreed, many more have agreed. In the end, all agreed, though the reluctance of the agreement is another story. Very well, if that's the case, I'll contact the people of the Brahma Kingdom now. Contact on the spot? The faces of those present changed again. Isn't that holding them over the fire? However, with things having come to this point, they couldn't say anything, and could only watch as he contacted the people of the Brahma Sound country. The people of the Brahma kingdom were enraged to hear that the representative had been killed and said they would send people over to search again. Once it is discovered that the League is intentionally stifling, it will definitely be held accountable. But everything I've said is true, which is why the League refuses to allow you to send anyone. Because now that it's come to this, who knows if the people you sent are killers? This matter is just to inform you that it ends here. If you still want an alliance, you have to express your sincerity. If you don't want an alliance and want to be enemies, you can try. The Black Chief was very cold and then hung up. Guys, Gao Ren has spoken. If the Brahma kingdom strikes, he'll take the lead, so everyone get ready. He said and left. Everything about today was that Gao Ren had told him to do so he had a different bottom line than usual. Did Gao Ren say that? Lalisa guessed something and sat in the conference hall muttering. The others had heard her words, and each of them had a hard look on their faces. They knew that this attitude of the Dragon Kingdom now was clearly an attempt to tell everyone that they had to stand firm. The Dragon Kingdom does not allow for duplicitous teammates. Just as they were torn, the door to the room was pushed open once more. The face of the Black Chief who went and returned was extremely ugly. Gentlemen, it seems that today's meeting is not destined to break up easily. I just got reliable information that the satellites have monitored the alien ship. Based on the analysis of the news so far, it's very likely that this ship is the Winged Star. Boring Star Civilization is calling. The faces of those present blushed slightly, revealing a few moments of panic. Meanwhile, Gao Ren, who was lying at home, received a call. The look in his eyes gradually condensed. Chapter 126, preparing to open the station. It's really coming? That Wing Sing's people actually called? He had taken a chance before, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Ugh. It seems like we still have to do it, but it doesn't matter. I've only just refined this body refining pill, so I can also try and experiment more. He moved his muscles and rose slowly. But he immediately thought of something and sat down again. No, I can't rush myself up to work for someone, otherwise won't I be given the chance to get my hands on something in the future? Wage earners will really be wage earners when the time comes. Right. Still following the plan to get those Confederates moving. Although the three people of Tongwuxi were not as good as him, they were still considered to be one of the most important existences inside the Blue Star. Even if he was going to make a move, he would have to make a grand finale move, so that he wouldn't be randomly approached when things came up in the future. But the three child invincibles are a little bit worse off, or should we upgrade them? Gao Ren thought so, the corner of his mouth picking up a smile. He immediately called Elder Chen and told him to bring the three child invincibles to gather together. 10 minutes later. The outskirts of the capital city. 4 people gathered. Old Man Chen, what's going on that's so urgent? Master Bear, I'm still preparing to deal with the Winged Stars. Without us, those limpets of the Alliance simply won't be enough. Xiong Wufei had a disgruntled look on his face. The remaining 2 nodded slightly in agreement with him. Now that the Great War is at hand, the rest can be put aside if we are not there. Many people may die at the front for nothing. There are few things more important than the war right now. Chang Shang nodded slightly. Now that Rongxing was about to hit them, although they usually didn't like to work inside, they absolutely couldn't not work now. Their words had barely just fallen when black hole cracks instantly appeared around them. A silhouette walked out of it. It's Gao Ren. Gao Ren. No, it's Brother Gao. The unstoppable Xiong Wuxi immediately shouted when he saw Gao Ren, but realizing something, he hurriedly changed his words. The 2 men on the side also looked respectful. Then the first time they met, seeing Gao Ren again, they were all respectful. Because they had all truly seen Gao Ren's terrifying existence, they absolutely did not dare to act recklessly. Okay. I called you here because I have something for you, and I'm a man who doesn't like to talk nonsense. This elixir is one for each of you, hurry up and eat it. Gao Ren waved his palm and without any nonsense, he directly gave the pills to the 3 people. When the 3 people saw the elixir in their hands, they were slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment. This is a elixir? You refined it yourself? Chang Sheng's face was a bit ugly. What era is this? Still taking pills. And who knows what's inside this elixir? Refining? You think I'm you, At a glance, you're a pill refiner. I've cast this with an object method, each of you will have one capsule, and you'll be invincible after eating it. Gao Ren smiled cheekily. The three men's eyes lit up when they heard him say that. Anyone else saying that they might think it's bragging or just plain weird. Kagaran. When Gao Ren said this, they didn't dare to doubt it. With a cruel heart, Xiong Wuhu directly ate the elixir. When the other two saw that he had swallowed both, they both swallowed immediately as well. At this moment, Chen Lao, who had been watching from the sidelines, really couldn't help himself. Mr. Gao, what exactly does this elixir do? Gao Ren laughed and waved his hand. It's nothing, it's basically similar to the effect of becoming a saint in the flesh, only it's permanent. When Chen Lao heard his words, he suddenly realized, oh, so that's what happened, and the flesh becomes holy. Wait, what did you say? He looked at Gao Ren with a shocked face. Permanent. This elixir can give permanent power? Yes, there's no mistake. When I give Gao Ren produce something, it must be a fine product. Gao Ren bared his teeth, clean and white. There. Since the pills have been delivered to my hands, I won't be here to talk nonsense with you guys, I'm going back to eat hot pot. I hope that by the time I'm done with the fondue, you guys will be well on your way to winning as well. He said without any nonsense, and went into the middle of that crack in the same way, completely disappearing. It was only when he had completely disappeared that the few people present slowly slowed down. Does this elixir really have such an effect? Why do I feel it's the same as chocolate beans, dark and unpalatable? Xiong Wuxi had a disgusted look on his face. Chang Sheng was also on the sidelines, constantly pursing his lips and savoring it, and ended up with a stony face. This elixir. What? Elder Chen on the side had a curious look on his face. This elixir isn't very tasty. After all, it's a material law that turns out to be just not good enough for the old man. You guys can really pick him. If this is really able to gain power permanently, it might be able to save our lives when fighting against Rongxing. Chen Mo spoke from the side. Their invincible bristled. Permanence? Not Master Xiong, I am talking nonsense here, where in the world is such a good elixir, Hi brother, although said that it is indeed powerful, but that is in the immortal law, this elixir is absolutely bluffing us, only to cheer us up. On the side, Chang Sheng nodded his head as well, he felt that it was indeed true. The next second, however, he heard a click. Immediately afterward, he saw that the cracks underneath Silence's feet were constantly spreading towards the surroundings, and the ground was sinking a few points. Newt, what are you doing using fairy magic? Saying a couple sentences to you and you're still upset, is it possible that you want to fight with Master Xiongmi? Bear Invincible rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. He exerted a slight force under his feet, and a click came from the ground at the same time, and the entire ground began to sink as well. Ha! Kid Invincible froze. He didn't exert himself, either. Not to mention the use of fairy magic. How did the ground cave in? Humph. A bear child is a bear child, his reaction is just slow, it's true that if you don't read your brain will become stupid. This elixir has been working for a long time, haven't you noticed? According to my speculation, the power inside my body right now is equivalent to using a level 90 immortal technique. Chen Mo had an excited look on his face. He also didn't think that there really was an elixir that could become such an effect. Both of them heard him say that and felt the power inside their bodies as an afterthought. With this power, we might actually be able to deal with those winged stars. Elder Chen had an excited look on his face. Yes. Yes. This time let the winged star people know that we above the blue star are not soft. You guys stay here for a while to familiarize yourselves, then we'll head to the battlefield. Yes. At this very moment. Blue star atmosphere. Huge spaceships began to enter. And a small ship took the lead, instantly entering the blue star. Chapter 127, Starting the War. Inside the airship. The tall dark figure sat in his seat. Around him stood 12 silhouettes, each with an extremely impressive aura. Master, why are we waltzing in? Doesn't that tell them we're coming over now? If they're prepared too, we might have damage. A respectful, careful aside. Humph. Do you really think they're any good at Blue Star? Let's not forget that our dead man was just the caliber of a normal elite soldier. We can bring as many as 4,000 soldiers of this caliber this time. Where are they rivals? Let it be that they fear. 2. is to make them desperate. The 12 figures present all revealed smiles when they heard this said. The tall black shadow snorted coldly. According to me, the level of one of our squad leaders is enough to sweep them away. Let them experience despair. At this very moment, the small ship had entered the middle of the blue star. In the middle of the small airship, Luo Jie stood in the command cabin with a cold expression. He was excited at the moment, because he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, and if he really made it, then he couldn't say that he would be directly promoted to a full captain, and would never have to go back to security work again. Thinking this way, his eyes grew colder and colder. Just then, an alarm sounded from inside the ship. What's going on? Luo Jie frowned. The man in the command room was maneuvering on the fly, an illusory panel disappearing, followed by a rush of reports. There's an electromagnetic wave affecting it, and there seems to be a message, except that the means of civilization are extremely inferior and easily decipherable at our level. Crack. I'd like to see what tricks these barbarians of the Blue Star are up to. My Luo Jie universe has a fighting strength of 1,500, and is definitely capable of sweeping across the entire Blue Star. The following people heard his words and hastily began to decipher them, and then the contents were broken down. Report. The content is only one message and there is no means of hacking the system. What's the content? It's that there is a blue star named Gao Ren in the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, and that he was the one who struck down his fellow Rongxing. They mean to trade this man for their peace of mind. Luo Jie was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. I thought Blue Star had a lot of backbone when we died. I didn't realize we'd only just gotten here, and here we are imploding on ourselves. Bunch of losers. He sneered more than once, then waved his big hand. Since that's the case, let's attack each one of them. Just kill this Gao Ren first. Locate me, find this what's-his-name alliance first and kill Goren. Yes. The other side. Eagle Alliance's Technology Department. All the representatives of the Union States were here, and they sat in their seats with serious expressions, frowning tightly as if they were waiting for something. How come there's no news? Did they not pick up our airwaves? I can't, their civilization's technology has long surpassed ours. They must have gotten the message, they just don't know if they'll do it. The group sat together frowning. Well, the news wasn't delayed for long, and word soon came. Report. We've already checked with the satellite, and their ship has traveled to the direction of the Dragon Kingdom rush. Great. Damn Dragon Kingdom, finally paying the price. One by one, the representatives of the Union State were excited beyond belief. They'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Especially Eagle Country and Cherry Blossom Country. They even had people who just opened the champagne and laughed. Waiting until they fight to the death, we, the Eagle Alliance, will then make our move is to sit back and reap the benefits. Ha ha. It didn't occur to them that things were really going as they expected, with Luo Jie's ship traveling to the Dragon Alliance. They appeared in a big way, without any concealment, extremely confident in their own strength. So at this moment, the Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom had also discovered their presence and had prepared themselves. At the border of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of people from the Dragon Kingdom Alliance were all gathered together, with the three Tong invincible people standing at the front. Behind them were Machi from the Tricolor Nation as well as Lalisa and the others. They all turned out to be the toughest existences in the Dragon Kingdom, but now in front of the three people from Child Invincible, they could only back off. However, in this kind of desperate battle, it was considered a good thing for them to back off. After all, no one wanted to die for nothing in the face of a powerful enemy. Do you guys think these three are okay? Machi frowned tightly at this moment and couldn't help but spit. Loris nodded. Their awakening level is over 100, and they are obviously on good terms with Gao Ren. You guys saw and guessed Goren's level, so I think it's definitely better than us. Almost as soon as their words fell, a voice was heard calling out. Coming! The ship is coming! Everyone subconsciously looked up, only to see a high-tech craft flying towards them. In the next second, several winged stars flew out from inside the ship. Everyone had a vigilant face, staring at the figures with death. These figures were heavily armed, and although it was said that they did not use immortal laws, the Bluesterians were aware of the intelligence that cosmic energy did not need to be used in advance. Just as they were staring at each other, several beams of light instantly flew over from the distance. Like a laser, it's extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached the three Tong Wuxi's eyes. That terrifying laser power, if it really hit, not only would all three of Tong Wuxi's people die, these people behind them would also be seriously injured. But trying to fend off. It's obviously too late. At this moment, these top experts from various countries had a look of despair on their faces. They had thought of fighting to the death with the winged star people, of dying on the battlefield, but they had never thought that the gap would be so great, that a single glance would wipe them all out. Among all the experts, only Emochi of the Tricolor Kingdom revealed a hint of self-deprecation and did not despair. But there was also a bit of ferocity in the midst of that self-deprecation. A boom appeared in the sky and a flash as four-colored thunder formed in the blink of an eye. He must strike even if he dies. However, in the next second, those lasers unexpectedly changed trajectory in an instant, as if they had been smashed away by someone's fist. No. It's not like, it's real. The three Xiong invincible people still had white smoke remaining on their fists at this time, and it was obvious that they were using their physical bodies to fight hard. The crowd hijacked and looked at the three men in shock. They actually defended it. The crowd was in shock. They weren't so much shocked by the immortal laws that could protect against these light cannons as they were shocked by the speed of a few people. Even if he was more powerful, his flesh was nothing more than ordinary flesh, and his reaction speed was right there. How could they do that? However, the next second, something shocking happened to them. Because it's amazing how they disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had a few more bodies in his hands. This is the power of the Dragon Kingdom? Larissa's eyes twinkled. No. They are Goren's disciples, which means it's Goren's power.